Sanity Show and Progressive Army, bringing you the coverage of what is going on in Philadelphia. We're trying to cover the show and Progressive Army, bringing you the coverage of what is going on in Philadelphia. We're trying to cover the show and sorry about that, folks. I had not realized that I did not. Okay, we seem to have a bit of technical difficulty. Dave, you need to click start streaming on our Project Sanity channel. Okay. Okay. Well, that's not what I'm seeing for some reason. Okay. So, welcome to Project Sanity and the Progressive Army's coverage of the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia and the surrounding events. A lot of the Bernie Sanders delegates walked out yesterday. Bernie Sanders changed back to being an independent, and he still refuses to give out his email list for donors and contacts. Nina Turner has somehow been aggrieved by the DNC. There are rumors that she has had her credentials revoked and was kicked out of the convention. These rumors are, according to Sean King, who has been in contact with Nina Turner, completely and utterly unfounded. But that she was, he has confirmed that that Nina Turner was mistreated grossly by the Democratic Party. We'll be showing you some of his tweets on this matter, and you can go to Sean King's Twitter account to find it yourself as well. More than that, we've heard that Jill Stein's campaign manager has been detained by police, but here's the kicker. However, and whatever method you use to try and Google this fact, you will not find anything. Just a second, folks. Okay, here we go. So we have a lot of old news from yesterday evening that we're going to be trying to clear up and get to the core of, and we're going to have a day full of news today. We are trying to set up an interview with the Jill Stein campaign. We are in direct contact with her press secretary, and all we're needing is a location and a specific time, but so far what we've been told is we'll have an hour for an exclusive interview with Jill Stein, where Adair Schmidt, a Washington delegate for Bernie Sanders, who was part of the walkout, he will interview Jill Stein with other delegates. And last thing we heard from the campaign, we would have a full hour to talk with Jill Stein. So hopefully during this interview we can hear more about what happened to her campaign manager, because so far you cannot Google any information, any news whatsoever on her campaign manager being detained, which is the old adage that there's no there's no such things as bad news, because all news, even bad news, is PR. So in this situation, what you would be thinking would be, well, my manager got detained, at least I got some press coverage out of it. But no, you didn't even get some press coverage out of it. So it seems like we're back at square one, where we started with Bernie Sanders back in July with a media blackout of Jill Stein. She doesn't seem to be able to get on camera. She doesn't seem to be able to actually be interviewed. Nina Turner, who is not running for president, who's not the leader of a party, but who is a charismatic woman and is good for TV, she can get on TV. But Jill Stein, who is running for president, who is polling rather well for an independent, especially considering the United States history, cannot. And if there's someone who would need to get on TV, if there's someone who would need to be interviewed by reporters for papers, it would be a presidential candidate. But We'll just start from scratch. We chased Bernie and Bernie's rallies and events for 3-4 months last year before the mainstream media started picking up Bernie Sanders. And in those 3 to 4 months, the awareness of Bernie Sanders and his chances of winning rose from almost no one knowing who his name was, who he was, to him being a household name in the United States. And that was before mainstream media picked up Bernie Sanders. So we'll just have to do it again. And by we, I mean all of the independent media, I mean social media, and every activist, every grassroots organizer, everyone who wants to have an alternative to choosing between pestilence and cholera, because I'm not seeing much of a choice being left to those of us who refuse to be blackmailed into voting for a candidate whose name I can't even stomach saying anymore. In more news, we have some pictures from inside the delegation, from inside the convention center, where Hillary Clinton was introduced to a half-empty convention floor. So Eric, if you can start bringing up some of the links. There's a picture, a Twitter link with a picture where you can see a bird's eye view of a section of the convention floor, where you can see how many people walked out from just one of the sections. We also have a video that Josh Fox, the director and creator of Gasland 1 and Gasland 2, he put up where he filmed the effect of the walkout after the walkout had taken place. We'll be showing that as well. So yeah, Grandma Christine 42 is commenting on the Benjamin Dixon Show channel that the media probably didn't even need instructions from the DNC to ignore Jill Stein. Well, I don't think the collusion goes quite to that extent, Grandma Christine. I think that the media simply ignored Bernie Sanders because the inside the Beltway politics simply would tell them that he did not have a snowball's chance in hell, that this was the Hillary Clinton coronation, that he would be laughed at, scoffed at, and ignored and dismissed, that Martin O'Malley would be the one. And we can now see the picture here where we see a section of the seating. Now, of course, most of you will have read on the social media pages that the Hillary Clinton delegate got most of the floor, and that the Bernie Sanders delegates, or at least the delegations that had the most Bernie Sanders delegates, had been seated in the back rows. So the Washington delegation, the California delegation, and many other delegations that were large and had large swaths of Sanders supporters were put into the back end. And here you can see the Are we ready again? Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Some technical difficulties yet again. And Eric, if you can bring up my thumbnail so I can see what's going on in the production side of things, and if you can start bringing up the Josh Fox link after you've done that, that would be amazing. Okay, so to continue my comment on Grandma Christine, I doubt that the DNC actually gave instructions to the media to ignore Bernie Sanders. I know from the emails that as the campaign progressed and Bernie Sanders became a real contender for the nomination, I know that from the email leaks that they started asking producers, asking specific shows, asking interviewers to take certain pitches. They asked them to ask certain questions, and they started when the interviewers or producers had been quote unquote unfair to Hillary Clinton. They would complain about it and try and intimidate them to not be that way, and that seemed to work, unfortunately. But actually instructing them from the beginning to ignore Bernie Sanders, I don't think the DNC at that point, back in July last year, even knew that Bernie Sanders was running for president. The media didn't need instructions to ignore him, because they would not see him as a good business. They would not see him as a real contender. They would just see him as a kook, which was the way he was being treated. So in any case, what we will need to do as grassroots, what we will need to do as independent media, what we will need to do as voters who wants not to be forced into choosing between the lesser of two evils, but want to be able to choose the greater good. We are going to have to do our part in bringing Jill Stein, bringing her events, bringing everything that we can about her, covering her live events, using Periscope, banding together, just like Bernie 2016 TV used to do, where we utilized people who were part of the Google Plus communities, where we utilized people who wanted to try and make a difference. And we had these people help us out in getting the word out about Bernie Sanders, and covering his speeches so that more and more people could hear about him, so that people would have links and clips to share on social media. And it seems like we have to start from scratch and do it again. And I can see that Robert Jordan and LeBlanc has joined us in the chat. Hello and good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. We are talking today about the walkout yesterday. We're talking about Bernie Sanders switching back to being an independent, and we're talking about Bernie, how the Nina Turner has been treated. The rumor that she was, her credentials were taken away and she was kicked out of the DNC seems to be unfounded, but according to Sean King, we are going to hear from Nina Turner later today. She'll be holding a press conference where she will be addressing exactly what happened yesterday. On top of this, we've heard that many members of the Bernie Sanders campaign have had their access to the Democratic National Convention revoked as well. So it seems like Hillary is going ham-fisted yet again. She can't have her exact way. It can't be exactly as she wants it. Well, it's a vast right-wing conspiracy, and we just have to crack down on anyone who in any way opposes her, who in any way challenges her, who in any way says that the way that she's doing things could be done in a different way, could be done in a better way. And she is once again simply cracking down on people. You're watching the Project Sanity show in cooperation with the Progressive Army. We are working to bring you all the news of the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia from morning to evening, together with the other shows of the Progressive Army, The Way with Anoa and Louisa 2027 Project and the Benjamin Dixon Show. We are all working together to try and bring you as full coverage as we can. So it seems like we might have a video ready soon to show Josh Fox's filming what happened after the walkout, how it was looking. And Eric, if you will cut to it, that would be just peachy.
This is amazing. This place is empty. There is nobody left in here. I mean, this whole stadium Look at this. Look at
One of the areas that I'm particularly interested in is children.
Empty seats.
Have a responsibility to ourselves, to our children, to each other.
You can't see it as well as when the lights were just on.
Everybody in this room and every child in this state
Empty
is
seats.
somebody, no matter where
Like
they're
the entire
born,
California
no matter
delegation is
to whom
like
they are born. Our children's future is
Gone.
shaped both by the
Gone.
values of their parents and the policies of their nation. It's time to protect the next
This
generation.
is not voter
Fill the
enthusiasm.
lives of our children.
This is not voter enthusiasm. This is amazing. Like, this place is half empty all of a sudden. I can't believe my eyes. Like, I've never seen anything like this. This is the prime time of the Democratic National Convention, right after the nomination of Hillary Clinton, and this place is emptied out like crazy. I'm stunned. Wait. Look. This is like a 76ers game.
In her early 20s, Hillary Clinton spent time at the Yale New Haven Hospital researching how
This is insane.
she saw children who had been
Look, the
beaten,
whole California
burned,
delegation
neglected.
is pretty much
The
gone.
experience turned her into a lifelong champion
I mean,
for kids in need.
This has got to be something
As a child
really
advocate
worrisome
social
for the
worker, I
Democrats.
too am a champion for children.
Voter enthusiasm wins
And I am
elections.
lucky to work with a team of champions.
And yeah, on the
Social
floor,
workers, case managers,
down there in New York and
other
right on the floor,
individuals
there's
whose
people.
lifelong work is to ensure
But look
that
at what's
all
happening
children
in
have
the
a
Bernie
chance at greatness.
states. The Bernie states are empty.
Democracy has made significant strides in the right direction, but our
So-
work is far.
One thing that you should know is that they put a lot of the Bernie states up in the back and the Hillary states down in the bottom. Hillary states that won got better seats, and the states that Bernie won got the upper echelon, right? That's kind of the way they organized it. It's not alphabetical. But you can look now and see how the Bernie states have really emptied out. Those people are not here. This campaign has to do something to get these people back in the room. All right. Okay. I gotta go. Bye. Yeah.
There you have it, folks, from Josh Fox saying that the Democratic National Party needs to bring those delegates back inside, or they won't have any chance of their so-called need for party unity. We have some comments in the chat again. Jay LeBlanc is saying more people outside than inside. Well, I don't quite think that it's like that, but at least with regards to delegates. With regards to protesters and people arranging marches, people wanting to be heard, people wanting to be part of the democratic process, people wanting the DNC to take serious their shortcomings, their failings, their collusions to actually reform, to actually make a change, or simply people just wanting to be heard, wanting fair treatment, wanting a just treatment. For these people, if you count those with the Bernie delegates, yes, there are more people outside than inside, quite a few more. Now, the question we have to answer answer and ask is not whether or not there are more people outside than inside. The question we have to ask and answer is, when it comes time to the general election, what will happen then? Will there be more people outside than inside at that time too? Will there be enough people that actually vote for a third party? And I'm not just talking about Democrats here. I'm talking about Republicans too. It's not just Democrats who need to do their part to break the two-party systems. So does Republicans. The people who did the Never Trump movement, they need to go vote independent. They need to go vote for libertarian candidates or independent conservative candidates. They need to go vote for other candidates than the major parties, so that message is sent loud and clear that the two-party system is not going to get away with it anymore. Robert Jordan is saying Nis is going to take a 3-day vacation after this convention is over. Looks like he's burning the midnight oil at both ends. Well, you're not wrong, Robert Jordan. Usually when you have a production team, you would have 4 to 5 people sitting in the back room just doing the technical stuff, queuing up videos and stuff like that, and you would have a producer with 2 to 3 associate producers putting in content, and on top of that you would have about 4 or 5 reporters on the ground ready to report in. Not to mention the people doing makeup and lighting and camera works and so on and so forth. So we have me on screen, Eric behind the scenes, and Adair on the ground. So that's our crew for the morning. So yeah, I will be taking a 3-day vacation, and I've already threatened anyone in Project Sanity and in the Progressive Army that if anyone calls me during the next weekend, they'll get shot. I'm not sure how shooting and phones work, but I'll at least make an attempt. Although I'll most likely only end up with a shut-up smartphone. In any case, yeah, we are burning the midnight oil at both ends, and we are doing what we can. But we're not alone. We have a lot of people who are adamant about this not just going down by the way that mainstream media is showing it. If you go to Periscope, if you go to Twitter, if you go to YouTube looking for live streams or looking for recent uploads on DNC, on Philadelphia, you will find hundreds, even in some cases thousands of videos of other people wanting to record this, wanting to document this. So one of the reasons that we can bring you content is because other people are out there creating content as well. Okay, so just to recap, this is the Project Sanity show, and together with the Progressive Army, we are working to bring you the live coverage of the DNC convention in Philadelphia. We are, for the first time, second day in a row, we are broadcasting to the Benjamin Dixon Show channel and to the Project Sanity channel, which you can find on projectsanity.org. We are also broadcasting to Twitch, which it's usually seen as a gaming channel service and has finally opened up for political content. So if you go to twitch.tv/Project Sanity, you will find our channel there. Subscribe to us on this channel, and you will help us becoming the biggest political show on Twitch. I think the biggest right now has about 8 subscribers. So please go there and subscribe to us, and go to projectsanity.org and subscribe to us there as well. Help keep the chats alive and rolling so that the audience stays interested, so that when I start muling, when I start talking in circles, at least you can keep each other company in the chat and keep each other interested until I find my right track and track of mind again. I just had a message from Adair Smith. He will be live streaming later. He will see if he can make it to the Nina Turner press conference, but he doesn't know if he can both make it to the convention floor and to Nina Turner and to the Jill Stein interview. So he is running a bit ragged, but we're doing our very best to bring it to you. Otherwise, help us look for any non-mainstream media link to the Nina Turner press conference so that we can show it here on the channel. Eric, if you can start queuing up the other links that we prepped for this morning show, this would be okay. Let's take the 3 tweets from Sean King regarding the Nina Turner situation. And after that, you can queue up. After that, you can queue up the 2 first links in live production that I put in there of people standing outside. I'm actually unsure what building it is, but it's old. Doing a mic check. Yeah, Grandma Christine, I am trying to keep you from losing it. I'm not exactly sure what it is in this case. Maybe it's interest. But Paul Goodwin is commenting, we need to lose it. What I think you need to lose, Paul Goodwin, as a people, as America, is this conformity to the two-party system. There was, back during the Cold War, there was a comment from a Russian premier, I forget which right now, that said, we only have one party, you have two party, what's the big difference? One party. Back then, of course, people would say, well, there's a huge difference, there's democracy, and we're given a choice. But as we're starting to learn today, a choice between two candidates that have been set up, that have been chosen for us by establishment, is no choice at all. In many European countries, you have multiple parties where I know this sounds like a heretical idea, but where the prime minister is not exactly chosen by the people. You'll have a leading party of a coalition, and that leading party will, by its standing, its standing in the polls, by its standing by election results, it will have some sort of a lead within its own coalition. So most people will assume that the leader of that party will be the prime minister if that coalition wins. And the same goes for the other or others coalitions going up there. And we have the first of the Sean King tweets on screen. This is Sean King responding to being constantly badgered and questions by reporters about what is the real story with Nina Turner. And Sean King starts out by saying that that her credentials were not revoked, but that she was slighted in several other ways. The next tweet states, okay, we have breaking news here, guys. The Guardian is reporting that the remaining charges have been dropped against the police officers in the Freddie Gray case. Baltimore prosecutors failed to obtain a conviction after 4 trials, meaning there will likely be no criminal accountability for Gray's death. Bringing to a close the case which has stretched out over the past 7 months. The surprise announcement Wednesday comes after 4 trials that ended with no conviction and means there will likely be no criminal accountability over Gray's death. Prosecutors were set to move forward Wednesday's morning with hearings in the case against Garrett Miller, the officer who physically arrested Gray on the 15th of April 2015. The 25-year-old African-American subsequently died as a result of injuries sustained in the back of the police van. But instead, Chief Deputy State's Attorney Michael Schatzo announces that the state was going to offer a null prosequi disposition, dropping the charges not only against Officer Miller, but against all the officers involved in the Gray case. The announcement ends planned trials for the 3 remaining officers. Videos of Gray's arrest drew international outrage as Gray screamed while officers dragged him on the ground. The city broke out in weeks of unrest, including numerous mass demonstrations against police brutality and a day of rioting. The governor declared a state of emergency. People thought the city was in store for much worse before the young African-American prosecutor Marilyn Mosby announced charges against 6 of the officers, causing people who have been protesting to celebrate in the streets. But many activists have since lost faith in Mosby's strategy, culminating in Wednesday's morning's announcement. The first trial of Officer William Porter ended with a hung jury. The next 3 officers were acquitted on all charges after bench trials by Judge Barry Williams. Lieutenant Brian Rice, the highest-ranking officer, Cesar Goodson, the driver of the van, who faced the most serious charge of second-degree murder, and Edward Nero, another officer involved in arresting Gray. The three trials remaining were against Miller, whose case was to begin Wednesday, Sergeant Alicia White, and a retrial for Porter. So there you have it, folks. No justice, no peace. This is one of the things for me that has been one of the hardest things to adjust to by coming over here. In Denmark, we have a clearance rate from the police at over 80%. And since I was a teenager, I've heard of, I think, 3 cases in which police discharged firearms. That doesn't mean that we haven't had incidents with police. It doesn't mean that our police is hard to hold accountable to when they cross the line. But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. My heart goes out to all the people involved in not just the Freddie Gray case, but in Black Lives Matters movement. It seems like the now very old protest slogan of no justice, no peace has gotten great meaning yet again. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I think we'll be taking a 5-minute break. I need to regroup on top of this, and I think it would be disrespectful to the Grays and to everyone fighting for this just to jump right back into tweets from Sean King on Nina Turner. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back to Project Sanity and the Progressive Army, covering the DNC in Philadelphia. We are returning from a 5-minute break that became a 10-minute break, and we took a minute break out of respect for the news that the remaining charges against the police officers in the Frederick Gray case have been dropped, all we can say is to those out there that are fighting for criminal justice, to those out there who are fighting to have the right to walk the streets without being shot, who fights for the right to have to get medical attention if you're shot, we are with you. If you need anything from us, we are here. We will give it, and we will even give it without asking. Whatever we can cover, whatever you guys can find in the ways of these videos, pictures, whatever we can bring out there to raise awareness, to reach hearts and minds, so that everyone can march against this, so everyone can demand that this change. Do your part as well, and we will do ours. Okay, so back to the election, back to the convention. After the walkout, we have 2 videos of a people's mic. If you don't know what a people's mic is, it's something that was invented during the Occupy Wall Street. The police confiscated all the megaphones of the Occupy Wall Streeters who were in Central Park. So to be able to talk to each other in large groups where there were thousands upon thousands of people that needed to be reached, you did a sort of a mic where one person would stand, and then he would say a short sentence, and then everyone around him would repeat it, and everyone behind them would repeat it, and so like this, it would echo out until everyone had it, and then when the echo was done, he would say his next sentence. It's a more cumbersome way of talking. It takes quite a bit longer, but it was an effective way to have a microphone without having a microphone. So Eric, if you can bring up those 2 videos, they are quite far up in the live production channel, beyond, it's the 2 before the Josh Fox video. Here we will see some people commenting on the walkout, on the coronation of Hillary Clinton, and on the treatment of people. And it's a good example of how people can amplify their voice simply by standing together. And yeah, Grandma Christine, love the people's mic, so ingenious. I completely and utterly agree. It is such a brilliant way of getting around this. It's such a brilliant way I mean, they would quite literally have to take away your voice to be able to silence you from this people's mic. They can take away your microphone, but they would quite literally have to be the sea hack from Disney's Ariel and magic out your voice. So I can see that Eric is just about ready, and we are, while Eric queues this up, we are getting some more news in here in our live production channel. Eric, whenever you're ready, cue it up and start it. And yeah, leave the...
check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! We're choosing to be here. We're choosing to be here. Rather than in the convention. Rather than in the convention. Listening to Bill Clinton. Listening to Bill Clinton. Who has caused so many lives. Who has caused so many lives. To be ruined. To be ruined. By 3 strikes.
By 3 strikes.
By minimum sentences.
By minimum sentences.
By gutting welfare.
By gutting welfare.
And so we're here.
And so we're here.
And NAFTA.
And NAFTA.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Right now,
Right now,
people are trying to figure out
people are trying to figure out
where Nina Turner is,
where Nina Turner is,
where Jill Stein is,
where Jill Stein is,
where Bernie Sanders is.
where Bernie Sanders is.
But right now,
But right now,
there are over 55 Bernie delegates
Bernie delegates
on these steps.
on these steps.
People are trying to figure out
People are trying to figure out
where the leaders of this movement
where the leaders of this movement
are tonight.
are tonight.
There are 55 leaders on this step.
There are 55 leaders on this step.
About 2 dozen of them on
We
the
walked
sidewalk.
out of the Democratic Convention
We walked out of the Democratic Convention
to have a People's Convention
to have a People's Convention
in the birthplace
in the birthplace
of American democracy.
of American democracy.
Okay, so there you have it, the People's Mic. Quite a few people in the chat getting a bit nostalgic about the Occupy Wall Street days. And Eric will have the next video from the same gathering available momentarily. And yeah, so if some of you guys out there in the chat, if some of you have memories, have experiences, have stories from the Occupy days or from other demonstrations, hell, even back in the day in the 70s and 60s, you would be more than welcome to come on our show and share them. If some of you have experiences from political campaigns or from supporting politicians, you are more than welcome to come on the show. All you have to do is reach out and give us the broad strokes of the story, and we'll bring you in. And it seems like the next video is ready. You cued in.
Mic check.
Mic check.
My name is Khalid.
My name is Khalid.
I am a Bernie delegate
I am a Bernie delegate
from Atlanta, Georgia.
from Atlanta,
Hey, I am also a member of the Atlanta chapter
of the Atlanta chapter
of Black Lives Matter.
of Black Lives Matter.
Do not be fooled
Do not be fooled
by the show
by the show
you saw on television
you
tonight.
saw on television tonight.
Black Lives Matter
Black Lives Matter
does not endorse
does not endorse
any political party
any political party
or any political candidate.
or any political candidate.
We do not endorse the Democrats.
We do not endorse the Democrats.
We do not endorse the Republicans.
We do not endorse the Republicans.
We do not endorse the two-party system.
We do not endorse the two-party system.
We do not endorse
We do not endorse.
Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton.
We do not endorse
We do not endorse
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
We have been waiting
We have been waiting
and are still waiting
and are still waiting
to see
to see
who endorses us.
who endorses us.
Okay. And there you have it, guys. Right after the walkout, the mic check outside, Bernie Sanders delegates, Bernie Sanders supporters standing together and not taking it lying down. We have here some excerpts from the Bill Clinton speech that I simply cannot leave alone. So President, or rather former President Clinton, says to immigrants, if you work hard, pay taxes, and obey the law, choose immigration reform over someone who wants to send you back. So he's telling people who are working in the fields for cents on the dollar that if they work hard, which they already are, if they pay taxes, which they can't because they're illegal, and they obey the law, which again they can't by the nature of them being illegal, then they should choose immigration reform over someone who wants to send you back. And just the wording of this, choose immigration reform over someone who wants to send you back, it sounds like what he's saying is, I mean, we may be shit, but the other guy is really shit. Choose immigration reform over someone who wants to send you back. I mean, there's just so many things wrong with this sentence. If you work hard, from a man who's never worked a day in his life, to people who work with break their bodies, their muscles, who die middle-aged from a body that is completely broken from working hard, physical labor. If you work, he's telling these people, if you work hard, pay taxes and obey the law, and you vote for us. So if you do all these things, then you might be able to stay, whereas the other guy will send you back. And he's saying this completely ignorant of the fact that, as we've talked about earlier on Project Sanity, President Obama is the deporter-in-chief. Deportations of immigrants have soared under President Obama. Yeah, and the one that I really love is President Clinton to young African Americans. He's about to be hip and address inner city youth here. Help us build a future where people aren't afraid to walk outside, including police. So I get what he thinks he's saying here. He thinks what he's saying here is that police is afraid of gangbangers and inner city crime and violence, and because of their fear of this, they're justified in using military tactics, APCs, mortars, and tanks with water cannons, and riot, like, it's not even riot gear anymore, it's soldiers uniforms. They're justified in wearing all of this gear and invading neighborhoods, and that it is understandable from their point of view that they in general are so afraid of black people that they get shot while having their hands in the air, lying on the ground. Yeah. We lost all stream. We lost all stream, man.
Yeah, everything's offline.
See the production side of things. Sorry about that, guys. I like how I'm sitting there with closed eyes on a frozen screen. So yeah, refresh the stream and we are right back up, guys. So just refresh the page and you'll get us back. So we were talking about Bill Clinton, and we were talking about his comment on African Americans, inner city youth, whatever coded word or language you want to use for criminals. Help us build a future where people aren't afraid to walk outside. So, I mean, help us build this future. I remember talking with Richard about this again and again and again. This notion that somehow minorities who are being discriminated against, that it is their job to tell others how to behave correctly so as to they cannot be hit by racism, that it's the job of the minorities to correct the faults of racism. So when they say help us build a future where people aren't afraid to walk outside, including police, that sentence, I mean, with a generous mind, what he's saying is he wants their help to build a future where they are not afraid to go outside because of the police, and where the police is not afraid to go outside because of inner city crime. I mean, that would be a very generous take on it. But Benjamin Dixon wouldn't be a problem.
It's saying offline on all 3 accounts on the restream page. It did reconnect previously. Connecting again now. Looks like it might be on the restream end, and we can try it from my end. But if it's on restream's end, we may be, you know, screwed.
Yeah.
Okay, it's connecting again.
Hello everyone, we're back again. We seem to be having some problems with our restream service. It is the service that allows us to stream to 3 channels at the same time, so that we can start building our audience outside of the Benjamin Dixon Show channel. So we have right now a clip ready for all of you. It is the former President Bill Clinton. So if you can run that, Eric, please do.
If you love this country, you're working hard, you're paying taxes, and you're obeying the law, and you'd like to become a citizen, you should choose immigration reform over somebody that wants to send you back. If you're a Muslim and you love America and freedom and you hate terror, stay here and help us win and make the future together. We want.
Okay, sorry about that, folks. We cannot show any owned media by any other corporation. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry to ABC for putting that footage up there. That was not intentional from the production team. I thought that was video feed recorded from the floor. But as we were talking about before we were so rudely interrupted, President Clinton's statement on young African Americans help us build a future where people aren't afraid to walk outside. as I'm unsure as to when the feed cut off exactly, we are just going to take this one more time. Yeah. And I can see LeBlanc being online at the Project Sanity channel and the Benjamin Dixon Show at the same time. We very much appreciate that, LeBlanc. We have gone from about 12 subscribers, most of them ourselves, to over 100 subscribers in 2 days, something we're very happy with. We hope that growth will continue. So any of you who like the Project Sanity show, who likes our host and our production team, what we're trying to do with bringing nuance and objectivity back into news, actually showcasing things that are good, showcasing things that the media, the normal mainstream media, does not show themselves. If you like that kind of thing, if you want to be a part of the media revolution of trying to show news from the local communities, showing news from local politics, showing news that are not being shown otherwise, then come on to the projectsanity.org channel and subscribe to our channel. It helps us out greatly, especially with our standing with YouTube, so they can't just willy-nilly do whatever they want to our show. Jay LeBlanc asked if we can show C-SPAN footage. There are some kinds of C-SPAN footage that we can show. When C-SPAN shows footage of speeches in Congress and things like that, then yes, we can show that because C-SPAN, because footage of speeches of the floor of Congress is considered public property. But other C-SPAN footage, it would depend on how C-SPAN uses it. Now, C-SPAN has put up their own Twitch channel, trying to be hip, just like us, where they are covering the DNC. And they've put this up for public consumption, so you don't have to have the C-SPAN channel as part of a package to be able to view this. So, but we tried reaching out to C-SPAN, asking them if we could use footage from that channel, and we have not heard back from them, so we simply do not know. Yeah, so sorry guys, it's been a bit rough with the news earlier and technical difficulties, and we are still not streaming to Twitch for some reason. I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. Okay, so in any case, we are hoping to bring you a debate, an interview, sorry, with Jill Stein later today. Brandon is right now in the wings trying to set it up, and he is in direct contact with their press secretary. And Jill Stein is, I gotta say, I've become more and more impressed with her. She has had some unfortunate appearances where her body language and her appearance has not worked to her advantage. But at the same time, when I see her in her element, we showed it 2 days ago, her outside City Hall with Cornel West, giving very impassionate speeches to the people, standing beside the people. When she's in that element, she is extremely passionate, and I just want to throw my vote at her. But when I see her in front of corporate media, she seems very much out of her element. So, guys, we need to show Jill Stein to the people. We need to do what we did back in July, all through up to the first Iowa caucuses. We need to show the people who Jill Stein is, what she stands for, show her passion, show what she can do, and do what we can to show the two-party system that it does not work anymore, that it has to have an alternative. So, guys, do what you can to help us find the news on the ground, and we will do what we can to bring it to you as fast as possible. If you can help us find live feeds, if you can help us find anything out there to actually show you, then please do so. So right now we have a bit of a vacuum where we have run out of information simply because we have a couple of people who are working on other things. So Eric, if you can put in, let's see, Eric, if you can start looking for feed and footage from yesterday. We have Adair on the floor during the walkout. I believe we still have that footage. So Eric, if you can set that up, and then we'll show you Adair's footage from yesterday of leaving the convention, of everyone getting up, walking out with Adair's commentary. And while we are running that, we will get our ducks in the row with the Jill Stein interview, and we will get our ducks in the row with finding out what's happening on the street level in Philadelphia today. Unfortunately, Upstate Raider, Democracy Now! Footage is also owned. We do not have a collaboration agreement with Democracy Now! So I do not believe that we can show that as the footage is owned by Democracy Now! I do not believe that they have given free permission for usage of these things. So yeah, we will go to Adair Schmidt and Upstate Raider. I will take a look at the Democracy Now! Webpage and see what their rules are regarding using their material, and if there is some clause in there that allows us to use it, we will switch to this interview, because I agree with you, it is an amazing interview. But right now we will be going to Adair Schmidt from yesterday evening on the floor of the convention. Thank you guys for bearing with us on our bumpy road here at the beginning of our show.
Back, Facebook keeps on crashing. I've restarted the live stream. It is hot and muggy out here in Philadelphia. We have quite a few of our people out. People are now able to start leaving the media tent. Everything is nice, it's calm, things have been contained.
Where's the ramp up?
I do not know where the ramp up is.
Where the ramp up was?
We've got to find her dad, and then we've got to get on the buses back to the hotel.
Well, we're not going to let us back in, see you?
No, I don't think they'd even let us in tonight.
I'm sorry? From what I understand, they told us that they will let us back in.
I personally, I think...
We just sit peacefully and listen to the Black Lives Matter people speak, which I think is not the worst thing.
I would like to get that there.
We did disrespect them yesterday.
Well, no, I would love to get that there. The problem I think a lot of people had yesterday was it was not black folks saying Black Lives Matter.
True.
And I think that really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, because it is something that you can't erase black folks from being in part of it. Yeah, maybe. Hey, John, we just got out.
From in there?
From in there, yeah.
Didn't get arrested.
We were.
Wow, that is a lot of police officers.
Yeah.
Please get a shot of that.
They're ready. There's paddy wagons upon paddy wagons behind them.
So, well, I think that's what I think they're figuring, that if things get violent.
Dad said that he's sitting somewhere, and I think in protest he's sitting somewhere.
I know Nick is over that way. That's who I'm more concerned about. Some of our delegates who are willing to go to jail tonight. I personally am not one of them guys. I'm sorry, but you won't be seeing me get arrested on live stream. They are letting us back in?
Let's just go see how, because there still are Bernie families. We'll see how they are. Where are they?
Let's check them out.
I would imagine Kate, spot, but I don't know.
We're gonna look for Nick and them outside.
Nick is right over there.
All right, so I think her dad's with
They're
her.
all walking out.
They're walking out too.
All of them are walking out to go watch Black Lives Matter.
Because I'd seen Nick on the outside, not the inside earlier.
Well, he's right in this area.
Yeah. Ava, slow down. We don't want you to get lost. Okay, there we are. We're back with our Bernie fam. We're back with our people. We got out. They let us out, so we're here. We're back. We love you guys. We love you guys so much. We want to just make sure everyone's careful.
They're letting us back in if we want to.
I'm out. Come on,
this is the first time you're going home?
Listen, I'm out.
Home or the hotel home?
I'm done with the Democratic Party. Let me speak to you. Being physically out and being mentally, we have to disengage. We have to from them. Now physically, we have to be in. We have to trouble them. We have to always just stick it to them. We're going to create it from the outside. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you 100%. Democrats. I said that when I was in your age, my friend. That's fine. The Democrats want to win this election. We can stick with them. No, I'm not. I'm coming from the outside.
I think
he's talking about tactics. I am done with this.
Nick, are you done with your friends? Here's what I see. I see where you're coming from, and I really do appreciate that value from the inside, because so many of us are PCOs, because so many of us have worked so hard, because so many of us are running for state committee person. From the inside, we can start making systemic changes while working with people who want to do more of the activism on the outside.
I work with you as a coalition, my brother, but I will have to work with you from the outside. Do it.
But that doesn't change you from being my brother regardless.
My brother. There is a binary between
excuse us. We got a wheelchair. We've got a wheelchair, guys. We want to make sure you can get through. Excuse us. Everyone, watch out, guys. Watch out.
My brother.
Watch out. We're sorry. Trying to get...
The binary between outside and inside is flawed, my friend. It's flawed. We are inside and outside. Both inside is ours and outside is ours. We shouldn't make a separation. It's our right to be inside and protest and sabotage and change to our liking, and it's our right to come outside and do it. Let's just not say either and or.
I agree with that. I appreciate that. I do.
Otherwise, it becomes ideological.
That is, I think, what it is.
Inside from Black Lives Matter.
You see,
our support.
We go inside, we go outside, we go both places.
After we show support for Black Lives Matter, we've been invited to join Nina Turner on a march down Broad Street. I invite you to join me.
Hey folks, there's going to be a lot of protests tonight in Philadelphia.
Of course, black guys and
So you say we have to first go inside and then as a march we go out together with Nina Turner?
You can go with Nina Turner. I personally, I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to go inside possibly, then I'm going to go to the hotel, and then that's it. I don't know that it would be safe for me to be out here. Hey folks, I appreciate everyone watching. I might have to cut my stream a little bit early tonight. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm going to be inside. I will live stream once again from the floor, so that way folks know what's going on. I'll probably start a new one once we get back in there. Small reporting. Yeah, you haven't. That's crazy. There's a ton of me. Excuse us. Sorry about that. There's a ton of cameras that were inside. We've been working really hard. Oh, I'm so sorry. We've been working really hard together. We've really been talking to folks. I think there's been a ton of interviews done inside. Even I was asked to talk to quite a few people. I was told Fox News was as much as I dislike Fox News, they were streaming it. I was told where MSNBC and CNN were not. So right now it's all about just figuring out how we move forward from here, what's going to be done, how we're going to do it, and I'm all right, Connect All. I'm tired. I'm a little frazzled and just want to get back to the hotel safely, securely. They really, wow, really, thanks for that. The information I gave out, I found out right after the protest started when we were inside. It was there was a Chinese Vietnamese TV channel that asked about what was going on. I mean, it was absolutely crazy today, guys. There's tons of people out here in the streets. A lot of folks looking for interviews with other BLM folks, what's happening, when things are going on. I'm going to continue following people that I know that are in part of the delegation, and I think I might just actually call an Uber and go back to the hotel, just kind of head out of here. It's just a whole lot of work going on right now, guys. It's a huge to-do. I thought I had seen one of the people from my delegation. Okay, I have seen at least one of them. Hey guys.
I'm told we're going back so that we have to go back and protest against Black Lives Matter.
There's a Black Lives Matter protest going on in there right now, and we've been told we can go back in and watch that. I might do that, but frankly, I just am thinking I might need to get back to the hotel. I'm not going to march down Broad Street with Nina Turner as much as I would like to. I just I just don't feel safe enough to do it. I don't feel like it's too likely that something evolves into violence.
But it shouldn't. If we are peaceful, it should not involve.
Well, according to people, there's people in FDR Park that are being tear gassed, pepper sprayed right now. So I don't know if any of my folks back at the Progressive Army have caught that, but if you guys are on the stream, see if you can get someone down that way. All right, I was just told we do have an eye on it.
You wrote it upside down. No, you didn't.
Rich, I can't really text back, man, but if you can hop back.
That you guys are familiar with?
Sorry?
Massachusetts delegates?
None that I know.
No. Okay, all right, thank you guys.
No problem. But yeah, so, hey, Rich, I can't read what you sent me, man, but if you want to hop on here on the Periscope and just hit me on here, I can respond to comments. Where can I see what's going on with the protest? I'm brand new to this. Stay on Periscope. If you want to see what's going on, stay on Periscope. I don't really feel comfortable being on camera, really, but I think people need to see this still. I think folks need to know what's going on. I'll report once again from the floor once I'm back in there, but as a delegate, I think it's crazy that this is going on. Hey.
I have to get up there. They have a big camera up there.
I'm going to head back, I think. I just don't know how much more I got in it for today, guys. Pepper spray, I've been told, is at FDR Park.
So one of our candidates
I'm going to walk around the DNC right now. I'm going to see what's going on. Yeah, Justin Devin, that's what's going on right here. Everything's peaceful here at the DNC itself. Everything here at the DNC itself is peaceful. I've been told that there are reports of pepper spray at FDR Park, but I am not sure because I can't confirm that yet. We've got one of our other teams out that way, so we'll keep giving you the citizen journalism that you're used to. And this is me walking around the DNC right now. I'm outside. I nearly said we could go back inside, but I think I'm just going to hop on one of the buses and head back to the hotel. Thanks, man. I just want to say thank you. Because, I appreciate everything that's going on. This could have been a lot crazier, but everyone out here doing this really did a good job. I just really wanted to say thanks, especially coming from Seattle, where it wouldn't have been quiet on either side. So thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Hey, folks. So we're out here. It's a nice, windy, breezy night here in Philadelphia. It's pretty humid, though, but hey, for the first time, feel like it was safe to protest. I feel like they'll tell us if we can or can't go somewhere. I personally am headed towards the buses. I'm gonna head home to the hotel.
But just to catch you guys up on what happened is...
Hey, there's another one of my Washington delegates. She's also live streaming.
Hey.
We're out here. I'm headed back to the hotel. I will live stream probably until I hop on the shuttle, and then I'm going to call it quits. I'm going to ask though, routes 1 through 6. Okay, so that says police line don't cross. I would assume, I guess we're not allowed to go back to the hotels yet. They haven't started the shuttle service, so they haven't started the shuttle service. Then I'm just going to walk back to the hotel. Not the hotel, but the DNC. I don't know what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do just yet.
Okay, guys, that was Adair Smith from yesterday, showing us the walkout, showing us the different things that happened, talking about what happened, and reporting on the ground from the perspective of a delegate in the middle of the developing situations. So Wolf Manos, if you can stop spamming, that would be great, else we will have to swing the ban hammer. So what we are going to be doing now is we're going to be showing you a piece of footage from yesterday where Benjamin Dixon was protesting alongside others, and the Jill Stein and others joined in on the protest. This is for those of you who were with us last morning but wasn't with us last evening, that we're giving these recaps. Before we cue the video, we have now confirmation on what exactly happened yesterday with regards to Nina Turner. Nina Turner was banned from taking the stage. She was banned from endorsing Bernie Sanders and was thus publicly humiliated. And for a former senator from a state, a person who has formerly worked for the Clinton campaign and other campaigns, a person so passionate, a person so intelligent, a person so dedicated to public service, to be treated this way is, yeah. I cannot believe that she's been treated this way. So she is going to address this in a press conference later today, which we're going to be trying to bring you. Brandon is still working on getting the Jill Stein campaign to lock down a time and a place for us to bring the 1 hour long interview with her that we have been setting up with them. And we are also hoping to hear back from Lauren Steiner from the California delegation that we've heard from the last couple of days. So stay with us, guys. We have a great show for you. After we've shown this video, we will take some more questions from the chat, and we will see where it takes us and where the day takes us. If you find feeds, if you find Periscope feeds, if you find Twitter feeds, or if you find YouTube feeds, or even YouTube videos that have been recorded during today that you think are interesting or relevant, then we'll show them, just like we did yesterday, where we got a video up on the channel that had been found by Upstate Raider, I believe. So thank you for joining us. This is the Project Sanity Show and the Progressive Army working together to bring you the coverage of the DNC in Philadelphia. You can find me on Twitter at Scandianvia, and yes, it is misspelled. You can find my partner and co-host Richard Green at Progressive Greens on Twitter. You can find Eric Miller, who's right now doing the magic in the production room behind the scenes, EM Project Sanity, at EM Project Sanity, and you can find Dave Conan, who has also been producing yesterday and will be producing later today. You can find him at Our Revolution TV. You can also find Benjamin Dixon Show at the PPD Show. You can find Anoa at The Wave with Anoa, and you can find the Louisa Project 2027. You can find that at Louisa Project 2027. This is the Project Sanity Show. My name is Nis Pedersen, and here comes Benjamin Dixon from yesterday.
We're live. We're live, folks. All right, Dr. Jill Stein just left, but the riot police are here. Sorry I got disconnected last time. We just had it was chaos. But I got a chance to talk to Dr. Stein. I'll upload it afterwards. But I asked her if she had anything to say to Hillary Clinton and the DNC, and her response was, "We're leaving you behind." All right. So right now, the riot police are here. And it should be interesting because Dr. Stein is now gone. And there's a sit-in. There's pretty much a sit-in in front of the riot police, the state riot police.
Citizens using our right to assemble. We have the right to peacefully protest. We are using that right. We have been non-violent. We have committed no acts of violence. You have no reason to be here.
Yeah, very strange. They got Dr. Stein out of here. She left about 60 seconds ago. They got her out of here. But this is the DNC. Dr. Stein crashed the DNC party, and this is the result. Yes, there are delegates out here. Delegates walked out, and now many of them are out here.
Simply using our rights as American citizens to assemble and peacefully protest.
And of course, we're with the wonderful Ben Dixon.
This is the DNC's response. To be real, the city of Philadelphia police were rather cordial.
Peaceful hippies without weapons. We have children here, and you are armed and dangerous. You look like a bunch of criminals. This is why we have a constitution to protect us from thugs like yourself. This is gangsterism.
Nah, bruh. Too close to me. Let me back up. I'm not using the word thugs because my skin is just a little bit darker than his. There are thousands of people out here. But this is what the DNC sent out to meet the protesters. I'm going to be honest with you, with the size of the fencing around this building, there's almost no way humanly possible for this crowd to break it down. So it's interesting to see the riot police here. Not just cops. I mean, they're riot police. Yeah, Jill Stein. I'm going to upload an interview. I got an interview with her out here in this insanity. All right, let's break some lines here, folks.
Jason, tell us what you've done today. Well, I came out here to support you and Jill and help Jill get through the crowd and get her movement message out there. There is alternatives to Hillary and Trump that are much better choices. But you were a Democratic delegate from Colorado.
Sorry, guys, I'm not big on hijacking somebody.
I know that West Virginia has some of California.
There. I mean, and this is only a small portion. Back on the other side, there was a Black Lives Matter protest. I would say about 750 people with that individual protest. But this is where the riot police are. We have about 8 helicopters flying overhead. But this is not a riot. It is overwhelmingly peaceful. Almost, you could say, a bunch of peaceful hippies. Nah, shawty, I'm gonna, y'all see a big dude move really fast. They start throwing tear gas. It's a young boy at the gate. There were every bit of 10,000 people out here tonight. And if you didn't see it on your mainstream media, it's a shame.
One second, guys. Looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with Periscope. I'm going to try to refresh this page.
We're live? We're live, folks. All right, Dr. J. All right, so it's more than likely, listen, I mean, we all know, more than likely, this is not going to pop off for many. All right, thanks. Many reasons this probably will not turn into anything more than this, but the optics of it are extremely terrifying. So anyway, Dr. Jill Stein was here. They whisked her away.
At this time, not right now. Okay, just stand by. We might be able to do something, but...
Dr. Stein had a message. I had a chance to interview her. I'll upload it after this. She had a message for Hillary Clinton and the DNC. She said, "We are leaving you behind." Again, Dr. Jill Stein was here. It was a massive crowd. Not only Dr. Jill Stein, but there was a huge Black Lives Matter presence. I say they had about 750 to 1,000 people just for Black Lives Matter. There were at least 3 different protests. This is a result. riot police are just on the other side of this fence. Again, this is an overwhelmingly peaceful protest. I doubt very seriously that anything will happen. However, the optics that the DNC has the riot police out on standby is certainly problematic. Who flung do? You know, you can't kiss my ass.
Right now, they think that we are going to get violent. So right now, what we need to do is stay calm and move away. Move away. Move away. Show them that we mean no violence. We are here in peace. Move away. Everyone move away.
Get away from the gate. Just a little space.
If you march to FDR for the Canada Angels, delegates will join you. They will not let us in or let them out.
Progressive Army badge just for shits and giggles. Progressive Army badge just for shits and giggles.
Do what now?
Progressive Army badge just for shits and giggles.
I don't know if I have it. See if you see it in there.
We just got fucked over.
Again, so this is a tactic that some people have been using to disperse the crowd, telling them to move to the to go gather someone else.
They are outside. They left early in protest.
Thank you.
This guy right here, you can see that we're not.
Until you stand against police brutality, you stand with police brutality. You are all guilty of police brutality. Standing here on this line right now in front of peaceful protesters means that you are standing with police brutality. You are holding weapons in front of peaceful protesters. That is police brutality. We are standing here peacefully and you are threatening us. Until you stand against the systematic oppression, until you stand against police brutality, you are police brutality. Every single one of you standing here is police brutality.
And because of my melanin, I'm going to step back a little bit. Just for the record, I will not be going to the fence to say some shit like that.
So they can get inside and protest in public.
Some of the Bernie delegates have already left and they're heading to FDR Park. We're going to meet them there. Guys, we have to go away from the fence so that they'll let these delegates in. They're Bernie people. They need to get back in, but we're scary, apparently. So we have to back up.
Again, nobody's moving this time. All right, so the officers will not speak to us on camera. Maybe if I could find a supervisor, even though that was a white shirt.
Police preventing the delegates from coming outside? What's happening?
That's the same line they've been using all afternoon to disperse crowds, so nobody's really believing them anymore.
Exactly. I don't feel like that.
Yeah.
They back in until people get back. First. That's why we want people to go to FDR Park to get more people out. Yes. Because there's people here. We have to get people out here. We're trying to get more delegates to join us. We need people to go to FDR so they can let us in.
They're not going to let you in.
Yes, they will. We just have to get y'all back. They've already told us, okay, guys? And if they don't, then the 12 of us will walk down there.
That's almost cute.
They said they don't think we're going to get back in, so that we should take the subway. You want to be okay.
I know, that's why I'm trying to get them to go.
I don't think so. They're basically...
You guys.
trying to find a white shirt that would talk with us, if you don't mind, if you help me find somebody. Yeah. All right, so apparently the line is still working. So this crowd that was here has started to disperse. We're going to walk. Yeah, they fell for the FDR.
Hello, guys. Sorry about that. For some reason, rendering this video, the audio was pretty good, but the image from the video did not go through for some reason. We are unsure as why this is, but technical problems just seems to be the name of the game when it comes to our morning show. Usually later in the day, there are no problems whatsoever, but just the morning show seems to be hit by it very hard. So maybe it's morning jitters, maybe the internet is just shy, or maybe it is just Monday morning syndrome extending throughout the week. But in any case, we're very proud that Benjamin Dixon was at this protest and stood side by side with Jill Stein and even got to ask her some questions. We're sorry that the video could not render properly, but you can find the video on the Benjamin Dixon Show channel on the upload there. Right now, we're gearing up to have Lauren Steiner from the California delegation come back on, and after that, I completely lost my train of thought there. Later in the day, we will be bringing you the interview with Jill Stein. Contact has been made between Adair Schmidt and their campaign. And I have Lauren Steiner with me here. She seems to be very close to some sort of protest or demonstration. So, Lauren, if you can possibly find a place with less background noise, that would be amazing. So while Eric brings up Lauren into the graphics, and so that we can sit side by side and talk to each other, we can think about chat. Is there things that you would like Lauren to address, things you would like to know that could possibly be brought from Lauren Steiner to our attention about what has been happening since?
That's almost key.
Lauren, I'm sorry, but we seem to be having some technical difficulties. We can't get our signal through to YouTube for some reason or another. We simply don't know why. Either that or there is something terribly, terribly wrong with my internet and ability to watch things. Lauren, you're muted, so I can't hear what you're saying. So if you can just touch your screen and then click the small microphone symbol, then I can hear what you're saying. Guys, Lauren, we cannot hear anything you're saying. You're muted. Lauren, you're muted. Okay, Eric, just cut to the placeholder and take down the feed. Stop streaming.
Connecting. Hang on.
I think we lost Lauren. She's completely frozen.
All right. It's connecting now, connecting to all the streams. We're live, guys.
Okay. Welcome back. We had some technical difficulties this time, like it was on my end, and we are joined by Lauren Steiner. Lauren, say hi to the audience and tell us, give us a bit of an update on what's been happening on the ground there.
We'll be free. Democrats, can't you see? Palestine will be free. Democrats, can't you see?
Lauren, can you hear me?
We'll be free. Democrats, can't you see? Palestine.
Lauren, can you hear us?
Democrats, can't you see? Palestine will be free. Democrats, can't you see? Palestine.
Lauren, can you give us an update on what's been going on?
Can't you see? Palestine will be free.
We'll check back in with Lauren later. She seems to be on a march on the street where the chant is Democrats, can't you see that they're longing to be free. So we are going to check back in with Lauren when she's in a place where she can hear what we're saying. And now Lauren started to speak, but she is muted. Lauren, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? Lauren, can you unmute yourself? Lauren, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay.
We cannot hear anything you're saying. You need to unmute yourself. Guys, we cannot hear what you're saying. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, let's cut away from this until they find out how to unmute themselves. Yeah, so there's always technical difficulties, it seems. So it just seems
I think the problem is if we mute her and she doesn't know it, she's not unmuting.
Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, when she does not use earbuds, we can't really communicate with her in any way, shape, or form. So when it's too loud and we have to cut away when she's not actually talking to us. Lauren, we still cannot hear you. You are muted. Okay, so Dave, try and getting a message through to her, but we're going to try and move on in the show. Let's see, we have here from Adair Smith. He says that nothing is happening right now where he's at, but he could come on and talk. And he also has a person who's running for office in Massachusetts who have just left the party. So let's see if we can get Adair online. There seems to be quite a bit of ruckus going on the streets of Philadelphia. We're hoping that Lauren will find out how to press her screen and unmute herself so that we can hear what she has to tell us. But while we're waiting for that, This is the Project Sanity show, and my name is Nis Vincent Pedersen. You are watching Project Sanity and the Progressive Army's combined effort to cover the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia. We have several people on the ground who are reporting into us both in the mornings and midday, noon, afternoon, and evening. You have Benjamin Dixon on the ground using his contacts to try and talk to as many people as possible, being at the demonstration, getting interviews. We are at the moment working on a 1 hour long exclusive interview with Jill Stein that Brandon is arranging that Adair Smith so that Adair Smith is able to sit down with Jill Stein and a bunch of Bernie Sanders delegates to have an interview. We will be bringing this later today, and until such a time as we get more hard news on what is going on the ground, it seems to simply be people arranging marches and protests, people being angry about the treatment yesterday of Nina Turner, people being angry about the rigged system that the DNC set up throughout the 2016 campaign, the way that they scoffed at Bernie Sanders, the way that the media scoffed at Bernie Sanders, and the way that it seems like there was both an effort independent of each other and a combined effort by media and the DNC to ridicule and undermine Bernie Sanders and his campaign from the get-go. Now, this, of course, has a rich tradition in grassroots and the left side of the party being completely and utterly ignored by the more centrist parts of the Democratic Party, especially since the New Democrats was invented by Bill and Hillary Clinton. Lauren seems like she's in a more quiet place right now. Lauren, you are muted. You need to touch your screen and unmute yourself so that we can hear what you're saying. We've not been picking up on anything you've said so far. There you go. And Lauren,
okay.
Welcome back on the show.
Okay, thank you. Did you, I was unmuted when I was interviewing Jody Evans. Did you catch that interview?
We did not. We tried several times to communicate to you guys that you were muted and that we really wanted to hear what you had to say, but
well, I unmuted myself. It didn't look like my microphone had the X in front of it.
Okay.
So you didn't? Did you see the video?
Yeah, we saw you marching with the people, and we heard the chanting. It seems like there are quite a bit of that going on in Philadelphia at the moment.
You heard the chanting, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This was a march organized by Code Pink, basically to protest the settlements in Palestine. And Jody Evans was basically saying the Democrats are just as bad, if not worse, than the Republicans when it comes to supporting Israel, the government of Israel, and their right-wing policies against the Palestinian people. And this was a protest that started, I found out about it, I was just coming out of a California delegates meeting at the Marriott Hotel, and I heard the chanting in the lobby. So they're basically taking this to multiple hotels this morning. And, you know, there's a lot of protesting going on in Philadelphia. And I'm also here to talk to you about any, answer any questions that you might have about, what happened on the floor last night.
Yeah, before we get into that, on the topic of Palestine, we've been hearing some reports on social media about Palestinian flags being taken away by security and even some pro-Palestinian placard posters and flags being burned or destroyed. Is this anything that you can speak to?
No, I can't speak to that. I know that there was a flag burned intentionally. I don't know if it was a Palestinian flag by a Black Lives Matter protest that was happening outside the convention center last night. You know, I can speak a little bit to the walkout, which I was bummed I didn't get the notification. There's been a lot of talks about walkouts, and I can't really speak to, what's in the works, but I did find out after the fact that a bunch of delegates walked out and they did a sit-in in the media tent. And it was
Yeah.
quite shocking because they were basically saying, if you're not going to cover us and our issues and our concerns, we're going to come to you. So they went into the media tent and they sat down. And from what I heard, the mainstream media was not covering it, you know, the mainstream corporate media, but a lot of foreign media did interviews with our people. And, you know, Dave, if he wants to go to my Facebook page, there's a video that I did last night with Gina Harris, who is a friend of mine and a delegate from the Los Angeles area, in which I did a short interview with her. It's maybe a little bit more than a minute and a half, 2 minutes max, in which she talked about that. So you may want to cut to that, but I'll also let you know that what happened was they locked them in for like an hour because I think they were worried about some sort of protest happening inside the convention, and they didn't want them to go back inside the convention floor. But they finally said, look, it's the mothers of the movement, you know, the mothers of the people who were killed by the police. They're going to be in, you know, I'm walking around, I don't even know where I am. Oh, this is hysterical. I've completely gone to the wrong place. Hold on one second. Which way is the Marriott? Oh, it's right there. Thank you. No, I'm walking in the right place. They said that they wanted to be part of that, so they let them go back in. And what else can I tell you about last night? Well, you know, basically after the, first of all, we were really pissed off that they were counting the superdelegates in the first ballot. And we didn't even figure, I didn't figure that out until they got to Michigan, and I saw that, you know, Hillary had more delegates than Michigan. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And then I figured it out. Here's the thing, a lot of people don't know because, of course, the corporate media wasn't reporting this. Hillary did not have enough delegates, pledged delegates, to win on the first ballot. She only had 2,220 delegates. She needed 2,383 to win on the first ballot, and she didn't have that. So they passed some kind of rule basically saying they could count the superdelegates on the first ballot so there wouldn't have to be a second ballot. But they did live up to their word to Bernie Sanders to go through all the states. And as I'm sure you saw, he was the last one in Vermont to basically put her name up for nomination. And after all the states had gotten to vote. And, you know, the most moving moment for me last night was Bernie Sanders' brother, Larry Sanders, who lives in England. He's lived there for many years. He actually came and was sitting with the Delegates Abroad group, and they overwhelmingly voted for Bernie. So he got to say, you know, he mentioned the names of his parents, said that they died young, and they would have been incredibly proud of Bernie. And then you might have seen, he was weeping when he was saying it. And then they cut over to Bernie, who was also tearing up, and Jane was comforting him. And then I started crying. And I have to tell you, I only usually cry in sad movies. There aren't a lot of things in real life that make me cry. But in this whole, you know, 1 year, and actually 13 months now that I've been involved with Bernie and his campaign and his movement, this was the first time that I cried. I was just so moved. And I think I was also partly crying because of his capitulation, really how they have gotten him under their thumb in order to do what he wants to do, which is go back to the Senate and work with those damn Democrats.
Yeah. Okay, Lauren, is there, do you have anything for us with regards to Nina Turner? There's been quite an outcry on social media about Nina Turner being treated in a particular way. Is this anything you've heard something about?
Well, I have heard that the rumor that she was decredentialed is actually not true. They said that Nina Turner and Rosario were decredentialed. That did not happen, but apparently she was treated in a very disrespectful manner. She was not allowed to speak, and they edited her out of the video that they showed. I don't know. I wasn't really spending a lot of time on the convention floor after the roll call vote, so I didn't see this video that they're talking about. But I understand that Nina is going to be making a statement at some point later today. And I also wanted to add that I'm going to be speaking at a Protect the Seed, Stop the TPP rally in FDR Park. It goes from 3 to 8 p.m. Hopefully I'll be able to meet with the organizers and make sure that I get on in the beginning to talk about our TPP action, because I've got to get back to the floor for the activities that are planned for tonight. But that will be live streamed on Facebook, and if you just, in the Google search bar, I think it's called Protect Our Seeds, you might be able to find the event page, at which point you can get the link to live stream.
Okay, if you can send that information to Dave, then we will most definitely show that march. Okay, Lauren Steiner, anything we should be keeping an eye on? I mean, Hillary Clinton is now officially the nominee of the Democratic Party. So what's next for the Bernie-crats? What's next for the Bernie delegation, as you see?
Well, you know, Bernie had a meeting this morning of Our Revolution. That's one of his new organizations. And I had an opportunity to talk to Claire Sandberg, who is one of his digital organizers. She's going to be helping lead up that effort along with a guy named Shannon Jackson. It's going to be based out of Washington, D.C. She's just moved from Burlington to Washington. And that effort is to get more progressives to run for local office, not just the brand new Congress, which is a completely separate effort from the Sanders campaign. That's focusing on taking over the Congress in 2018. But this is more about local races, school board, city council, even state legislatures. And I had an opportunity to talk to her about my ideas to say, look, it's not just about running for office, okay? Some people have jobs that they like and they want to keep. So it needs to be about lobbying legislators. You could do something as mild as a citizen lobby meeting. Why should corporations be the only ones who set up meetings with legislators? And if that doesn't work, you can protest outside their offices. I've done that. Or, you know, occupy their offices and don't leave until they do what the people want. So I think that's one thing we should be doing. And the other final part, the thing that I mentioned to her, is we should be setting up the Citizens ALEC so that we could craft legislation and give it to progressive legislators to put forth. Why should it just be ALEC and the top 100 multinational corporations putting in all this right-wing legislation, which has basically ruined our country? A lot of people have been focusing on the federal level over the past decade, but really all the dangerous things have happened on the state level because of ALEC and the Koch brothers and the whole Tea Party strategy of starting with local races. And that's, you know, what I think we have to focus on.
Okay, you heard it from Lauren Steiner, Bernie Sanders delegate from California, who has once again come on to our show to give us an update on what's going on. Lauren, we hope we can check in with you later today to hear more about what's happening. Else we'll most definitely be checking in with you again tomorrow. And we're really looking forward to hearing more about this Our Revolution organization from Bernie Sanders. That would be very interesting if you could set up a contact there.
All right, I'll try to get a report from somebody that was at that meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Lauren Steiner, everyone. While Lauren has been briefing us, Adair Smith has been joining us in our Hangout. And Adair, you have, Adair right now seems to be talking very emphatically with someone next to him. I'm unsure whether Adair actually realizes that he's about to go on camera. But whether or not he does.
Hey, sorry.
Hello there. Okay.
How are you doing? I know it's been a minute. How are you doing?
How are you doing it there? Okay, we just heard from Lauren Steiner, a delegate from the California delegation, who's also been giving us daily updates. She's been telling us a little bit about the walkout, and she's been telling us about a Code Pink march that's happened. And she's told us that Bernie Sanders has established an organization called Our Revolution, which is going to aim at trying to change things. So what do you have to tell us there? You were mentioning something about having someone who's running for office in Massachusetts who just left the Democratic Party. Do you have her with you?
I'm here with her right now.
Hi everyone.
Hello. Can you tell us a bit about yourself? What's your name and where do you live?
Hi, my name is Carrie Thompson, and I've been a big Bernie activist for the past year. I've been a very actively involved Democrat for the past year as well, or really the past 10 years in my life. But I just decided to go independent and run in Massachusetts for state rep as a member of the United Independent Party, which is an up-and-coming, wonderful party in Massachusetts, in order to continue Bernie's revolution. So I think that it's really exciting to be here seeing all of these different amazing Bernie delegates and individuals and planning how we're going to continue doing this for Bernie, because it is, in a way, you know, kind of over for us here at the DNC, but I'm really feeling empowered by how many of us are excited to go back to our homes and towns and really kind of start this more at a grassroots level like Bernie has asked us to.
Yeah, not me, us.
Well, I can't hear him.
1 second, miss. We've got to mess up the camera shot because we can't hear you. So 1 sec. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so what I just said was that is the essence of Bernie's message, not me, us. It is about us continuing this revolution. He said that even if he had won, he said from a very early stage that he would return to the people because he would need us the day after. It would be the only way to get rid of this chokehold that the establishment has on the politics. So have you heard from many other people in Massachusetts who wants to go back and do new politics?
Support my fellow friends and colleagues in the Massachusetts Bernie delegation, but I'm also getting a lot of heat and anger from the Massachusetts Democrats because I've been a loyal Democrat and actively involved in politics for the past 10 years, and they're pretty mad that I'm leaving, but I no longer can support the system because I don't feel like the establishment is giving a voice to the people. I can't support it anymore. I think the two-party system is fundamentally flawed. I think that Bernie has been right all this time being an independent, and I think that I already feel a lot more freedom to speak about what I believe in now that I've kind of, you know, separated from the Democratic Party. So I'm really proud to be a United Independent Party member right now. And the Bernie people have been amazing here. We all are so supportive of each other, and I think that we're all figuring out how we can continue the revolution in our own way. But I decided to really take the big leap of faith and run because I think that's genuinely what Bernie wants us to do.
Mm-hmm. I think you're absolutely right. Run for office, impact legislation. Lawrence Steiner suggested one way we could do things that I've also been talking about myself. Why is it only organizations such as ALEC? Why is it only billionaires that put legislation in the hands of politicians? We should have organizations that help citizens propose legislation. We should have citizen lobbyists who represent communities and go up and schedule meetings with legislators. Why should it only be the big lobby companies that can do this?
And just, you guys don't even understand, the level of corporate influence at this convention right now is insane. Every one of our breakfasts and open bars and receptions is sponsored and being, you know, getting underwritten by a big organization. It's unbelievable how much of corporations are taking over in a way. I mean, when you see it up close, it's shocking.
Okay. So have you had any experience with people coming up to you or coming up to others or trying to exert undue influence?
It's more just bribing people with gifts and, you know, swag bags and free food and an open bar, you know, and I'm not against all business or corporations, but I am against how many people here are trying to influence voters just by bribing us. I actually feel like we're being bribed a little bit just by giving us a lot of free stuff and free food and, you know, hats and bottle openers and M&Ms that have your name on it. So it's a little more subtle. It's not like, you know, these people are coming up to us, but it's more that we're just seeing the influence of how so many of our current elected officials and people in power have already been, you know, quote unquote, bought a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's just perhaps not so much the here's some M&Ms with your name on it, vote as I ask you. It's more the, okay, so here is a ton of money for all of your delegates. Now, if you want me to do this again, next time you hold a convention, you better help me out with the legislation.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly how it is. It's like, we'll buy your delegates, you know, this amazing meal and free hors d'oeuvres and an open bar, but here's what you're going to do for us. And you can tell that's how this is playing out. And people don't even see this side of politics. It's way more corrupt on the inside when you kind of become an insider like me. Even though I left the party, I'm still being given credentials because I have a lot of friendships here. You know what I mean? But once you see it, it's so disturbing because the general population has no idea that this level of complete and total corruption is going on.
Yeah. So let's say that your independent party started to rise to prominence, and it also wants to hold a big convention for its party to gather and to talk and to do things. How do you think that this should be funded then?
We have to take a stand by saying we're not going to have special interest money or corporate money or, you know, lobbyist donations happening. I think we have to cut that out entirely. I've already made that pledge myself as a candidate on my website that I will not take any type of special interests, you know, backdoor, crazy, shady deal money at all. I think my party that I've joined, again, the United Independent Party in Massachusetts, fundamentally believes that. And that's one of our main goals, is to try to upset the money in politics situation. We need more people speaking out about this, and we also need more people who are brave enough to run for office and then truly not take any of this money that you're being offered, because I see how tempting it is, especially when you're a member of either the Democrat or Republican Party. I see how tempting it is because I've already been asked to run for things as a Democrat, and I see how easy it is to get, you know, I see how easy it is to become one of those people, even if you start off with good intentions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, there's quite a few shows by now about politics and politicians, and you see how a lot of them start out with good intentions, and then they are told, yeah, but you have re-election in 2 years, so you have to start raising money. It's
and
like,
which is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's just, but I just got in, and you telling me I have to raise money. And like from the first day, your decisions are influenced by the next election.
Yep.
So would the solution, in your opinion, be less election or more election? What would the solution to this problem be, that people seem to have to raise money for elections constantly?
We have to completely, obviously, overturn Citizens United and completely transform how money is used for politics, because it's not working, and it's making a lot of elected officials who may even be good people have to only ever focus on winning in re-election, and that's a major problem. So we have to completely reform money in politics as a situation, but we also need other types of transparency. I actually am for things like term limits and more open voice votes. You know, for example, in Massachusetts on Beacon Hill, a lot of times our legislatures are too scared to have their votes recorded, so that no constituent ever knows how most of the people are voting, for example, in Massachusetts, so they don't have to ever have their votes tracked. We need people that are brave enough to actually stand up for things and take a backbone and not have to worry about being in trouble from your party or from the, you know, corporations, or losing an election and not then being able to do any good. It's a completely warped mentality of how elections are right now.
Okay, but so would one solution be to have longer terms? Okay, put in term limits, but at the same time also have longer terms, so that you get elected and then you can focus on your job.
Absolutely. I think that we can play with that. I think that actually longer terms and then term limits on top of it could help. So for example, the races that are every 2 years, which is a lot of, you know, legislatures and congressional races, you don't even have time to breathe or do anything. So possibly changing that and making it longer, I think, is one solution, but then we can't have people that just become career politicians forever and forget the real purpose of being there. I understand the importance of something like institutional memory, and I do understand why some people are really against term limits, because you do want good people in there for a long time if you have them, but I think that the way our political system is set up right now, we're getting fewer and fewer of those people that are good long term. And I think that we will have more people who genuinely care about public service running for office as part of their life and not necessarily a major career move forever, if that makes sense.
It does, it does. I would just say one thing, like institutional memory can be a good thing vis-a-vis being good at doing things, but institutional memory, if you're a minority, is one of the reasons why there's so much fight for criminal justice. So institutional memory can work both ways.
Absolutely, that 100% agree. I think that institutional memory can be great, but right now our institution isn't functioning. Our institution sucks right now. So we need to change something. We need to shake it up because it's not serving the people. And everyone knows that, and there's a reason why someone like Bernie and someone like Trump has resonated in our election this year, because everyone knows that they're being screwed over by an establishment that only cares about themselves.
Okay. You know what? Why don't you give us your full name and where you're running again, and then I want to thank you very much for coming on our show.
You see it?
Nope.
Joincarry.org. So that's my card.
And this, I'll make sure I'll hold on to the card. I'll upload it to our Slack later, and I'm sure we'll be able to get a follow up and all those other fun things.
Yes, it was great talking to you. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you for all that you're doing, Karen. Okay. That was Karen Smith from Massachusetts, who has been a lifelong Democrat and recently dropped out of the Democratic Party and is now running on a third-party platform. I think we're going to be hearing a lot more of these stories. Now, how they're going to do in their elections is entirely up to us. It is not up to them. It's not, ooh, we're going to have to see how they do. No, if you want them to do well, promote them, help them, fund them, get them elected. Show the Democratic Party that and the Republican Party that the two-party system is gone. It's dead. It's no more. Adair, you have muted yourself. We would very much like to hear what it is that you have in front of you. Okay. So tell us about yourself, man.
So every day, and I apologize for not guys being able to come on as often, both to you guys and the viewers. It's been really hectic out here. So this right here is my ceremonious credentials. It really doesn't do anything, doesn't give me any floor access, anything like that. It says Washington State 2016. But what's actually important, and I'll bring these out here in a sec, is what gives you these credentials are what will give you access to the floor. Once that, guys, I gotta put the camera down. I'm working with my phone. I'm really sorry. These credentials here, these you get one every day. These credentials determine what you can do, where you can go, how you can get there. These are the ones given to delegates, and it says delegate floor. So that gives me permission to get by security, to walk into the Wells Fargo Center, to get through Secret Service and all the other security measures that they have. Then following that, I can go to the floor. I can sit down where delegates are seated. But as those who have watched the live stream and watched here have been able to catch from some of my live streams, there's tiered seating, right? So right behind where I'm sitting, because they put all the Bernie delegates back in the nosebleeds, right behind me is club seating, or seats that you have to pay roughly $10,000 to get. Then above that, and I actually think I managed to get this on stream a little while ago, was where President Bill Clinton was sitting. That's just above that, and those seats are about $100,000. So here's the funny thing, right? I'm elected. I represent over 100,000 voters in my congressional district. I'm allowed to go to the convention center. I'm allowed to be on the delegate floor. That's it. If you pay $10,000, you can be in the club seating. You can go to the delegate floor, and you can get through security. If you paid the $100,000, you can do anything you want. They have special VIP access rooms where if you didn't pay money, you're not going to get in. And by pay money, I mean you're probably paying more money than most of us will make in a year. It's absolutely staggering the way that they have this convention set up, how things are going on. When I've been live streaming from the floor, I've been checking. I'll look at the comments as they pop up. CNN, MSNBC, half of the time they're half a minute to a minute behind me. When it comes to streaming, they're not picking up any of the protests. We've dropped several banners. They're not picking up the boos. They're not picking up the cheers for Bernie. They're making it, the narrative coming out is almost one-sided, and I think that's exactly what the DNC wanted.
Yeah.
Things like the protest yesterday.
Party unity.
Yeah, oh my God, miss, I swear to God, I hate the word unity. I hate that word now. I don't think you guys understand just how fucking often it's been thrown at us.
Do you want? I can tell you something that will make you love the word unity again. If you switch the letters around very slightly, it becomes untie.
I mean, but guys, I mean, it's crazy out here in Philly. There's been a lot that's going on, but she was absolutely right. Everything, I mean, I'm still getting emails. Come to this event dinner. Come to this special dinner with these special folks and these things. And there's an open bar here and an open bar there. And these bars. I'm just like, man. But most of the time, really, honestly, I feel really confident about the way the Bernie crowds have been working. All our Bernie delegates, we're there until midnight, sometimes almost 1 a.m. on the floor. We make all of the votes, we make all of the appearances, we make sure everybody knows what's going on and aren't being distracted by the parties, aren't being distracted by the vast amount of money that's just been thrown around.
Okay. Did you catch Bill Clinton's speech?
I did not. I was locked in the media tent at that point. At that point, there was a police barricade to keep both. To be fair, to keep both us and both us inside and those outside safe. It was actually surprisingly good.
Okay, so Adair, I'm gonna read you a quote from Bill Clinton, and you're gonna tell me what you think. Okay?
All right.
President Clinton to young African Americans: help us build a future where people aren't afraid to walk outside, including police.
Miss, how liberal can I be with my speech on the show right now?
Keep your cursing to a minimum, please.
Help me create a world where Bill Clinton can eat a bag of baby dicks. That's how I feel about that sentence. That's how I feel about that.
Okay.
And I mean, and here's the thing. At the protest yesterday, the police were great. I mean, coming from Seattle where things have turned violent really quickly, you know, you think the WTO riots, you know, it's coming there. I spoke with them. I was like, hey, I just want to let you guys know this is what's going on. I want to make sure, is there anything that we can do to make sure that this doesn't escalate? I was like, no, you know what, we're just going to make sure everyone's safe. And once we make sure everyone inside is safe, you guys are going to be able to go and do what you want. And the only reason why we had to stay longer was because the rest of the Bernie delegates flooded out, because only I think maybe 400 or 500 of us got inside the media tents, and the other, you know, the rest of them came out and were just standing and showing in solidarity. So that's why we had to stay there a bit longer. But it was surprising the level of restraint that happened. I think the level of restraint, the level of professionalism, and the level of respect that they gave us as protesters, and in return we as protesters gave them as the law enforcement. I think that's how you make the world safe for police to say, you know what, I'm not afraid to go outside. I think that's how it has to be. I think because talking to a lot of the cops here, they've been like, I've met quite a few of them like, hey, yeah, no, I'm not cool with, you know, overreactions by my colleagues, and I make sure I tell them that. I tell them that's not acceptable. And I think that level of accountability, not only to the people, but to other police officers, I think that goes a long way. That goes a long way to building community trust, to making me, as a black person, not feel as frightened as I am when I'm in Seattle.
No. So speaking about police and justice and being a black person, have you heard the news about the most recent update in the Freddie Gray case?
I did, that he got off, that all of them were acquitted, is the last thing I heard.
And the remaining charges have been dropped.
I'm sorry?
The remaining charges against the last 3 officers have been dropped.
Ridiculous. Look, here's the thing. Freddie Gray didn't put himself in the back of a police van. Freddie Gray didn't break his own neck. You have...
Yeah.
If we as a country can't sit down and recognize that people are fallible, that institutions are fallible, that a uniform is fallible. That's not to say that every single person is horrible, but that is to say we're being killed at an incredible rate. You know, it's frightening to be a person of color and to leave the house and to go outside and to deal with these things on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And to hear these officers getting off when I feel there's more than enough evidence that any reasonable person could say with beyond the shadow of a doubt, this was no accident. That specific accident.
One silver lining, I wouldn't even call it a silver lining, I would just call it not shit. That's the one thing, is that the prosecutor refuses to rule it a suicide. They keep it on the books as a homicide, just a homicide without any convictions.
But I think that's a first step. As terrible as it is, as terrible as it feels to say that, a lot of these times it never would have made it this far. I think America's starting to make progress. I think we're starting to say, you know what, things have to change, and I think we're seeing it on every side. And here's one of the things I want to point out yesterday.
Yeah, but when at RNC you have people saying blue lives matter, you have
correct.
And then at the DNC you have former President Bill Clinton stand up and say, oh, but it's actually really the black people's own fault because police are afraid to go out and handle these inner city youths.
I agree with
super
that.
Predators.
I'm speaking more from and this I think it has, speaking from a local level in Philadelphia, right? I've been inundated with interactions with police while I've been here. And I think the nation could start to follow a lot of these people's leads. A lot of these folks have been, hey, I'm going to be up front. I'm going to be open. I'm going to be honest. If when the protests got, what happened when the protests got a little bit scary, when people were starting being shoved back. Here's the thing that I've noticed, and it's always blamed on black people, right? It's always blamed on the BLM. But when we're in the protest tent, it was a silent protest, right? It was to sit there. You were to sit in. You were to be quiet. I was live streaming, so I was speaking and walking around. But for the most part, people were quiet and were respectful. However, there was a group of all white folks that started chanting Black Lives Matter and getting rowdy and getting loud, and at that point, the police had to do something because it could have devolved into a situation that got really dangerous. White folks that want to go to these protests, that want to go and make their voices heard, you guys cannot instigate things. You cannot instigate violence. When I've been in Seattle, there have been anarchists that are like, let's roll a dumpster down the hill at cops. Don't do shit like that, because it's not you that you're putting at risk. It's me. It's people that look like me. It's the people you're saying that you're there to protest for. That's who you're putting in danger. It's not acceptable. And I think that's one of the things that we have to realize. I mean, as a community, as a nation, I think there's a long way to go. There's no way in hell that anybody should have gotten off of Freddie Gray. There's no way in hell. There's no way that people should sit up here and tell me that Black Lives Matter is an offensive statement. There's no reason why the movement, people should try to distract and co-opt the movement. This whole Blue Lives Matter thing going on, it bothers the hell out of me. Blue isn't a life, man. It's an occupation, and I got that, the occupation can be dangerous. I understand that. Being a logger is dangerous. We don't have loggers' lives matters. Being a fisherman is dangerous. You don't hear folks going out fishing. Well, when I say Black Lives Matter, they're like, well, fishermen's lives matter. Nah. Understand that I can never not be black.
But America has to have a good guy and a bad guy. And in America, you have to have this dichotomy. You have a bad party and a good party. And you have the good guy cops and the bad guy criminals. And like you have to have a beginning and an end. And it's crazy. It's why all Hollywood movies these days looks like the same. All of them is because it's the exact same story with just different people in it, and it's always a good guy and a bad guy. No nuance, no gray.
I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, it's crazy to think about how all of this has transpired. It's crazy to think about, I'm here, and last night when I got out of the media tent, we got back to the floor, I got to catch the tail end of the Mothers Against Violence speaking at the DNC.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be honest with you, hearing them endorse Hillary Clinton when it was the Clintons that have caused this cycle they exacerbated that. They exacerbated it, right? They poured fuel on the fire. It was there before them, but with things like the crime bill, things with like mandatory minimums,
institutionalized,
welfare reform. They made it. Well, it was already institutionalized. They put it on steroids. To have to hear that happen bothered me. But then to hear what happened in FDR Park was frightening. To see the militarization of the police forces in the U.S., there was the counterterrorism task force in police vehicles at Wells Fargo. And I realized that there's dignitaries, there's former presidents. Tonight we're going to have a current president. The sitting president is going to be there. I got that. I also don't think, though, that you need snipers on the roof for a media sit-in. We got searched, you know, I don't, or to see people in like military formations with armor on, and we're people with delegate badges. Like, you know, it's shocking, it's frightening, and to be a person of color in America today, I couldn't think of anything more scary than that.
Okay, so let me ask you something else. One of the reasons why this prosecutor was able to bring these charges against the police officers in Baltimore in the Freddie Gray case is because of the riots in Baltimore. So the riots in Baltimore were happening, and the prosecutor came out and said, okay, we're going to prosecute these officers, and then the riots the rioters said, okay, a young black prosecutor is going to prosecute these policemen. Okay, we're going to step down and try and give justice a chance. In your opinion, in your mind, what do you feel like? What do you feel like the former protesters and rioters in Baltimore? How should they react to this news?
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit? I can't hear very well.
How should they react to this news?
How should they react to this news?
Yeah, the Baltimore protesters and rioters, the people who were a big part of it actually happening, these prosecutions.
Take the streets. You can't. Here's the thing. A closed mouth doesn't get fed, and people aren't going to listen to you until you start. Do what we've been doing. No justice, no peace. Until there's actually justice, shut down the system, shut down streets, march, protest. Make sure your voices are heard. That's one of the things that I've also experienced while being here. When we walked out yesterday, it sent a statement to the DNC, to Hillary Clinton, to the country. What was going on, that it wasn't acceptable. Black folks, Native folks, Asian folks, send that same message and walk out. This country couldn't survive without us. And we're not going to survive with the country in its current climate.
Okay. Are there any other updates you have for us on what's been going on or what's going to go on at the convention?
There's a few things that I believe are planned. I would suggest staying tuned because there's going to be from what I understand, there's some very big plans for Thursday. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot. We've been hounded by media a lot, and there's been a really. Also, be careful, by the way, of the media stories that you're hearing. KCTLA was reporting that Sanders supporters were shoving Clinton people and all these other things on the floor of the convention when none of that happened. And I can verify that because I was there. I actually have watched Hillary's delegates manhandle some of our smaller Bernie delegates, and it's absolutely ridiculous that that's going on. So be careful what you're being told from the mainstream media. Look up things. Look for things online. Look for the Periscope feed. So look for those things and stay here and look for our coverage because this is where you're going to get the real unfiltered news.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, you know, so we've got to kind of go.
How's it going with Jill Stein interview and the Nina Turner press conference? Do you think that you can bring us either of those today?
I definitely plan to do the Jill Stein interview. I was actually going to say here in a moment, I've got to hang up because I'm going to go call our campaign manager back, grab some lunch, and then hopefully head over that way and start recording. So we'll have that, and hopefully I'm actually bringing a lot of other delegates with me. So we're going to be getting as many angles, as many backups and redundancies as possible. So that way, if my stream for whatever reason goes out, we'll have a whole lot more, and there will be a lot of different angles to choose from. So I'm really excited to bring this to you guys. I'm actually going to announce it on my Twitter here in a moment. that I was going to do it officially. But thanks for beating me to the punch, man.
You're welcome. Okay, check it with Dave. He has some ideas for camera angles he would like to make so that it's going to just be super crisp. Okay, Adair Smith, thank you for checking in with us, and thank you so much for everything you're doing on the ground in Philadelphia, not just for those who wants Bernie Sanders' presidency, but for those of us who wants to take the fight beyond this convention.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, bye-bye, man. Okay, we now have Eric Holder talking voting rights at the Democratic Convention on a Periscope feed, and we'll be putting that up momentarily.
She died too young, but she worked all her life in civil rights and worked for voting rights, understanding that that's the great equalizer. That's the great equalizer. You know, that's the thing that John Lewis got beat for. People about Selma and Bloody Sunday, the March from Selma to Montgomery, people forget that was about voting rights. That was about voting rights. And you think about the sacrifices that John Lewis made, the example that he sets now. You know, as I said yesterday, the best way to ensure the right to vote is to exercise the right to vote. And as was indicated earlier, that means, you know, we can't only come out every 4 years, or when there's an African American or a woman who's running for president. That's right. There are going to be elections down ballot this year. There will be elections in 2 years that are going to be important. There's going to be a census in 2020. And state legislatures are going to draw legislative districts and congressional districts. And that's going to help decide what kind of Congress we have. I mean, if you look at the House of Representatives now and count all the votes that Republican members of Congress got, Republican and Democratic members of Congress got, there are 1 million more votes for Democrats in the House of Representatives. And yet we have way more Republicans. And that's because of the way in which the districts were drawn in their states. If we get out and vote on the state level, we can change that with the 2027. Make our federal government more representative of the people. So again, I want to thank you all for this recognition. All right, let's go there. I said yesterday that you know, one of the things that we had to consider in this question of, you know, police-community relationships, we had to take into account the historical things that we as African Americans bring to that equation. That there are some hard truths that we have to face. There are some difficult questions that have to be asked. And this whole question, you know, people said to me, well, boy, it's really bad now between what's going on between the police and people in the African American community. I was like, really? You think it was better in 1955 than it is now? You know what the difference is? Here's the difference. The difference is this. Yeah. For generations, for decades, we've been saying, you know, we've been talking about the way in which we have been unfairly treated by some in police departments. People didn't believe us, didn't want to believe us, didn't want to hear our voices. We were marginalized, as this history in this country has marginalized us in so many other ways. But now, because everybody's got cell phones and there are cameras all over the place, the things that we have said, or have been saying, and have said now, can be documented. And it's kind of like America's waking up and saying, well, you know what? They were right. There are issues here. And the characterization by some in the Republican Party, and especially, you know, Rudy Giuliani, about Black Lives Matter. Now, there are going to be people in any movement on the fringes who don't stand for what a movement is all about. And there are, you know, inappropriate things said by people who somehow claim to be associated with Black Lives Matter. That's just noise. That's just noise. I know these young people, you know. They remind me of myself when I was that age, a long time ago. They are committed. They are determined to be heard. They are in the best traditions of the civil rights movement. They're trying to move this country to a place that it ought to be. And so you all defend Black Lives Matter. And you defend the that for too long in our history, Black lives didn't matter. But now we're saying in 2016 that Black lives do matter. Here's the deal. These activists, these folks who are out there, the Black Lives Matter folks, you have got to make this not just a moment, but a movement. All right? I need to see you not only during a presidential election, a campaign season. I need to see you when the cameras maybe are not as strong. You know? I need you out there on a day-to-day basis doing the hard, boring work, as President Clinton described last night, the hard, boring work that ultimately leads to change. And I think the movement's got a lot of people in it exactly like that. But don't let them get mischaracterized. You know, it's up to us, the older folks, to defend them, to give them the space that they need to do the appropriate thing for this country. And that's the thing that's the thing I think you have to understand. This isn't a movement simply for black people. This is something that will make the country better in the same way that the civil rights movement changed this nation for the better.
Hello, that was Eric Holder on justice, and we will be taking a break right now, and in about 30 minutes we'll be back live. We hope you'll stay with us and that you'll come back in 30 minutes to catch the rest of today's show. I'll be returning after the break for about 40 minutes to an hour, after which you will be joined by Richard Green and Dave Conan, who will be interviewing Richard Mabion around approximately 2:30. Later in the evening, we will also be touching base again with Jesse T. Smith. Lauren Steiner may be looking back in on us. And I know that Dave Conan is looking into finding the footage that she was talking about from the meeting and the interview. So stay tuned for our afternoon and evening show. There's lots of goodies to be had, including Benjamin Dixon himself coming back on. So see you all in about 30 minutes. Thank you for watching.
All right, guys, thank you for hanging with us. In just a moment here, this stream will stop in about 3 to 5 minutes, but it will only stop momentarily while we switch producers. Again, thank you so much for tuning in to dnclive.net with the Progressive Army and Project Sanity. All right, we're about to drop the stream just momentarily for you guys, and the wonderful Dave is going to pick it up from me, and we will get back live with you.
Hello and welcome back to the Progressive Army and Project Sanity's coverage of the convention in Philadelphia. My name is Benjamin Pedersen, and we have shifted producers. So behind the scenes right now is Dave Conan. Up and coming at the top of the hour, Richard Green will be joining me as a host, and I'll take a break. Eric will also be joining me on screen later, and we are bringing you later today an exclusive interview with Jill Stein. But before all of that, we have found an interview with Tim Black, Tim Bartender, also known as Tim Bartender, on Twitter, where he speaks about his presence and his experiences on the ground in Philadelphia and what his impressions are. Now, oddly enough, just a quick story about my first encounter with Tim on YouTube, not a personal encounter, but the first time I found him and his show, it was very rough around the edges. But the very first shows I saw with him where he talked about Bernie Sanders, he was not a fan in any way, shape, or form. Saw it as a white talking down to, white explaining, and a lot of other not very nice things. But he soon turned around with Bernie Sanders, seeing more and more about his history and other things. And to see him on the ground in Philadelphia now, working as hard as he can to promote Bernie Sanders, Sanders supporters, and others, is just a treat. So, David, while Dave is bringing that up, my name is Benjamin Pedersen, and with Richard Green, we are the duo that are the co-founders and co-hosts of the Project Sanity show. Behind the scenes is our production team, Eric and Dave. Eric Miller from Seattle and Dave Conan from California. And on top of that, we have Brandon Sutton from New York, who is a correspondent and off-time co-host and researcher for us, and Adair Schmidt in Washington, who has been so busy the last 2 months, we don't really know what he is in our show other than a delegate and on-the-ground reporter in Philadelphia. We are very much looking forward to this Insanity Week to end so that we can start our regular programming back up and we can start bringing weekly shows. You can find us all at Project Sanity on projectsanity.org. Please go there and subscribe so that you can catch our show live every Thursday and also catch any news that we might have about new shows we're going to be producing in the coming weeks after the convention, so that we go from once a week to twice and hopefully at some point 3 shows a week. But right now, we are queuing up the interview with Tim Black on the ground in Philadelphia that we found on YouTube. Take it away, Dave.
All right, I'm ready for it. All right, guys, this is Liam in Philly for the Dem Convention. We're looking at Monday. We got Tim Black here with us, and want to know what his thoughts are about next steps to save the planet from runaway climate change.
I love it, man. Well, look, first of all, thanks for having me on, man. I think what we got to do is we got to focus on our down-ticket people. I just had Tim Canova on my show. I hope that he takes Florida. We got to broaden the coalition. We have to reach out. We got to support the down-ticket delegates. All Bernie-crats have to band together right now. People, all progressives. That's what it's about. So I strongly believe, man, this was never about one person. It's always been about all of us. So that's what we do, brother.
Yeah, it takes the 99 to beat the 1% because they got the money, they got the system, we got the people.
That's right.
It's a beautiful thing to see.
That's what people have to realize, that we wouldn't be this far if it wasn't for us. Bernie didn't do this by himself. We did this, and this movement is just another step. His addition was another step, but we all have to carry it the rest of the way. So I totally reject the idea that because of Bernie, something's ended. Whatever happens with Bernie with nomination, no. And look, I always say there's no such thing as an easy revolution. Only easy revolutions are revolutions that never happen, brother. All right? Don't let nobody take your cornbread. You hear me?
Yeah, right on. And you know, the civil rights movement, it took 14 plus years to get where it got. We're just starting. We got a long way to go, right, and we ain't stopping.
But you know, it didn't just start though, because I'm looking at this as an extension from Occupy Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the labor movement, all of these things all combined. These people come from that. A lot of these people, some of these people see with gray hair. I don't have gray hair, obviously, but, you know, I could. And, you know, they came from somewhere. They didn't just start becoming revolutionaries at heart yesterday, or even with this election. So I think we're getting there. But you're right. It's important to remind the younger folks, nah, you just can't add water and have a revolution. It's going to take a little time. This ain't a chia pet. This is something that's going to have to build. You know, we got to work on it.
So people are kind of getting lit up on finding out what's actually going on in politics, in corporations. What kind of got you into this, and what drives your passion for what you do?
Well, look, man, like I tell everyone, man, I didn't know about Bernie Sanders, I'll admit it. A year ago, I just saw Clinton, and I saw no reason to be involved. I saw Clinton, I saw Trump, I saw a bunch of rich guys on the Republican side who weren't very interested, okay? But then millennials turned me on to Bernie, and I took the time to look at his policy. So that's what got me involved. It was policy, not personality. It was what he stood for. So I think anyone who took the time to do their own research, they came to the same conclusion. This was the way to go if you believe in changing our society, getting our democracy back, get money out of politics. You never get money out of politics? Dude, you got no shot. So we got to do that. So that's the first thing I look at whenever I talk to a candidate. I got a lot of delegates who want to come on my show, but unless you're about reversing Citizens United, we got nothing to talk about, because that's the first step. So you can run all you want, but you can't get my support or our support through social media unless you do that, because that's the ticket, brother. As long as they're paying for it, we won't have a chance. You got it, man. You got it, man.
Thank you so much, Tim Black.
All right, brother. Thank you for having me.
Well, you're on
Okay, and we're back. Very interesting, a very passionate man, Tim Black. Very interesting interview. While Tim was talking, we have found another very interesting clip where Terry McAuliffe, who is the 72nd governor of Virginia, is speaking, and he is walking back some comments of Hillary Clinton against Hillary Clinton on the TPP, saying that Hillary Clinton is against the TPP and she's always going to stay against the TPP. And we will be bringing you that clip as soon as Dave gets it ready. The clip was found on Twitter on Alex Sates Wall's Twitter feed. Whenever you're ready, Dave, you just bring it right on in. That looks good.
I mean, first of all, Hillary is against TPP, and she is always going to stay against TPP. Let me be crystal clear about that.
Yeah, so very clear-cut message at the beginning of that statement. Hillary Clinton is against the TPP, and Hillary is going to stay against the TPP. Now, the good governor may be very sure of this. I'm not. But am I willing to give her the benefit of the doubt now that this blue dog Republican light version of a Democrat has stated and vouched for her about the TPP? No, I'm not. It is, in my mind, in no way any more difficult for Hillary to go, oh, but now that these changes have been made, now the TPP is good, and then she signs it. It is, in my mind, no more difficult for her to do that than it was for her husband to win the Democratic primary by talking FDR and winning the general election by talking Republican. So that is in no way, that is in no way a guarantee for me. That is in no way something that is going to deter me from continuing to speak out against the TPP and continuing to try and ensure that the TPP does not in any way, shape, or form happen. We have Eric preparing to join us. He has been producing for me since this morning, and he's going to get his, quite literally, 15 minutes of fame before Richard comes in and steals his thunder. And I gotta say, like, I agree with Brandon, Brandon Sutton, who has been a co-host on our shows the past couple of days. I agree with what he said the other day when someone in the comment section said, even if God descended from the heavens and endorsed Hillary Clinton, that she would not vote for her. Where Brendan said, no, I'm not going to be unreasonable. If God, or even if just an angel comes down and trumpets sound and stuff like that, and say that Hillary Clinton is the anointed one endorsed by God himself, then yeah, sure, I'll vote for her. And I feel kind of the same with the TPP. I'll believe that the TPP is completely and utterly dead when the TPP is no longer in any shape or form inexistent. The same goes for the TPP-IP. And when they start rolling back these disastrous trade deals that has been disastrous for everyone, it is not as if saying, oh, but I want fair wages for American workers, like Bernie Sanders has been saying, like that is protectionist or isolationist, because these trade deals have been disastrous to the countries that the American jobs have been shipped to, and the European jobs have been shipped to as well in the cases of the European trade deals. The countries that these jobs are being shipped to, they live on starvation wages just like everyone else. Eric, what do you say? After hearing the good governor of Virginia, are you convinced? Is TPP now dead? And you're muted. I know it's secret, but you have to share it, man.
Oh, I learned that trick from Eunice. Come on. I really wish that it was dead, but I think that it's very reasonable to say that it's very hard to believe anything coming out of the Democratic Party at all right now. So I wish that it was dead. Ultimately, that's one of the things that I'm fighting for. However, I don't feel that it is very likely, and until we see some real hard evidence and until Hillary Clinton herself comes out and says, sorry, President Obama, I can't back this whole TPP thing, I don't really feel like I can believe it.
Yeah, I got to say, coming from a secretary who has formerly named it the gold standard of trade, coming from the Clintons who brought you NAFTA, I mean, and the repeal of Glass-Steagall for that matter, when it comes to the judgment and common sense of the economy, I mean, I know that when Bill Clinton was president, it was like, oh, we have this, we have no deficit, and we are all so happy and good, and the standard of living has increased, and look at our GDP and our average wage increase and stuff like that. Yeah, that was all well and good, except that the second you scratch the surface of those numbers, you found out that, yeah, but the 90% of all the money you're talking about are going to the top 10%.
Mm-hmm.
The middle class remained stagnant under Clinton. They were told they were doing better, and they felt like they were doing better, but what they actually did was they took this small hole of debt that they had dug themselves into under Reagan, and then they took a bobcat and applied it to that hole of debt.
And the other thing that I find so disturbing about these things, and the reason that we really should stand more against them, and the Democratic Party and the values they claim, the reason they should stand against them, is the fact that with the TPP especially, they are literally taking legal precedence away from the United States and handing it over to these foreign legal tribunals or corporate legal tribunals, however you want to look at it. So they're giving the power to these corporations to change the laws however they see fit. So for instance, if we make an environmental law, if we decided to do a carbon tax, they could literally sue the United States government for enforcing these laws on the corporation, because what this trade deal essentially does is it makes it so that if we do anything and make any law that might stop corporations from making an extra dollar, they could sue us for that. So in turn, they have the power not only over the government, but especially the power over the people. We're already silenced by the 1%, and this TPP trade deal just literally concretes that and says, here, we're going to sign a contract over to you guys that says not only is it the status quo right now that it is already the people who are silenced, but we're just going to make it official. We're not going to hide it anymore. And that's what this TPP deal says to me. It says that they have a lot of hubris, I guess, and that as we see with everything going on right now with this election cycle, with the DNC leaks, the way that Debbie Wasserman Schultz was just made the co-chair of Hillary Clinton's campaign after this whole rigged thing came out, they really don't give a damn anymore if we see what they do. And unfortunately, the reason that they're getting away with it is there's not enough voters who are showing they give a damn. Now, of course, the media revolution and the Bernie revolution continues, but there's a huge faction of society that is not doing anything to stand up against this, and they're just ignoring it. And in fact, I've seen many situations where they're arguing for it. Oh, well, we'll get over it. Hillary's still better than Trump. And that's this common theme, but it doesn't make what Hillary's doing okay just because Donald Trump has this racist rhetoric, and it certainly doesn't make the TPP okay just because Donald Trump has this racist rhetoric.
Yeah. Well, racist rhetoric, Donald Trump is not the only one that has that, as we heard from Bill Clinton earlier today. He's like what Brandon yesterday called an OG racist, like original racist, like when they have just learned how to veil their racism enough with pretty language that they didn't say all these wrong words anymore, all the N words and stuff like that, but actually just called it called redlining, called that, oh, they have to be able to afford it, and they can't move in here, and not because I'm a racist, but because they don't belong to our economic class, and this is a question of economics, and so the question of culture, and all of these things. I mean, and even that seems to actually have come after the Clintons. I mean, even like the Clintons, when you can say they and super predators in the same sentence,
I'll tell you what, the first time so I was like 4 years old when when she said that, maybe, might have been a little older. Regardless, I was pretty young. And so I didn't really get reacquainted with that clip until I was, of course, a little bit older. It was a few years ago, even before this election cycle. And I had to rewatch it like 3 times because I was like, maybe I'm reading this out of context, because I was so blown away that she would actually say, come to heel, and call them super predators. and she still has a political lifeline. Like, she's still alive in politics. And in fact, as we saw through this primary, the southern states and the black vote were a huge part of her success in the primary. And it's just very surprising, but it just shows how much mainstream media has hid these things, because we only find this kind of thing, these kind of things, by researching on our own. Mainstream media isn't putting that out there. And so I don't really blame the voters, because they think they're going to legitimate news sources when they tune into CNN and when they tune into MSNBC. And in reality, they really need to tune into things like Project Sanity and the Benjamin Dixon Show, because we show what is real. And mainstream media, as we now have proven from these DNC leaks, takes their cue cards from the major parties, which is so disgusting and disturbing, because as a citizen journalist who just recently got into citizen journalism, I feel a duty, I feel a huge duty to providing as much substance, nuance, and truth to my reporting and what I am showing. It's just unbelievable to me. I'm not even, I'm a volunteer. And here these people are making a living off of this, so they actually have 100% of their day to get into all this research and to find the proper things that the people of society deserve to hear. And instead they're taking their cue from the Democratic Party and super PACs. So it's very disturbing. And we've created a culture of lies, a culture of gossip, and that is what is shown on the news. A lot of opinion, and I'm not against opinion and commentary. I mean, I'm kind of doing it right now. But when your opinion and commentary is based on lies, then that's pretty disturbing.
Yeah, not just lies, but also just the absence of truth. I mean, it doesn't have to be a straight-up lie. You can lie simply by telling half-truths. Ed Schultz on MSNBC, or formerly of MSNBC, was one of the few people in mainstream media who tried to talk about the TPP, and he had Bernie Sanders on many times to talk about the TPP, long before Bernie Sanders declared his candidacy for president. But Ed Schultz, even though he was one of the highest-rated shows on MSNBC, was sacked, whereas other shows that had lower ratings got to remain, but Ed Schultz was sacked. And one of the reasons was because he was anti-establishment. The same thing happened to Cenk Uygur when he was at MSNBC. The same thing happened to, I can't remember his name, the former wrestler / SEAL who in a freak election became governor of some state. What's his name? Eric, help me out here, man.
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura, he also had a show on MSNBC, and he was also too outspoken and too anti-establishment. And he, too, was shoved into a broom closet and completely ignored. So it keeps happening, and we keep just shrugging and going, oh, well, I guess there was a reason for them to fire him. Yeah, there was. Oh, but it wasn't a bad reason, was it? Yeah, it was. Now, you mentioned the journalists who are paid to do it on a living. Well, oddly enough, when you do it for a living, then you're dependent on your paycheck. Then your boss has censorship over you, and your boss can go and tell you, write this story as it's on the angle that we want it to be written. Or there can be an atmosphere in the office of this is the certain way we put attack on stories, and if you don't, then you're on the outs, and if you're on the outs, then you risk getting fired. Like, there can be many ways of doing this that isn't manufacture consent, but actually just is fall in line, do what the others are doing, don't step outside, just make a profit, take no chances. And when you see even newspapers such as New York Times, fire researchers en masse, firing investigative reporters en masse, where one of the few who died a couple of years ago, right around the same time as Jon Stewart, he announced his retirement. His last piece was on Jon Stewart announcing his retirement, and I think 2 weeks after that he died, and he was celebrated as one of the last big journalists, real, true, investigative journalists with relationships everywhere. Because all the other journalists are told, okay, you have 20 minutes until deadline, get me some news. And then you call the police station and you just copy paste whatever the police station is telling you went on, and then you put it into final edition, and then it goes out. And then you don't have time to do any investigative reporting. You don't have time to find nuance. You don't have time to run down leads. So we'll be joined by Progressive Greens, Richard Green, my partner and co-creator of the show, in just a little bit. He's running a bit late because of reasons. And Eric, so Eric, you've sat behind the screens all morning while I've been prattling on and going on about this, that, and all sorts of stuff. What is your reaction to some of the highlights that we went through this morning?
Well, one thing I thought was interesting was when we're talking about that whole Bill Clinton situation, you know, I'm not going to react the same way Adair did, but we'll say that I echo his sentiment. I don't want to repeat it, but if people saw it earlier, he got pretty emotionally charged, to say the least. And I think that when you're such a public figure, you have a responsibility, especially someone like Bill Clinton, who to many in the Democratic world and is seen as a leader, a public figure, and even some people who don't like Hillary Clinton still like Bill. So I'm really disappointed to hear him talk the way he has been. And there's really no excuse because he's a very seasoned speaker. He's a veteran politician. So he knows exactly how his words can be twisted and perceived. There's no doubt about that. So regarding that, that's very upsetting. Then the unfortunate news about police officers getting off once again. That's very disturbing to me, especially with the recent political climate. I thought that there was some chance that the government and our criminal justice system was finally starting to see that there was a problem. You saw people even as right-wing as Newt Gingrich coming out and admitting that there was a problem. So I thought that the climate was going to start to change a little bit. I didn't expect a complete turnaround, but I thought that justice would start being served. And of course, we get disappointing news again. Then on to the whole thing with Nina Turner.
News like this, like after the case in Los Angeles. Oh my God, my memory.
Rodney King?
Yeah, Rodney King. After that case, the police officers were actually convicted in a local court, but they were then acquitted in a state court, and that prompted the LA riots in South Central. What do you think should happen here?
Well, man, I'm okay. So just a little backdrop on this. So I'm very involved with this issue. I'm part of a subcommittee here of a progressive group that is working with the local Black Alliance to try to get a citizens review board to review police brutality situations in our area. This was sparked by a shooting of 2 unarmed black men that we actually had a few miles down the road from where I live. It was a little over a year ago now at this point. It was last May. So all these groups formed. So I think that's one plan of action, is the legislative route. But we've seen very little support from the local government. And I live in Washington, so we're very progressive, or we're supposed to be very progressive. So it's extremely disappointing that there is not more support for this. I don't want to condone violence. I don't want to condone riots, but we are getting to a point where these peaceful protests and these legislative actions that we're all trying to take, it's not working. I mean, there's been a full-blown fight going on for the criminal justice system for decades now, and it's especially picked up with my generation within the last few years. And I personally see many people. I mean, in my area alone, which is only in our metropolitan area, it's about 200,000 people. If you want to include 30 miles north, then maybe 300,000 people. But it's not especially large. There's still about 40 groups within this area that are working towards this. And so separate groups. And we do have a giant summit where everybody talks about it every once in a while. So it's not like there isn't a lot of people working on it. There's just no action being taken from the end of the criminal justice system itself and the government. So yeah, I think what you're asking is, do I think we need to riot? I'm always a proponent for peace. I go out to protests and I try to make sure that things stay peaceful. And if either side gets out of line, the police or the protesters, I usually try to break it up. But I'm at a point now where I'm about to just join in with the disruption, to be honest, because I don't know what else to do. As we've talked about on our show, Project Sanity, my son is interracial, and he very much looks like he could be targeted. He's a lot darker than I am. You can't tell he's half white. So I'm really scared for him, and I will fight for him until things are changed. That's a big motivation for me. And then, of course, the population as a whole and my constituents. So, man, if something doesn't get done soon, I don't want to say I condone disruption and riots yet, but very close to that tipping point.
Right, it's like what we talked about the other day, where I was talking about there's this voice inside of you that goes like, okay, we can't let this turn into a witch hunt, because witch hunts snowball out of control. And at the same time, you're like, but you guys have a lot of witches over there. It seems like a witch hunt is appropriate. But at the same time, you know, yeah, but if you start doing that, if you start demonizing en masse, if you start demonizing and over-stereotyping and over-generalizing, then it snowballs out of control. But at the same time, you're like, yeah, but it has to change. It has to change now. No justice, no peace.
What else is really scary to me, and what really disappoints me, this is a good tie-in for the two subjects we've been talking about with the media and then with the criminal justice system. I don't condone killing cops. I don't think that cops should die. I have an uncle and a grandfather who were both police, and my stepdad was a former police officer, so I grew up around police, but and I don't condone it. But the mainstream media, it seems, targets in on the police killings a lot more. But you're literally talking about 30 police killings in the last in 2016, and almost 600 civilians killed by police. So the mainstream media narrative is really disappointing, because you're talking about 200% larger amount of police killing civilians than civilians killing police, yet they bring a lot more publicity onto the police killings. I don't even understand how they feel okay doing that. We really need to change this narrative. And I think, hopefully, with the rise of the media revolution and citizen journalism, they will start feeling the pressure from us in the mainstream media, and they will start covering this stuff. But right now, they're just not doing it.
Yeah. So we have a couple of comments here from the chat. Jay LeBlanc said to petition the White House to regulate programs and channels that use the word news in their title. Well, I feel like every time we look for an answer, we look for an answer from someone above us. I feel like we, instead of empowering a federal government, and I'm going to start sounding slightly Republican here, I know that, but I do not like overreach. Instead of empowering a federal government, I think we should look to ourselves, and think we should look to making alternative news shows and simply outcompete them. To make journalistic associations that have these powers, that like do what unions did for workers, just do it for journalistic organizations, simply hold them accountable via people power, via journalist power, simply make journalistic organization controlled by journalists, not editors, not newspaper owners, that simply censors and punishes journalists who lies, who doesn't do these things. We are being joined by Richard Green, and we are also starting to line up our interview with Richard Mabion, who is also getting ready to be interviewed. At the same time, we have gotten confirmation from Adair Schmidt and Brandon23, Brandon Sutton, that we have Jill Stein ready for an interview at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. That is in about 48 minutes. We'll have an hour-long interview with Jill Stein. So this is, of course, I get the morning shift where nothing happens, and then Richard swoops in and takes all the credit and thunder out from under me. Richard, why don't we get you up here? Dave is way ahead of me. Richard, good to see you, man.
Nice to see you as well, Miss. On the bright side, it's a little less frantic in the morning.
Yeah, but then there's less things to talk about, then I start meandering a bit more.
Last night, at least, did have some interesting stories go on.
Yeah. I don't know if you've been able to follow our show this morning, but there's been a lot going on.
Yeah, go ahead and catch me up a little bit if you would be so kind.
Okay, so the former governor of Virginia has, not the former, the current governor, Terry McAuliffe, is saying that Hillary is against the TPP and she's always going to stay against the TPP. We have had...
In contrary to what he said on the floor last night.
And contrary to Hillary Clinton calling it the gold standard of trade.
That too. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We've had Adair Schmidt on with a Massachusetts delegate called Karen, who has quit the Democratic Party, inspired by the many people around her in Philadelphia. She's quit the Democratic Party and is now running as an independent. Or rather for an independent party. We've had an update from Lawrence Steiner on the goings-on yesterday about the walkout, but also about marches happening in Philadelphia today. It looks like whatever street you walk down in Philadelphia right now, there's a march going on, being planned, or heading there. So lots of things going on. We unfortunately had the sad news that I'm pretty sure that you also got about the case in Boston. Not in Boston, in Baltimore. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not as surprising as I would have liked it to be. I would have preferred to have them pulled one out at least. It's astonishing to me that the police can take you off the street and you can die in their custody and somehow nobody's responsible.
Yeah. Okay, we have a quick, that's another update we had earlier. Anastasia Renaud is asking what's happening with Nina Turner. Nina Turner is holding a press conference later today. It should actually be quite soon. Nina Turner is holding a press conference where she will explain what happened. One of the things that has happened that we have absolutely confirmed is that she was not allowed to go on the stage. She was not allowed to introduce Bernie Sanders, and the video to introduce Bernie Sanders, which was one of his campaign videos in which he appeared, she had been edited out. So she's giving a press conference later today, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. So, Richard, without further ado, I'm going to yield the floor to you, and I'm going to go find a bed and crash very hard into it. I'm going to pick up on the rest of you guys later on, and maybe swing on later this evening. You have a great show, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for covering for us this morning, and I look forward to spending the evening, afternoon, whatever time it is for where you guys are at. It's only 11 here, so... I'm still getting going, so I've just been taking care of some things this morning, and now I've been keeping an eye on what's been going on, and as Nis mentioned, you guys covered a lot of the stuff that I was going to talk about. What we do have coming up is an interview with Richard Mabion, and I'm just taking a look here. I know we were scheduled for 2:30, but here now, so if you wanted to come on, we can go ahead and get started. Just nod if we can go. Okay, yeah, all right, sweet. We'll bring you on now, and then we will go ahead and get started with that. For those of you not familiar, Richard Mabion is a member of the NAACP. I'll let him go ahead and get it, but he's affiliated with the NAACP, also does a lot of environmental work, and I didn't have as much time to prep as I would have liked, so I'm going to be asking you lots of questions to find out more about what it is that you're doing and how we can work together in order to produce a better situation for all of us. So with no further ado, just go ahead and unmute yourself. It'll be the little red icon there at the top. Oh, the other one. There we go. Almost. Oh, nope. All right. Just having a little difficulties with Hangouts. He'll be back with us just momentarily. Until then, oh man, how about that walkout? And I don't know if Eric's able to be put in a shot or not, but while we're waiting for Richard to maybe join back with us, we will.
I'm working on it, Richard. I'll be right in just a second.
All right, there we go. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Man, can you hear me?
Yep, and we can hear you.
Okay, great, man. I told y'all I'm old school, so work with me.
Oh yeah, we got plenty of patience, and you're not the first person, and plenty of people that don't have any sort of old school excuse for not being able to figure out a Hangout. So
yeah, first of all, it's nice to meet you, especially since we have the same first name.
Yeah, you know, I happen to think that you had I thought you did your parents did real great with that one.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell us a little bit about. I know that one of the things that we wanted to highlight is the intersection between the role that the environmentalism plays with communities of color, and some of that, and some of the other things. So just tell us a little bit about yourself and what it is.
Let's get started on that. Actually, my first exposure was in the environmental world. I got into that after 9/11 because when trying to regroup, I lost my business like a lot of folks did after 9/11. Small businesses got tore up. And when I looked around for a way to me to create an income, that's when I discovered this environmental world. And I ended up working in it and finding out that there was a need for someone like myself who had some of the right kind of background to learn this industry and be able to come back and start teaching people in our low-income communities where there is no one that's actually teaching it. Since that time, the industry has exploded. And luckily, I was involved in the training aspect of it with the likes of Van Jones and all of these people around the country that have become icons from being there. So I learned a lot real quick, and then when I got into it, I realized a good way for me to get into the Black community, because the Black leadership is really not into the environmental movement, was to become a NAACP member. So that combined me with the Sierra Club, which is the oldest white organization, almost a lily white organization, basically. And then the NAACP, which is, a Black organization. So I'm kind of in between those two, bringing the message from both places to each other. So that's what puts me where I am right now. Okay. Okay, I'm not hearing you.
Apologies about that, guy.
There you are. There you are. Okay.
Now, see, even I do it.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, though. You mentioned the Sierra Club being primarily white. What was that like? I mean, it was I presume around in the early 2000s. So what was that like then, and how has that changed since you've been working in like trying to bridge those two communities?
Going into the Sierra Club was similar to my experience of integrating America back in the civil rights days. I mean, you're kind of on the island by yourself, and you really have to literally define yourself and develop relationships with folks. But one thing I like about the Sierra Club, they don't just take you in because you walked in the door. They really need you to see you performing and being what you say you are. So I had to earn the right to earn the respect that I have received from them. I feel I've come a long ways. I mean, I'm all the way to being courted by the National Sierra Club to be involved in some work on that level, which I think is fantastic. I think the organization itself is a work in progress. We have a Black president of the board now, which is unbelievable. We have several key black folks that are working along in various positions, which is great. But we're at that place right now where still the need for conversations of how we become let's say a multicultural unit is. That's where we are right now. There's a very good progressive group that's at the leadership position from DC down to out to San Francisco, now just moved to Oakland, that are very, very serious about creating a diverse organization. And you know how that means. That means that within the rank and files, you're going to have various individuals along the way that's still in the process of understanding where we're going. Okay. I was the first black board member in the state of Kansas. I am still, and that was in 2012, and I am still the only black board member in the state of Kansas. Not because the organization wouldn't have it, but finding black Americans who would be willing to participate in the Sierra Club is where our work is. I'm missing you. I can't hear you.
So I'm trying to help our producer in the background so that the windows don't flip on him while you're talking.
Okay.
What my question would be is, you mentioned that one of the reasons that you're having a problem with having more black leadership within your local chapter is getting other black folks involved. What have been some of the obstacles, hurdles, objections that you've been hearing from the communities that you're reaching out to try and get involved?
Well, I'm like a lone wolf. So it's not that there's a lot of objections to it. There's just not a lot of us out here trying to do it. So you're like I said, you're on an island on your own, and you're trying to reach people. Our ministers are pretty much missing in action. You have some that are probably the same way you are with the progressive group. You have some that participate, and you have some that are aware of it. But when it comes to that support that you really would want to have from that ministers group, that's our stalwart folks. Every Sunday they're supposed to be saying something about the Progressive Army, and they're supposed to be saying something about this environmental work that I'm out here doing. That's not happening. So that's I would say my biggest hurdle is being able to get the support within the black community of what the environmental movement is really about. I mean, quiet is kept, brother. The kind of foods we eat is killing us. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we should be, I look, and I mean, we should be addressing that issue, but we're not. I mean, our young kids are biggest houses at 10 years old. No one's saying anything about what food has to do with your health. Okay, and that's an environmental issue, and I'm saying we should be doing that. That's not just coming from your ministers. I mention them because I'm a boots on the ground person. That's who I work with. But our medical field is not really, as far as I'm concerned, participating in that subject in such a way that people would take a look and realize what they're saying.
No, that's a really great point you bring up about the medical field and how food is treated within the medical field. I know in many other countries, one of the very first things they ask you if you go to the doctor in order because you're sick or something, one of the very first things they ask you is, what have you been eating?
That's right. That's right.
And that expectation of you being honest about what you're eating is critical in the whole process, and that question doesn't even get asked in most doctors' offices, or people are too worried about offending people. To really address those types of issues has had devastating effects on the community. Particularly, you see this especially with diabetes in the South.
Well, if you would stop and look around, and this is what I would recommend, look at your Sierra Club people. I said that they've always been proclaimed to be this lily white group, and they have been, but look at them. And you will find the majority of them are slimmed down, they're eating right, they're exercising right. They're doing all the right things to take care of their bodies. So I'm saying they have discovered something that we're not dealing with. food. They call it GMO, genetically modified organisms or whatever. The way they're making out that we have these companies that are making seeds in the laboratory. Okay, that's what they're growing our food from. Okay, well, common sense would tell you that's not really what we should be giving our children. That's not really what we should be eating. But yet and still, no one's saying anything to us about eating food that's in canned goods inside stores. Now, I'm not trying to tear, I don't want to be Oprah Winfrey and tear up the food industry and people come into my house to take me to court. I'm just saying that's something that we should be discussing.
Yeah, it's like nobody I don't think wants an Oprah moment where the meat industry comes down and you got to hire a Dr. Phil in order to cover your head. But I think that there's some really important points, and over at Project Sanity in general, there's mixed feelings on GMOs. But like I think that you bring up an excellent point that it needs to be discussed. If it is safe, then we need to know how and why it's safe, and people need to be able to understand that, and not just the scientists, but everyday folks that are going and purchasing these items need to have at least a basic understanding of why one thing is safer than another or one thing isn't safer, and that we're not getting it. On top of that, touching a bit on the Oprah thing, is that we've realized now at this point that the food pyramid and lots of the food information that we've been getting throughout recent history has actually been more or less propaganda, in that that milk or cow milk isn't necessarily that healthy for us. It's not necessarily a great source of calcium, and you know, we're just finding out that breakfast cereals are anywhere between 25 and 50% sugar.
Correct.
And so many of these other things that we were assumed, oh, it's part of a balanced breakfast, or we get propaganda as into believing that it's good for us to eat, and it's not. Go ahead.
Well, they just had a very negative report recently on bacon. Here I go again. But they had a very negative report about it. And I'm not saying people should stop eating bacon, but they should understand what they are saying bacon contains and what it does to you. We have diabetes in our race that's unbelievable. I think probably every other person you see is a diabetic. And the first thing they tell them to stop doing is eating bacon. And when they tell you about bacon, they say, look at bacon. What is it? Bacon is mostly just fat. And so basically, I'm not saying people can do whatever they want to do is your right in life. But I do think we need to know it, especially those of us that are raised in a future generation. They have a program right now, even with food stamps, that are allowing people to go to farmers markets, and they call it SNAP. I don't know if it's just here in Kansas or what, but it doubles up the amount of your food stamp. Every $10 worth $20 if you're buying vegetables. Okay, that's fresh vegetables. That should be known.
Yeah, and I know we have a SNAP program here. I'm not familiar whether if that's a feature of it or not. So,
yes.
but yeah.
Yes, that's what it's about. It's about them doubling up the price of the food stamps, because that's encouraging people to eat fresh food. You know, that's the problem. We got we call them urban deserts, no grocery stores and stuff. Yeah. And we're spending all our time trying to figure out how we can talk our cities into putting a grocery store in the neighborhood, and they're coming in, they're going to sell preservative food inside cans, where we really could be figuring out how we can get some gardens going and selling some food, as providing our elderly, especially and our kids, with some fresh vegetables. That's just one side of it. That's very, as far as I'm concerned, small portion of the environmental concern, but it's a place you can start, because it's a place that everyone can understand. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to be able to understand if you grow your own food in your backyard and eat it, you can remain a lot healthier than you're buying it at the dollar store, because we don't have grocery stores in our community.
Or gas stations or anything like that.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, and you would think that it might be even possible to get some support from what's traditionally on the right. I don't know why my camera seems to be acting up. Let me try it. There we go. Maybe hopefully that'll work.
I don't know. You changed ethnic groups on me, but how?
It's that high contrast. Those light-skinned brothers and the black and white, man. Sometimes it gets a little.
I got you. Okay.
I see myself in the thing.
Yeah,
There we go. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, with that psychedelic behind it.
Oh, yeah. I was like, let's see if I can remember where was. Let's see here. We're food deserts. And it's like, so, well, one is about, like, yeah, like you mentioned, once we figure out that we need the food, or we have the access to the food with something like a SNAP benefit, it's important to actually have the grocery store there to be able to purchase it. And I know lots of folks, like in lots of areas, it's not as easy to find those fresh fruits and stuff, and so that you end up out of convenience, and then not to mention transportation issues and just other issues about getting food.
All of that stuff goes hand. You know, there's you remember back in the 60s when they had the old co-op food stores?
I don't remember, but I've heard.
Well, I'm telling you, around the country, a lot of those are popping back up. But now you got a different caliber of person that is working there. They got some here in Kansas. I don't have it in my city, in Kansas City, Kansas. But they have one in Lawrence, Lawrence, two of them, I think, in Lawrence. That's a college town where KU is. And we have one up in K-State. Both stores they have all the latest quality stuff in there. I mean, it's not like the old places where you had the boxes and you go in there and you do this and do that. They're fixing them different, and I'm telling you, they're eliminating that middleman cost. They're bringing the cost down on it. In fact, some of them gotten so big now that they can't even. It's like a regular supermarket. But those kinds of models are starting to form, and start seeing it more and more as we continue to go along these lines. You know, I have organizations here and around Kansas City that have grass-fed beef. They're bringing it in town. They're getting it processed, bringing it in town on weekend. People are finding them because it's a much better brand of beef to eat. They got the a grass-fed egg chicken, so they're getting eggs that don't have all that chemicals and stuff in them. So it's starting to happen, and it's going to continue to spread. And so when you talk about needing to have the grocery store, yeah, fine, let's have them, but let's start making sure we're stocking them and we got jobs for people that can be able. If I'm raising some chickens, I want to have a place I can sell them, okay? So people will start knowing it, and believe me, they're looking, they're hunting it up, they're going after it. I participated in one of those, they call it community service groups and CSAs. And these people lived outside of Kansas City, and we would order our food, pay them so much a year, $150 or something like that. And every weekend they were bringing food in to a location in town, and you go down and pick it up, and it would be like eggs and chicken and all that kind of stuff. So it's starting to happen. It's the beginning of a process, but we need to, but it's helping to educate the population that this is a much better way to eat.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look at some of our viewers are talking in chat, and Anastasia mentions that we should have her come on to talk about a project that she's doing in her community to expand access to fresh fruits and vegetables in low income communities. So, absolutely, Anastasia, we'll get you worked out with the back room, and we'll have you on either Project Sanity sometime, or maybe if we have Richard back at a later date, we'll bring you on together to be able to talk together about what it's like on the front lines trying to get these things done.
Right.
So,
and just goes to show that it is a factor.
I did notice that actually I was just out driving yesterday, and I noticed that a new community garden had just popped up locally. Right. So that was somewhat surprising. It was an empty lot that had been empty and kind of just overgrown for a really long time, and I imagine maybe the church near it got involved, and now it's a community garden. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Well, that's what they look at me as the craziest NAACP president in the nation, because they find me out there with my members. We are creating community gardens.
It's like we paused, got your stream froze just for a moment. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you know that. I'm there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your picture, yeah, we can hear you. Your picture's going out, but we can hear you at least.
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up, but we there. We all right again?
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Well, we hooked up with the Hilton Garden Inn. They came to me and said, "Hey, man, we want to put a garden in on our property." because Hilton Garden Inn, can you help us up? So we got a middle school. They came in, worked with the community garden group, put in 3 raised beds, and right now the food. This was a year. This is the 2nd year of it. If you could see this hotel with this beautiful food growing, it's unbelievable what people in the city are seeing when they ride by. Now, it's a visual thing for people to see that it's actually happening. And we got some signs made up that's talking about the NAACP reinvesting in this community. And the members in the NAACP are being able to benefit from eating there. We also went into public housing and put 8 raised beds in there. And those people are growing their own food now. And what I'm really wanting to do is to create some classes with those ladies in public housing, the older ones, on how you preserve food. Because, see, the younger generation, that's something that they have not seen or know nothing about. But some of those older ladies, we talking that 50 and 60-year-old group, some of them come up out the South and the whole bit, they know all about that canning food. So we want to give them something to do so they can start teaching the younger generation. Because again, in the future, when it comes to trying to save money, growing your food, preserving it, and being able to eat it all winter is a great thing. It got us through it. It could very easily happen again.
That's an excellent point, and that's actually really exciting to hear about how being able to. I love anything that helps bridge generation gaps and help people understand the value of their elders, in that there's such value that comes with life experience, and just by spanning a large period of time that you pick up so many things, and you can't overstate the value of when somebody's able to screen out the stuff that they shouldn't pass along and be able to pass along the stuff that's really valuable to both them and the community and the people that learn from it. And so I'm really excited to hear about that. And one of the things that comes to my mind is, I know, whenever like helping people through community, or whenever helping people comes up, there's usually some pushback from the right. But I really feel like getting people quality food is something that even they can get behind, in the idea that if the person needs food assistance, then they're probably on health assistance too. Yeah. And it's a lot cheaper to make sure that they have access to food that's not killing them than to treat all the things that are going to happen as a result of them eating the food that's at their gas station or whatever over the period of 10 or 20 years.
Well,
so if you're looking strictly for cost, it still makes sense to me, but go ahead.
Well, you being a progressive person knows that because it makes sense means that it probably don't fit. Okay, so you know that. I'm in Kansas.
There's less profit in that model for sure.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but I'm in Kansas, and so you have legislators that would go out of their way because of the farmers, and feel that you create a whole bunch of folks growing food in their backyard and stuff that's going to interfere with what farmers are able to sell their food for in the supermarket, so they won't be as excited.
Yeah, I was wondering if, I know Kansas is definitely heavily a farm state, so I'm curious about, so you do see some resistance, pushback.
Oh, yes, you're going to have it. Hey, let me tell you what happened, my man. They have farmers, they have off seasons. And so, when you this is your off season where they pay you not to grow anything. They do that with farmers, right? So this one farmer decided, well, when I got my off season, I'm gonna go down and plant some vegetables and sell them in the farmers market. They passed the law. You can't do that. If you use your land during the off season for doing something like that, they won't pay you your supplement.
Oh man.
So I tell you, it sounds like it could be easy, but there's always gonna be a wrinkle somewhere,
It's like whenever you're reducing costs, that means you're taking profit from someone.
And I think that's important to understand. That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. My reason for justifying it has to do with our disconnected inner city workers. We got a couple of generation of them out there that have several reasons that they're unemployed. Some, they don't have high school education. Others, our school system is producing folks that read on a 7th grade reading level. And the other is the fact they like to get high. And if you can't pass a urine test to get a job, you can't get a job. So we got a growing group of folks out there that we better figure out some way for them to become independent businessmen so they can earn income so we can keep them from hitting folks like us who work in the head for a hamburger. You know, so we can figure out a way for them to see that they can create them a business dealing with what we're talking about. And that's something that they can become independent on. And I'm not saying that's going to make them a Donald Trump, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for people in communities to start having ways they can start benefiting each other. If the elderly folks that live in a neighborhood know that Johnny down the street's going to be harvesting his garden on Tuesdays and on Wednesdays, he's going to set up a little truck down there selling fresh vegetables, that becomes a weekly function. Every Wednesday, I'm going down to see Charlie. That's the kind of mentality we have to kind of get ourselves back around. You mentioned the thing about transportation. We're going to have to figure out ways to create that kind of program that the people who we're talking about will say, hey, man, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, and I like the idea.
We're creating that sustainability that we need.
Yeah, and I like the idea that you talk about how it becomes a weekly event, and I think that helps really build community because you become accustomed and you know, reliant to a degree on other members of the community, and so it's like, you know, it's like if we want fresh strawberries, you know, we got to make sure that, you know, he gets his driveway clean before so he can get out there and do that or whatever it may be.
Yeah, that's the beginning of what we need to do. I know everybody's busy. Politicians are busy. The progressive group is busy. I'm trying, as you know, in my comments to reach out to the progressive army you all are trying to build, because that army needs to get involved out here with where we are. When you asked a while ago what was the roadblocks, and I said it's the lack of people participating in it. I think that could be an excellent way for that progressive army that y'all built it to at least get seen or get their feet on the ground. Where they go from there is fine, but somehow you got to unite yourself with people. And that's a way of doing it. It's not going to take money out of your pocket. All you're doing is some time and some effort. And that's a good way to get started.
Yeah, and it's a good skill set to have just in case Trump does win and we end up in a post-apocalyptic world. And we need to survive off the land. But yeah, no, and I just think that it also builds a lot of other skills, is patience and, you know, like, and learning about, like, when you have to wait 3-6 months for something to go from when you started it to when you finished it, it gives you a sense of accomplishment. And when you consume something that you created with the assistance of, you know, nature, it gives you a satisfaction that you don't get from going to the supermarket and buying an apple or whatever it may be.
I got to give you my story since you brought it up. First of all, I didn't realize in public housing, especially the high-rise kind with the elderly, that their day consists of waking up. Once they wake up, other than eating something, the only thing they got left to do is go back to bed. There's really no activity for them all day long. So when we started with this raised bed garden, you know, there really wasn't, there was some communication going on between them, but just friends, not a lot. But when the garden got built, all of a sudden they had a place to hang. I looked up and the fellows was all out there, man. They was hanging and talking to each other, and then the ladies was out there working in the garden, and it created a sense of community. And they didn't have that at that particular public house before we got started. The people who worked there started noticing how much more people were talking to each other, were getting engaged with each other. And then you just mentioned a thing about the patience of waiting on the food to grow. Well, what happened? You know, you got this thing in our race about people who like those green fried tomatoes. Well, you know, as soon as the tomatoes start growing, they out there snatching them off the vine because they want to get some green fried tomatoes. And you got the people that's got the patience waiting for them to turn red, wanting to see them red. So you got this standoff going out there with guards watching the food. So they had to make some signs to tell everybody, leave the food alone until it's ready. This means you. Put these signs up out in there. And it made me think about Booker T. Washington. Because when he went down to Tuskegee, and I associate with his great-grandmother, by the way, when he went down to Tuskegee, And he knew that recently freed slaves, the one thing, regardless if they built the White House or not, the one thing they didn't have was a sense of achievement. You know, that's different when you're working for somebody as their slave and you're doing it for yourself. So he decided that he would make them, you know, build their own dorms. So he made them sleep in tents and sleeping bags, so they built their own dorms. Then they moved into there. Same thing with classroom, same thing with the building of Tuskegee. And he said that when that first class became seniors and they looked out there and saw some of them freshmen coming in wanting to write on the wall, he'd hear them brothers over there yell, "Hey man, don't write on that wall, that's our wall." Well, that's what I saw happen with that garden, man. That's our garden. Don't be messing with that garden. So that again, like you said, creates a basic foundation within a community that needs to be there.
Yeah, and like I love hearing that, and I think one of the things that may get lost in some progressive circles, especially, is some of the unique conflicts or issues that arise out of that for members of Black communities. So you mentioned that they started hanging out at down at the garden.
Yes.
It's dangerous for Black people to congregate in general, like, especially if there's any sort, like if we start raising our voices, getting too excited, it makes people nervous, it makes people scared. So like, given that it's in the projects, they're probably far enough from white people not to scare anybody.
Yeah.
But when you're in more mixed communities or things like that, it becomes a little bit more of a contentious or difficult issue to manage.
Yeah, your age group would feel that way. You understand?
Well, yeah. Fair enough.
We're talking about some little old ladies, man. Little old men in wheelchairs and stuff.
Yeah, it happens. Oh man, you got an excellent point. And so I think one of the values also is beyond I think, like you mentioned, the conflict resolution. You know, that they share the ownership, and also just how there's probably a difference between how they treated the garden versus how they treated the project buildings themselves.
Yes, very much so. But you start seeing that pride coming out.
And it can leak into the building.
Yes,
if exactly.
I'm sure even in the residents' meetings, I'm trying to get some pushback between, now that we've in the NAACP, we're a recognized entity there, especially through me. So I started having members. We're going to the resident council meetings once a month. And so when it comes time to make a report, we'll stand up and say something, you know, from an NAACP standpoint, because most folks in public housing have become disconnected with the community. Now we're getting them back in the community, even to the point where some of them want to come to the NAACP meetings. So see, that's a way for us to start combining what we're doing along the way. That's the buildup that I'm trying to get us to create. And I just started this process with, we have a thing in Kansas City called the Baptist Ministers Union. And they meet like once a week. Take off for the summer, but they meet once a week. Well, I'm working with the economic development director at the Chamber of Commerce to be able to funnel job opportunities through the NAACP to them. The NAACP will be the conduit, and we will push these jobs over to the ministers, and they let that president of that union group be the one that takes it to the ministers and say, okay, here's the kind of jobs that's available. Because see, we need them, like I said, when it comes to the environment, or it comes to your progressive group, standing up in them pulpits saying something positive about, hey, here's a group that maybe, you know, we worried about how we're going to get our kids' heads on straight, but maybe we need to be directing them to your kind of group. If you don't have chapters of them in Kansas City, you got to hear me talking to you. They can start watching it on the internet, and then eventually, maybe, you never know, y'all might expand to a chapter in Kansas City. But we got to start giving people a life where they feel like they belong, and we can do it. And the internet makes that possible.
Yeah, and I think what you mentioned before about in a downtown location or the city location that they had the garden in front of the Hilton.
Yes.
And I think we're underestimating as a population the value of, instead of just having ornamental plants scattered throughout our cityscapes as a necessity to keep us from going mad from not seeing any green plant life, maybe we could actually use things that could actually, you know, so that if I walk down a certain path on my way to work or whatever every day is like I know I can maybe find a couple berries or something, and that those things are going to be maintained and kept up and encouraged.
Yeah, somebody went by. Usually they leave it alone, but somebody went by and got my Swiss chard. I mean, they'd done it twice. Somebody down in that area likes Swiss chard. So I told them I wish I knew who it was so I could at least go out there and show them how to cut it so it would continue to grow. They just pulling it out, you know. But I told them I don't mind that because, again, I use this all the time. I just said it a while ago. I'd much rather, because I know the person that got it went home to eat it. They were hungry. Okay? I'd much rather them do that than wait for you and I to come walking out of the door to hit us in the head to go buy a daggum hamburger. They going to buy something ain't no good to begin with. At least this person is going home eating some decent food. So I'd much rather that be the factor than anything in the world.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point. And I think that's a huge part of what's underlying a lot of issues within our country is that we want to punish people out of bad behavior instead of trying to understand what it is that's driving them to think that that bad behavior is their best option.
That's right. That's right. A man that's hungry is hungry. That's sweet. And when you live around the poor, you actually got people that are hungry, whether you want to accept that fact or not. And it may not be me, it may not be you, but we got people that are hungry. And if there's something that they can go grab them, fruit. I got a guy, an old farmer, that's trying to institute planting fruit trees on the boulevard because he's saying a person can go over there and get him a peach, man. You're hungry, go ahead and grab you a couple of peaches and stuff and eat them standing there on the street instead, again, because the opposite of doing that is taking something, okay? The opposite of doing that is robbing or something that's totally illegal. So this at least gives us a way to be able to feed our population. We got to do it.
Yeah, and with as many, especially the kids, man. It's like a lot of people always want to put everything on personal responsibility, which people have varying opinions on that, but the kids, man, is like an 8-year-old has no influence over who his parents are, how responsible they are, well they're taking care of getting them fed. We need so I know in Olympia we have a lot of community stuff going on, and they're starting to get more younger kids involved, and I think that's really important so that they develop that sense of accomplishment instead of, oh, I just get free lunch. It's like, no, I go out and I work for my lunch, just like your parents are out there working for yours.
That's right. That's key. I went to the first time I ever saw it was in Berkeley, because that's going to be different out there because they way ahead of us as far as their knowledge of life is concerned on these areas, social areas. And they had a class, elementary school class that grew the food, and like once a week they would harvest the food they had been growing, and that food would be used for the meal for the rest of the school that day. And that was a big thing. The kids really wanted that class because, you get that ego boosted when people are sitting down eating what you grew, and it talked a lot of head. The kids talked a lot of head about what people were eating. So, that's a good way. And this thing at the Hilton, when the food was ready to be harvested, the one thing that happened, the cook came out and he told the kids when they was there one time, he said, I can take a radish and make a mouse out of it. And they said, what? And he picked it up with his little knife and he carved it, made a mouse. And he said, what I do when I have to fix a cheese tray, I'll take the radishes and carve out a mouse and set it on that cheese tray. So the kids were just captivated watching him. And then the hotel let him, with the kids, pick the food they had grown, add it with some stuff he had inside. And they went inside, and the last day there, they all fixed a big meal. I mean, you could just see the expressions on their faces watching what they had actually produced themselves. They had to build the raised bed. So this is more than just from the seeds up. This is from the hammer to the carpentry up to this finished product. And they all set out. I took pictures of them. They was having a ball, man. That's the kind of experience we want them to have. But it was an experience that was totally disassociated with the school. Yes, the school got them over there and stuff, but it was the community that was putting this on, and that extended the people who care about you past just going to the school, and you expect people in school to do it because they getting paid to do it. When they came to us, nobody over there was doing it because that's how they got paid. These people, we were all doing it because that's something we wanted to do to benefit them.
Yeah, and I noticed Anastasia in chat mentioned that part of the problem is that we're very rarely at these tables when these discussions are being had about what to do on the policy level. But back on the community level, I wanted to mention that I think part of what we're seeing is that the loop of life has been broken in the way that we go about our day-to-day activities, and what we see is that manifest in people's anger, rage, confusion, frustrations, those types of things. So when you disconnect people from that pride, that accomplishment, and all of that from like even just something as simple as food, and though we can see it in plenty of other areas, that it manifests itself in attitudes that aren't positive for the community as a result. And so I think rebuilding that loop, that connection between what I do is helping me and my community, and what my community does helps them and me. And I think for the black community, it's pretty obvious how a lot of that got broken, and when there was this other white community that was pushed us out. Go ahead.
That is so important. In the meeting that I just had yesterday with the Economic Development Department, and we were laying out these jobs that could be offered and stuff. I told him we got to have a continuum, because a lot of our folks are that disconnected group that not even going to qualify for those jobs. But it made me realize, and I told him I was going to start making a push for millennials, because I need for millennials to understand there's a need for them to get involved in these jobs, these kind of opportunities, so that those disconnected folks can see them. My disconnected folks aren't seeing millennials, because millennials are involved where the disconnected folks are. The millennials are involved out there in the workforce, yes, those that are working, but it's not where the disconnected community is. I need for those kids to see you working. I mean, it's important for them to see you, because that way they understand, oh man, it's something I can do. Well, right now they're not. Right now they're just seeing, your regular old folks out there, and they're seeing the older ones, because the older ones been around for a long time, but they're not seeing your age group. They're not seeing that progressive army folks that y'all are talking about, and that's the people they need to see. They need to see you all talking in the same manner you and I are talking. They hear it from me, but they can accept it from me because that's Richard. That's what he does. That's what he does. He's out here trying to teach us to be environmentalists. So he's going to talk to us like that. But when they start hearing your age group doing it, okay, that's what's going to have the effect on them.
Yeah, and I think that's really important as far as building. We have to be examples in order to. I'm a person that does a lot of things through imitation. Like I learned through imitation, and so for folks like me, it's really important, like you said, to have somebody that they can look at and be like, well, I can do it like that, and I know I'm doing okay. It's like I can try and make it better. I might fall short a little bit, but if I'm aiming at that, we accept that as okay.
That's right. That's right. I mean, because when they look out there right now, people messing in the garden, and it's not people like you. They haven't got your age group out there. Look out there from the white age group, though, and they're your age. That's who they see out there. That's who's in the community teaching folks to grow gardens, is that progressive army age group that y'all got that are white. And they got a bunch of Hispanics in LA and in Texas. But in all those areas, there are very few people, there are very few Black Americans that are out there engaged in it. So our kids aren't really seeing people who look like us doing it.
Yeah, I feel like there's some sort of wicked irony in us getting disconnected from the soil and from the earth in that way.
Yes, sure it is. Sure it is. We're the masters of that stuff.
Like, it's the closest thing to the first things we own. Like, as long as it's still in the dirt, it's not. Once it's out, then it goes somewhere else. But yeah, no, I think it's really I'm really happy to have you on. This was very informative.
I've enjoyed it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess we do want to get back into a little bit more convention coverage as we go out through the day. But I definitely want to have you back on Project Sanity at least at some point. And so we'll definitely go ahead.
For your convention coverage, check out the fact that the Democratic Party added an environmental aspect to their platform.
Yeah, if you want to, comment on some of that. You
Yeah,
with
well,
us.
I'm just really
Go ahead.
getting on top of it, but I got to see a video of the night that they did it. You know, they put together their platform down there in Orlando, and that was a week or so ago. And that it was on a Saturday because I was at a place on a Sunday, and the guy showed the video, and they included the first 100 days. They're going to have some direct effort being put forth toward climate change. So they're going to make the environment, they made the environment one of their platform objectives, along with decriminalizing marijuana. Those two items were the ones that stuck out to me, of course, because of what we do in life or what kind of work we're involved in. And those two items are part of the Democratic platform. Okay, so if in fact they win, those are supposed to be the first 100-day work orders. Okay, now I was on a interview. In fact, I heard you say y'all going to interview Jill Stein. I heard something like I did. I interviewed her, mentioned my name to her. She knows me in Kansas City. I spent some time with her. I would ask her why did she feel when she comes up and don't see no people of color in the audience. But that workforce thing, that makes sure. You know, I asked about it and said, well, how can we get an accountability? Because we need to have an accountability. If that's going to be a part of your platform, let's see the steps you're going to take to make it happen. And of course, the person I was talking to said, well, you know how that goes. They use it as a platform, but they don't ever really try to make it. That can be an area that we can really work on together. I'd love to be associated with your progressive army and making sure that we give it some attention.
Absolutely, no. It's definitely something that we're interested in, and one of the things, especially at Project Sanity, is we want to make concrete changes that improve the communities that people are living in. Because elections can make differences, and sometimes they're really important, sometimes not as important. But every day, changing your community in a positive way will make your community better in a positive way. And so, and that's something you can do with just you and a couple neighbors, or just stepping up and being the first one in your neighborhood to take that next step. And so before I let you go, if you had anything else that you wanted to cover, you want to mention websites, plugs, or anything like that,
man,
go ahead and get them out.
Well, I blew it last time because I wasn't prepared for it. I'm not really this time, but you got my name, Richard Mabion. I'm sure people can see that. That's Mabion. And just let's use Facebook. And you know how easy it is to go into Facebook. I'm there. That's a quick way to find me, and then we can go from there. So just look up Richard Mabion. Tell me whatever it is you want to talk about. I'm ready to go with it.
Excellent. That's great to hear, man. And so thank you so much for joining us, and we will definitely make sure to have you on in the near future. Thank you. Again, I'll be reaching out to you in the near future.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Bye. Well, and so that was Richard Mabion, president of Kansas chapter NAACP. Yep. And also a member of the Sierra Club, talking about environmental sustainability, community gardens, and so on and so forth. So we'll make sure to snap that off as a separate interview and make sure to post that up on Project Sanity and some other, and probably on the Benjamin Dixon Show channel as well in the future. So thank you so much, Richard, for joining us, and thank you all who are following along. The audience definitely seemed to be getting into it, and so that's great to hear. And so I do see that Brandon has joined me. He might be busy chewing somebody out in chat, but let's see if okay, he's gonna need a moment. But let's see here. I'll take a look at what's been going on. I've like I said. Now, okay, the Jill Stein thing. If Brandon can just nod or direct me, was that today or tomorrow? And then was that time listed in Eastern or Pacific?
There was a bit of miscommunication. It's listed in Eastern. It should still be going on for today, but I'm sure people can remember that yesterday Jill Stein was at the rally. There was a little bit of a kerfuffle with her campaign management, so I set everything back. So we should still have that coming up with Adair Schmidt. He's on the ground. Unfortunately, I was not able to join him, and no one is more upset about that than I am. But yes, I would still expect it, and if not, I will keep updated on when it will be happening.
And did he plan on doing that through Periscope? Or
I am not sure about that. that's something I believe he will be joining our hangouts. Actually.
Okay, I was hoping that, but I wasn't sure. So just yep. Well, we'll stay updated on that. And as you mentioned, yeah, Jill Stein, was the campaign manager, got arrested and was also. They were all out there in the protests, and so I imagine it's pretty hectic out there. But I, for one, I'm not sure how many people had seen what had happened, but I, for one, am impressed with Jill going out and being on the front lines, marching with the people, and I've been looking into some of what people view as her shortcomings or inadequacies, and so far, I mean, the big one that's the most consistent one that I've seen pop up is her about homeopathy or questionable medical remedies. But from what I've seen, she actually hasn't said anything too ridiculous. It's just stuff that is slightly outside of what's acceptable in the mainstream medical community, which I think has a lot of shortcomings of its own. So I will continue to keep digging to figure out what would make me not want to support Jill Stein. But so far, I'm getting a lot of positives and very, very little negatives. And so I'm looking forward to this interview, and hopefully Adaria is able to ask a little bit about the communities of color, especially Black folks, and what she's seeing or thinking about how she's interacting with them and they're interacting with her. And as well, I noticed in the speech that she mentioned, the speech that we watched yesterday while I was covering the channel, that she had brought up a Truth and Reconciliation Commission and reparations. Now, I don't know if that's just bombast in order to attract attention, or if those are long-time, sincerely held beliefs, or recent something that she genuinely recently came to a point of believing. But that's definitely something that I wasn't expecting to hear from a politician. We saw Bernie get challenged with that by Ta-Nehisi Coates, and that was a bit of a friction-filled point, and so I'm curious how Jill plans on navigating that.
I mean, let's be clear. When Ta-Nehisi Coates challenged, I know I'm off screen right now, but I do. Oh, I see I'm on screen right now, so.
Got my name. Everybody's had my name today, but.
Yeah. The whole Ta-Nehisi Coates thing was completely wagging the dog. He was holding Bernie Sanders to an entirely different standard than Hillary Clinton. And also, I know that Ta-Nehisi Coates would never purport to be this, but people sort of have made him this, the voice for all intellectual Black people. And two things: A, Ta-Nehisi Coates himself is not really in favor of reparations based on his own writings, and B, I'm not either. For me, that is a meaningless gesture. A, B, it will do very little to actually address the culture of poverty, which we've seen these studies done by sociologists, giving $10,000 to a poor person and they go back into poverty. I'm interested in more long-term solutions, and I don't think just simply plopping money on a problem is the solution to that problem. But that's just that's me.
No, I think it's an important point for us to ask ourselves is what is meant when someone says reparations, and I think that would actually be an excellent question for Adair. So I'll try and remember to write that down, pass that along. Hopefully he's able to get that. But what do you mean? Because when I hear reparations, I've already recoded it in my head to mean significant social programs targeting those that have been most abused by the American system up until this point, which will overwhelmingly be Black folks. But I know some people think a cash check, the Dave Chappelle style, go buy a Kohl's truck and call it good. I am definitely not in support of a reparations scheme of that nature. I'm far more of a community building along what we were just talking about with Richard Mabey and spending money to invest in those things. Like, as he said, it's like we go to these young white progressive groups and they are learning, they're teaching these things, but when we go into the young Black communities, they don't have this knowledge. And that's, to me, how you handle a reparation situation is you give them the parts of society that they were excluded from. So if that means that you have to put more money into their community in order to facilitate the idea that that they're going to be able to do those types of things, that's how you need to justify that, for Republicans in order to say, oh, why are we spending all this money? Well, it's reparations because it's repaying for 150 years of social, economic, cultural work that Black folks did and didn't get compensated for on the back end. in society. And so, from my perspective, that's a way I can get to being in support of reparations. But as far as how some people categorize it or imagine it as a cash check, yeah, no, that's definitely, as you mentioned, not going to do anything to address systemic poverty or the other underlying issues beyond that. And so I know Brandon is trying to make sure that he's able to get all that communication going back and forth. I'm just taking a look and see if I go ahead.
With the Jill Stein campaign, we have Adair on the way. We were bumped. We had originally it was scheduled for 2, but I suppose that she had change of schedule with again the Democratic, the walkout yesterday probably caused a lot more attention to go to the Jill Stein campaign. So we had to reschedule. Everything should still be going up. Worst case scenario, we will record it and we will play it later. We'll be recorded live and we'll play it later. But
yeah,
it will definitely be going up.
Excellent. So yep, we will definitely be connecting, and whether we're able to bring it to you live or whether we have to show it the recording later during the day, but we will make sure to bring that to you. And just while I'm here, I haven't mentioned, I just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in and watching, whether you're watching on Project Sanity .org or if you're watching at dnclive.net on the Benjamin Dixon channel or watching us over at twitch.tv/Project Sanity. Just make sure to please subscribe if you like what you're seeing. Give us a like, thumbs up, follow whatever it is for that particular venue. And if you think that you might know somebody that might be interested in what the kind of stuff that we're covering, or the angle that we're taking on the convention, or any of that stuff, please feel free to share the link with them. Twitter, Facebook, Google+. Check out the Google+ community. That's now up at /Project Sanity. Also, the YouTube channel, we did just reach 100 subscribers yesterday, so thank you to all of you who went ahead and signed up for, subscribed to the Project Sanity channel. And thanks to Benjamin Dixon, The Way with Anoa, Louisa Project, and Podcast Revolution, everybody at the Progressive Army, David behind the scenes doing massive work. Dave, my producer today, has been trying to get everything working, and I appreciate him working so hard to try and get everything going. And I just thankful for everyone. Richard Mabian was great, and so I'm just really thankful to be here. I feel very privileged to have this opportunity, and so I just wanted to mention that. Somebody asked me in chat who I planned on voting for governor. It was David Martin. I agree Inslee has to go. I've had a hard time figuring out how that happens. I'm not positive about what the best option is. I've been so focused on what we've been doing here for especially convention coverage. I have not been doing my normal last minute double checks on all the names that I find on my ballot that I hadn't heard before or weren't aware of. And so if I'm not going to vote for Hillary, and I'm going to use the justification that I'm voting for the person that most closely aligns with my ideals, and winner loser be damned, then I think I have to at least have a degree of that in my local politics. I think on the local scene, sometimes things are much more easier to connect to what the consequences of one person versus the other are, versus the national scene, where you have a larger Congress and a bit more layers of prevention before a single person can make dramatic change. Obviously, we've seen some dramatic change out of the presidencies, but especially when it comes to dealing with some of these issues. We're getting some messages in back, and I see some things going up. All right, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here.
You're not voting Hillary? Oh my God! What's wrong with you? Why don't you want to unite blue? You're living in the past? You need to. We're all trying to unite blue here.
Yeah, it's just I don't know how else I don't see how it's not an endorsement of everything wrong that she did.
But didn't you hear Bill Clinton's speech last night? It was so moving.
Oh yeah, it was, I flipped on CNN early this morning when I was just making sure everything was getting started on the stream, and the subtitle on the graphics, and I tweeted this out so you can check my Twitter at Progressive Green if you want to check it out. But essentially, it was the subtitle bar, the lower third said, Bill Clinton tries to humanize his wife. And it's like, okay, besides all the problematic language in that, and like just the whole concept that's problematic, that's really bad news if it takes Bill Clinton, one of the nation's best speakers, 40+ minutes just to try to humanize her. It is like, you know, they had rave reviews for Michelle and all the things that she accomplished and what she did, but they were just saying, well, he tried to convince people that Hillary Clinton is actually human, has some humanity, and
I would say
that's
he failed.
troublesome.
I would say he failed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he failed by trying. He should have just, we should all just pretend like she is not a lizard person. But I was referring more specifically to like all of the all of the racist language in his speech, where I forgot the exact quote about black people and police. Like, we can't have police afraid to be in black neighborhoods. And I'm like, I think you're missing the point. The caption should be, Bill Clinton, racist or the racist. Like,
Yeah,
it's literally
we can't have black people scared to be in black neighborhoods. How about that?
They just can't help themselves. It's become sad. The Clintons cannot help themselves when it comes to just saying the wrong thing. I can't believe it. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh man, yeah, it was one of the things I found unfortunate. I was hoping that we were going to hear a Black Lives Matter chant for Bill, and I think that they purposely placed him after the Mothers of the Movement, and placed some and heavily, or the video had a lot of ethnic presence in it as well to try and diffuse that. But I really think that had he been interrupted on that stage by a chant like Black Lives Matter, he would have said something in a way like that you picked up on some of those more nuanced things, in a way that would have echoed in that hall and on air in a way that those more nuanced things don't really get picked up by people who aren't tuned into them. So I'm disappointed that they weren't able to spark him or push him into reacting. But I think, like you mentioned, that people who are paying attention notice those things.
Yeah, just like, Bill, he might as well have said, I can guarantee you my wife is a mammal. That she respirates, that she sleeps at least 8 hours a night, that she gives birth to live young.
And here's the thing, is like, Bill Clinton knows what it would have taken to humanize her. He could have done it in 15, 20 minutes by profusely crying and apologizing for how he devastated her. That would have meant, admitting fault and acknowledging that he kind of did some terrible things, and it would have made her look like a hero and made him look like a total jerk, even though probably within a couple years he would be hailed as some sort of hero for, basically making a sincere apology in order, and also the whole factor that it would be very politically expedient, and that would be the motivation. But to me, if he would have come out and been like, you know what, when he's going through that story about how he met her and how much he loved her, if then he added in that little piece about how, he put her on the national scene as a victim of, an unfaithful spouse, and sincerely tried to appeal to both America and Hillary and everyone about what was wrong with that and all that, like, I think that might have humanized her. But just going over the stories that he did, talking about like the Child Defense Fund or how they met, and leaving out the parts about like crossing a picket line and, the Child Defense Fund not necessarily the people over there not having the same opinion of her work there as she did. And that's kind of a pattern throughout a lot of her things, is that she takes credit for something, and the people that actually received whatever she's taking credit for have a very different opinion on the role that she played. But go ahead, Brandon.
Absolutely. But I think I think all of this combined, the Clinton supporters, the Bills, the Michelles, the Warrens, who have just been, like I said last night, leveraging their own self-respect to, to humanize Clinton, and, like, using their, using the trust that people placed in them to make her seem human. They've made her unprepared for the reality of a general election. Like by promoting her as this, bulletproof candidate, she's so experienced, there's nothing wrong with her. They have left her unprepared for what Trump is going to bring to her, because ultimately, like, it's been said a lot, he just has to tell the truth. And just by telling the truth, he is going to be saying things that no one else is willing to say about her, and they will be true things about her. And I think that was the biggest disservice that Sanders, did to the party and to Clinton, was to not simply tell the truth and leave her in this state where she has not yet had to, justify her past mistakes. At this point, when it comes to, if Hillary Clinton could eat a live baby on national air. I'm sorry, on national TV, and MSNBC would call it a bold feminist critique of motherhood in America. And like at a certain point, we have to realize that the liberal bubble is not as it's more forgiving of her sins than general populace will be. And I think it's what we're seeing. We're seeing, despite all this Unite Blue stuff, they still have to win over the independents. They still have to win over those people who are less informed, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, one of the things I mention frequently is that it's really hard to convince people that Trump's the bad guy and you're the good guy or good woman in the situation where more people believe Trump than believe you. And you say maybe she has the media on her side. Well, the media is also less trusted than Trump. So between Trump, Hillary, and the media, people are going to believe Trump the most. Now, that should have been a red flag to Democrats before we even got to this point. But they, like you said, they treated her as bulletproof. Oh, Democrats voted for her, so everybody else will. It doesn't matter that Bernie got overwhelming majority of the independent support. So outside of the Democratic Party, it's quite evident that Bernie would pull in way more votes. Not to mention people in the Democratic Party, especially before it got more contentious, were far more fond of Bernie than, like, Hillary supporters were far more fond of Bernie than Bernie supporters were of Hillary. So you're going to get a higher share of the Democratic vote with a Bernie nomination, and you're going to get more independents with a Bernie nomination. It's political malpractice that we nominated Hillary Clinton as the Democratic Party, frankly, in my opinion. It's political malpractice. Anybody that, if it were any other politician, somebody would have stepped in and said, you know what, it's nice that you've done all this work, but you're not the one.
I mean, this is what I say. I keep bringing this up because I went on a date 2 nights ago, and we watched the DNC thing together. We went back to her place, watched the DNC thing together. Probably mistake number 1 of many, or no, by that point it was probably mistake number 17. But and like we talked there, and I talked about this. I was like, there's such a thing as having too much experience. There's such a thing as having too. In my date at the time, she's probably not my date anymore. At the time, pointed out that yeah, it's true. Like there's such a thing as she has accumulated so much baggage. Not necessarily that. It's not saying that other politicians would not have accumulated the same amount of baggage had they been in the game as long as she has. But in being in the game so long, she has accumulated so much baggage, so much just political malfeasance, just like scandal after scandal after scandal. And I can't say that any other politician would be left better after. No, I can't actually, because Bernie Sanders has been, but I can't say that any other politician at her level would be left unmarred by the system. But at this point, this is why she lost to Barack Obama. She just has too much history, too much experience, too much of it is bad.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, and you touched on it a little bit earlier, it's just about like when she does apologize or say she's sorry, she usually doesn't actually apologize if you read what she says. It's like there's very rarely an I'm sorry in there or an I apologize. It's almost always one of those, I'm sorry that this offended you. Not that I'm sorry that I made a mistake.
It's a non-apology. I'm sorry that you misunderstood me. I'm sorry that you took it the wrong way. It's like it defers blame from me to you. Like it's your mistake. You don't understand what I meant, and that's why you're offended. But really, if you were smarter, you wouldn't be offended.
Yeah, and for anybody watching and doesn't know what I'm talking about, feel free to Google any of her recent apologies. You can check the Iraq War vote apology, the Nancy Reagan comment apology. What else? There's any whatever apologies. There's so many out there. I can't even remember them all. But like any of the apologies, go look at them, and you'll know right away that if you were on a playground in 3rd grade and they put you together with the person that you had an issue with, and you gave that kind of apology, they would say that's not an apology. You need to do better than that. And here we have a presidential candidate doing that.
I'm sorry I didn't try harder. I'm sorry. All of these things that make it that defer it for like decentralized. Yeah. That's been the story of the Clinton candidacy. At least this time around. I don't remember 8 years ago what it was like, but this time around it's definitely been this is not about me. And it's also not about the people. This is about Trump. And I think that's where Trump has won this electoral cycle. As a narcissist, this entire thing's about him. every platform, every candidate, no matter what side you're talking about, has had to engage with Trump, when really the actual solution was to ignore him. To ignore him from the beginning. That's what you do to narcissists. That's what you do to people like that. You ignore them, and then they go away. But they were unable to.
Had to feed the troll.
Yeah, they just had to feed the troll, and he dominated. He dominated them by just playing that role, playing that role masterfully.
Oh, looks like Adair's getting set up here, so we may be going to that very shortly. Hopefully Dave's able to prep that for us a little bit. We will, so as soon as we get that, it does look like Adair is on site and should be getting in there. We will cut to that immediately. And I'm just going to let Adair handle it. I haven't really had a chance to coordinate with him very much, but let Adair handle the opening side, and then if there's an opportunity for us to get in there, I'll let you go ahead and get first crack at it, Brandon. And then if there's still anything left, I'll take a swing.
I think Adair is there with a few delegates.
Oh, awesome!
So he'll be there with 4 or 5 people. So we should have enough, cooks to make the soup just perfect. I do see a lot of stuff about vegan and vegetarianism going on in the chat room. I don't know. I guess Bill Clinton's a vegan or vegetarian now.
Yeah, I think vegetarian.
Is Bill Clinton?
Yeah.
Chat. Someone tell us, is Bill Clinton a vegan or vegetarian?
Just a kind of.
He's a vegan.
Nope.
Bill Clinton is a vegan
with Parkinson's, apparently.
A vegan with Parkinson's. Okay.
Well, he has tremors.
Now with Parkinson's, he's a vegan with tremors. I feel like those two are unrelated, Dave. But thank you for telling.
Yeah, well, my wife would agree with you.
Yeah. So I don't think veganism causes tremors or cures tremors. So
yeah, I don't think that.
Just stating the facts, man. Just stating the facts.
Two unrelated facts, just in proximity. That's all we have there. But no, I think that there's an interesting angle, and just as this is something. I'm sure they won't get to it with Jill Stein, but I'd be curious in a future interview if we could get some insight on it. But we talked about how raising vegetable gardens allows people to get that sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from consuming something that they've created. What I think we didn't touch on.
One second.
Okay.
One second. Okay, yeah. So we will probably turn to Nina after the interview. We believe Nina. I assume we're going to turn to Nina Turner at her press conference is at 4, but for the time being, we're getting ready to turn to Adair, who will be interviewing Jill Stein within the next few minutes. And so, stick around for the Jill Stein interview if you're interested in that sort of thing, and we will probably be turning to Nina Turner after that, if I'm not mistaken. So, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I see Anastasia there. Yeah, we will show them both. Which one is live will depend on which one. Looks like we should be good to go on Jill Stein, so she should be good. And then if Nina goes live at precisely 4, and we'll get to it as soon as the interview is complete. I don't think it'll end up going long. Jill is particularly busy, so especially after last night, and then with the convention going on today. So hopefully we'll be able to line those all up so we can give you the best of those. But what I was just going to mention is that what we don't really talk about in our society very much, and there was a show that I'm thinking of. It was on one of those like Discovery Channel type things or something. But basically it showed a guy that went hunting and hunted his food, and rather than the sportsman style shows where the hunting is, it's hardly hunting. This was a very in-depth look at it, and it went all the way through to the part of gutting the meat. And a lot of people got really outraged because, this is like, it was not too late. It was like on at 8 p.m. or something on a family cable channel, or like just a normal cable channel. And so, we got Adair. So I will. He's muted. Yeah, go ahead.
You mean half an hour from now, Grandma Christine? 4 Eastern, not 4 Pacific. 4 Eastern. So half an hour from now. But we have Adair coming up right now.
All right. So Adair, thank you for joining us. And I don't know if you're okay. If you can speak with us for a moment.
Yeah, I have just a few minutes. I'm actually about to go back in and get all the feeds set up, get the camera angles set up. I'm here actually at the Jill Stein campaign headquarters. as you can see behind me. I'm about to have my sit-down interview with Jill Stein. I apologize, guys. It's not going to be quite an hour long. I don't know how much time they're going to be able to give us. They are running a bit late. But as I said, I will go. We'll give the best nuanced, most informative interview that we can. And then when we're done, I will give some follow-up coverage. And then after that, I'll be heading directly to the Wells Fargo Center and be live streaming directly from the floor. So if you guys give me just a few minutes, I'm going to hang up now. Then I'm going to pop back in right before we get everything set up. Is that all right?
Okay, yeah, I was just going to try and clarify whether you were going to try and set them up in the angles in the Hangout, or if you were using Periscope.
Angles and Hangouts.
Okay, all right.
Angles
so,
are going to be in Hangouts. I've got my camera, another camera. I've got about 4 cameras that are going to be setting up angles. This one will be me and Dr. Stein. I've got one that's an S5 on a Steadicam. That's going to be just Dr. Stein. I've got another one that's just going to be on me, and then I got one that's going to rotate around those 3 positions. All right.
All right. I will. With that information, you can go. You can go ahead and hopefully.
The sooner you can get in this hangout with all of those, the better, because I need a little time. But you know.
Yep.
All right.
Dave is going to do the best he can to make sure to give us the best presentation we can do with.
This link, right? Is this Hangout link?
Yes, this is the.
This is the link. If nothing else, you'll have a great shot of Jill Stein, and then I'll be able to set everybody else up.
All right, so I'm going to hang up here. I will send this link back out, and I got to call Ava. All right, guys, I'll see you in a bit.
Best camera for Jill, please.
Oh, and Adair, one of the questions that we had come across was just talking about the reaching out to the black community and reparations and what she means when she says reparations.
Got it.
So
guys, I got to run right now. Otherwise, we're not going
to go. All right. So Adair, like you said, is going to be joining us with Jill Stein very shortly, so I won't get into too much, but I just wanted to cap out that story, which was essentially that with the disconnect between our fruits and vegetables and how we get produced, that's one thing. But with meat, and we've talked about with Bill Clinton being a vegan, and I'm sure people have run into the moral, ethical arguments between vegans and non-vegans, but what I think a lot of people don't appreciate is that when you eat meat, just because, like, and talking about the graphicness of the slaughter, is like, when you eat meat, that animal had to be slaughtered. That you didn't do it, that you outsourced the slaughtering of your meat, doesn't make you better than a hunter who goes and slaughters his own meat. Like, if anything, you know, having to personally confront the reality of gutting something is a more responsible way of consuming meat than just going out to the supermarket and buying it or going to your McDonald's, in my opinion. So, sorry to go ahead.
I'm actually not really super that big into animal rights activism. Like, I'll admit, I don't actually care. I don't think we should keep animals in tiny cages. But I'm gonna sound like a dick for a second.
It sounds like you've been doing good at that lately.
Okay, no, but seriously, is it better? This is just like my perspective. Is it better to give them a really good life and then kill them, or to give them a really bad life and then kill them? Like, I don't know. That's just a question.
Just perhaps that they welcome the sweet death.
That, Brandon.
I could imagine after being trapped in a cage where you can't turn around and do anything, that death is maybe a welcome release. But I get your point, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I eat a fair amount of meat in my diet. I can't go vegan because I'm allergic to nuts and seeds and legumes, so I can't have chickpeas or lentils or any kind of nut or tree nut. So I can't do the whole vegan thing. And I can respect people who do, but ultimately the only problem I have with it is that veganism is not healthier for you. Like, veganism is not healthier for you, vegetarianism is not healthy for you. That's a myth, and the myth arises from the statistics that show that people who are vegan or vegetarian are healthier. But the problem with those statistics are people who are vegan or vegetarian by necessity have to monitor their diet more strictly. And so any kind of monitoring of your diet and being aware of what you consume will make you a healthier person. And they've shown that if you eat meat but monitor your diet, you will be healthier or just as healthy as vegans and vegetarians, because it's just the act of monitoring your food intake and making sure you get the right nutrients, micro and macro, that what makes you healthy. And most nutritionists will not advise you to go vegan or vegetarian, like most good ones won't. Because they have an old saying, it's vegetarian and veganism, it treats a good idea like it's the only idea. And usually it's better just to have a balanced diet. Don't eat 8 pounds of meat a day, don't eat a bunch of vegetables a day, just have a normal diet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like just monitoring, like anybody who's taking like a health class in school or anything has realized when they had to write down what they were eating every day, it was like, wow, when I write this down, it looks a little bit different than what I imagined in my head, and just that process can make make diet changes and bring about health outcomes that are better.
Yeah, I'm sorry we're
So,
off topic, guys, but I mean we're waiting for the interview. We're waiting for Jill Stein to take place. Oh,
looks like we're getting up here, so
we're getting ready for interview. So we're gonna start with the Jill Stein interview in a few seconds, guys.
and it sounded like they might only be able to get about a half an hour with her in the first place, so we might actually end up lining up with a Nina Turner press conference pretty well. Otherwise, we understand if you guys want to catch that live, we will bring a clip of it and discuss it afterwards regardless, but hopefully this times out for us in a way that we're able to capture a really great interview with Jill Stein and then go straight into Nina Turner explaining whatever happened last night. I'm really curious about that. So.
Absolutely. So we are not just talking heads. I have a full body. I appreciate the question, Jim Vaccaro. But you came in late. We're getting ready to have an interview with Jill Stein right now. We are basically just stalling while we get everything set up. So, you know,
would it be easier for you, Dave, if we were quiet and so that the screen didn't bounce around?
Oh, F yeah.
Okay, so.
And there should only be one Hangout open mic, and that would be Dr. Stein's, and everybody else should shut up, otherwise we're going to get that terrible blue sign. So one Hangout who's getting great audio on Dr. Stein should be broadcasting into the Hangout.
All right, so Adair, hopefully you're able to hear us, but we need just only one of those mics to be turned on when you start.
The best one.
Yeah, the best one, ideally. And closest to Jill. We love you, Adair, but no, but the best one that we can get. And so other than that, I will be quiet now. So just so you guys know, that's what we're doing. We're quieting down so that Dave can help set up these shots so that they're as clean as we can get them on such short notice.
I can't hear you guys. I guess I can. I'm not getting Adair's audio, Rich. Oh, he's muted. Okay. All right. I was panicking there. All right, guys. So I'm going to speak until I get somebody in, just so you know what's going on. We are waiting to set up for an interview. Unprecedented access.
You would need to unmute yourself on OBS for the screen here. Yep.
Okay, hey folks, what you're watching here is Adair Schmidt, who you may have seen streaming from the floor of the convention from the Washington delegation. He is. I know he's muted. I know. We are getting. We're going to have an interview with Jill Stein. Apparently, we're going to have some great camera angles. I'm unmuted in. Okay. I gotta do that so they can hear me, right? All right. So now I am unmuted everywhere. I think everybody can hear my voice, the broadcast. I think. If not, please let me know. I think I heard myself. Okay.
Hey guys, I'm sorry if I'm cutting in. We're not. I have to unmute. This is going to be the shot angle right here. This is the camera to focus on. We've got 5 minutes and only 5 minutes, so be ready for that.
I'm sorry. Which camera is that? Wave your hand in front of it. Which is the main camera? Put a number one. Put a number in front of your cameras, guys. Where's camera one, camera two, camera three? That's two.
Totally got the Wayne's World camera one. Camera
There's one. Okay, that's our main camera. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Two. Sweet.
Sweet.
All right, now we got two cameras up, looks like. All right, let me fix this over here. Looking good, guys. You're watching Adair Schmidt, our correspondent from Project Sanity and Washington delegate, setting up for a live interview with Green candidate Dr. Jill Stein. This is unprecedented access for a grassroots media organization, all volunteers, all over the country. You're watching live right now. You're not hearing anything because they are muted. And as soon as we are ready to go with this interview, we'll break in. Rich, if you want to say anything, or Brandon, you're more than welcome to at this point.
Just trying to share out, and do
that. Absolutely. Promote.
Those of you that are watching, please let people know that they can catch a live interview with Dr. Jill Stein and some of Bernie's delegates. Adair did walk out with everybody else in coverage, and this is an interesting opportunity for I think Jill Stein to try to reach out to disaffected Bernie supporters. And so if you happen to know any of those that might be interested in hearing her case, this is an opportunity for them to catch it. So please share and like.
Sorry, guys, those are my mouse clicks. We're not getting any audio from there yet, so no worries. It will be up.
I'm seeing it as being up, but I'm not hearing it in the Hangout. That's strange.
Politician.
There we go.
And I used to practice clinical medicine. Now I practice political medicine because it's the mother of all illnesses. That divides us. We need a political system that allows us to come together on the basic values, the human values that we share, and on an agenda that puts people, planet, over profit. And there are so many ways we can continue to work together. All of us are basically dead in the water, unless we are all together working on this. And what your movement has shown inside of Bernie's campaign is that the heart and the soul of America is alive and well in your work. And you have just magnified that work immeasurably by your refusal at this moment of crisis, your refusal to turn your back on your work and on the values that you have lifted up that really unify us, not just as a country, but unify us as humanity all around the globe.
We appreciate that. We've been hearing a lot about unity today, guys, and I want you all to know that I stand here as a Washington State delegate. I'm standing with Dr. Jill Stein, the party for president, and I think unity can be found. I don't know that all of us will necessarily rally around the same person, but I do believe very much in the work that is being done by both us as a Democrat, as a Bernie Sanders supporter, as a Bernie Sanders delegate, and what Dr. Jill Stein is doing as the Green Party candidate for president. I absolutely must say I'm incredibly starstruck and very honored that you're here. Thank you so much.
Say continue your work, and remember that we are here as Plan B for Bernie. We saw the Democratic Party really reveal its true colors in the emails that were leaked that show very purposeful damage, very purposeful destruction, essentially the sabotage of Bernie's campaign, which could have been, receiving the nomination right now. The playing field was steeply tilted from the get-go through the superdelegates, through the Super Tuesdays, but also through the kinds of disinformation and collusion between Hillary's campaign, the DNC, and the corporate media. The playing field was very steeply tilted against him in a very purposeful way. So, I think we've seen how our revolutionary campaign can get inside of a counter-revolutionary party. In my view, we need to go forward with a revolutionary political party that actually is there to support this work for the long haul. Because too often, in recent years and decades, we have fabulous principled rebels standing up as candidates, but they all have been sabotaged by the Democratic Party, whether it's Dennis Kucinich or Howard Dean and the Dean Scream, or Jesse Jackson and a PR campaign against him. And they tried to keep the movement alive within the party, but the party doesn't want the movement. And it's been a fake left, move right strategy for the Democratic Party that allows the Bernie Sanders to be seen and heard, but then wipes them out and continues to become more corporatist, more militarist, more imperialist. This is a world that's not going to work for us. In this election, we're deciding not just what kind of a world we'll have, but whether we will have a world or not going forward. If you look at the massive expanding wars, the crisis of immigration resulting from those wars and predatory policies, from the takeover of the big banks and the next crash of the economy, the climate crisis, where the day of reckoning is coming closer and closer. Current science says decades from now we could have a civilization ending hit with a meltdown of major ice sheets and a rise of 9 feet or more of sea level as soon as 2050. So we say forget the lesser evil. We are the answer to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is thriving because of policies the likes of the Clintons, the so-called neoliberal agenda, which is great for bankers and throws people under the bus. That's what stimulates a rise of right-wing extremism. This is what has occurred many times over history. The only answer is for us to stand up with a truly radical progressive agenda that has been represented by the work you've done in the Bernie campaign. The Democratic Party has kind of closed the door on it, so we're opening the door in the Green Party. You're not just walking out of one party, you're walking in to another party for people, planet, and peace over profit and the promise of democracy that we can claim together.
Thank you so very much for that. We really do appreciate your time today. We do know you have to run. Guys, she's headed off to a summit at City Hall.
A rally at City Hall.
A rally at City Hall here in Philadelphia. Keep up with us. I'm going to see if we can't have someone over there in live stream to continue our coverage with Dr. Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate for president. Again, thank you so much for being on. I really am awestruck, but I know you got to go, so we'll let you around. Thank you much. All right, guys, we're signing off.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I get a really quick picture with you?
Yeah.
All right, and so what you saw there was a special interview that we set up with Dr. Jill Stein. It was a rather brief one, but we'll also have hopefully we captured a higher quality version that we'll be able to show in full on the Project Sanity or YouTube/Project Sanity. So thank you for that.
Yeah, we got it. We don't have to take the time.
I'm just trying to help Dave out here with the shot. Oh, God.
Thank you. Take your phone out.
Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate this. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I hear loud cheers. If you're gonna be out there, if you guys are gonna be out there, I'll be live searching from the floor.
It looks like Adair was still sorting out some more potential coverage with Jill Stein. I get the feeling that Jill Stein is going to be an ever increasing commodity or candidate as the DNC convention rolls on, and I think a lot of people get kind of turned away by the forced unity message that I think a lot of people are perceiving, and that's definitely the impression I get. I'm really disappointed in the media. I can't say that I'm surprised, but I think it's fair for me to be disappointed that essentially, if you look over any of the live coverage of the actual convention during the walkout, essentially nobody mentioned it. As far as I've been able to tell, I've put out requests out there for people that I know are Hillary supporters that, they challenged the idea, the mainstream media did pick it up, and then they linked to a bunch of articles that were written a few hours later. And so I confronted them and asked, well, the convention is a television event, so surely it was covered on television as well, right? And apparently nobody's been able to come across any coverage of it of it while it was happening or in the immediate aftermath on any of the major news networks. I know I received a tweet and somebody mentioned in chat before that I think it was Adre Easy on Twitter was mentioning that our local news in Seattle, Washington, Como 4 did actually cover it, and I suggested that perhaps Bernie winning the state 72% to 27 might have had something to do with it in an attempt to retain some sort of credibility as far as being a news organization. For me, anybody that didn't at least mention, like, even if you want to minimize it, as many of the articles that were posted in its aftermath did, or try to marginalize it or make it seem like a bunch of crybabies or any of those types of themes that were being pushed. That besides that, sorry, Dave's over here messing with stuff, and then I got distracted, and then getting a little hungry to see Brandon eating as well too. So got a little distracted from my point, but I guess where I was going with that in general is just that this whole forced unity message, and saying, oh well, we handed out Bernie signs with Hillary font to show our unity, and not to mention that they were also taking away Bernie gear that didn't have Hillary font, so anything that was Bernie but not Hillary related had been actively being removed, or people, as they signified with the tape over their mouth, being silenced. And I don't know if we got a chance when we spoke with Adair before earlier this morning to ask him about whether some of the people that got removed as a result of being boisterous, whether they were removed permanently or temporarily. Did you, I don't know if you were here for any of that, Dave or Brandon. You can just say something, you don't have to cam up or anything. No worries. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. And so as far as with what we heard from Jill, I think what was important in that interview is she's offering us a plan B. And a lot of people want to say that voting not for one of the two major parties is a wasted vote. I'm sure several people have made the point on this channel before, but I'll make it one more time that it's not a wasted vote. So I'll tell you one thing, is that one of the reasons why people are able to say that it's a wasted vote is because they're never able to convince enough people that it's not, for it to be a significant enough size of the population that either Republicans or Democrats or some independents can look at it and be like, well, if I can appeal to them without losing the people that truly already support me, that's a winning coalition without a D or an R. And I think that is one of the big values in a reasonably successful third-party presidency, whether it's Gary Johnson or Jill Stein for that matter, is that, and ideally, hell, if we could get a close four-way race with 25% each, I think that would be the most clear message that we could possibly have, that we don't need to work within the parties in order to accomplish the change that we need. We just need people within the parties to accept that concept of being able to do that. And I think that there's a point, and I know Nick, who's on here often on Benjamin Dixon channel, often has made this point to me personally, and I'm sure he's made it on air, that we, oh God, why do I keep doing this? That, excuse me, that the Green Party itself has a different structure than how the Democratic Party how it functions. So the way that you move up in the Democratic Party isn't the same way that you move to the top of the Green Party. And I know Anoa had some pushback on Nick about how by Jill Stein basically giving an open door to Bernie, whether that undermines some of that functionality of the Green Party and how the differences in how it functions relate to how when power is coalesced at the top, what that means and what the consequences of that are for the folks that are a part of that party. And my personal opinion on it, I think that so long as the Green Party is on board, I don't think that there's a problem with that type of a shortcut, considering Bernie has a well-established career of supporting most of what the Green Party, where the Green Party stands, other than the whole staying outside of the party as a result of his run in the Democratic nomination. But obviously Jill Stein hasn't put him on a leper list or anything like that for engaging in the party and learning the hard way that the party will do whatever it takes in order to maintain its power. And it doesn't, essentially it doesn't seem as though there's any line that they won't cross. And if you're available, I could use a drink, Brandon. So if you wanted to talk for a moment on some of what we've seen, or if you might be in the back room and chat that I'm not catching here.
Oh no, I was looking for
Nina Turner.
For the Nina Turner rally.
Excellent, excellent. No, I can keep talking if you can keep looking for that. I appreciate that. I've been spacing. Normally, I'm accustomed to having a rundown to glance at so that I keep myself on track. But with everything going live and everything happening as it's happening, not really too functional of a purpose for that. So I'm just trying to keep everything in order, and I'm also keeping an eye on social media and some other things just to see if any big headlines pop up, if any protests get especially active or anything like that. And we definitely see a lot of talk about Nina Turner going around, and some lingering DWS questions about Hillary hiring her or giving her a token position, however people want to characterize it, in her 50-state strategy campaign. And I just, to me, if there's a 50-state strategy campaign headed by Bernie and then there's another one headed by DWS, I think it's pretty obvious which one I'm going to be leaning towards. I can imagine what a DWS 50-state strategy looks like, and it doesn't seem like anything I want to be associated with at all. Also, as far as with this whole Unite Blue and supporting Hillary thing, is I think Bernie has a lot on the line that if in a Trump administration, Bernie could become absolutely powerless. He may lose any ability that he may have to be able to affect change within the government structure. So I can understand from his perspective why Hillary winning is the best option for him, and in a way that is also for us, in that in order for him to, in his view, the best way for him to be able to help our movement is to be able to be an effective member in the government. And to that end, I think that he has at least a point that Bernie needs to be there in order for some of it, like to have somebody in the Senate to introduce the bills, to have the clout in order to be on the committees, the seniority and the relationships that's going to take, just to get people to listen to what may be another proposal from a more progressive senator that's been elected as a result of the brand new Congress or some other effort to get new faces in the public office. Those new faces will be just that, new, and ideally they'll have massive amounts of grassroots support behind them. As last night, Anoa touched on this when we were talking with Mike from the Humanist Report about how one of the reasons that we need to hold our candidates' feet to the fire, whether they're presidential or other positions, is that they always have another group that's pushing them away from our interests. There's always that's always there, and it's consistent, and It has nice cars, beautiful women, fancy boats, you know, exclusive access, all sorts of things that we can't provide to them. And so we have to act as a countervailing force to all of that in order to realistically imagine a human being being able to stay consistent in their representation of our interests. Bernie is, I think, a rare, unique example of somebody who seemed to have been able to do it without so much being held to his feet to the fire, but just knowing that this is the right thing and being surrounded in a community where people could see that. And that was a luxury that Bernie had in Vermont that not everybody shares around the country in various states and situations. So just to let you know, we are looking to bring you that Nina Turner stuff, the Nina Turner press conference live, so we can find out exactly what the DNC has been doing and how she feels about it and what her response is. God, I wish somebody would. I wish I could know how prepared Nina thought she was for president, because without Bernie, a Nina Jill ticket sounds pretty nice, and so I don't know if she feels like she's given. Yeah, whichever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whichever one of them felt more comfortable aware of her, as far as I'm concerned. And I think one of the things that just since we're still looking for Nina, that I think is really important to mention, just because of all the narratives that have been spread throughout the length of the campaign. We all know that if Jill Stein was a man, that we would all be misogynists, right? That the only reason that we're not misogynists by not supporting Hillary and picking somebody else is because it's a woman, right? We all realize that. Is that something we agree on?
I don't give massages. They hurt my hands, so I don't scrub stuff.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the chat, waiting for that reaction. But that's the impression that I've gotten, is that without a doubt we would all be Bernie bro, misogynist haters if we were supporting a male candidate. So for those folks who find themselves closer aligned to Gary Johnson than they do Jill Stein when it comes to a second choice after Bernie, yeah, be prepared for that. Although there's plenty of other things I think to be critical of supporting Gary Johnson about, but rather than that. But we've seen consistently throughout the campaign that it's been an issue that if it can be interpreted in any way, shape, or form as being sexist or racist against a prominent black figure or any of those things from out of the Bernie campaign, it doesn't matter who's doing it, you adopt those characteristics, and at least in the view of Hillary supporters. And I think one of the things that I think especially people in the middle have been getting fed up with is just how delusional we all are on both sides, and not necessarily people here specifically or anything, but about the shortcomings of candidates or the mistakes that they make or the propaganda tools used to cover them up. And so whether it's Trump and his bombastic language and his ability to just repeatedly tell lies habitually to the media, and the media seems incapable of finding a way to encapsulate that and present that as the reality in a way that people accept it, or whether it's the explaining away of everything that Hillary's done, the DNC did, and the minimalization of all of that, whatever it is, that I think people in the middle are fed up with. They're looking around and they can't even comprehend what world both Republicans and Democrats are living in, because it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the world that they're in, because it's so full of hyperbole and bombast and fear, and whether it's of Trump or of Muslims or of Mexicans or of black people or of police or of whatever. There's just so much fear out there and so much animosity and all these things that if you find yourself anywhere near the middle where you agree with some things on the left and some things on the right, this election has put you in a place where it's not a choice, it's a threat. And so hopefully we're able to get some more information. Okay, just taking a look. We're looking for the feed still. If we find it, or if you find it, please share it with us, and we'll be happy to bring it up and put it up so that all of our viewers are able to join in with you to be able to observe, and then we'll be right back to comment on it afterwards. If we find some corporate feed that we are not comfortable with worrying about the copyrights of using, we will at least be able to watch that and then comment on it afterwards, so that if you also watch it that you will be familiar. But we will keep up and let you know as soon as we get the feed going, and we will cut to it as soon as it comes up. Otherwise, I just want to go ahead and let everybody know my name's Richard. I'm from Project Sanity, Progressive Greens, co-host and co-creator of the Project Sanity show. Brandon is also a member of Project Sanity. We also had DC, or Dave, who's also a member of Project Sanity, all with the Progressive Army. And basically what we're doing on Project Sanity is, as Nis and Jon Stewart put it, trying to be somewhat of a Fox News of veracity. So we still want to, we don't want to bore you to death with strictly fact-based stuff, and we don't want to be a sitcom slash what are those things called? Like Days of Our Lives, whatever those things are called. Soap opera, yeah. That's not our intention. We don't want to do that, but we do want to keep it. We do want to keep you engaged, and that does involve some level of entertainment, some levels of drama. Usually created just by trying to make all of this happen without falling apart, and just some of those other things. And so it's when you're all volunteer, all grassroots, and we all have a variety of specialties and skill sets, but there's a lot of holes still within the groups as far as people that are anywhere near expert level at some of these things that we're doing. Because a lot of us have gotten involved in this because we just saw that there was a need for this, and if we had any capability to provide any help, we felt a responsibility to get engaged, get involved, and participate in improving our situation for everyone. Because when we see each other as an extension of a family, beyond our family, our immediate family, and across the country, and eventually, ideally, expand our empathy around the world, then we end up in a better place. Because when you're concerned about other people's well-being and they're concerned about yours, it's a lot easier to arrive at a place where you both are satisfied than if one of you is concerned about the well-being of the other, but the other one couldn't care less. And so it's about building that empathy and building that ability to relate to each other that really helps move us forward as a country, as this community, as a globe. And so I see Braden has been getting a little bit more motion, so I don't know if he's got something for us. Nope. All right, just keep plugging on, keep looking. If we find that...
I cannot find a live link to this. I don't... apparently people in our chat can't find one either. I've been looking all over the place. I don't know where...
I know it was widely circulated. I wonder. If anybody finds it, let us know. It may be getting delayed, maybe getting set up. The powers that be may have tried to shut it down, or put out something out there suggesting something to the line that anybody that takes this press conference isn't going to have any interviews with Hillary Clinton for the rest of the campaign, or. I'm just speculating here, but we'll see. We'll find out what's going on, and I always just leap to the worst, just because after this whole campaign, I'm a bit frustrated and upset. But make sure I let you know that I'm speculating. I have no idea, but that would be the case or anything to that effect. But hopefully we are able to find Nina's press conference, and it does go off, or does come off without a hitch, and. Hopefully we can get some more information about what it is that happened and what it is that we can do to help her and to move forward and to make the progress that we're after. So I'm going to keep looking up for that. And as soon as we get it, we will go to it. I'm hesitant to get started on anything just in case it pops up in the middle of anything, but some of the other topics that have come up that I think would be relevant to discuss. Let's take a moment here. Not a fan of Tim Kaine either. I'm just seeing if I see anything on my feed that happens to mention what's going on here. Yeah, this whole Russian angle on the DNC leak has been something else for me. Like, the Russian hackers potentially Russian hackers expose corruption within the DNC and our democracy, And the big story is, well, what did Russia do? And Dave was not prepared for it to pop up there. Welcome, Dave. I know he's been trying to get his camera working for a while now, and it looks like it finally he was able to get it up there. So welcome back.
I P and P there. How you doing, guys?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Brandon, what did you find something?
Yeah, I have an update. Apparently, the rally for Nina Turner has been moved to 5:45. It's been moved to 5:45, people. So that's probably why none of you can find it. It is not happening until around 6. So
that's Eastern time, by the way, for those of you.
Yeah, 6 Eastern time, the only real time zone. Everything else is an illusion.
At least that's what my cable provider thinks, anyway. Bastards. Never get anything live over here on the West Coast. They'll put the live thing on it like, we have, but it's recorded. And tiny letters, they'll have the recorded live, but it's frustrating. I'd like some live stuff every once in a while. Occasionally we get it in the Hollywood. When it's based in Hollywood, we get the live time, and you guys have to stay up late, so that's nice. So for those of you who didn't catch that, Brandon just informed us that the Nina Turner press conference rally event thing isn't slated to start until about 5:45, 6 o'clock. So that'll be when we're looking to bring that to you, and then again that's 6 o'clock Eastern time. Until then, what do we have? Do we have anything? Go ahead.
Okay, so now I'm getting conflicting information. Let me just bring that back. So there is another rally tonight at 5:45, which is the I'm With Nina rally. And we're going to see a lot of celebrity people there. Susan Sarandon, Danny Glover, Rosario Dawson, Shailene Woodley, blah, 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 blah. But the Nina Turner press conference might still be going on right now.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to keep looking for that just in case.
All right, yeah. And again, if anybody in chat finds it, feel free to share it. You may have to what we call bastardize the link, where you remove the dots and the slashes and replace them either with text or put some spaces in there. Those of you familiar with the YouTube chat and link filters can pass along the information if somebody's trying to post a link and they're having trouble. Otherwise, we will keep looking out for that. And so if the press conference is still going on, as it sounds like it might be, as the I'm With Nina rally is the one that we were talking about later at 5:45 to 6 o'clock-ish area time, we will bring that press conference to you as soon as we can if we find it. Otherwise, if we find a recorded version, we'll make sure to bring that to you when we're able to. Till then, let's see here. Just taking a look here and seeing what we got. I guess I feel bad for even contributing to this, but I think Trump was smart by having that press conference this morning and stealing some attention, doing it early so that it gave the pundits something to talk about while they're killing time for the convention, and it also allowed for him to be in the conversation, really, which is something that you notice Hillary wasn't really in the conversation much during the Republican convention, despite her going out to rally events and such. Donald Trump holds one press conference, and not only does he get whatever he says in the press conference in the headline, he reminds everybody that it's been 200+ days since Hillary Clinton's last press conference. And so when it's really weird when you hear, everybody makes a big stink about Donald Trump, gonna, basically gut the media and restrict access and all this stuff, but he answers far more questions, makes himself far more available now. He might have a grudge against one or two particular institutions or whatever, but at least he's getting out there and not only picking and choosing certain interviews to go on where it's a friendly host, essentially. And which is what we've seen from Hillary, is that she gets out on the press, but it's always a one-on-one type situation and a very controlled environment. Rarely is it live, but occasionally it is. But most of the time it's recorded, and then again it's with one interviewer with what appears to be previously discussed questions. And so
that's because Trump is a narcissist and Hillary Clinton is an entitled person. So she doesn't feel like she should have to talk to people, and Trump just wants everyone to listen to him. So.
Yeah, but I think that's a reasonably fair assessment, at least on the surface.
It's definitely a shallow one, but it definitely feels as though like the Hillary Clinton feels running for president and trying to convince people is a burden she should not have to bear. People should just come to her, and Trump is just happy to be there, happy to talk.
Oh, looks like Revolutionary Z has gotten some live footage from some action on the ground. So if we can, I think we'll go ahead and bring that up shortly so you guys can see what's going on outside in Philly while we look for the Nina Turner thing, and that'll give me an opportunity to go get something to drink and prevent my bladder from exploding. So we'll be back from that, and we will go ahead and take a look at what's going on in downtown Philly. As soon as he gets his sized up here for us. No rush. Don't worry about it. I'll keep filling. Just so you know, Revolutionary Z
no pressure.
is down in the streets covering some of the protests and events that have been going on. Yesterday, we showed some footage of his from the DNC Resistance March in association with Black Lives Matter, and that was a powerful march through the city, and seemed to remain peaceful and went relatively smoothly. This one, from all appearances, seems to be peaceful at the moment, and looks like they're in front of a building. I don't know if that may be City Hall, possibly. I'm not sure. Tough to tell. But it does look like they are downtown, and so I'll let them go.
So it appears Jill Stein is running a little bit behind. Her representative told them she'd be here for. Can I see the sign real quick?
My name is Russ Pitt, and I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter. I'm 57 years old, and I'm one of the people over the last 35 years who put us in this mess by focusing on making money and not monitoring my elected officials. I voted as if it was convenient, never asking questions, and rarely voiced my opinion because life was good to me. Unfortunately, the game of life is not that easy for everyone. Small numbers of folks have the support and opportunity I had, and even less use it. I retired to Daytona Beach in November, and shortly after became aware of Bernie, his message, and his supporters. I was excited to attend my first barnstorm. I bought signs and shirts and began attending honkin' waves. I called our group Bikers for Bernie, and we did a video for Vice. Once organized, we became Daytona Beach area progressives. I bought a retired funeral home that looked like the White House. I cleaned it up and began holding meetings, attracting hundreds of like-minded Bernie fans. When the Florida primary passed, many lost interest. We all wished for a third-party run, but we trusted the Democratic Party would be fair to Bernie. I felt in my heart that he could and would be successful. I had no idea how stacked the deck was. I had no idea the system was so rigged. Bernie Sanders was not able to complete the many changes he designed, but Bernie caused a lasting change in us. It is up to us to cause a lasting change in our society and our government. We as citizens have several tools to fix this problem, but nothing as important as our numbers. We need to organize everyone into one voice because we matter. We have friends, I have friends who support Trump and Hillary and Jill. They all want the same thing, our voice to be heard and our will to be honored. A chance meeting with Bruce Carter ignited an idea, and among friends it grew. Through discussion and debate, the People's White House was formed. It starts at neighborhood level, where we can affect change and help others by just letting them know we are there. It is owned and operated by its members. Everyone can join. We have selected Bernie Sanders as our honorary president. We need leaders just like you at all levels and in all states to get involved. We need each of you to sign up and give us your ideas. Get involved, help formulate solutions, make your world better. Be the change, own your world. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you, Russ. Guys, make sure you get involved because remember,
We leave here with members. Russ, come back. You know he's going to go with you. You leave here with members, you have a voice. This is Forrest. So what would happen in those days when we would wake up, me and Russ would be meeting trying to figure this out. Forrest would wait there like patiently. So, but at 7 o'clock, Forrest wanted to go outside. So eventually, here's what we're talking about. People coming together, guys, despite it all. And this is what it's about. So Russ, thank you. Thank Forrest for being able to get in the game. Guys, Jill should be coming around the corner. I got a Steve Stokes, a gentleman that ran for office under Bernie's platform from California. And this gentleman here, guys, here's what I always learn. When you go into somebody's house, you should always be respectful. This gentleman, come here. He's from Philadelphia. He's going to tell you who he is, what he's done. I've given him 3 minutes. At funerals, you get 3 minutes to give remarks. At the end of the 3 minutes, the mic goes silent. That means we cut you off. Slam poetry? All right, slam poetry.
All right, so my name's Patrick Duff. I'm actually a local legalization activist for marijuana. And when I first moved back from here from California, I wanted to go and tell Philadelphia that they should legalize marijuana. But little did I know that the only city in the state of Pennsylvania that you do not have open public comment to make at city council is the city of Philadelphia. The city where free speech is born, they do not have free speech in the city council. So I sued them. I sued them in federal court, and a regressionist judge threw the case out, and now I'm suing and I'm in state court. So if I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to break into a little slam poem because I'm a slam poet. So just chill out for a second. You ready? Business is as usual in our fine land. Healthcare for the richest is united we stand. Let the poor eat cake while we fine dine. You see, it's the rich that drink champagne and the bums that drink cheap wine. It's 2 people to a house that can fit 54, while millions of homeless are sleeping on the floor. Equal rights are only equal if your bank says so. It's credit scores and incomes that run this show. It's rehab for the rich and jails for the poor. You see, all the small businesses have moved to one store. It's a depot of life, but it's
Well, guys, looking like the stream has failed, so we're gonna keep looking for that. Stand by.
Yeah, and we're also actively looking for the Nina press conference. So if we find that, or if anybody else does, please pass it along, and we will make sure to bring that up ASAP. Otherwise, we will just keep going. Hopefully, Revolutionary Z will be back up soon. Michael Stapleton over in Project Sanity's chat mentioned one of the best streamers on the street, and I happen to agree. Him and Unicorn Wright's pretty good too. No, it's just I listen to the stream while I'm when we're watching it. I just watch the stream so I can hear what's going on the stream. So what I saw there was whatchamacall. It looked like some slam poetry from a member of the city of Philadelphia. It looked like part of what they were after was people understanding that, if you're not from Philadelphia, that, that you're a guest in Philly's house, and so don't take out your anger at the DNC or anything or Republicans or anybody else for that matter on the city of Philly. They're your hosts. So be kind to your hosts, essentially, I think was the message that we did catch a little piece of there. And if that comes back up, we'll make sure to go to it. And also, if Nina comes back around, we'll make sure to go to her. We do have, I think we will have certainly have access to the rally in support of Nina. So we will definitely go to that, at least for a bit before we continue. Let's take a look at the... Oh. Okay, looks like David Gross, David from behind the scenes also posted in the info that Nina Turner's press conference is going to be at 5:45 Eastern. So perhaps those two events have been commingled, or to some degree or the I can't be for sure, but it does appear that that will be happening at 5:45. So until then, we are filling, and I think Adair hopefully maybe getting closer to the convention hall, or being able to give us an update of what's going on there, or was able to dispatch one of the folks that he was able to bring to the Green Party headquarters, and was able to get one of them to get out into that other event that Jill was heading towards, which I presume is separate from the one that Nina's at. A lot of events going on in Philly, a lot of people taking this opportunity to organize and rally for causes that they support, or to bring attention to issues that they feel are being ignored. So I'm of all, if there's a silver lining in all of the negative stuff that's come out of the campaigning, I think the urge and drive, motivation, and people seeing the necessity to organize has been one of the biggest benefits of all of this cycle, and that people are starting to wake up and realize that if they don't take control over their communities and turn them into what they want to be, the folks on top are going to continue to manipulate and change them into things that they don't want to, places they don't want to live. And if that's happening all across the country, and states all across the country, and cities across every state, we're going to rapidly run out of places where we find that are acceptable living conditions to exist in. And this is especially difficult for those without the resources to relocate as they see fit, which is a significant portion of our country. Even if you have the resources to be able to go find a place in another state and move there and do all of that, there's still the issues of then finding a way to maintain and regather those resources in your new location, which is not always a possibility, depending on what your employment is, or in your job and your skill sets, and the availability in this new location. We often find that the jobs available in certain places are available for a reason, and it's often because you have to travel to work there, and that it ends up eating a significant portion of your wages just to be able to work. And so that's not effective for the people that live there, and that they're often in a higher income bracket, which results in them not being as concerned about those types of factors. And so we'll just keep going here. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Richard. I'm a member, co-host, co-creator of Project Sanity with my friend Nis. You can find it at Scandinavia. And you can also follow us at Project Sanity. You can check out the Progressive Army on Twitter, and check out theprogressivearmy.com. You can go to dnclive.net, projectsanity.org. We got Podcast Revolution. Make sure to check out The Way with Anoa on Tuesdays. She was on last night. At the end of my segment of the day, I had Mike on from the Humanist Report, and Anoa kept him on for a while, and I only caught little pieces of it, but it sounded like they were having a very interesting conversation. So if we go down for some reason for a break, or just for technical reasons, that would be a great thing to check out. Check out the stream from yesterday, and look for those moments. There's also lots of great moments yesterday, so that if and when we ever go down, that's a great place to occupy yourself until we come back up online. Let's see here. A big shout out to the Benjamin Dixon channel and the show, obviously. And Ben, I heard Ben actually had caught Jill Stein during part of the protest, and I'm sure that a lot of folks saw that when it happened or when it was covered. But if that's something that we could get up, I haven't actually had a chance to watch it, so that would be a boon to me. Once Russ or anything, but if we were able to find that, if folks in the back room are able to help Dave find that link, if it's still up, or if we grabbed it in some way, I would love to see that interaction between Ben and Jill. I know Ben's a little bit tougher on Jill than probably we would be, and so I'm very curious about what he was able to get information-wise. I'm taking a look in the chat and see if they mentioned what they saw there. Otherwise, yeah, I want to take a look. If there's something that's been on your mind that we've covered and glossed over and didn't go into depth, or just something that's come up you noticed on your timeline, or anything like that, events you've heard, about what's going on in Philly, go ahead and mention them, and we'll discuss as we can. I'm just gonna. I've got to. Let's see here. What's the easiest way for me to do this here? I am short on desk space, so I have a precarious arrangement of my hardware here. So I'm trying to.
You're short on desk space.
You know, I got some stuff cluttered up here. I should actually really take off. I think I'm going to do that during my next opportunity. But oh, I'm so thirsty. Hot outside. I don't know if y'all noticed wherever you're located. I know it's hot over here. Probably hot where you're at.
Oh yeah, it's hot here.
How about that global warming and crank it up a few more degrees, right? That sounds like fun. No, and I thought it was actually. Go ahead.
We're also on fire in California.
Yeah, that is a bonus that comes with the heat in California. Is usually raging firefighters, and
40 million trees dead.
Yeah. On the bright side, it is a large employer for the large amount of ex-cons and former inmates that you guys are current inmates in that case actually have. It's a big part of how you guys are rebuilding your the part of your communities that are getting incarcerated.
It's our jobs program.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
High school, lock them up, put out fires.
Yep. And so that is basically the pipeline. It's particularly popular here on the West Coast. Both I know we have a lot of that going on in Washington, and I'm sure it's even more prevalent in California, where there's a lot of fires to fight. This is convenient for often, in a lot of people's perspective, in society's eyes, prisoners are often expendable. So if they're lost to something like that, probably doesn't make very many headlines, and people aren't too concerned about the fallout for their families. Looks like we were able to get that stream. I just want to take a look here to see how long it was. See what it was. Just taking a peek now. Just give me a second. Alright, looks like he was up for... Alright, looks like it was about 10 minutes. So, Eric, if you could take a quick look at it and see if there's a particular part that we should start at, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and run with it for the 10 minutes from last night.
Yeah, copy that. We can start it. Maybe I'll, check it out, and we can speed forward, but we can roll it. Just give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, sorry about that. What we saw, or what I think we're going to see from the descriptions that I saw when I was poking my head in chat and stuff, was that Benjamin was out at the protest last night and was able to get close to Jill Stein and speak with her briefly about both, I think, the protest, and I think he asked a question about how she was reaching out to black community members. And that was a question that's been particularly on my mind. So if I have no idea what her response was, or whether that went through all that well, but I do want to just check it out. So it looks like Dave almost got us up for us, so it'll be just a moment. Once he does, we will go ahead and switch that over, and I gotta talk to these guys about how they're setting up their OBSs. I thought mine was weird.
Do you ever?
So, on that note, we're just about ready, and once we get that up,
All right, we're ready.
Okay, and so this is Ben last night outside the DNC with protests, and hopefully we'll catch when he meets up with Jill. Back with you at the end of it.
I used to know what that was. I was like, oh, time for Stein. 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 Time for Stein.
Why are you here, Miss Stein?
I'm here because there's a people's revolution going on that just got kicked out of the Democratic Party. And I think we deserve a political party that is going to support this revolutionary agenda. We need health care as a human right. We need the right to good-paying jobs, and we need jobs that will actually stop this catastrophe.
You didn't introduce me. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I just got my way down. We barely know you, Kevin.
I know.
Right to higher education.
Kevin Lorraine.
National media.
She was Jill's VP. I was going to jump the fence. She was Jill's VP. Jill not Hill. She was 2012. She was Jill's VP. Jill not Hill. Excellent. Jill was the one that organized the March for Law. Jill not Hill. Jill not Hill. Jill not Hill. Was that easy? Yeah. There was no introduction.
I had to stop it because I wanted to make sure.
I think people are standing up and standing together for an America and a world that works for all of us. I think the Democratic Party has proven itself obsolete, like the Republican Party, and we the people have proven that we are not going to be intimidated into being controlled by a corporate party that is trying to profiteer at our expense, throwing us under the bus. And I think we are standing up and demanding that we have an America and a future that works for all of us. And that's what we're going to do. Thank you so much.
Dr. Stein, why should African Americans support the Green Party and your platform?
Because we are standing up for racial justice, for economic justice. We are calling for a transformation to demilitarize the culture of policing. We're calling for a truth and reconciliation commission to get to the bottom of this crisis, the legacy of slavery, which is still causing racist violence in all sectors of society. And we call for reparations, we call for legalizing marijuana and treating substance use as a health problem, not a criminal problem, and pardoning all the hundreds of thousands of wrongly incarcerated.
I gotta hang out with and I think you know that. I think you feel it. I mean,
yeah, we love you. Nice to see you, man. Nice to see you. Love you so much. And we look forward to supporting you. We're very excited. Where are you from? Absolutely. Thank you so much. Where are you from? So walk with her. Yeah, and we're definitely here. All
right, let's go. All right, folks, give me a second to reposition.
Watch out, there's a lot of holes. A lot of holes. Jail! Hole. Watch your hole. Watch your hole. There's holes, big holes up here. On this side, right through here, where there's drainage. Right here, right here, right here.
Bad. Get off this median.
We'll go out in the street.
Hey, retweet the hell out of this since they don't want to talk about what's happening in the streets.
Jill! Thank you, Jill!
That's good, guys. Keep that distance. There you go. That's good. You can at least walk in.
Thank you, Jill!
Walk.
Thank you, Jill! 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 Thank you, Jill!
Where'd our homies?
Watch your back, guys. Watch your back. You're going to run into each other. Be careful.
We are heading towards, we are reaching the Jill Stein! 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 Jill Stein!
On your shoulder. A couple feet.
On your
Hey, quit the shit. I do. We were all solid. You're gonna hurt someone. Hold tight, folks.
Alright, careful! Y'all gotta move back!
Be careful, guys.
Jill, you're my hero. Thank you. Jill, thank you so much. See you again.
They got bailed out. We got sold out. 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 We got bailed out. We got sold out. They got bailed out. We got sold out. They got bailed out. We got sold out. They got bailed out. We got sold out. Hold tight. We got sold out. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Two groups are merging now, so it's a little chaotic. Thanks God damn that. We got sold out. 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 Thanks God damn that. Hold tight, folks. I do. We were all solid. You're gonna hurt someone. Hold tight, folks. We got sold out. They got bailed out. We got sold out. Hold tight. We got sold out. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. We got sold out. We got sold out. We got sold out. Two groups are merging now, so it's a little chaotic. Thanks God damn that. We got sold out. 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 Thanks God damn that. Hold tight, folks.
All right, so we merged with 2 other groups. There's every bit of, I say we're at about 7,500 people minimum.
Take your time and walk.
The officer got mad because somebody tripped on his bike and he got upset. All right, folks, I've got to stop. I'm going to restart the stream in about 5 minutes. Check out Michael Solomon. Michael Solomon, he has a stream right next to me. Michael Solomon, at Michael Solomon.
Borrow a line from this. I was trying to keep it secret. No. Yeah, I know. Sorry. I'm gonna. Anyway, what you saw there was Benjamin. He was live last night on the ground in Philly in the protests, and it looks like Jill Stein is on the other stream. So I don't know if she's about to speak. It looks like it's a Black Men for Bernie, downtown Philly. I think they got the permit for this rally, but it's a larger rally in general. And I know she's on stage. Can't tell if she's about, like, it looks like maybe she's just participating. I'm not familiar. I'm not sure if she's going to talk, but we will go ahead and go to that, or you can already see it. So there you are. I was having that issue with him a few times last night, so I'll see what it sounds like on the stream real quick.
Guys, don't go nowhere. They're gonna sing because they're singers. But because of her, you up, don't worry. I thought they would give me 2 songs, but they come to work. So they come to
Yeah, I'm getting a low volume sound from the feed itself as well.
Thank you, Chestnut Brothers. Don't go nowhere. I'm speaking for both of y'all in 2 mics.
We will see if we can't get the volume up so you can hear a little bit better.
It's not the real picture. This is going to be the real picture. So we're going to turn back around and we're going to do what we do. Matter of fact, we're just going to turn around and we're going to take this picture because we're going to show the world that we continue to...
Yeah, I just think Revolutionary Z just has his audio a little low. I know Michael Stapleton was familiar with him, so I think he's been monitoring his chat, so I think probably people are letting him know, and he'll be working on that momentarily. So as soon as that volume gets up, you'll hear it from our side. But just know that we're just carrying the feed as it is. There's nothing we can do on the volume side at this moment. I'll just be quiet though, so you can hear.
And we are that revolution of justice that is happening right now. You got it started, and together we are going to take it all the way until we prevail. We are a movement for people, for planet, and for peace over to that zombie political party whose days are numbered, but our days have only begun. I want to give a special thanks right now to the Chestnut Brothers for lifting us up 2 feet off the ground where this energy is. I want to give a big thank you, a rousing shout for Bruce Carter. I want to give a big thank you to Arn Manconi, U.S. Senate candidate for the Green Party, who will help us continue this fight. And I want to give a special big thank you to Gary Frazier, who helped get this going, who's also carrying the fight into the voting booth in Camden, New Jersey, running in the Green Party for City Council. Gary! Because when a social movement gets together with a political voice, that's when we really challenge power, as we must. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand, and we are that demand. We are that demand for economic justice, for racial justice, for workers' justice, for climate justice, for immigrant justice, for indigenous justice, for women's justice, for LGBTQ justice. As Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we will be a unified movement, an unstoppable movement, because we are for all the forms of justice. We need every form, and when we get together, we say to their little plan, they would like us to be divided and conquered. They would like us to be a movement to stop fracking over there, and a movement to stop police violence over there, and a movement to stop deportations over there. We need to be all of those movements, all together. That's how we are unstoppable. And when they try to in the form of a political campaign with a candidate who has been the advocate for the big banks, for the prison industrial complex, for the war profiteers, for the fossil fuel giants. You know who I am talking about? We say no to that lesser evil, because the lesser evil has actually paved the way to the greater evil. For politicians who are throwing them under the bus. Even if someone else could do it even worse. How Congress flipped from being a blue Congress to being a red Congress in election after election. It was not a set of Republican victories. It was a set of Democratic defeats, because the base workers would not come out, immigrants would not come out, labor, women, justice would not come out to vote for a party and candidates who are throwing us under the bus. In fact, when people say, oh, but you're going to give us Donald Trump, in fact, we already
what gave us Donald Trump, and it's not just Donald Trump. It's a whole lot of those Republican candidates which is rising up all over. Policies exemplified, moved forward by the Clintons, by the multinational corporations, by the banks. We must stand up to them all. In fact, it was NAFTA and it was Wall Street deregulation brought to us by who? Bill. And who was cheerleading all the way? Putting another Clinton in the White House is the worst thing we could do for Donald Trump and that movement. We will stand up to them. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the solution to the Donald Trumps of the world. I want to shout out in the biggest way possible to the movement Luther King's of imperialism and extreme materialism. Yes. They go hand in hand. We must end, for once and for all, this disaster of racism that is hardwired into our economy and a culture that was found once and for all. We call for an end to police violence, but in order to address the racism of policing, we must also end the systemic racism in every area of our society. We call for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to put this crisis of the legacy of slavery behind us for once and for all. We must share the outrageous stories which have continued from slavery to lynchings, to Jim Crow, to segregation, to redlining, to the war on drugs, to the police violence, to the incarceration state. This is a continuous line. We must sit down and share the stories of this abuse, and we must also sit down and share the solutions, economic solutions, housing solutions, school solutions. We must end the segregation, the apartheid state that we continue to live in, where the average African American family has only 5 cents on the dollar of the American family, the average Caucasian family. These outrageous disparities in health, in wealth, in education. This is another form of racist violence. It has real life and death consequences. So we are calling for specific solutions to end it all. End this. But we must end it throughout society. And as part of that Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we call for reparations for the debt we owe to the African American people and the Native American people. In our debt to all of them. And we lift up their human rights as essential human rights, along with the human rights of our immigrants. Because those who were not brought here as slaves, those who were not brought here, actually who were not here to start with, whose land we stole, All the rest of us are immigrants. Let's be clear about that. The diversity of our nation is the real exceptionalism of America. American exceptionalism is our diversity. That we are people from all corners of the world who've come together to find our common humanity. That is what exceptionalism, human exceptionalism, is about, that we share with the whole world. I will just end saying that Black Lives Matter and that movement has been leading the way with incredible courage. Like all the other justice movements out here, the movement to make Black Lives Matter has stood up with incredible heroism and incredible danger for you. You are standing up for us all. Because until Black Lives Matter, no lives truly matter. We call for an America that works for all of us, in which we value Black lives, and we call for a world that works for us, in which we stop the bombing of Black and brown lives around the world. I want to emphasize that right now, our military budget is eating up more than half of our budget, more than half of your income tax dollars, but what it has done is created failed states, mass refugee migrations, and worse, terrorist threats. Let's be clear where the terrorist threat first came from. This was a great idea hatched by the CIA and the Saudis in Afghanistan in order to stop the Soviet Union. They created the international jihad in the form of the Mujahideen. That was the crisis back then, and that monster has come back to bite us 1,000 times over. It's time for a new foreign policy based on international law, human rights, and diplomacy. Period. That provides us all the dollars we need so that we can have the right to a job, a good wage job for every American who needs a job. We call for an emergency jobs program to end the crisis of climate change right now. 100% renewables by 2030. Immediate ban on fracking. And no fossil fuel infrastructure. We call for health care as a human right for everyone. And Wall Street crashed the economy. It's time to bail out the victims of that waste and to make public higher education free. I'm just gonna conclude saying, you are the future. You got this going. I am so honored and proud to be working with you and for you. We are together. We are one. This is the beginning. We will prevail. We are unstoppable together.
Take this epic picture. So, we're going to take a picture from here. Are you
do it. Come on. We're going to set a picture from here. This is the picture we're going to show mainstream media. So mainstream media, if you want to show this picture, come up to the stage, and we're going to stand here, and then you can tell the story how you want to show. Maryland, Channel 2, don't you want to come take this picture? You might tell us. Fox, are you out here? Fox News, are you out here? No, don't let Fox tell us. Okay. The lion, is CNN out here? Oh, nobody? All right, forget him then. All right. So there's the story, guys. Where's my DJ? He's not playing my music. All right. This is the power of the people. We should be playing the music. This is the picture that we'll send the world, guys, because there you go right there.
All right, Dave. Just in order to avoid any issues with the audio, if you could either mute the stream and then we can talk over it. I do want to make sure that we don't end up getting pinged, and so if you can help us with that, greatly appreciate it. So I'm pretty sure this one's it's not something we have to worry too much about as far as penalizing or anything, but it'll likely get monetized, but I don't want to bring any ire down on the channel from the copyright gods. So, excellent. So, what you're seeing there is the Black Men for Bernie rally, and you saw Jill Stein on stage going off, and I have to say, each time I watch her, I get more and more impressed, and I'm actually going to be curious to hear from some of the other folks on the channel about what they've been thinking about Jill, and if they've been able to catch some of these speeches and how she talks about these issues. Because if we're just gonna if I'm operating from the position that I'm not familiar with Jill Stein, and I don't know, and I don't want to give her the benefit of the doubt on her integrity or sincerity or honesty, strictly from how her and Hillary talk about those issues. Especially particularly related around race, but then also with many of the other issues that Bernie was talking about. Just the difference in the rhetoric, Jill's earning my vote with that. So, like, if I'm judging purely on what they say, with no weight in how much credibility I put in either of their statements, just the rhetoric Jill is using is significantly better. And so, I'm becoming more and more supportive of her every time I watch her speak. Brandon, if you had something to say, perhaps perhaps you're getting a different feeling.
No, I met Jill Stein last Saturday just passed. She seems very earnest, very.
You probably have an extra stream up because we're getting a little bit of audio distortion from you, Brandon. So if you've opened up another stream since the last time we talked, that could be causing some lag, or it may just be a lag spike in your service provider. But you might want to repeat what you said for those who weren't able to pull it apart.
I met Jill Stein, Dr. Stein, last Saturday, and she seemed very earnest, very truthful, very.
Well, what Brandon's saying is that essentially he met with Jill Stein on Saturday. He was part of our team that helped make that interview with Adair happen earlier in the day, and he was sharing with us that, hey, she came off as sincere to him. And so, how did you feel? Like, I don't know how much you got to talk about the issues or anything like that, but for whatever you did hear her say around the issues, how do you feel about her rhetoric and about her word choice and the way she discusses the issues? We'll see if hopefully your audio clears up. If not, if you have we're still having issues. So if you have a stream open or anything that could be hogging up bandwidth, you may want to close or pause it.
I have our stream open. I'm watching me talk about this. So is that better?
It might take a minute for the internet to catch up. But Excuse me. Again, what you're seeing there is a feed from Revolutionary Z Live down on the streets of Philly from the Black Men for Bernie rally that just had Jill speak. And I don't know if it's wrapping up or he just, it's some music on stage at the moment, so he's just getting some crowd shots and looking around. Looks like the rally itself is going smoothly. I'm not seeing a large police presence, at least intermixed in the crowd. As I say that, some cops come up on camera with a lot of people pointing cameras at them, so there may be something going on. Go ahead and bring the sound up, and we'll see if there's any. If there's no music, we should be good.
So I heard one of Stein's people saying they have another event to get to. It's actually where they're heading right now.
Oh, I'm getting a message from Dr. Hyde in production saying that Nina is going live. So if we can find that feed, either if Dr. Q Hyde, if you could help us find it, or if anybody else in chat or anybody has come across it. Until then, we'll go ahead and keep looking at what's going on with the police at the Black Men for Bernie rally. But we will find, as soon as we find Nina, we'll bring her up for you.
I'd hate to be the delegate who's speaking up on stage right now to have to follow Jill.
So we're just taking a look at that. Sorry about that. I just had a couple things going on.
We want Jill! We want Jill! We want Jill! We want Jill! We want Jill!
So if I may have talked over that, it appears that the police are surrounding around Jill, and supporters may be kind of flooding her.
We want Jill! We want Jill! Sorry.
We have to build the left right here and right now. We have to lay the basis for an independent party.
Thank you, Space, for relaying that. Sounds like you did hear Jill Stein saying hi to you folks.
It looks like Jill's entourage is picking up in size as she moves throughout Philly and starts to gather more supporters. That's an interesting phenomenon that we're seeing right now. Is what may be the formation of a real viable third party candidate slash party, both as a component of Bernie's 50-state strategy and of a larger coalescing of movements, as she mentioned. So actually, I did just want to talk a little bit about what Jill said. So if just keep the volume down on that, and then if anything pops up on that feed and I just happen to not notice, go ahead and mention it to me. But in my notes here, one of the things that caught me is Jill repeated something that I think was a topic of the discussion earlier, and that we, the people, need to be that fire that's pushing our politicians for the progress that we demand. She also addressed what I think is one of the more common questions, critiques that she gets is, you're going to give us Donald Trump. It's going to be your fault. And I think she mentioned a great point that Brandon's often mentioned and emphasized, in that by asking, how do we think we got Trump in the first place? Who gave us a Trump for there to be a Trump to threaten us with? It was this country. It was America. It was the Republican Party. It was it was us. We did this to ourselves. So to put it all on Trump as if he manifested all of his support just by convincing people of what he believed, that's just an inaccurate representation of what happened. Trump merely said what all these people were already thinking, whether it was real, true, or not. And so his success can't be blamed on the viability of any other other candidate, in my opinion. One of the other things she mentioned that I think shows me that she has at least, if not better, of an understanding of the role that racism plays in the country and the way that we're going to go about it than Bernie displayed in many of his speeches, when she mentioned that we can't fix racism in policing without addressing systemic racism. Went on to go on again about the truth and reconciliation and reparations, not just for black people, but also for the native communities that were robbed, stolen, still have unenforced treaties, and are still being held off of their land or being pushed off by one means or another. And so we do see Jill walking around Philly and quite the police entourage escort, which is it's interesting. And I don't think she has any Secret Service access as not being a party member. So it appears that that burden has been placed on the Philly Police Department, which I don't blame Jill for. I think that has something to do with, again, our electoral system and how in every facet it's reinforced to us that there's only two real candidates and that anybody else is just a spoiler, regardless of whether that's true or not. And so I do think we have some folks that are getting close to being able to come on. I'm taking a look at their schedule here. And yeah, so hopefully we're able to sort Brandon's audio issues. I know he was going to come on. And then I know Michael was considering coming on as well. So if we'll get him up before too long. I don't know if he was, I don't know, is he? All right. So if he's interested, we'll go ahead and get him on briefly. If we find the Nina interview, we will definitely show that. Let's see here. We also have Adair, so we can go to that as an option. So if you want to go to the convention floor from the delegate perspective, we can do that. And I will let Dave have an opportunity to kind of get that set up. We'll, if nothing's going on, we'll just cut there briefly. Get an update from Adair. He does some really great commentary over the stream on the Periscope, so you can also check it out there as well. Just keeping an eye on Piers Jill marching through the city is getting quite a bit of attention. So we will also keep that going on in the background and an eye on that just in case anything especially poignant comes up there. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to Adair for a moment and see what's going on there at least. So it'll just be a moment for us to get that up. Mm-hmm. All right, so just want to thank everybody for joining us, whether you're watching on Project Sanity.org or you came through dnclive.net and you're watching on the Benjamin Dixon channel, or if you've stumbled on us on Twitch at twitch.tv/Project Sanity. All of you, thank you for watching. Subscribe, follow, whatever it is. Make sure to share the link if you can. If you know anybody that may be interested, Facebook, Twitter, wherever it seems relevant. And just want to thank everybody at the Progressive Army, Benjamin Dixon channel, The Way with Anoa, Louisa Project, and Podcast Revolution, and everybody else behind the scenes, the writers at the Progressive Army. All of you are doing some really great work, and I'm really impressed with the convention coverage that we've been able to put together, thanks to the hard work of everybody involved. And with that, I think we'll take a peek at Adair momentarily. Okay. Okay, we'll keep an eye there. And so once Adair is able to connect and give us a shot of the floor, we will go ahead and check in there. And it's going to be through Periscope, so we won't be able to directly communicate to him real time. But like I said, he does a really good job of narrating what he's seeing, and so you'll be able to get some more input that way. It's like Revolutionary Z is still walking the city. Not sure if he might have fallen behind Jill Stein. Looks like he might have gotten a little far behind. It looks like he might be going to see wherever she's going to be appearing next. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that to see if there's going to be any more speaking engagements, or if she's going to go engage in a protest perhaps around the convention itself, near the wall or something along those lines.
All right. So actually,
looks like Adair is still having some connection issues. So if that...
A moment here. Been up for the last couple hours.
Okay, yeah, let's maybe just be a short clip, but let's take a peek at what Adair's showing us on the convention floor.
Hey folks, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm down to the one phone today and we're having some technical issues. I really do hope I can do all this for you, you know, continue the stream, make sure everyone can see what's happening as it happens. Apologize folks, I'm really tired, so I'm yawning right now. I don't know how good the stream's going to be tonight, guys. I'm really kind of beat. I will definitely do my best to keep you guys in line with what's going on, let you know what's happening, when it's happening, what the vibe is here in the room. President Obama will be speaking. Hey, Private Label Law, how you doing tonight? Well, President Obama will be speaking tonight. It's just not... It's been a long week, folks. I really plan to get you in here as much of tonight as I possibly can. At Private Label Law, I am exhausted, to be quite honest with you. By the way, for those of you who are just now joining us, I will be here tonight, I will be here tomorrow, and then on Friday between noon and 3 p.m. Eastern, I plan to do a live Q&A, probably while I'm on the bus on my way over to Pittsburgh. So yeah, feel free to hit me up then. Feel free to hit me up now. Send in your questions. I'd like to have more of a conversation tonight. There's not going to be a whole lot to comment on until President Obama gets onto the stage. So if you guys want to send in your questions and have conversations, that would be awesome. Oh, wow. Thanks for that, LH out. Didn't know that. Let's see. I do believe I spot a free seat, so I'm going to take it, guys. All right. Hillary is not going to appear tonight. It will be the current President Obama. He will be on. He is our keynote speaker.
Push to let hospitals turn a woman away if she needs an abortion to save her life.
Well, thank you guys again for sharing the stream. We're here again. This is the third night. False. What do you mean, Dope Solo? I have half a mind to block you just for saying some dumb shit like that on my stream. Hillary will come on tomorrow at Private Label Law. She is the keynote speaker tomorrow night, and I don't know if I can handle. I don't know if I can stomach it, so I might not stick around for the entirety of tomorrow evening. I just don't think I can do it.
They're not only against abortions. Many of these people are also fighting to access to contraception.
How about this? Okay, well, if you don't care, you gonna care about this block, man. I will be here. I say I won't. I say I have half a mind not to show up. I think it's too important to not be here. I feel like I need to be out here. I need to stream. I need to make sure you guys can see what's going on, what's happening, how things are happening. Answer any questions you guys might have, but feel free though. I would enjoy having a more Q&A kind of chat tonight. It has been a very long few weeks, but I started this process all the way back in May, so it's been a long couple of months. Well, thanks, Bobby Scope. I really do appreciate that. I am here. Wait, yeah, one sec, guys. Are you guys Washington?
Sorry.
Hey, what's up, Oral Burgers? How you doing? I did actually go back to the convention center. I just did not have the time, or actually rather the phone battery to do it. We stayed for a little bit, then actually we left and got the subway back. We just really couldn't do it. Long weekend, long week. No one. I think tonight, though, guys, is going to be a little bit shorter. President is here. I don't know where. Hey, does anyone live in Tallahassee? I do. We right now have Mayor Andrew Gillum of Tallahassee, Florida. At Estrada, yes, a few of us did go back. We did stay for a while, but we left before the end. We just were not able to stomach it. At Earl Biggers, I would love a whole bunch of speeches in Spanish. Actually, fun to listen to. Never forget 9/11. A lot of us went back to the hotels. I do know that quite a few people, though, did fly back home today, and they are not going to be no seat fillers. As you can see, most of these seats over here are actually still empty. So they're not filling them up. They did fill them up yesterday when we walked off. They did bring in some guests, some alternates. Why am I here, Connect to All? Because I'm a Washington State delegate for Bernie Sanders, and it's my duty to be here, stream everything, make sure that you all can see, understand what's going on. We've got some filling up over there. Before it was pretty well blank, but as you can see, there's no real seat fillers in here tonight, guys. And we're gonna get a real close up on the stage, or this is as far as I can get. At Earl Biggers, I'm pretty sure that's what we're gonna do. Hey Shank, how you doing tonight? It's really good to see you back here in the coverage. I keep being surprised and so very humbled that you guys still want to see the stream, even though not much is gonna be happening tonight. I will be here. I will stream as long as you guys want to see.
She said, bring it home to your baby sister, little brother.
I have a question for you guys. How many of you guys would like to have just a random Q&A session after the convention ends? It'll probably be Friday. Would anyone be actually interested in sitting around and doing that? I very much enjoy hanging out with you guys, and it would be a lot of fun to chat, so that way you guys get to know me better. Thank you again at Private Label Law. I'm really glad you did learn a lot. It's important. I think people need to know what's happening, why what's happening is happening, and what we can do. At Estrada, she'll probably get some booze. There's a few people there with no oligarchy signs, but most Bernie delegates are actually out there spending their energy protesting tonight, as opposed to being here in the nice air-conditioned Wells Fargo Center. It is extremely hot and very humid. Thank you, at Never Forget 9/11. My parents have told me they are very proud. I'm just here to help out. At Connect to All, unity happens, but it doesn't always happen with whom you would like it to. Well, hey, Quicker Wit, it's going to be nice without you, because I do believe you here are the moron. No problem, John 00. I think it's fun.
I am casting a vote for them. Ensuring the kind of future they deserve requires leadership.
Connect to All, I think a lot of us have united. It just might not always be in ways you would like to see. I would wonder why you feel that we should unite behind Hillary Clinton without any real substance. I mean, what has she actually done? Bernie says to fight, Connect to All. Don't put words in people's mouths. I talked to the man this morning because he was, speaking to the delegation at our breakfast. It was actually really cool. At Earl Baggers, that is not how that economic system works. I suggest reading a book on economics, my friend. At Ariana, ask me that on Friday. We'll do that during the Q&A. Does that sound good, everyone?
Heading to work.
You're going to prove and still tell us to fight, continue to tell us to run for office, and continue the revolution at Connect to All. I don't just fall in line.
In these times of anger and fear, we can't afford to retreat to our respective corners. We can't let...
How about this? You rescind the crime bill. You get rid of that. You get rid of that bullshit Welfare Reform Act. Both of those have adversely affected communities of color. You legalize marijuana, let folks out of prison for nonviolent drug offenses, make all college and university free in the United States as long as it's a public school. Let's see, in for-profit prisons, let's actually start rehabilitating folks. Let's take care of the country. Let's take care of the people as opposed to taking care of the banks and taking care of the Clinton wallets. How about that? That's how she can earn my vote.
Inextricably tied together.
Taxes at Ariana, taxes. It's not quite hard. It's really all not that difficult. Well, thank you, Connect to All. Even if we don't agree, I definitely appreciate you being here.
I believe.
Who pays for free college? Taxes. We actually, in Washington State, have cut our tuition costs for public universities every year. For free education, again, it's quite simple. Here's something we can do. How about we stop buying F-35 jets that we can't actually use? There's $1 trillion right there. How about, instead of spending money on wars across the world and occupying other countries, we take that money and fund our military paychecks? How about we take care of our own soldiers? How about we take care of our veterans? At Earl Biggers, I have no idea what you're talking about, mate, because my college is pretty bare bones. Hey, Jennifer, it's glad to see you on here. I did catch you popping up. At Uber for Fun, I beg to differ, man, but if you have any numbers, send it to my Twitter.
Ooh. Think we might have reached the... Yeah. Looks like that's it for Adair for now, but he did mention a few things that I did want to recap in case you missed them. So he confirmed that seat fillers were used last night in order to fill the seats left vacant by the Bernie delegates that walked out. Also, he informed us that delegates are skipping the convention to protest. Okay, good. Make sure I wasn't muted. That skipping the convention in order to protest. Also, excuse me. Oh goodness. I did also want to just touch on one more thing from the Jill Stein thing that stood out to me, is that she used the apartheid state analogy to describe the United States, which is definitely a bit I don't know the word I want to use exactly, but that's going to get some attention, I think. Maybe not from any of the corporate media outlets, but certainly from some of the folks that have been listening and have been wanting for a politician to be as extreme as the situation feels to them with their rhetoric. Something that's just come up in social media news. There was a tweet brought to our attention by Dr. Q about, and it looks like we found the press conference, so if we will go to that just in a moment, but just quickly, from lead at the lead CNN, just in, Tim Kaine didn't get a nominating speech because of fear of booing, sources tell Jeff Zeleny. And so the article's there at the lead CNN on Twitter. You can find the link if you want to check out whatever they wrote in detail. But I think that was probably the right choice, because there's a strong possibility he would have gotten booed, particularly since during the nominating stage there were still all the Bernie delegates there. So that's a very strong possibility. So hopefully, yep, we are getting the stream for Nina up, and yeah, it looks like as soon as that goes live, we will bring that to you. So until then, I did want to mention some of the things that I noticed both when Adair talked about it, and I know it's been an issue when I've talked about it and when most people talk about it. But I had a friend when I went to college, Evergreen, who mentioned that essentially that marijuana is culturally insensitive, racist, however you want to phrase it, term to use for cannabis. It explained how many people are familiar that cannabis was outlawed as part of an effort to criminalize both black and Hispanic people. It was primarily Mexican and Spanish people, or Hispanic people from Central and South America, that were targeted at first. As when Nixon moved into the drug war, one of the folks that helped create the drug war has recently come out, I think about 5-6 months ago, and said that they were fully aware that they were using it to target black people and hippies, basically, as they saw them as political opposition. So there's a long history of racist connotations around cannabis, and where the marijuana, or the term marijuana, comes from, I was informed, and was basically a way to, to kind of give you an evolution of it that we would understand now is, the Mexicans loved cannabis, so they referred to it as a woman, Mary Jane, and that eventually evolved into marijuana. And so there is an anti-Hispanic, anti-Mexican connotation to the term marijuana. I know most people don't use it with that intention, but I was made aware of that, so I just wanted to share that with folks, and they can go ahead and do their own research and come to their own conclusions about how they feel about that. But I in general, I prefer to use the word cannabis when referring to those plant products as opposed to marijuana. Also, if you're not on Twitter and hadn't noticed, Russia was top trending last time I checked. So they're continuing to push this the important part of the hack is that Russia did it. And of course, this is also neglecting, which has been brought up usually by, somewhat ironically in my view, by some people on the right, that if Russia did do this, it's not much different than what we consistently do throughout, not just in Russia, but throughout the world in influencing political outcomes in democratic and even non-democratic countries. And that goes from basically empowering warlords to rigging elections, or to just doing little things like press releases, press conferences, coagulating or giving publicity to different factions, all sorts of different methods that we use to essentially influence other nations' elections or political outcomes. And so, given if everything the Hillary camp is pushing from unnamed sources and experts is true, and we have confirmation that it's Russia, still to me that's not the important part. And the idea that that should be the big headline, and why aren't everybody talking about that, and Trump's relationship with Russia is like, it's no different than what we're actively doing in Russia and in a variety of other places around the country, or not very dissimilar at least. And so I think we need to wrap our minds around that and handle that if we're really going to have an important discussion about those types of details. So I was off screen, so I'm just taking a peek. Okay, it does look like it hasn't went live yet. As soon as it does go live, we will make sure to bring you the Nina press conference so we can all find out more about what happened and what Nina thinks is the appropriate action to take from here. Just taking a look around, seeing if I see anything else that's popped up since. Okay. We will have a short break at 7 Eastern Time, or around 7 Eastern Time. We won't interrupt Nina, but in order to switch our production staff and get a little help there and give Dave a break. He's been going at it for a while now, and so I'm sure he's ready. So hopefully that won't be too long. And then taking a peek, just looking around. Of course. And I have to thank Dave and Eric and Nis and everybody that's been helping pick up the slack for me as a result of me not having my hardware like I would like, and having quite a few scheduling conflicts this particular week that I did not foresee coming. So thank all of you very much for all the work you guys are doing. Thank everybody for tuning in, watching, sharing, subscribing, checking out Project Sanity's channel, checking out the Twitch channel, following and subscribing there, and helping to spread what we're trying to give you guys, which is a relatively unfiltered, nuanced perspective of what's going on both in Philly and just in general in our political climate all around. And so for those of you not familiar, my name's Richard. I'm from Project Sanity. I think I'm going to have Brandon joining me briefly as we're still waiting for Nina. And he's also works with us at Project Sanity. He's over on the East Coast. I'm over on the West Coast in Washington State. We're yeah, got a little East Coast, West Coast beef, a little bit, but we keep it civil. We try to keep it civil, and so I'm not sure why Brandon's having some audio issues today, and maybe, I don't know, New York is just jammed up on the internet today or something. No,
I think that's worse.
Yeah. I can't. The thing that it leans into, or the thing I'm leaning towards, bandwidth restriction is the most common cause for that type of distortion, at least in Hangouts. I think you already tried restarting Chrome and maybe even restarting your computer, but that might be the best option, yeah. And so, again, we're just waiting for Nina's press conference to go live. We have it queued up, and so as soon as it goes live, we will let you know, and we will put it on screen. I was just mentioning, my name is Richard. You can find me at Progressive Green on Twitter, and you can also find us at projectsanity.org, and you can see some of the shows that we've already done leading up until the convention. We do go live Thursday from, what is that? Is that 7 to 9 Eastern Time? And on the Benjamin Dixon channel, and also we are now broadcasting as well, simulcasting to our Project Sanity channel and to Twitch when available. So you're able to find us whichever is your preferred interaction medium. I know a lot of people are fans of Twitch because of all the emojis that you get that are kind of more custom as opposed to the more standard iPhone or Android emojis. In addition to that, we are looking to expand our show to be on more than just once a week. We've been really focused on doing the best we can to get you the best convention coverage we can provide. So we haven't had too much time to deal with that, but I think that there's a strong possibility that we may be taking a week off following this coverage, and we may still end up doing a show. Depends on what happens between probably Friday and about Wednesday. Depending on what's popping up in between there, we'll probably determine whether we just can't help ourselves from showing up and doing a show, or if we're all just unconscious from a lack of sleep and exertion. So. Yeah, and our voices are all hoarse from going on for hours. So just keeping an eye on chat and seeing what's going on there. Yeah, there was a great political article showing how PBO, or President Barack Obama, has tied his legacy to the HRC and has given unprecedented levels of help to her campaign. And I haven't read that piece, and that was posted by Anastasia in Benjamin Dixon channel chat. I haven't read it myself, but that does seem to make sense from what I've gathered. And she thinks that's up to and including pressuring Lynch and Comey. And based on Comey's response and how he described what happened, I certainly agree that there was probably some pressure. Not to say that he did anything that he did because of that pressure, but I think he knew that he wouldn't have the support of the administration if he pursued it. And without the support of the administration, that was going to be dead in the water. And President Obama made it very clear months ahead of time, before Comey had even mentioned anything, that he was strong. He was under the strong affirmation that she hadn't done anything, and so, or that there was nothing criminal or nothing extremely out of the ordinary or anything like that going on, and so. I think Comey picked up on that, and whether that actually changed what he did or not, I can't say, but I'm inclined to believe that he was at least getting pressured, as well as Lynch. I think people say it was a chance meeting and all that with Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch, but here's the thing. If you're on a plane, nobody I know can stop my plane and board it on the tarmac. That's not something that anybody I know can do. So simply holding her and getting onto her plane shows the type of leverage and power, and doing it in such a public way shows the level with which in my opinion, the Clintons were willing to show that they had leverage over the situation. And so, Brandon, if you go ahead and speak up, we'll see if we've sorted out the audio possibly.
Is it better?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Awesome. Is it good? Still good now?
Yeah, it's still good. Like there was a brief hiccup, but we're not getting the crazy distortion anymore, so that is helpful.
Okay. So I just wanted to, I agree with you about the Loretta Lynch Comey thing. People are bending over backwards like I said earlier, people are bending over backwards, putting their reputations on the line, leveraging any kind of trust they've been able to build up over the past few years to make sure Clinton can run for presidency. And it makes you wonder, maybe she should not be running for presidency if it requires all of this like, you know what the Bill Clinton speech reminded me of last night? That episode of South Park with the Ginger Kids, where the South Park kids go over to the Ginger Kids family and they ask the parents, well, do they have a soul? And the parents look, they just go, of course they do. I mean, they have to, right? Of course they have a soul. Of course they have a soul.
Yeah, that is I think I picked that up as well, and I think now that you mention it as you describe it, I think that's pretty accurate. Like I swear, like and the whole humanizing is like I swear, she's a real decent person, not the evil character that's been portrayed in the media and so on and so forth. But it's just like when so many people have such a similar perspective, and it's a very diverse group of people that have that perspective from a variety of backgrounds and experiences and political affiliations and so on, and that it's only the people that are fiercely loyal to you specifically, coincidentally, who also have their professional or political careers closely tied to hers, are the only ones that seem to not be able to see it. Anybody who's not directly benefiting from a favor or a call from the Clintons or things like that seems to be of the mind to be able to see that there are some serious issues, whereas those that where Hillary has any direct influence in their professional or political career, they seem to just to laugh off the idea that there's even anything remotely within reason to question or to wonder, and that it's all a vast right-wing propaganda thing, which is frustrating after spending an entire election with them calling us conspiracy theorists. Now they're out there pushing that, Trump's working with the Russian government in order to undermine Hillary, and we're not supposed to call that out as a conspiracy theory because they have some tangential unnamed.
Who's in a mic on the back?
Looks like we're getting rallied, guys.
All right, so he's just going to fix that on the backside, and we'll stop that.
What are you doing? I was down in
We're getting sorted out and getting my stuff tomorrow. Just happen.
Real quick, I don't understand the conspiracy theory going on about these DNC leaks. Are they saying that the emails were doctored, or that they're fake, or just that the Russians stole them?
Just that the Russians stole them. Yeah, I think they've been trying to leave
different things then.
Yeah, they've been trying to ambiguously let people read between the lines that perhaps Russia changed something, but they don't want to come out and say anything because they know it's real, and they know more are coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to feel. Okay, so I don't. Are we ready for the rally yet, or are we still got time?
Looks like Dave has got it up, so we will go to it. Looks like they are still setting up. So let me see. I don't even know. Gosh.
Okay, well, yeah, looks like they're still setting up for the rally.
No, it's fine. We got
Should be live pretty soon.
So just keep we can't hear it on our side quite yet, but if you just keep the volume a bit muted, not all the way muted, but so that you can hear if they.
I'm all over it.
Excellent, awesome, Dave. Appreciate it. So yeah, go ahead and finish the point, Dave.
Well, what I would say is that I think it's unfair to characterize. I think we need to talk about the coalition behind Hillary Clinton, because I think that's important. Because just like we don't want them to call us all Bernie bros, although I guess I am a bro, and I am, I was focused Bernie. Now I put up in the air. It's unfair to characterize Hillary Clinton's, voting base as, being one homogenous thing either. There are people who are voting for her, who they are white middle class women. They are older white women who see her as the best chance to get a female president before they die, or that the status quo benefits them, and this is only a positive. The way things are, it's only a positive. There is no, her being female, just like for a lot of, rich black people, Barack Obama just being black was enough. For a lot of people, just her being female, and even if the status quo continues, is a positive. And that there is nothing to weigh that against. So what we're doing is we're weighing her being a woman against all of the negative policies that are going to come out of her, and saying, well, is it really worth that? Are we, even for women, non-white middle class, non-white / middle class / politically powerful women, is it really worth it if that's going to be on the back of, women of color, Native women, women overseas, immigrant women? Is it really worth it? And they're not contending with that other part. They're not thinking about that other part. You have those, you have people who are writing these articles, opinion pieces, who are just, white middle class women who are just like, this is only a benefit.
Yeah, and then I can see from their perspective how it might be the situation where it is just a benefit, and it's hard to understand how other people's suffering, no matter how comfortable you feel you are, is negatively impacting you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't call it bad feminism, because I don't think feminism can be bad, except for in this, it's worse. Let's kill all, everyone who's not a woman thing. I would just call it shallow. It's shallow feminism. It's myopic. It's myopic feminism, and I don't care if that's your brand of it, as long as you acknowledge, like I said last night, as long as you are okay that we are not going to normalize or forget these other aspects that we can't cordon off the conversation to just benefit you. We have to deal with the whole buffalo here and say, like, what are her weigh the pros versus the cons. She's a woman, definitely. That is something no one can ever tell me that is not important to have a woman be president. But same with the Barack Obama, when I weigh that against all of the things that she's gonna do, not only to generally, but to women, like two women who don't look like her, who don't have as much money as her, I get a little bit, I don't know, I can't see it, and I would make the same critique of Barack Obama, where I would feel comfortable telling a white middle class person, like, yo, you know what, this is a benefit for us. Nothing else is a benefit for us. I would not feel comfortable telling a Mexican immigrant or a Pakistani immigrant or someone from Yemen that Barack Obama was a benefit for us, because that ignores the power dynamics there.
That's an excellent point. And it did spur a question in my mind that I'm not prepared to answer at the moment, but whether, knowing what I know now, would I have voted for Obama, and like how that panned out, and I mean also given the choices that I had at the time. I think by the time Washington's caucus had come around, it was John Edwards was the only person that even had a remote chance, and we know how that story ended. So given the choices I had, I think my conclusion is I probably still would have supported Obama. But knowing what I know now, I probably would have tried to get a Hillary Clinton presidency out of the way so that we could have had a Bernie Sanders presidency to follow and then an Obama presidency to follow that.
Okay, if you're just joining us, we're waiting for the Nina Turner rally to start. They are still setting up at the rally. So once that starts, we will be turning right to that. Right now, we're just, we don't want any dead air for you guys, so we're going to keep talking about Hillary Clinton because there's so much to talk about. Just so much to talk about. As far as voting for Obama, I think that people keep comparing their policies unfairly, and this goes back to how much baggage Hillary Clinton has. Obama did not have that baggage. For better or worse, Obama did not have that baggage. For better, he was a more compelling speaker. He had a lot of charisma. He was not so prone to. Because this is the thing, Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton freak out. They tend to freak out when challenged by people, and so he wasn't as gaffe prone. He had a lot of progressive rhetoric. So I think that, and we had nothing to compare it to really. I think now it's just this incongruous nature of Hillary versus what people are saying about her versus her actual record, and no one is putting up a compelling story, for when she changed. No one is telling us when did she change to be this new person you're telling me I'm seeing. When did this happen? You're telling me Hillary is different from what her record is from the past 20, 30 years. When did she change, and what motivated that? And why should I believe you? They're just telling me like it's a fact and pretending like there's evidence to support that fact when there is none.
Yeah, that's what bothers me the most is she's not that person. It's like, well, when did she change and why? It's like she evolved on gay marriage, but she never told us why. Like, I know why she was against it at first, because she thought that marriage was between a man and a woman. That was one reason she was against it.
Yeah, I was against
gay
marriage.
Did that opinion change? Or does she still think that, but she think politically that this is the only tenable position?
Politically, her opinion changed when she saw 51% of Americans thought that. But I'll say, listen, I was against gay marriage too when I was 13 years old, and I thought it was icky. But then eventually, I turned 14. And I was like, it's whatever.
It's like, maybe not for me, but whatever.
I mean, I don't want to get normal married, much less gay married. So
exactly.
More power to them. And but I know what changed. I grew up. What changed from when she was 42 to when she turned 54? What spurred this?
Exactly. And without that information, we're left to I think the only reasonable presumption is that it was a political calculation and has very little to do with how she actually feels, which is not even necessarily that terrible of a position. For instance, like Tim Kaine, at least he's honest. He says, I am against abortion, but I'm not going to legislate that. Now, that may just be the only thing that he can say in order to get elected, but he has since put in some restrictions or been in favor of some restrictions on abortion. But, at least he's telling us, hey, even though I'm voting one way, this is what I actually believe. So if I start to vote this other way, you can't really be surprised. Whereas we have Hillary saying, it's like, no, I'm a progressive. I'm really a progressive. It's like, well, when you said 6 months ago that you're a moderate and, you know, you're happy to be called it, oh, it looks like Danny Glover is coming up. So if he's...
Seeing Danny Glover, famous from the movie Lethal Weapon 1, 2, and 3, as well as he was the cop in the Saw 1. He was also in Predator 2. And
Susan Sarandon also there.
Yeah, Susan Sarandon's also there. She was not in Predator 2, as far as I know. Unless she was, in fact, the Predator.
She was actually in the costume, I think. She was...
yeah. She was in Predator 2. She was the Predator, little known fact you're only going to find here on Project Sanity, the Progressive Army. Subscribe, like...
I'm a Hollywood insider, so, you know, I know a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, for all of your movie trivia, come to us. The veracity of that trivia cannot be accounted for, but we will have it.
So, man, I hope Danny Glover speaks, and I hope the only thing he says is, "I'm getting too old for this shit."
Yeah.
He's doing commercials now, so, you know. I don't know.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Lethal Weapon series, especially one. One of the sad things about getting older is having things that I've enjoyed from my childhood get ruined by the people who participated in them, exposing themselves as jerks to one degree or another. So whether it's Hulk Hogan, Mel Gibson, or a whole host of other folks that I enjoyed getting entertainment from in my childhood. Bill Cosby.
We have a question. I want to address. I'm with Nina Rally taking place outside the DNC Convention Center. So that's Wells Fargo Convention Center. It is not taking place outside of City Hall anymore. It's going to be a much larger rally. We're going to bring the whole thing. We're not going to talk over the rally, but again, we don't want you to have dead air. So instead, we're going to talk about our favorite movie until they start. This is going to be with a lot of celebrities.
So we do have Dave listening on the backside, so as soon as he hears something beyond a microphone check, we will be going there. And yes, that's the media center outside of the convention, where the convention is being held. So that, if it looks familiar from yesterday when Adair was streaming, that is where the walkout, that was near where the walkout area was taking place. Apparently there was an attempt to keep the delegates separate from that media area, but apparently this time, Nina's going to go ahead and be gathering quite a few people, and I wouldn't be surprised, as Adair mentioned earlier, that several delegates hadn't shown up, and some even had left. I'm glad he's sticking around. I sent him there to make sure that Hillary knows that I'm booing her, and so that was one of several things that I had in mind when he went. So I'm gonna hold him to that.
What I found problematic yesterday was the mothers of the movement coming out in support of Hillary Clinton. What did you feel about that? So the mothers of the movement, for people who don't know, are the mothers of, you know, black men, women, black kids really, who were shot and killed by both police officers and white citizens acting outside of, you know, extrajudicially. And they came in to support Hillary Clinton, and I thought that was just a slap in the face. And yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, it's what it feels like, and, you know, I can't imagine what it's like to be one of those mothers, so I hesitate to try and put myself really in their shoes. But I know they've been traveling around with her to a variety of places. I presume they're not doing that out of pocket. So, I mean, I get concerned, for some people, and it looks like they're almost ready, so we will cut to it as soon as they start speaking. But I get concerned when somebody who's probably not from an affluent area ends up getting in a position where they can suddenly have access to all sorts of things if only they exchange a small piece of their soul and in order to support somebody who may not really support them back beyond the financial support they may be getting in assistance to do these things, like go to the convention, and the people that they're meeting, the hands that they're shaking, the connections that they're making. It's dangerous and it's concerning to me, and I've noticed that there's been a large split on between many of the mothers and then the brothers, sisters, or children, and their position on this. That it tends that the mothers or the older family members have been more willing to embrace Hillary as a result, and her policies as addressing those types of issues. But a lot of the children see it as a lot more problematic. So it reflects the same generational struggle that we've seen throughout the primary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I don't like when they parade black people out at me. I don't like the fact that we had Bill Clinton come on stage and then say something gross like, we don't need cops going through black communities feeling afraid, which I mean makes sense in a very grotesque way, but you know, that's not what we're talking about right now. And you parade the Muslim movement come out and they go and they I personally find, as a progressive, I find fake progressivism, you know, very shallow progressivism, more troubling than conservatism. Like when the Republicans bring out, you know, a black minister or a girl with no hands to sing or something, I'm just like, whatever, man, this is just hilarious. But when the Democrats do it, it comes across as being very like sneaky and insidious, and I don't like it. The only thing I dislike more than shallow progressivism is that fake centrism crap. That pisses me off even more. But like having the Muslim movement come out and pretend, or at least, you know, not pretend, they speak for themselves. That's it. They only speak for themselves. And then to have the DNC silence Tina Turner it comes across as being very, you know, very troubling, because this is what you see a lot. You see this sort of, you know, whitewashing of feminism, and then you parade out black people, you know, to remind us that they exist, and then you put them back in the closet. But I wonder, when did Hillary stop seeing their children as super presidents? Like, when did that change? Like, when did that shift happen, and what caused it?
Exactly, and that's if we had a functional media, that's the kind of question that would have been asked out of that whole super predator uproar, when it actually did manage to somewhat make it to the media and they actually asked a question or two. Instead, they all chuckled about how ridiculous it was what Ashley Williams did on Morning Joe together. And at that point, Hillary even said, "Oh, I have a few different answers for this question," when asked about, you know, what was significant about the whole thing. And it's just like, yeah, you gave one answer to Jonathan Capehart so he could print that, then you gave another answer on Morning Joe so that the white people who watched that could get that, and then you give another answer somewhere else, and just in case anybody ever walks up to you, you have a little short answer on tap. It's like, but none of them are the same or the truth. That's very problematic. And then, as you mentioned, is the parading of people of color, black people, and what recently happened with Hillary is they caught a picture of a Muslim woman crying, and they were like, oh, you know, she obviously must be crying because Hillary is so awesome and she really wants a woman president. Turns out, you know, she may be grudgingly, as we've seen that phrasing used on the Republican side as well, to say that, you know, okay, I'm going to support the nominee, but not aiming the nominee. So she may be doing that, but she's been a Bernie delegate for a while, and I'll go ahead and so she's a Bernie supporter. And they used her for Hillary propaganda on her Twitter. I don't know if you had got that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be that person because I'm the black sheep. I'm sorry, are they starting?
I see Danny Glover's lips moving. I don't know if it's picked up on the mics. Dave?
We don't want to see she wasn't cracking and given the opportunity to introduce Bernie Sanders.
It's not the content.
And perhaps we know.
He hasn't started, he's just asking him a question. All right, now get down.
Danny Glover, do you have a message for the people of New Zealand?
No.
Do you have anything to say to the people of New Zealand?
No, you can't. You're just ruining everybody's shot doing that.
Rosario Dawson. Just going to say it appears that they are talking, but they're talking to the people that are there.
Where's Kendrick?
Right now, so they're not mic'd up. You hear some parts of the Overwood rally. So as soon as it looks like it's officially starting, we'll go in touch with us.
You can't stick the phone that high.
We need our fucking Aussie there.
Charlene.
He's in DC.
For me. Oh, Shailene, for me.
Something along those lines.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
By the way, that's it. It's the one for Twitter and stuff.
All right. All right, this isn't going to be a long thing. It's very simple.
assembled here to watch the people message they're trying to get out.
All right. Nina Turner, as you know, former senator, is a beloved and respected surrogate for Bernie Sanders. Charismatic, has worked so hard all this time. And it was Bernie's wish that she speak on Monday and also on Tuesday to introduce his nomination. This did not happen. I can't go any louder than that. Don't you have a mic? Sorry. So we're here to say that this is upsetting to us. It seems as if there have been a lot of difficulties in executing the will of Bernie Sanders' peoples and surrogates. And this was just the topping for the whole thing because she was ready to go and she was very, very disappointed. She actually got to the convention and was told right then and there by Bernie that she wasn't approved to go on. So we just want to say that this has not gone by lightly, that we're upset as she was, and because we feel that she had the right to talk about it. And she's supposed to be coming. She's got a gig right now. She's supposed to be coming. I don't know if she'll make it since it's like the Lord of the Rings trying to get to the mountain over here. But hopefully she'll come. And so that's basically what we want to say. We just stand in solidarity with her because it was a very, very upsetting incident and it shouldn't happen. And, however you want to complicate it with whatever you want to say, all I can say is if it was Beyonce, everybody would have found a way to make sure she spoke. So, yes.
Do you think that the Democratic Party or the Democratic Convention did this because Nina Turner is such a vocal black woman?
Nina Turner is a very vocal black woman, and that is... you can't ignore that. So, but I have no idea why they did. I could theorize, but that would be something for them to explain. It wasn't the first time that's happened, and Bernie has said that he was very disappointed. So that's a question that I can't answer. I could theorize, but we're supposed to be trying for unity here, so I don't want to say anything bad, but that certainly didn't help.
A lot of viewers on you.
How do people unite behind the Democratic Party that is literally yanking back one of Senator Sanders' most popular and passionate surrogates?
The question is, how does the Democratic Party unite when they are yanking back one of his most beloved surrogates? And the answer to that would be, I have no idea. How does it unite when they take away most of the volunteer passes? How does it unite when any of the things that have made this convention so difficult? I don't know what that means. How do you unite?
Will you be able to cast a vote for Hillary Clinton? Will you be able to cast your vote for Hillary Clinton?
What do you mean? Would I be able to vote for Hillary Clinton? I would be able to vote because I'm withdrawing from the Dems, but that doesn't mean I can't vote in the election. But I'm waiting to be convinced. I haven't heard. She hasn't talked about TPP. The fracking thing is, Josh made great steps, but I'm not convinced on that. So there's a number. Yes, TPP is a very dangerous thing, both for jobs and the environment. And so there's a number of things that she hasn't been clear about and haven't convinced me. So the election is not tomorrow. The election is in November, and so I will wait and see if there's any shifts. Certainly, rehiring Debbie Wasserman Schultz, 2 seconds later, after we were getting these emails as we're sitting there and looking at everything, whether or not they were hacked by Russia or aliens doesn't really matter. What's in the emails is what matters. And we haven't really heard a discussion of that, and that's been very discouraging. So that I don't think that was exactly something. There was no apology really in terms of either Senator Clinton or Debbie Wasserman Schultz. So that left us feeling as if we were not respected. I think we could say.
Regarding Dem exit, do you have an opinion regarding that?
Bernie Sanders stand up and start. Quick question about Bernie Sanders. Does it matter to have? Does it matter?
Wasn't allowed to speak in the first place.
Sorry?
You know why Nina wasn't allowed to speak?
We're going to find out.
I do.
We're here to find out.
Do you have?
We don't know.
So yesterday, I'm Councilwoman Terry Mosley Samples from Akron, Ohio. I'm a pledged delegate for Senator Sanders as well. Senator Turner and I are very good friends. we're actually here at the convention together. Yesterday she got a call from Senator Sanders saying that he wanted Senator Turner and Pelosi to put his name in nomination at the roll call. She was honored. He called back and said, make sure not to say anything negative. They were concerned that there would be negative things said. She would never do that. Nina's not that kind of person. So we got ourselves together, went to the location. They told Senator Sanders to tell us to go. We stood at the Ohio podium, and as we stood there, we watched Pelosi come out to the floor to nominate him, and we instantly knew there was a problem. We knew there was a problem there. Then the second person came out where she was supposed to be, and we knew that they weren't letting her do it. Instantly, Senator Sanders called her, said, come and see me right now. And they called him at the last minute and said they don't want her on the stage.
Do you have an opinion regarding Dem exit?
And Jill Stein, third party.
This is about Nina. This is about Nina. Here's the thing. This is going to happen.
Do you think Bernie Sanders can be more vocal?
We can't build unity like this. She is the strongest advocate for the revolution. We all know that, along with Senator Sanders. And when you alienate the person who can bring everybody on board, how do you expect individuals to come on board and vote for the party?
We've talked to several delegates who say that Bernie Sanders is...
Quick question. Senator Sanders stood up in front of the convention, as you all know, yesterday, and said, we need to work to make Hillary Clinton president. I'm interested in hearing from any of you who'd like to tackle it, whether you find that convincing or not.
I don't think any of us are trying to read the senator's mind. We know that we need to work diligently and hard on the movement that's around here. This particular convention has been unlike any convention in decades in this country, and certainly with the voices here at the table from all places, we need to know that those voices are heard, including and especially the voice of Nina Turner.
Hello. My name is Portia Bolger, and I run the Twitter feed for Women for Bernie, and I am from Ohio, and Nina Turner is a personal friend of mine. I want to make something clear right now. This is about Nina, okay? And if you ask any questions that aren't, you need to go out the door. We're standing for Nina, okay? Do you have that? Now, I want to tell you what I know. I am from Ohio. Don't interrupt me. I am here for Nina Turner, and I want to tell you what I know. Nina Turner gave her voice. She gave her skin in the game to help Barack Obama get elected in Ohio. And we all know that he would not be our president today if he didn't take Ohio. Now, they have disrespected the most powerful voice for Bernie Sanders, for we the people, and for the revolution. She has been told, you did not heal. She is a woman of color who has stood up and not bent her backbone. This is what this is about.
Regarding Nina Turner, how hard has she worked to put this message forward?
If you don't know the answer to that question, you haven't been paying attention, sir.
Well, many people are asking that.
I want to ask the DNC about it, so I want to know exactly what happened.
Thank you. Nina is not doing her job right now. She's going to make it over here. I don't know exactly. Seems to take a lot of time to get in here, so I'm not sure.
Susan, one final question.
Yeah, what exactly happened? That exactly happened what I told you.
Did they take her credentials, or like did
No, they didn't take her credentials. No, she showed up ready to go, and that's why it was so broke. You know, he was talking to her the entire way in the car, and then when she got there, I have no idea.
Was there an attempt to nominate Nina for vice president? That was blocked.
I don't know anything about it.
There was a rumor about that.
When that came up, she said that that wasn't what she was focused on. She's just been focused on Bernie, and she, felt that Bernie only asked for. He's given so much in terms of what people have asked of him from the Clinton campaign, and the only thing he asked for was for Tulsi and Nina to speak.
Just surrender. Apologies. Is there a fair resolution to be had?
I'm Deborah Berger. I'm the president of National Nurses United, and we campaigned with the Bernie Sanders campaign across this country with nurses and Nina, right? And we had a bond with her, and we felt that she was a good spokesman not only for the Bernie Sanders campaign, but for nurses and for our patients. And it is a travesty that she was not able to be up there to represent us because the nurses felt that she was part of their group.
So what do you want to happen now? You come to the press, you're telling us what's going on. What's the end game? What do you want to happen? Do you want Hillary to embrace her? Are we going to start a third?
We would actually like to make sure that the Bernie Sanders supporters are respected and aren't retaliated against for their support of their candidate. This is the Democratic Party.
Have you reached out to Clinton?
I think that since she has done the injury, that she should be reaching out to the Bernie Sanders.
Do you think Hillary Clinton herself has something to do with the decision on the election?
I'm sorry.
What would you say she has done the interview? Hillary Clinton. Did she make the decision in not allowing you to speak?
I'm not privy to their campaign decisions. What I do know is the action that was taken, and it needs to be fixed.
Yanni, what do you say about a party that's giving special access to big donors here? They got the run of the place. But 800 volunteers who paid their own dime to come here for Bernie Sanders have now been denied access.
Well, the reality is that there are hundreds of people who have sacrificed so much of their lives in order to move democracy forward. And every step that we take in that process, there's the larger system that's controlling this process, that's pushing people back. The most important thing that's going on right now is all of these people who are coming together for this movement, for the movement of all people. And here you have the voice of Nina. And Nina, I mean, I haven't met Nina, but I'm moved by Nina the way that millions of people in this country are. Nina is such a symbolic entity. She's so powerful and so truthful. And to dishonor her is to dishonor millions of people. To hurt her is to hurt millions of people. And if you don't say you're sorry to the question of whether or not anybody has gone up and gone to the establishment to say, why did you do this? The question, they need to be coming to Nina, and they need to be saying, to your point, they need to be saying, we mistreated you and we apologize. And they need to do that in a public way, because in hurting her, they've hurt so many other people.
But why hasn't the Sanders campaign come out and said what you said? Was there an agreement for her to speak that was reneged upon? Usually these things are arranged between the two campaigns. So what happened, and what is the Sanders campaign's role, and what happened and what needs to happen?
If you want to talk to the Sanders campaign, then you need to talk to the Sanders campaign. We're here, standing here, as individuals who hear and heard that Nina was hurt, and are standing with her and letting her know that we stand with her and that we stand in opposition to anybody bringing any harm or disrespect to her.
Well, would you call on the Sanders campaign to take steps to remedy the situation?
I'm not going to call the Sanders campaign to take steps.
Call on the Sanders campaign.
I'm not calling on the Sanders campaign. I'm calling on this larger process to be a process that's not retaliatory to individuals. We say we're a country of free speech, and we say we encourage people to speak their truth, and then when people do that, they're retaliated against. And we need to put an end to that. So we're standing here and we're saying you cannot harm Nina or anyone else because of the fact that they're speaking up the truth. People are supposed to speak their truth. That's what this country was built on. The idea that every individual is supposed to be able to speak their truth. And then when you have somebody who's doing that and doing that on behalf of millions of people, and then she's being harmed in that way, disrespected and retaliated against, then you are silencing millions of people. When you silence Nina's voice, you're silencing millions of voices.
Have there been any other delegates who have been intimidated or whatnot or blocked? Are there other examples that say Nina Turner has gone through as far as not going with what the DNC or what the are there any other delegates who have had a similar experience during this convention?
This is.
Well, weren't there 800 delegates removed from the
volunteers?
What is your name?
Yane. My name is Yane.
I can't shoot like that.
My name is Yane Indigo. I want.
Can you spell that?
Can you spell that, please?
Can you please spell that?
I think it's important to acknowledge that there is a clash of cultures going on at this convention. There's a traditional Democratic establishment. They wear suits and ties a lot of the time. And then there's like, the Sanders delegates who are very much a part of the movement and are activists. And these are two sides that, frankly, are having a very difficult time communicating with each other. I think what we're saying from the Sanders side of things, you've seen Bernie Sanders go out and endorse Hillary Clinton. You've seen a lot of reaching out. And I think the feeling is we want to see that reaching out back.
Do you want to see it here at the convention?
In America, we're not. Look,
we want to see
in a parliamentary democracy, if something was this close, we would be forming a coalition government with people from each side involved, right? We're not so comfortable with that idea in America. We don't do that very often. But then again, we also don't fire the head of the DNC the night before the convention very often either. We're having issues that we have to resolve. We have to work on these things, and I think that's what's missing from the equation. And a lot of people feel very excluded, and I think the issue is Nina is a very strong advocate and supporter for that. 46% of pledged delegates, for the 85% of young voters, under 45 voters that voted for Bernie Sanders. The Democratic Party needs that contingency to win. That's really, really important.
But what do you want to
What's the next
happen
step,
at
Josh,
this
if they don't
convention?
reach out to you? What's the next step if they don't reach out?
Well, I think that the hope is that it will happen.
And what if it doesn't?
Well, I mean, that's not for any one of us individually to say. What's kind of amazing about this moment is that there is truly a people's agenda on the floor. And when people are protesting out there, it's because they are. It's not because we're telling them to do it or telling them not to do it. There is something about this moment of democracy, which is a new thing. We're figuring out. Of course, the stakes are very high. But the point is that from that agenda, I guess the people are saying we want more than what was just in the platform, and we want standing representation in this party at this time. So there's an eruption around this issue because the feeling of exclusion is really, really palpable and in the air. And I don't think we want to turn away those community leaders, those people who were representatives, who were delegates, who went into debt. You know how expensive it is for an average person to come here? It's $600 a night to be in a hotel room here, minimum 5 nights. These people, average Americans don't have that kind of cash to throw around. Most Americans, if they had a crisis that cost them $400, would have to borrow money from a friend. And here are people, delegates coming from all over this country to participate in the democratic process, going into personal debt, and they feel like they're being shut out. That has to be addressed. We can't have unity if we just say unity and leave it, call it good. We have to be working together. Working together is hard. Working together is important. That's, I think, what I'm calling for. I think, everybody has a slightly different take on this. But my hope is that we don't feel that exclusion and that parts of this agenda going forward are included in what they're doing. Because I truly believe this Democratic Party needs those voters and needs Sanders supporters to win.
What about Dem exit? Do you have an opinion about that?
Dem exit. They're giving up the person for population. We don't need the Sanders supporters. We're going with the modern Republicans who might not vote for Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, there is a lot of fear-mongering of Donald Trump. What I would love to see more is what are our values as the Democratic Party? What are our values that are in the platform? What are the issues that matter most to us? We have a very, very strong platform when it comes to the environment. We have an incredibly strong platform when it comes to the emergency of climate change. And we have a platform that says, by the way, we shouldn't develop frack gas as the future energy source of America. That's in the platform. We want to see those issues on the stage. We want to see those issues being campaigned for. It is a huge win.
There's an attitude here that you guys have been totally screwed, and that you said there's a feeling of being excluded, yet you just named some tremendous wins.
I completely agree with you. David, I completely agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is, here's the problem.
there is a trust gap, there's a credibility gap, and there's a policy gap. You can't address the trust gap with just policy, with just statements, right? With just rhetoric. It has to be inclusion of the people who are here, right? And so when you feel excluded, like as has happened now, I think that is emblematic of a deeper problem, right?
Is it an ideological battle though? It sounds like two different ideologies trying to unify.
Well, but I think we should.
Two different ideologies or that.
I don't think it's impossible.
What do you expect her to do right now at this convention? We got one more day. What do you want to happen here?
Well, I think there needs to be a series of discussions.
Right now, today and tomorrow, before she takes that stage.
There at least has to be the idea that that's what we want. There at least has to be the feeling, the sentiment, the idea that we are going forward in that way, and that's not what's happening right now. And I don't think it has. I think to be honest, both sides have to work on that, because when it says, as Rosario said earlier at My People's TV conference, love trumps hate. We have to be in love. We have to feel that love. I think that's the issue. Thank you. Thank you.
That was Josh Fox.
Josh Fox. Josh Fox. Fox. Josh Fox.
Thanks a lot.
I'm Anoa Tues, registered nurse from Pedersen, Illinois. I traveled with Nina Turner and the nurses from Vernon, Boston, and South Carolina. We got here today to let the world know, to let everyone know here that we stand with Nina Turner. An injury to Nina is an injury to the political revolution, and it will not be tolerated.
I don't know if I can get up
To me, it's because 50 years ago, my great-grandmother was
All right, I'm going to put this down for a second so I can get up.
Crossed the Selma Bridge with Dr. King Julian. 10 months after she crossed the bridge, she was decapitated. She was murdered after she testified.
All right, folks, so what's going on? It looks like Nina has not made it to the press conference. And we heard from Susan Sarandon. We heard from Danny Glover briefly. And that was Josh Fox, filmmaker, Gasland 2. Nina did not speak. We have not heard from Nina yet. She is apparently having trouble getting in. And we are standing by. Right now we've got a wonderful shot of the cameraman's bag, I think. But that's what we're waiting for, folks. This is the stream, the public stream for Nina Turner's press conference. And we will bring that to you as soon as it is able.
Alright, I'm still on, guys.
All right, so I don't know if Brandon is back at his PC. I know he's been typing in chat. So if he wants to take this opportunity to verbalize some of those thoughts, this might be a good time. Nope, they might be coming back. Yep. Anastasia brings up a good point that the speakers that were there have been struggling to kind of encapsulate what some of the biggest talking points out of the DNC leak were. I think they had initially arrived there expecting to more or less be a set piece for Nina to stand in front of, showing their solidarity. Didn't have prepared remarks, and so they're just kind of winging it. They did provide us some information that Nina does still have her credentials, although I've heard that she might have been on MSNBC, so perhaps that's part of the delay. Also, it does just generally take a little while to get through the process, and if there's anybody going to have additional problems getting through the process of getting cleared and into the convention area, media area, I could see Nina suffering some of those consequences, but we will just continue to wait, and looks like, let me just try and get the camera to travel. There it goes. something about Google's not been wanting to get my cam up every time I click it on, so now we're up. And Brandon, well, oh, it looks like that might have been the woman from the Hillary picture, so if we can get the volume up, we'll listen to that.
Senator Sanders represent all the people in North Carolina who voted for me, and I feel like my voice hasn't been heard properly as a delegate here. And I think that the Hillary campaign has taken my representation yesterday. I was misrepresented as a supporter of Hillary Clinton, even though I am a Bernie supporter, and I have proudly wear my support Palestinian rights button and my Bernie button. And she tweeted a picture of me saying that a picture of me weeping at the moment that Bernie Sanders conceded, because it was the pain of all the stories that I've heard along this year, over a year campaign of all the people that have put all their hope in Senator Sanders, and for her to take that picture of me and use it as support for her and trying to use that to get the Muslim vote, in my opinion, is not right, because that is a vote that she needs to earn, and she needs to earn that by speaking on the issues that Muslim Americans care about, like the Palestine-Israel conflict.
So Clinton tweeted a photo of you with her Twitter account?
The HFA account.
And she didn't have your permission?
Her caption was, "We made history."
And you don't support her?
I support Senator Sanders. I am here for Bernie Sanders at this convention.
What's her name?
Nida. Nida.
Oh, and what's your last name?
ALLAM.
And where?
North Carolina.
How old are you?
22.
Do you have an opinion regarding Dem exit? Do you support that?
What do you want young voters to know?
I want young voters to get involved in the democratic process, and I want them to start helping people who are running for state level, even city council, and get them elected to make a difference, starting from their town and then into this U.S. level, congressional and Senate level.
How do you think they can do that?
Sorry?
How do you think they can do that?
I think just like I did, I joined a grassroots organization in my community, and I started volunteering. And then I went in and I started volunteering. I got passionate about the Bernie Sanders campaign. They were like family. So you need to find a Senate. There are people running everywhere. If you just look on Facebook, social media, anywhere, you can find who's running in your area, and you can join them and help them get in the position they want.
Thank you.
Are there any more speakers coming up?
There are people coming.
Rosario.
Nina is on her way. Nina and Kendrick Sampson are on their way.
Looks like she's finished speaking. I think we're still waiting on Nina.
All right, I got
presumably
26 minutes on the camera.
Looks like Rosario maybe on the phone, possibly with somebody who can get an update.
I don't have a spare battery. If I had one with me, we would lose the stream anyway when I shut off. So they're saying that Nina's on the way with Kendrick Sampson. I'm not sure if I should shut down now.
Real news down. That's all right.
Nina is on her way.
If nobody else comes up, we'll cut the volume down a little bit.
Do you have anybody going to join Nina at the podium, or is it just going to be Nina herself?
Parading people out.
Here, stand with her.
So if you want to either stand on with you type in the chat or on that, come on in.
I don't know what all these questions about Dem exit are. Like, it feels like a gang. Does it feel like a gang mentality, anyone but me? Why are people being cajoled for not wanting to vote strictly on party lines like that? Like that's somehow wrong. I don't get that. I feel like people are just repeating it because because of Brexit. So it sounds like it's a good little catch line, a good little hashtag. But the idea that people are being like, poo-pooed, like, you want to leave the party? It sounds like this is the mafia. It's like a gang. It's like she's not trying to leave, the Crips. She just wants to be able to vote her conscience and vote for who she believes is right for the job and not have to worry about, voting for whatever candidate the party decides to put up. Like that, this is crazy. Like this whole Dem exit thing is crazy. Like everyone should be forced to just choose a side and stick to it. When did the Republicans and Democrats become the Bloods and the Crips? Like when?
I've made that connection a while. I remember when I was first learning about politics, and I was just like learning about it. It was about the same time that I was being exposed to gangs, And I was like, wait, red and blue, you got to pick one. They hate each other irrationally. It's like, what the hell? It's like, are gangs not just imitating what they see in politics? Except using the tools that they have, which is usually more violence and intimidation as opposed to political violence and political intimidation.
Someone put like in chat, Rachel or Rochelle, probably Rochelle L, that some Democrats think that being a Democrat is akin to oxygen. I would say different. I think that some people think choosing party alignment shows some sort of political savviness, like that they are informed. When really, to me, choosing party alignment shows me that you're not informed. Saying that I'm a Republican or Democrat, as opposed to telling me your political ideology. Are you conservative? Are you, judicially conservative, socially conservative, stuff like that. Like, it really just speaks to a gang mentality. It shows me that you don't really know what you're talking about, and that you just want to feel like you're involved. I feel as though people have subscribed to very, very lazy forms of engagement by just saying they are. Jesse Ventura has a book called Democrats and Republicans. Okay, that's an awful title. Republicans?
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, okay. Jesse Ventura is great. Jesse the Body Ventura is great. That is an awful title. He definitely should have worked on that last one. I'm a big fan of puns. That one is not a good one. But yeah, like it's a gang. Like it's a certain point. I mean, most social identities, most communities sort of devolve into that kind of gang mentality anyway, because once you get a group of people who are coming together for one reason, it appears to be a gang. But this is becoming more egregious because people want to leave, and they're like, "You want to leave?" And it's like, "Yeah, like I want to leave. I want to be allowed to make up my mind, without having to weigh it against party, some sort of obscure party unity." So, like, I mean, just the whole dim exit thing, like, it reveals the system for what it is. Like, it's a gang. It's a gang. You got, it's the Mafia, it's the Bloods, it's the Crips, it's the Latin Kings, it's the Wu-Tang Clan. It's a gang.
Yep. And Nina Turner's getting what appears to be a lot of pushback, a lot of resistance, a lot of consequences to speaking out on, not even to such a extreme degree or anything, by essentially making that connection. She's just pointing out where we're failing, and that's too much for the Democrats to handle, apparently. Like, she's been very careful to not, in my view, not to step over any lines or step on any toes, but apparently she still went too far, and/or they were concerned about what she might say given that opportunity.
I think Josh Fox made a good point, and I mean, it's the point I've made before too, that when I watch a Democratic convention, I want to hear about what the Democrats are going to do. I want to hear about their platform. I want to hear about their ideas. I want to hear about hope, change. I want to hear all the progressive things that make me progressive. And I asked this question of Mike from the Humanist Report, which we had on last night. Mike's a great guy. And I'll ask it again. If I am not afraid of Donald Trump, if I am not afraid of him, why am I voting for Clinton? Like, assume that I am not afraid of Trump. What is my reasoning for voting for Clinton? And if you can't satisfy that question, and not sort of a vague platform answer, where like, oh, you see this platform is full of, good ideas, like, but are you going to do them? Probably not. So, if I'm not afraid of Trump, and I cannot trust Clinton to do what she says she's going to do, why am I voting for her?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I definitely don't have an answer for that.
Because that was the part. I mean, sorry, that was the speeches last night. I'm not last night, the night before, with Elizabeth Warren, and I talked about this with Anoa Changa last night from The Way with Anoa, and Michael Redwine from Louisa Project. They kept saying that we can trust Clinton, we should vote for Clinton, but we gotta stay on her so she'll do these things. Like, those two things don't make sense together in that same sentence. They seem like they do, but you're telling me I'm voting for a candidate who I can't trust to do the things that you say are the reasons I should vote for her. So why am I voting for her? And like, it's really.
It seems to be a submission to the concept that the best that you can hope for is somebody that will maybe listen to you when you try to hold them accountable. Maybe. And I think many of us aren't willing to submit to that defeat yet. That many of us still believe that we can actually elect representatives that want to represent us, that want to do what's best in our best interest, both as a coordinated effort between what we presume or we conclude is in our best interest, and mixed with what is a realistic situation of what we can expect government to actually be able to accomplish, not from a political partisan point of view, but just from a functionality of what are the capabilities of a government.
Yeah, sorry about this, folks. Nina Turner is not at the rally quite yet, so we will bring you her when we have her, when they have her. Of course, we don't want to just leave you with dead air, so we just gotta be two talking heads here. We promise you that we will bring her back. We promise you that we also have bodies and are not just heads and, I don't know, upper torsos. Yeah, I guess, Anastasia Renaud, I can't pronounce that French last name, and I'm not going to try to offend you. But yeah, I am kind of avoiding the elephant in the room, and so were they, that you can make a fair point that this was not a fair primary election. You can make a fair point that this was not a real public, we voted for no reason because they had already decided who was going to win, and they made reality reflect that. And I mean, their last argument would probably be, the DNC is not responsible for public choice. The DNC is a corporation, not a public organization. They can do whatever they want.
Looks like we have Jesse Smith, running for Congress, joining us. We can, while we're waiting for Nina, we can go ahead. I know he's been giving us some updates from the convention and in Philly in general. So go ahead, Jesse, and let us know what's going on.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. My name's Richard, by the way. I got Brandon with me, just so you know.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we're live here from on the inside of the convention floor. Doesn't appear to be a whole lot of Bernie delegates that showed up today.
Yeah, I believe there's Nina's having a conference in the media tent outside. I think I've seen several of the more prominently named Bernie supporters out there. I don't know how many other people might have just gone out there and we couldn't see them from the camera angle behind the stage. So I think that's part of it. We also talked with Adair earlier, and he mentioned that some people just couldn't stomach anymore and chose not to continue attending and have either gone back home or have joined in the protest outside.
Yeah, I was told that as well. I was told that as well. There were people that were just so distraught when Bernie, basically gave the endorsement. I mean, there were a lot of people. I let people cry on my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the passion.
People put a lot of work into this, and they were Bernie did, I think, maybe too good of a job convincing them that Hillary was not where their vote should lay, and they weren't as capable of getting to the point that Bernie did of seeing Hillary winning as a viable progressive step to move forward.
Yeah, I agree. And I had a conversation with the older gentleman earlier today, and we were talking about the differences between Hillary supporters and Bernie supporters. Normally classify them as little babies. They're crying. They need to do their research. They don't know what's going on. They're sore losers. But I'd like to put that in perspective a bit and say, after speaking with so many of these millennials, I can tell you a lot of these Hillary supporters, a lot of them are retired, a lot of them are business owners, a lot of them already have income that's more than $7.25 per hour. And so here we are with these millennials that are just getting involved into politics. It's kind of like, your first new toy, if you will. You're really, really excited. And when you lose that toy, you're distraught. But eventually, you get over it. And I say that to say, I put a challenge out to the Hillary Clinton supporters. to not only look at the Bernie Sanders supporters in a different light, but take an opportunity to try to understand where they're coming from and not to continue to act like they're just whining little babies. They have really, really important concerns. I spoke with a young lady who she actually, told me she's crying because her grandmother don't have health insurance. So there are some things that are deep down on the inside of a lot of Bernie supporters that Hillary supporters must respect. That will be the only way. They must listen and respect. And
I
that
think
will
you
be
bring
the
up
only
two.
way.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think you bring up two really great points about one, about Hillary supporters respecting the Bernie supporters. I've noticed myself just that the Trump supporters that have reached out have been able to say what it is that is bothering me as a Bernie supporter much more clearly than any of the Hillary supporters have been able to do. And even if it's just pure rhetoric and they're just doing it for political expediency, that level, that the rhetoric that they're using has been more effective than what I've heard from Hillary. And I also think that with for the younger millennials, you also bring up an interesting point that a lot of them, for a lot of Hillary supporters, this is an academic exercise. Whether minimum wage goes up or down is something that they may study in an economics perspective, from an economics perspective, but not something that's going to directly impact their life, other than maybe their employees maybe taking more of their bottom line. And I think we're suffering a little bit in the Democratic Party from what we've always viewed the Republican Party as, of a group of I got mine, you're on your own. And so I think that that's being reinforced by the way that Hillary's been talking about this and handling the situation and dealing with Nina Turner, who we're waiting to get the press conference from, and a lot of the other issues that we're seeing. Is that something that you've picked up on?
Yes. And the biggest problem, and I'd like to lean on my military experience a little bit, and to say that I believe the biggest problem is there's no one knows how to use tact. The importance of tact is out of the window. Tact is the ability to communicate your point without making an enemy. They are doing a horrible job at communicating their point, trying to get Hillary's Bernie supporters to transition and support Hillary Clinton. Now, again, I'm a candidate. I'm a congressional nominee. I'm already the Democratic nominee for the 3rd District of Alabama. I have a task on my hands as a Bernie delegate. I have a task on my hands to bring in the Bernie supporters and let them understand and realize that regardless, Hillary Clinton or the Democratic Party put me in to run for this office. I was not handpicked or selected. This is something that I chose to do, and I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for us. We have a platform and we have an agenda, and I'm running forward with this platform and with this agenda as if my life depends on it.
Yep. I think that's an interesting perspective, in that it being going for it being a position of an elected official, and how that puts you square in the middle of trying to build the coalition, at least locally, between people that may come from a variety of different positions along the political path that led us to this point, whether they've been always super strong Bernie supporters, or they were people that supported Hillary because they thought she was the only one that could win, or a variety of reasons that people may have find themselves where they are. And then particularly in Alabama, how has that been going for you? What kind of responses have you been getting when you've had the opportunity? I know you haven't had a chance probably to be back since this all has happened in the convention. Perhaps you're getting some text messages or calls from people back home.
I'm getting Facebook posts and tweets and text messages and calls about, hey, who you voting for? Who are you going to vote for? Well, my position once again is no, not one Democrat in the United States of America put Jesse Smith up to run for office. There's not one Democrat in the United States of America that I am committed to. The only people that Jesse Smith will remain committed to will be the people that vote for me, will be the people that want me to be their representative. Now, having said that, I do understand, having served in the military, being able to work with people from different spectrums, that we can't have everything our way. We're gonna, there's a give and take, but there's a such thing as not selling your soul. And I cannot give on TPP, on the job killing TPP. I cannot give on fracking. As a former occupational safety and health manager, these are things that I know has a first line impact in those communities. The little children and their parents have to fix their formula with water. They're using water that could possibly be tainted with those chemicals used in fracking. So there are so many issues that are out there that we should be concerned about. We're going to have to fight for them, whether it's Hillary Clinton in office or whether it's Donald Trump in office, whether it was Bernie Sanders in office. It really doesn't matter. We're going to have to fight regardless. So it's only incumbent upon us to come together and begin to fight.
And we're going to need to get folks like you as many allies as we can get into those rooms, so that you're not speaking alone for all of us, and that you have again as many similar-minded people or people with similar goals working with you, so that you don't have to bend too much or water down what it is you're trying to accomplish in order to get enough of the other folks. And I think that's really one of the hardest parts about this whole Dem exit, or the concept of being a part of the party or outside the party and all those things, is we need to get enough people together in these rooms, in Congresses, at state houses, and so forth, to pass the things. We have to have the votes. And I think the folks there have made it clear that they're not going to be convinced, so they're going to have to be replaced. And for many folks, go ahead.
Can I just jump in here and just shamelessly compliment Mr. Smith? I'm going to. If you're listening right now, this is the kind of politician, this is the kind of leader you want representing you. He's empathetic, he has integrity, dedication. This is everything you want from a politician right here. Like, just empathy, integrity, and dedication. Like the ability to realize that there are people out there who have legitimate grievances and don't think like you, and to respect that, the willingness to not sell your soul, and the willingness to get things done in a proactive way. And I make me want to move to Alabama. It makes me want to move to Alabama just to vote for this man. I almost went to University of Alabama, but no, definitely, I am very pleased to see a politician who is espousing such what should be basic belief, what should be basic, basic requirements for the job. But unfortunately, they are not basic requirements for the job anymore.
No,
I really appreciate that.
Yeah. No, that's I second all of that, because just in this brief conversation, I've had a chance to catch a couple shorter versions of the update that you've been providing, and just some of the other conversations that you've been having. But definitely, I could see that there, especially coming out of Alabama, that you may have some regional things that we may disagree with from a personal level, but I can tell that you would approach the conversation and respect my opinion. I can respect yours, and that we could come to a place where, even if we disagreed, that we could come to a solution that made us both in a better place. And that's what I need to see from politicians, and that's the opposite of what I've seen from the DNC this week.
Well, I can tell you, the conflict of our lifetime is to coexist between two things that are totally true, yet opposing each other. And our perspective is the only difference between the two. Now, having said that, I can tell you, I'll bring you up to speed on some of the efforts that I've been involved in since yesterday. We're actually working with the Bernie delegates from Washington State. My son is in the Navy. He's stationed out in Washington State. So we're going to do a fundraiser with all of the delegates and people out on the West Coast. We're going to do a fundraiser for my campaign, and we're going to continue to move forward. This campaign, my campaign, is definitely modeled behind Bernie Sanders, and it can't be stopped. I cannot be stopped. I'm the only person that can stop me. When you're honest, when you have integrity, when you're used to being held accountable and taking responsibility for your actions, you're your worst enemy. And so I believe if I keep, the word of the people, the voice of the people, first and foremost, I don't believe I'll be an enemy to myself at all.
That's great to hear. And I know several of us at the Project Sanity show are in Washington. Several of us were delegates at the lower level, so we would be pleased to be able to cover whatever it is that you managed to get going on out here. And happy to have you on. If there's anything else you want to go ahead and get in there before you go, it looks like you might have lost connection. So.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate, you know, the opportunity, and I look forward to doing it again tomorrow. Yesterday, I could not go live on Facebook. I couldn't do anything for whatever reason. But today we're back up, and, you know, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 6:30.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's Jesse Smith, and you said running Congress in the 3rd District in Alabama. Is that right?
JesseSmithForCongress.com. I'm running for the 3rd District of Alabama against a 14-year entrenched Republican. And it's time for us to, you know, go ahead and get this guy out of office. It's time to get Mr. Rogers out of our neighborhood.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, Jesse. That is great.
Epic roast.
And we will absolutely, if you want to support Jesse, go ahead and check out the website and send him some money if you've got some to spare. And otherwise, just volunteer if you're in the area, or however you can get involved. Just tweet out links to anything that you can do to help support progressive candidates that want to actually get positive change accomplished, like Jesse. I'm sure he'll help make that happen with us. And so thank you again so much for joining us. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Brandon.
Yes, that's me.
I'm very impressed with what Jesse was able to provide us with. And so if Jesse maybe, okay, there we go. And I know you seemed to be very engaged in what he was saying, so if you want to expand a bit more.
Well, I mean, I think that it's easy for people to come across as ideologues when they're confident. Even, you know, I'm a socialist, so it's easy for me to seem like a socialist ideologue. I'm not interested in any other opinion but socialism. But I'm more reasonable than that. I'm more in favor of open dialogue in a mixed government where everyone gets a chance to express themselves, be challenged, have their views challenged, in public, and be forced to account for those views and satisfy the contradictions ahead of. I'm not in favor of these closed primaries where no one has the narrative of Democrats is never really challenged. I mean, we saw a little bit of that this primary, where like the typical Democratic stand, but even I don't think he went far enough.
Mm-hmm. I think I might be lagging, and the computer might be getting a little hot. So if I drop suddenly, that's what that is. But I think one of the things that came up that was important, and I think you've touched on it before as well, is that we have this feeling that the democratic process was undermined, that something was broken, that we were cheated, and the media has, goes on with the narrative that we're sore losers and that we're whining, complaining, so on and so forth. But I think part of it is, and why there's that disconnect between the perception of getting cheated and that we're just a bunch of whiners because we're complaining that we got cheated, is because we didn't get so much cheated as we got confronted with the reality of what our political system was designed to do. Our political system was designed to do what we're seeing. It was designed, like this nomination process, at least, especially since the television age, hasn't been, the concept that it was actually a competition has always been treated as a novelty, that's not really what it's supposed to be. It's really just a 6-month-long and now over a year-long process of introducing you to the candidate that the party has selected and getting you on board with supporting them. And go ahead.
So I would compare it to the Oscars. I would say what you're seeing here in the Democratic nomination process is a lot like the Oscars. And the Oscars is a private it's a private corporation. It has no responsibilities to the public at all. But that's not how they present themselves. This is about the disconnect between the way the DNC presents its system. And also, to be fair, they do have a charter that promises to not do things like this. This is them violating their own charter as well. And so you can say, as members of the Democratic Party, we're able to address our grievances in court and, challenge them based on that. But forget the charter for 1 second. This is not how they present themselves. They present themselves as the Democratic Party. And they are very, very anti-democratic, democratic in nature. And it's about that now. That's been revealed. And people are being forced to contend with the fact that this has always been a dog and pony show, and not just from the elements of that we've been aware of, like you need millions of dollars to run, you need to be sort of, upper crust elite, have gone to private schools, have gone to, Harvard, Yale, be a lawyer, be all of these things to run. Now we've seen that there's even more, there's even more backroom dealings going on, and that's the problem. And what's really, really pissing people off is that no one is even acknowledging that this might even appear to be cheating. No one's even acknowledged that maybe it's not cheating, maybe it's overblown, but you at least need to acknowledge how it looks, and it looks like cheating, and it looks like no one got punished. And the willingness to sweep it all under the rug is really a problem. Like that's what's pissing people off. You're not even addressing it.
Yeah, and as far as punishment goes, like with DWS, what we see is at best an embarrassing of her, which is not, I think, what most people were hoping for or expecting. And even Bernie went so far as to say that, Bernie's campaign at least, that anybody implicated in those emails needs to be looked at and consider reprimand. And I think that that's the only appropriate thing. And I think part of the reason why that's not happening is because that there's probably a lot more people still to come in future leaks. The question is, when are those leaks going to come, and what is that going to mean for the election? And again, the Democratic Party has been warned that they can't win with Hillary. If Hillary loses, they can't say we didn't warn them.
The Democratic Party and this is not about being Democrat or Republican. This is let's dissolve that dichotomy right now and talk about what the real issue is.
Move back. No, honey.
Shameless plug. The issue here is entitlement. And the people we have in charge of our media, the people we have in charge of our political process, people we have on every side are entitled. And part of being entitled, part of having society tell you that you're right by nature, because you're white, because you're because you're male, because you're rich, because of all these things, that you do not have to contend with the fact that you may in fact be wrong. That you may be wrong, that people out there can think different things from you and still be correct or not be irrational. And that's what we saw on stage 2 nights ago. People being unable to contend that perhaps poor people have different ideas and different burdens than them, and that those burdens are legitimate and should be legitimately contended. Because let's be honest, some people, the average donation for the Bernie Sanders campaign was $27, right? 27? Am I wrong? $27? Okay, that's enough chicken and rice to feed a family of 3 for a week and a half. That's someone's food money. That's someone's money to go on a date with their with their girlfriend. That's someone's money to buy formula for their daughter. That's someone's money for the people out there. Took some of their money that had meaning to them. They're not making $1 million a year. They're making 50, 60, 70. They 30, $20,000 a year, and they need that money. And they took a part of their necessity budget, their car budget, their car payment, their gas money. Some people walked instead of took the train. Some people they sacrificed to give that money to the Bernie Sanders campaign, and they won't even acknowledge that sacrifice was lessened and made irrelevant by the acts of the DNC. And that is it's robbery. It's highway robbery. It's you can call it. It may not be technically illegal, but it's still really shitty.
Yeah, well, and I think much like what we've had to deal with regarding Trump, is we have to deal with the reality of where this comes from, and that it didn't just pop up today. We're just finally becoming aware of it, fully aware of it, and in large enough numbers where we're running into other people that have noticed it too, online, in media, and individually, person to person. And so it looks like we're back up. And Nina, I heard, had entered the facility, but we haven't. I don't think she's taken to the mics yet. So as soon as we do, it looks like maybe she's setting up on a stage.
Wait a minute.
Hey.
So this looks like they brought Nina into a specific media room with green screen and all the.
I might need to restart briefly in order to get my cam functioning appropriately again. I've been having a lot of still issues, so I think I may do that. So Brandon, I'm going to leave you briefly. It looks like Nina's there. So it should just be a couple moments before we go to that. And so I'll be right back once my computer restarts.
Yeah, I mean, it was. We have a lot of people in the chat talking about the fact that it wasn't an election. You can go and I'll talk. I'll talk to chat
sweet.
while I go. You know, it wasn't an election. Yeah, it was never meant to be an election, and that's fine. Like for me, that's fine. If it's not meant to be an election, if it's meant to just be, you know, a sampling, a tasting, a test, that's fine. The problem is with the presentation. It was presented like a fair election. I'm sorry, we have Nina coming up. Dave, is that Nina talking or is she just getting ready? Yes, it is. It is illegal. The charter, the DNC charter, you know, says that they have to be biased. So it is. There is reason to bring students. I don't think it will go anywhere because that's just how our criminal justice works. But there is reason to actually bring students.
But everybody else. Yeah, just make sure people that don't belong here.
I don't want them to apologize. I don't want them to. I don't want them. I don't want Bernie Sanders to be disappointed. I'm not disappointed. That's what I expected from them. I want them to be punished and dissolved and be given and fined and taxed.
I'm with the real news.
You know, if you cheat in anything else, if you cheat in Brock Lesnar got caught cheating in UFC, and they're gonna take all of his earnings away and ban him for a while. Why? I don't understand like how we hold our sports athletes to a higher standard than our politicians are. Frankly, at this point though, like what can the DNC do to make recompense for what happened? I wouldn't trust them to get behind Bernie Sanders. Like I just want them gone. Like I think they should go. I think they should no longer be allowed to be, should even be allowed to pretend to be neutral or unbiased because they've proven themselves to be corrupt. So I think they should go. Let's turn to Nina Turner. Okay, she's still not ready. You know, we're bringing Nina Turner, and as soon as she is ready to go, we will cut over to her. I'm going to keep talking to you right now because dead air is dead air. We're derailing. Okay. What do you think the big? Go chat. I'll ask you. What do you think the big issue with this thing is? We understand that she is not. Okay. So what do you think the big issue is here?
Thank you.
Because from my perspective, the big issue here is that they obviously cheated. They broke their own charter. They misrepresented what the election was, which was supposed to be fair and unbiased, and they colluded with the media, which definitely had some effect on the outcome of the election. I don't know what I'm misrepresenting. They should be in front of an uncorrupted judge. Okay, you find me one. You find me one who would actually bring that case up, and we can bring him in front of him. Oh. But again, you know, I'm, silver lining. I think there is value in finally seeing how corrupt the DNC actually is. I think there's value in finally, having it all revealed to us. I wish Sanders would have gone harder. I am upset that everyone is, sweeping this under the rug. That's the real piss off. That no one is willing to, step up. No one with any real power. So not Sanders, not the MSNBC. They're willing to call it, cheating and disgusting, but they're not willing to demand recompense from the Hillary Clinton campaign, which is what people want. They want to, people want Clinton to admit the fraud and I guess step down, but that's not going to happen. And I mean, so I can only say I look for the brighter side of this, which is that we now know. So we need to do something more than demand they apologize. Their apology is meaningless to me. They're a corporation. They don't have any dignity. They're not a person. And so we need to move forward away from them. We need a dim exit. There's nothing wrong with leaving them because they left us a long time ago. Like they don't represent us. They're not interested in our opinion. Like I'm a registered Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat and a self-identifying socialist. I registered Democrat so I can vote in the primary because I live in New York City. But other than that, like I don't have any allegiance to them. Like I don't tell people that you should vote for Clinton. I don't tell people you should vote Democrat on any particular ticket. I look at every election as it is, every campaign how it is. Like if the Republicans had put up a better candidate this time around than Clinton, I probably would have voted for that candidate, because Clinton might as well be a Republican. See, that's the thing though. I don't think there is any way to actually make it right. Are we finally going up?
You saw Nina Turner was up there talking to the Real News crew about what she was and was not going to do, and we completely lost it. Looks like they've got a lower third up that says we will return soon. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm just going to say this.
It is the All Brandon Show, so I'm gonna keep reading your comments. We're gonna keep addressing your comments, folks. From what we've heard rumors about why this is taking so long. Those rumors include that she was delayed outside. Those rumors include that she did not know about this press conference until it was already underway, and so she had to rush over here. So it's like, so by all, I don't know what you call it, by all indications, this was more of an impromptu thing. So that's why it's taking so long. Hopefully she will be with us soon and we can switch over to her, because let's be frank, she is much prettier than I am. And I shouldn't say that. I'm sure you guys love me. I see again, okay, so someone is saying that it's, someone is saying that we have that guy's audio. Let me just make sure did you get rid of that guy's audio? Oh yeah, okay, so that audio is gone. Okay, sorry, the chat is a little bit lag behind.
Yeah.
So I think people are putting too much emphasis on Sanders being a self-identified socialist. I am a self-identified socialist. Sanders is not nearly as socialist as I am. He's like on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is like, I don't know, not socialist, and 10 is Gramsci or Marx. Like, he's about a 4. It's just that he appears socialist because we have gone so far backwards when it comes down to just social security and the social welfare state, or really just being a society that needs things. Like, what people consider his progressivism is centrism in Europe, or what progressivism was 30 years ago, and is now just accepted reality. America is just behind. Like, we're behind as a society when it comes to like instituting social changes. We're as a society, we don't even have good roads or nice trains or universal health care. Like, do you realize how backwards that makes us by like world standards? It's crazy. Like, most people are in favor of what Bernie Sanders is, not because Bernie Sanders' election, his supporters were coalition. Yes, some people were progressive and he was more progressive votes, but some people were slightly progressive but also anti-establishment. And I think that is the big takeaway from this election. There is a lot of anti-establishment feeling in the air, and if you combine all of the anti-establishment candidates together, whether you're talking about Bernie Sanders, Jill Stein, Gary Johnson, Trump, Cruz, Fiorina, Ben Carson, basically everyone in the election except for John Kasich, Jeb Bush, and Hillary Clinton were promoting some sort of anti-establishment feeling, and that's the important thing. Like, a lot of these people are, anti-establishment with some sort of flavor of political ideology. Like, anti-establishment, but also a little bit racist. Anti-establishment, but a libertarian. Anti-establishment, but progressive. Anti-establishment, but socialist. And we are all getting together to make strange bedfellows to get rid of the establishment.
And on that note, Brendan, sorry to interrupt, but we are going to be switching producers now, so we do have to bring the stream down just briefly, and then when we come up, we'll still be looking for that Nina Turner feed to make sure that we're good to go there, and once we've established that, we will also give you a chance to finish what you're saying as well. So those of you just joining us, this Project Sanity and Progressive Army, The Way with Noah, all those names you see over to the left, Benjamin Dixon Show, we are going to be going for a short break in order for us to change our producer on the back end, and it should just be a few minutes downtime, and then we'll be right back up, and hopefully we'll have Nina ready for you by then. Thank you for sticking around. Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, just to sum
real
up,
quickly.
like, Sanders is not a socialist. Sanders is a New Deal Democrat. He's an FDR Democrat, and the Democratic primary was an FDR Democrat versus a Reagan Republican. and the Republican primary was of some mixture of fascism, anti-statism, theocracy, and just general lunacy. So yeah.
Yeah, and on that note, we will join you right back shortly. So thank you for being patient and sticking around. All right. And so what you're seeing on screen right now is Brandon, but you're hearing me, Richard. And the reason why that is my camera and laptop is at its fill for the day and starting to die out on me. So I'm going to go ahead and retire for the night and leave you in the capable hands of Brandon. And he's going to hopefully get Nina back up. And we also have David behind the scenes working on the production. So with that, I leave you with them. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you so much for listening and watching. And I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
Well, bye, Richard. Have a nice night and get a real computer.
I'm working on it.
So yeah, so here's I'm going to do a rundown for the rest of the night. It is 7:21 Eastern right now, and tonight at the DNC we're going to have speeches by both President Barack Obama, and and Vice President Joe Biden. We are waiting for Nina Turner to come on stage right now. It seems like she's still getting ready. Dave, do you know if she's... Okay, so Nina Turner is not ready to speak quite yet, so you're gonna have to deal with me for the next few minutes. But let's continue the conversation we were having before, because I'm more about a conversation, and I can't just sit here and talk at you. I want to talk with you. So let's bring in some of the comments from chat. So important to continue with that momentum. System will always... This is by Convulsant. Important to continue with that momentum. System will always look after its own interest, but mass movements can push to open the bounds, like civil rights in the 60s and feminism in the 70s. That is absolutely true. This is a democracy. Now, part of democracy is, expanding definitions of democracy, expanding those boundaries so that we can effectively have our voices heard. And I would say that the civil rights movement in the 60s, the feminist movement in the 70s, those were all parts of democracy. Those were all meant to expand what could be considered to be politically viable for a politician to engage in. And so when you're talking about democracy, you can't get disheartened by a one vote not turning out the way you want. You can't get disheartened by, not winning the presidency, not winning every vote. You have to, come back into yourself and understand the social aspects of democracy, the social aspects of the political process in the United States, and what it takes to really be given the choices that you want. So you can talk about Occupy Wall Street and how they got this sort of language of populism ball rolling in the modern era. So you talk about like, we wouldn't see a Bernie Sanders presidency without Occupy Wall Street. I'm sorry, a Bernie Sanders presidential campaign without Occupy Wall Street. You have to be willing to engage in these mass public movements to demonstrate that there is a mass dissatisfaction with the bounds of the system as it exists now, and really just be open to doing more than simply voting, becoming engaged 24/7. Well, not 24/7, you need to sleep, but becoming engaged in every aspect of your life, bringing politics, bringing social issues into every aspect of your life, and not, succumbing to the depression that comes from losing what appears to be the most important, the most race in the country. No, you have not missed Nina Turner. Like I said, she is coming up soon. She is still getting ready. I'm sorry that I have to monologue at you, but again, we are just filling in the dead air. So we understand and we appreciate your patience. Yeah, you need to stay aware, involved, or you lose democracy. And that is what this is really about. This is why we need new media. because part of the media's job is to keep you unaware, to make you feel, to isolate you. And that's what we see when the media refuses to show climate change protests, when they refuse to show GMO protests, when they refuse to show all of these protests. That is designed specifically to make people feel as though they are alone and that their ideas are marginal and that they don't have any basis in popular opinion. So you have to go out into the public sphere. You can't rely simply on CNN or MSNBC to represent, to present you with the unbiased facts, because ultimately these are corporations, and corporations look after corporations, even if they are not the same type of corporation. So you really want to make sure you are actively seeking out people who agree with you, people who, can be part of your movement, and not simply looking at the news and saying, oh, well, the news tells me America is mostly conservative, so I guess I'm in the minority, so I'll be either keep quiet and not bring up my, liberal ideas, or I will succumb to the depression that comes from being isolated in myself. Okay, it seems as though we're going to be joined very soon by Michael Redwine, the host of Louisa Project 2023 or 2027. I can't remember which one. I might be confusing with C-Lab 2027. So Freethinker says, I can't bring myself to watch the convention tonight. It is a bunch of media propaganda. Of course, cried after the delegate vote last night. Woke up this morning to all of the MSM BS clips from last night. Yeah, and that's really the point. It's meant to demoralize you. The media, to a certain extent, is meant to make you feel alone, and especially if you deviate from what they have decided is the norm. And the media norm is center-right politics, because it's a corporation, and corporations tend to benefit from the status quo, which is how they made their money in the first place. So again, glad you could join us here, Freethinker. We're going to bring you sparsed out commentary, sparsed out convention news, stuff from the floor. Probably, I hope we don't bring you the speeches, because the speeches are always a little too saccharine for my taste. You can join me, David. You want to talk? You want to talk to the crowd?
Sure, I'll turn my mic on. I'm not sure about the convention speeches yet. I guess we'll figure out what the feel of them are and what our viewers want. And the only two I think we'd probably be focused on would be President Obama and Vice President Biden. The others are time fillers. And we have better things to show than them. But as far as Nina, right now, just to give everyone an update from the feeds that I have, one feed completely closed. It was interrupted or stopped. The other one is currently not showing the press conference stage, so I'm not sure what the status is. I'm trying to find updates on that.
So here's my promise to you viewers, and we're going to bring you some of the speeches, some of, some talking heads, a lot of outside protests. You're going to probably see a lot more stuff from the floor, a lot more stuff from outside.
Absolutely.
A lot more people.
I said absolutely.
Yeah, so I actually don't, from my personal perspective, I don't like listening to President Obama speak, because he is a great orator. Like, President Obama is an amazing speaker, to the point that it makes me forget how bad his policies are. Like, I don't agree with literally anything he's done, but his speeches make me forget that I don't agree with him, because he's such an amazing orator. So I prefer not to watch them. I prefer to read them later. So that's just my personal perspective about it. But we should probably put them at least on with the closed captioning, if people are into that sort of thing.
We will do that. My mic's on now. We will definitely at least have them on screen. I'm going to see, I think Adair Schmidt might be live on the DNC floor, so while you look at the questions, I'm going to see what's going on over there.
Yeah, let's be honest, the Democratic National Convention is just, it's a dog and pony show. They've known who they were going to make president for 8 years. So really right now it's the slow march to the end. But we're here with you. We're here for you. We are absolutely going to try to provide as much levity and context as we can to this really kind of sad.
A girl says hi.
Tell Trey one of the girls watching says hello. Tell Trey one of the girls watching the live stream said hello. And that she's pretty.
Listening to Senator Sanders speak.
Hey, remember 9/11. Never forget 9/11. Can I get an actual name for you so I can tell Trey? And a number. She's very interested.
1-800-4-TRAIN.
Was he?
Yeah, they were.
Bella Marie, it's a bit of running joke between Never Forget 9/11. She said Lady Gaga, guys. Pass that down. Lady Gaga's apparently interested in Trey. That's the name we got. Oh, come on, Big Ralph. Hello, Boo Poo. That's a very interesting name.
It boggled my mind.
Never forget, her eyes got huge when they told her. I just want you guys to know that.
They believed in hope and change, but like, if you believed in hope and change, you would have been listening to Sanders. I feel like I know that makes me seem like a Sanders fanatic, but like he's blunt, he's nice, he's very expressive, he seems to care a lot. He almost broke down to tears the other night. Like it broke my heart to watch. It broke my heart to watch. And about Lady Gaga. You don't mean me. I'm not talking about Lady Gaga. Something going on? Oh, I was like, I am not talking about Lady Gaga right now. I don't really have any opinions about Lady Gaga. I remember being in college when Lady Gaga came out and going, oh, that's cool. I like David Bowie and I like Marilyn Monroe and I like Marilyn Manson. This is like that, but not as good. And so I never liked Lady Gaga. I just thought that she was a one-trick pony. How about you, Dave? You like Lady Gaga? You're a big Gaga fan?
I am a huge Gaga fan. I have every single record, every single single. No, I'm kidding. She's alright. She's alright.
Yeah.
She's talented. She's better than some of the other stuff that they try to call music.
Is Lady Gaga really talented though? She sounds like Christina Aguilera's little sister who never had a singing lessons. That's what Lady Gaga sounds like.
So you'd rate Lady Gaga below Christina Aguilera then?
I would not rate Christina Aguilera at all because I'm not a big Christina Aguilera fan. I'm a big Mariah Carey fan. Big Mariah Carey fan, and I can recognize that Ariana Grande can really, really sing. I'm not a big fan of Ariana Grande, but she can really sing. But but no, I'm not a big Lady Gaga fan. I like that one song, Paparazzi. I liked Just Dance. I don't know any other Lady Gaga songs, so.
Talking about specifically. Alien.
Okay, yeah. So we're going to be bringing you a feed from the convention floor soon. I'm sorry I got off track because Lilith, you got me off track, commenters, with your Lady Gaga comments. That is, yeah. Lady Gaga's popularity was always odd to me. I guess this is a good segue back into the convention. I'm sorry, are you playing double audio again, or is it just me? Okay, well, we're about to switch back to the convention center, and I'm gonna stop talking at you. But I will say this: Lady Gaga is similar to the problem I have with the Democrats in that she put this like thin veil of LGBTQ rights over her very poppy music that really was not there. It's just like she's like sort of like, Born This Way and all of these weird songs, and I was like, okay. Like, but it always just felt like a marketing tool and not any sort of real real attempt at inclusivity. So that's just my personal opinion about it. So it does remind me of the Democrats because the Democrats love parading out their pet minorities. Not poor white people. The Democrats don't really like poor white people, but they love their little their pet minorities like rich blacks and rich women. They parade them out. So that's. Like Lady Gaga's kind of like that.
Yeah, so like when you come inside, if you run on the first floor, the
communities are threatened.
We're going to be going.
Our children are at risk. 2015.
What do you mean? Excuse me, X070014. Could you explain it real quick?
Wearing a Spider-Man shirt, and we will be going to the floor soon. Yes, bring up the floor, Dave. Yeah, bring up the floor, and if you bring up the floor, we can like overshoot the audio if you want to bring the audio down. Okay, fine. So just bring up the feed. Bring up the feed.
Okay, I wouldn't mind you like if you wanted, if you guys could move one over. Is that okay? Like, can everyone just like move one seat over so that way we can all sit? Cause I'm live streaming from the corner. Oh yeah, no, Vicky's there. Shit. Right.
Hey, Sean, do you guys have a seat?
Hey guys, never forget it's all right. I just need to make for who?
For Bob Hasagawa?
I don't know. I'm actually trying to get one back right now because I'm kind of dying on this concrete. I really do apologize. It hurts really bad to sit on the concrete after a while, and my joints are pretty bad.
I don't know. I asked him first.
I don't think he even realized because I went out to record something and then came back. So that's my apologies. Hey folks, give it a sec. Just give me 1 second and we'll be back to the stream. What's happening?
Lockdown in 15.
There's a lockdown
in 15 minutes.
In the media tent?
No, they're going to lock down the building.
Oh, wow. All right, well, so we're going to be locked here in the building in about 15 minutes. The president is on his way.
Speaking of global warming, we need some global warming. It's freezing.
Guys, she's just doing her job. I can wait a little bit. It's not that big a deal. President Obama will probably be here. He will be speaking towards the end, but he'll be here quite soon. I can buy food, but I'm on a very limited budget and probably won't be, at least for the rest of the night. But once we are locked down, there will be no buying food. You're locked down. Everything needs to stay the same exactly where you're at. There are hot dog guys out there, but I'm not going to go buy one. Like I said, we're not locked down just yet. Never forget, not locked down just yet, but we will be when President Obama comes. Thank you. I'm so sorry again. I really do want to apologize. This will allow me to act. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, no, Wazzy, it's all about the cheesesteaks at Permani Bros over in the Berg.
All right.
USC, man. You're going to have to do much better than that. All right, folks, we're back. We're in our regular streaming seat. Secret Service will be here in a moment. That's why they're locking stuff down. I think they're doing their final perimeter sweeps. And never forget, I'm going to apologize. I'm about the Permani Bros. You can't go wrong with fries on a sandwich, my friend. Can't go wrong. You're good, you're good. Oh, wait, 1 second. Got my... There we go. All right, hey. We are back, folks, and we've got yet another speaker coming on who I know... Oh, we have Jerry Brown from California. Do I have any California folks still on? Jerry chants have broken out in the California delegation.
Thank you.
Sky Philosophy, it's not bad when I was entering, but I also entered several hours ago, and there was no hint of a president anywhere around. Oh, well. Welcome to the chat, Bella Marie from Vegas. Welcome from Michigan, Jason. Right now, they're cheering for Jerry Brown, not Hillary just yet, but it is very annoying sometimes to have to listen to the cheer for the person you don't want to win. However, that is how things work, unfortunately, right now. But I'm going to continue working, live streaming, and making sure everyone is taken care of.
And vast unknown. Combating climate change The existential threat of our time will take heroic effort on the part of many people and many nations.
Probably not. I was able to live stream when I directly live streamed former President Bill Clinton when he was right above me. Well, hey, U.S. Marine, welcome from Lansing. So you're fine. You believe.
So I'm coming back to Brandon so we can talk about a couple things that we heard over there, and also to say that we'll be having a guest in about 45 minutes that will be joining us for a little bit of an interview. We'll announce his name in just a bit. And Brandon's going to be joined by a co-host in a second. But Brandon, one thing that I wasn't sure what he was saying at first, Adair was talking about the fact that they're going on lockdown, but once he mentioned President Obama, it actually did make sense. I'm guessing that's procedural, that President Obama's in the building, they lock down.
Yeah, the Secret Service are probably going to lock down all, at least secure all the exits. I don't know if they can stop people from leaving, but they'll probably definitely stop people from coming in.
I don't know. Sounded like they're going to be locked, unless that's just Adair's understanding and it's not the case, but he was saying they're going to be locked in.
That sounds like a fire hazard, but I mean, I'm not the fire marshal. So
yeah, you don't mess with the Secret Service, so I guess what they say goes, whether that is what that means or not. Also, an update, it does not seem, at least at this point, that we will be hearing from Nina Turner today. The press conference cameras shut off, and they were saying that it was not going to happen at this point. So just an update on that. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like we'll be hearing from State Senator Nina Turner.
Unfortunately, Nina Turner does not seem to be speaking at this moment. We will keep you. Oh no, yeah. So okay, yeah. You heard Dave. I'm never sure if Dave is just in my head and doesn't exist, or if he's actually being heard by people. We're also going to be joined by Mike Redwine very soon. I will be his co-host. He's a very nice man, very smart, host of the Louisa Project 2023, and we will be continuing to bring you updates from the DNC live, and we will continue to be, going back and forth between outside coverage, inside coverage. We're going to be doing that all night, folks. Interviews. So, stick with us. A lot of stuff seems to have been started and stalled, like the Nina Turner rally. So, we're subject to the constraints of the news, just like you are. So hopefully we can do the best to keep you updated on everything. So, Mike, how you doing? They can't see you yet, but you can speak to them.
I'm good. Another long day at work, but I'm here. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Long day, but we do what we got to do.
Yeah, I've been trying to listen to the coverage. You guys doing a great job, man. I mean, we nothing's ever going to be perfect, but man, for a bunch of rookies, you guys doing an awesome job.
No, don't pat yourself on the back too hard. You'll break your spine. So.
It's not me, it's you guys.
I want to know where did we find Brandon? Where did we find this impeccable talent?
That's what I'm wondering. Project Sanity?
Probably.
Oh, it was definitely Project Sanity. I'm just not sure where. I don't know, Brandon. Where did you come from?
How you appeared?
I came from my parents. When two people love each other. People love each other very much, or are just a little drunk. They do something called the nasty.
Same.
Something called the nasty, and then 9 months later, they are punished by God for having premarital sex, and I am that punishment.
Makes sense. I'll buy that.
There you have it, viewers. He's punishing you all for tuning in.
Okay. No. Let's get back to the DNC. Do we have any?
By the way, fellas, on that Lady Gaga thing, the reason the chat was talking about it, Adair's audio bled into the live broadcast. So that's what happened.
That was intended. We were streaming him.
All right.
Yeah. What is?
Okay,
what is?
We were streaming a discussion about Lady Gaga.
Let's talk about that real quick. What is with all the celebrities at the DNC? Like that's not why I tune in to watch a political convention to see Usher, sing his 2009 hit "Yeah." Like, I want to hear about, the platform. I want to hear about these complex
Did I
issues.
miss that? Did Usher really sing "Yeah" at the 2016 DNC convention?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
But
well, no. Here's the
that goes back to something you.
Go for it, Mike.
I'm sorry. There's something that Brandon brought up earlier is that the obviously, I mean, some of us are just waking up. Obviously, the DNC, they're masters of stagecraft. This is all part of the stagecraft. We have all these smart, talented people that you love, and they're with us. So we're supposed to follow along based on that. But those of us who are a little deeper on policy and a little deeper on on history don't see it that way.
Yeah, but I don't know if this is a way to win over millennials or like who are they?
It's an attempt.
Who is Paul Simon appealing to? Like who is?
Oh, that's for the older folks now that love some Hillary. Now that's who Paul Simon is appealing to.
You bring in Boys to Men and Paul Simon. You're like, I don't think you guys this is not a targeted message. It's not really a targeted message.
Yeah, it's not targeted well, but this for the I mean, honestly, I think they just believe millennials is just going to fall in line because of Trump fear. Honestly.
Yeah, but see, that's the miscalculation because they forget that they've been banging the drum of fear since 2001. All millennials have known for their entire lives have been fear of terrorists, fear of economic collapse, fear of complete apocalypse due to the war on Christmas, the war on women, all of these wars, all these crises, all these things. Millennials aren't afraid anymore. Like people can only fear is the new normal. So you can't keep messing around with that as your motivating factor. You have to put forth a message of hope and change because people are not afraid anymore. People aren't afraid as they used to be.
Yeah, but I guess that's that old adage. It works till it doesn't. Until that horse is good and dead, they're gonna keep beating. You know what I mean?
It sort of goes. Well, the point about the celebrities, the other thing is, it goes back, in my mind, to stale strategy. The retail politics and their acknowledgement that they need millennials, something that Hillary does not have the upper hand on.
Not at all.
And they know they need it. The question is how. And apparently they're going with this strategy that millennials will buy into pop culture and celebrities and what celebrities say they should do. And, being starstruck by their performances. I think most of us, I at least personally, I don't think that works anymore. I don't think it's as solid a strategy when it comes to what we're looking for in politics now and out of leaders. But
I mean, I think what they're saying now is that millennials, and this is going to bring into the whole Google issue, the issue with Google theoretically manipulating their search results. Millennials have this new thing now called the internet. So when someone says something to a millennial that they don't think is true, they just search it into Google and they find out that it is not true. And that just pisses them off. So now millennials have to go. Now what millennials are doing is that they're just Googling Clinton, and they're getting a lot of results. They're getting a lot of results that are contradicting the mainstream media, the narrative of the mainstream media, and millennials also, because of the social media, they tend to have a little bit more expanded bubbles. They're arguing on Facebook with their friends about the Democratic candidates.
Yeah. I think part of because I often have this discussion with people about millennials. They always say, well, they're just dumb kids, but this is the most informed generation in human history. And people seem to forget that, and it's sad that they forget it. And we're seeing the results of that because obviously the Dems didn't depend. I guess the Dems are realizing that how well informed these young people are, and I think we need to stop looking down on them. I mean, as an older person, I guess I can say that I guess it's human nature to always look down on younger people as inexperienced and not knowing anything. But these kids have information at their fingertips like we never had. I'm old enough to remember Encyclopedia Britannica. We had big old books this thick, and they sit on the shelf, and that information obviously does not change for 5-10 years till you get a new set. That's not the case now. Kids are getting real-time information on their phone, on their laptops, on their tablets, on their iPads, whatever it is, and this old style of politics can't keep up. It just can't.
It's too hard to hide the truth now. It's too hard to hide. Absolutely. It's too hard to bury the truth. Now that's the first thing Clinton should have learned when that video came out of her saying super predators. When that Goldwater thing came out, where you used to be able to minimize the damage done just due to the logistics of paper print. You can no longer do that. Like someone tweets a photo of you with shaking hands with Hitler, and that shit's going viral.
Yeah, overnight.
That's going viral. It's going overnight.
In minutes, yeah.
In minutes, and this is and Trump is a master of social media. Trump is a master of Twitter. He's a master of Twitter feuds. He's a master of 140 roasts. Like he's able to roast people in 140 characters that I've never seen before. And she's not prepared. She's not prepared for this battle, and it's going to be.
She is not prepared for that at all. She is not prepared. I told people. I told a lot of people. She's not. And Elizabeth Warren got caught up in this too. They get pulled down into the gutter with Trump. Everybody say, yeah, they're fighting on Twitter. They're handing it to him. It's kind of shaky. It's not always the one-sided victory that we on the left like to claim it is.
Because
get
I'm
out
childish.
of that fight with him.
Like I'm childish. When he called Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas, that was hilarious to me. that made me laugh.
You're wrong for that, and I'm wrong for laughing at it. All right?
That was hilarious. If you don't think that was funny, I think that was funny. And it's hard to stay mad at him because he's funny sometimes, and I admit that.
Whoever's typing these tweets anyway.
Whoever's typing his tweets is a master of roasting people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any freezer can bring up David because I feel like we're just talking at these people and we're supposed to be showing them live footage. But no, Trump is a master of the roast.
Yeah,
he's a master. Those one-liners are crazy.
Yeah, and I think see the problem is that the personal attacks and the being in the gutter and the roasting helps deflect from actual policy talk. But she can't really win there because sadly Trump is to the left of her on a lot of stuff. Is more mainstream on a lot of stuff against her. So this is not going to be an easy sell at all.
But no one's talking about policy. I didn't hear any policy positions over the past 3 nights. I've heard more boys to men than I've heard policy positions, and that's a problem. It's a problem that Josh Fox brought up when he was on stage that. I don't come to a political convention to hear music and to hear vague notions of what makes us great as a party. Like if I'm at a Democratic convention, I'm already convinced of the goodness of Democrats. Now tell me specifically what we're going to be doing next 4 years. Tell me specifically.
I spent my money and I'm taking my time to get out here. I can see all this stuff on TV, on the internet, all this stagecraft.
It's like
damn policy. I agree.
It's like, damn, first you stole my $27, now you're wasting my fucking time.
Yeah, I heard you guys talk about that earlier. I didn't even think about that. That's $27. People's money down the drain because they got cheated. Because Bernie got cheated. That's heartbreaking.
$27 is 1/2 of my food budget for 2 weeks. I'll put that out there. That's a lot of money.
What are you eating? Air? Huh? What are you eating? Air?
Mostly just chicken, but that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
You on a high protein diet? I got you. I feel you.
I think that they've you have Sever Silverman on stage minimizing it, but the chat was talking about this too. That's a lot of money.
She pissed me off. Go ahead.
Sarah Silverman was never funny. She was always just cute. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah,
it's just like she's just kind of cute.
I have never laughed at anything she has said.
She's that weird baby voice thing that people think is all right, but I find it kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's kind of dry. Yeah,
so
her humor is really dry. I guess they say you have to be smart to get her humor. So I guess I'm not there yet. So it is what it is.
For me, I just imagine like the people who that was their last $27. Like that was their, not just the Bernie bros who that was their beer money, but the 27 the people like that was their You know, that was their money for their medicine, their medication. The old people, that was their medication money.
Absolutely.
That was their,
Absolutely.
you know, bus fare. That was their, you
Mhm.
know, like their a little bit of pocket change for their grandkids. You know, they tried to invest that money in a better feeling. And you know, it's fraud. It is fraud to a certain extent.
Yeah, yeah. No certain extent, it's fraud. I mean, you're supposed to be the arbiter. You're supposed to be the referee. You know, it's easy to win when you know when the referee turns their back and the league is on your side. How can you not win? You know what I mean? And I just, you know, it enrages me because I was listening to Sam Cedar. I love me some Sam Cedar, right? I listen to the majority report every morning. Every morning I listen to Ben, then I listen to majority report. That's my Ben's kind of let me down because he hasn't been on lately. But I'm not gonna point any fingers, Ben. But but I listen to those two every morning. And Sam Cedar, he had to say, I guess he's trying to be, you know, a little more centrist, kind of walk people back from being all Bernie and letting Trump win or whatever the case may be. And he stated that those leaks really didn't signal anything that could change the trajectory of the race. I'm like, wait a minute. They're gaming they're gaming the media, and they're working, you know, and they're in charge of the whole thing. Come on, dude, really? The media is everything. You know, even though most young people who already turned away from Hillary anyway, even though it's the young people are online, the media was gaming this for her. You know, the paid trolls online. You know, we still see them. You know, it's ridiculous.
Okay, so we're going to be showing a clip soon. Thank God, because I know you're tired of listening to me talk. But we're going to be showing a clip soon of the DNC, just like we promised you. But before we do that, I'm going to comment on Sam Cedar because I'm also a big Sam Cedar fan. I'm a big Tom Hartman fan. I'm qualifying these statements by saying this. But I think a lot of times when you criticize someone, people think that you're not fans of them. But
Yeah,
there are
absolutely.
two things. There's one thing about Sam Cedar that over this specific cycle I did not like, and there is something about Tom Hartman that I generally do not like.
And I'm sure it's pretty much the same thing.
No, they're two different things. Tom Hartman
Okay.
is awful on nutrition and awful on GMOs, and Sam Cedar has
Okay.
been really bad about considering the people's side who are anti-Hillary and being respectful of it. And the best example of this was when he was talking about the Susan Sarandon interview on Chris Hayes, which Chris Hayes was the most patronizing, mansplaining, effete, classist, not pedantic, whatever person I've ever seen in my entire life. And Sam Cedar was, you know, is explaining it away that it was really Susan Sarandon.
Yeah, in that particular interview, Chris Hayes was horrible in that particular interview. Absolutely.
It's like, but you have to understand that the media, and I hate to say it, but I don't really take the opinions about poverty from people who live comfortable middle class white lifestyle that seriously. And if they don't have some kind of degree or demonstrate some kind of empathy, because ultimately it just comes back to what they know, and their life is not like that. It's just like Sam Cedar is not worried about $27. He's not a millionaire, but he's not worried about $27. He's not worried about his daughter being shot in the streets. He's not worried about a drone being dropped on like a family member of his. I'm just not interested in that kind of and he succumbed to this sort of, okay, well, you'll get him next time, but people feel
a lot of people succumb to that. Yeah, and I think a lot of these people, because this anger needs to be assuaged somehow. You know, it seems like everybody's like, okay, it's time to move on. But it's what, 3 days, 4 days since we found out about the DNC leaks, confirming everything we feared and we've been talking about since the beginning of this race, and we're just going to sweep that under the rug and walk away because we're scared of Trump. That doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean? At least recognize that this leak confirms what we were talking about, number one, and number two, it confirms that we were cheated. You know, Bernie was cheated. This is not up for a question. we can discuss impact later, right? We can discuss how much impact this really had. We can discuss that later. But right now, we were cheated, right? And people are expecting us to just turn our back and say, "Oh, it's all good now. It's over now." Bernie said Bernie's on their side. I don't give a shit. Excuse my French. It's not about Bernie being on our side now, right? It's about what's right and what's wrong. Yeah, people say it's naive, but as you said earlier, it's in the bylaws. It's clearly stated in the bylaws. So what you're telling me is rules only count for people like us, which, our country, that's what we see every day. Whether it be Black Lives Matter, whether it be Hillary's emails, whatever it is, and we know that there's at least a two-tiered justice system, probably 3 or 4 tiers, but there's at least a 2-tiered justice system, and we ain't on the top of it.
So I'm gonna come in there real. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done, Mike.
Go ahead. So sorry, I gotta get used to this live stuff. I'm hearing stuff in my ear.
It's all good. It's all good. They hear me right now anyway. So hey, folks, I'm about to show you something. Yeah, they hear me. So what I'm gonna bring up is showing what the Democrats are dealing with, whether they want to acknowledge it or not. We didn't hear from Nina, but post the walkout yesterday, they may want to make it seem like it didn't do anything, like it's not going to affect them, like Bernie's supporters are a tiny minority. So this picture I'm putting up on screen is a still. It's from, if I can find it, that is from a tweet from NM for Bernie Sanders, New Mexico for Bernie Sanders on Twitter. And it's just an image we found. But beyond that, this is not just a small, this is not anything photoshopped or anything just, claiming to be the disappearance of people. I'm going to show you a video, and this is from last night from the Democratic convention after everyone left. And this just gives you an idea of how many people actually walked out and how far-reaching this was. Let's see if I can get this up for you guys.
I got faith in you, Dave. You can do it.
This is amazing. This place is empty. There is nobody left in here. I mean, this whole state. Look at this. Look at this.
One of the areas that I'm particularly interested in is
empty seats. Empty seats.
To ourselves, to our children, to each other.
You can't see it as well as when the lights were just on.
Everybody in this room and every child in this state
empty
is
seats.
No matter
like the entire California delegation is like gone.
Our children's future is
gone. Love it.
Gone. And the policies of their nation. It's time to protect the next
generation. This is not voter enthusiasm. This is not voter enthusiasm. This is amazing. Like, this place is half empty all of a sudden. I can't believe my eyes. Like, I've never seen anything like this. This is the prime time of the Democratic National Convention, right after the nomination of Hillary Clinton, and this place is emptied out like crazy. I'm stunned. Wait. Look. This is like a 76ers game.
In her early 20s,
That's cool.
Hillary Clinton spent time at the Yale New Haven Hospital researching.
This is insane.
Children.
Look, the whole California delegation is pretty much gone.
The experience turned her into a lifelong champion for kids in need.
This has got to be something really worrisome for the Democrats.
I too am a champion for children.
Voter enthusiasm wins elections.
I'm lucky to work with a team of champions.
And yeah, on the floor,
social workers, case managers,
down there in New York and right on the floor, there's people.
Lifelong work is to ensure.
But look at what's happening in the Bernie states. The Bernie states are empty.
Has made significant strides in the right direction.
So, one thing that you should know is that they put a lot of the Bernie states up in the back and the Hillary states down in the bottom. Hillary states that won got better seats, and the states that Bernie won got the upper echelon, right? That's kind of the way they organized it. It's not alphabetical. But you can look now and see how the Bernie states have really emptied out. This campaign has to do something to get these people back in the room. All right. Okay. I gotta go. Bye. Yeah.
So it's not just for show. It's not just, false claims. They were half of that place, nearly half was completely gone. Hold on, let me close that.
Mainstream media in hundreds of publications.
Sorry about that. It was not false claims, and it just shows the gap in enthusiasm that they're dealing with, and so far have not responded to, have not acknowledged. They're just moving on like business as usual. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think they're just trying to save face right now, and they know this is how damaging this is. But this is a big show, all right? They're doing their best to put on a good front, because that's honestly, if I was in their shoes, that's probably what I would do too. Not as aggressive as they are, but this is supposed to be my biggest day, my coronation. I got to find a way to make this to spin this the best I can, right? It's right, wrong, or indifferent. But I'm stunned, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. The DNC is, it's about stagecraft. It's not meant for Democrats. I mean, this time it is. But more importantly, it's meant to woo over independents and say, look how cool we are. Look, don't you want to join our gang? Don't you want to be part of the party? Don't you want to, be able to hang out with all these celebrities? The convention is meant to be a tool to recruit more Democrats. And I think that is really the message here. And so they've created this false reality where it seems like they have a vibrant, unified party, but no one likes Hillary Clinton. You can't motivate people based on the inevitable. And I'll be honest with you. Some people don't like Hillary Clinton because she's a woman. And that's fine. That's not fine. That's sexist. I'm saying, but acknowledging that is fine. Acknowledging that people don't like her because she's a woman is fine. But I think that the desire to paint all opposition as sexist is only going to hurt her in the end. It's only going to hurt her in the end because it's going to demotivate people. People aren't going to vote in an anonymous election to prove they're not sexist. I mean, some people will, but it's not it's not a great motivating factor.
Yeah, it's hard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And the pundits are doing her a disservice. I watched Michael Eric Dyson talk on a Sunday show the other day, not the other day, but a while ago actually, about how
his ass too. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
About how the only thing Trump could hit her with is the fact that she's a woman, and America's not going to go for that. It's just like, no, Hillary Clinton has a lot of things.
The only thing. What is he high?
No, because
I'm sure he has the words for it. I'm sure he can find a few words to explain what the things that can be. I mean, he just wrote a book critiquing the president. I'm sure after all these years, he could find something to say about Hillary Clinton. I mean, it's not hard. He has a research. He can find a research staff. He can do the research himself. It's not hard to stack this stuff up.
Bias makes you blind.
Yeah, I guess so. Because you don't have to go back to the Vince Foster crap or the Whitewater crap. You stayed within these last 10 years, and you'll be good. You'll be good, and you'll find plenty of stuff to beat her up with, right? But hey, let me shift gears for a second. Dr. Q just dropped something in our back channel. Harry Reid says the DNC never gave Bernie a fair deal. Harry Reid. the softest guy in the government said they didn't give him a fair deal. They're gonna have to do some work. They're gonna have to do some work.
I mean, this is just my opinion, but when you have people from the establishment, from the that not just establishment in terms of authority, but establishment party members. Folks like Harry Reid,
especially Harry Reid.
I can't personally. I think that I think that's trying to create a narrative. I think that's him trying to get a message out and make people and apologize without apologizing. It's kind of
Mhm.
like yelling at the party just for the messaging, not
Just for show.
not exactly, not being genuine. To me, that's them in behind the scenes saying, how can we kind of start backpedaling and changing the tone of things without actually making it seem like we're doing it.
Mhm.
Yeah, look,
Yeah, I see where you're going. I can see that. Brandon?
Yeah, this is the party trying to have its cake and eat it too. They want to have some members hold people accountable. So your Joe Bidens, your Harry
Mhm.
Reids, but also not actually address it in any meaningful way. So they can point back and say, the Democrats were in favor of, acknowledging the system was rigged. They just weren't in
Mhm.
favor of unrigging it. And I mean, we talk about what could, I think, let's talk about a solution, because a lot of people don't, don't.
Just so you guys know, we have C-SPAN under you guys right now, so we are tuning into the convention, and if we find feeds outside of the convention center, we may alternate and show you guys stuff that you won't otherwise see. But go for it, Brandon. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so as you can see under us, we have C-SPAN. So some people are talking. They're probably incredibly boring. I can guarantee you that they are going to make a lot of platitudes. Probably refer to God a lot.
Angela Bassett. We have to
Oh,
that's Angela
it's Angela
Bassett.
Bassett, actually. Yeah, okay.
We'll
Well,
have Vice President Biden at around the 9 p.m. hour. It's saying down there in the lower thirds. So Vice President Biden does come before President Obama tonight.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so
yeah, I'm sorry.
You talk a lot about what could be done to redress this issue, to redress our grievances towards what the DNC did, and I have a solution. I know what they can do to make me feel better. Open the general election debates. Remove the restrictions for 15%, lower them to 7, 5, whatever percent, and allow the Green Party and the Libertarian Party into the debates.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
that would make me feel better. That would be the way I would feel better. And from now on, these four, if you get over 5% in any national poll, if you can present over an average of 5% in 5 national polls to the debate committee, which would need to go back to the League of Women Voters, because I don't want a bipartisan debate committee. I want a nonpartisan debate committee. You're allowed to debate. So if they open up the debates, we can call it a wash. I think that we can call it a wash.
Yeah, you got a good point there. I think we could provide a specific list of demands. Maybe Bernie will, for these transgressions, because they are transgressions. Now, I agree with you guys. A lot of this is again stagecraft, and a lot of it is just gaming the system, having cake and eat it too, if you will, as Brandon said. But this is meaningful, right? This is meaningful to say that they okay, I fucked up. I screwed up, right? It's meaningful to say that, right? We screwed up, right? It's meaningful to say that. And again, some recompenses due, and hopefully someone will address that. I'm sure a lot of folks will try to reach out and address that. And hopefully Ben, as our fearless leader, will get out there and do some things like that, and all the rest of us get out there and beat the drums on whatever platforms we have available to us. But this is I think to my mind this is a breakthrough. But again, I could be wrong. I am on occasion.
Yeah, the upsetting part is that the Democrats are now officially hurting the country by putting up a candidate who doesn't seem to be able to beat Donald Trump. And
she doesn't seem to be able to beat Bernie.
Yeah, she couldn't beat Bernie fairly, apparently.
Nope, sure
and
couldn't.
She doesn't, and polls are showing that she's only going to do worse in the general election with the reveal of these email scandals. And now the Democratic Party, in one last bid to keep the establishment going, is willing to, bet the House. Like, they're willing to bet their mortgage on, running her against him and hoping that they can, drum up enough fear to keep the party afloat.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to condemn them for that.
Yeah,
I can't overlook that aspect of it, because at this point, they're messing with our lives.
Absolutely, and because they know their lives aren't going to change all that much.
Yeah, their lives aren't going to change all that much during a Trump presidency. So they're willing to bet the whole, bet the farm, as you call it, and make sure that Trump, to make sure that Clinton is, hopefully inaugurated. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to happen anymore. I think that with the more leaks that come up, the more it's going to be unlikely that she can beat Trump. The more ammunition it's going to give him to beat her in general election.
Yep.
And it's just going to be a shooting fish in a barrel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because just because the Democrats won't
mm-hmm.
Acknowledge their cheating doesn't mean Trump won't remind them of it every time he can.
Every chance he gets. Because I mean, if you look at the first, I mean, recently, the State Department, this is just in the last couple of months, I'm thinking about it, geez, the State Department report, then the FBI report, now the DNC leaks. More to come. Man, she is in trouble. She is in absolute trouble. And it seems like the DNC refuses to see it because she's one of them. But that's, as you said, it's going to hurt us, not them. It's going to hurt us.
Yeah, and I mean that's the real lesson here, that they don't care enough about us to put up a candidate who can beat Donald Trump. And be very sure of this: if she loses, they will blame us.
Absolutely.
Hillary. That has been the whole story of this campaign. Decentralized Hillary, decentralized Hillary, decentralized Hillary. This campaign is not about her. It's about Trump. It's about stopping Trump. We're not Trump. Look how not Trump we are. And if she loses, it's going to be Jill Stein's fault. It's going to be Bernie Sanders' fault. It's going to be the Bernie or bust people. It's going to be sexism. It's going to be all these things. And they will never be forced to contend with the fact that Hillary Clinton was a bad candidate to begin with. And, that's the real kick in the teeth.
Yeah,
that at the end of the day, no matter what happens, they will still be able to claim that they were on the right side, and they're the persecuted minority.
Yeah, which is a load of crap. I'm sorry. I keep cursing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, crap is not a curse unless you're in third grade. Sorry.
Yeah, I got kids, man.
I got kids. I can say some curses you've never even heard before. But no, okay. So everyone, we're being joined.
Young people. It's Google.
We're being joined by Nick Nolan and Daniel Smith. Is that right? I believe Daniel Smith is his name. He's running for a seat
in Washington.
Okay, well, we're going to introduce him properly when he gets up on screen. We'll allow him to introduce himself.
Hold on for a second. I'll be back.
He's running for the 9th District of Washington for Congress. He's a Bernie crap, baby.
Okay, yeah.
Good idea.
That's the idea. We can't. I think it's time also to decentralize Bernie from this, because he has proven himself to be, willing to support the system to the end. I mean, he wants to ride. He wants to ride that horse to the apocalypse, and that's fine. I'm unwilling to do that with him. I thank him for his contribution to the revolution, but he has to go now.
Looking out, brother.
Eventually, everyone gets left behind. And I think ultimately he's proved that he is more of a pragmatist than he is a socialist or any kind of ideologue. And this is one of those times where I wish that a politician was a little bit more of a sociopath, a little bit meaner. I mean, that wouldn't have, it would have meant he wouldn't be Bernie Sanders.
That's one way to look at it.
But if it had been meaner, if it had been me, because we're both from Brooklyn, me and Bernie Sanders, we're both from Brooklyn, so I guess so is Donald Trump. He's from
Brooklynites are a special breed, baby.
It's just like I would have had attack ads out every day in every state. It would just be a picture of Clinton when she's 17. It would say, when she was 17. Okay. I'm just gonna finish I'm gonna finish my ideal Clinton attack.
Yeah, hold on, Dennis.
This is my ideal Clinton attack ad. You get a picture of her, when she's 17. Like at 17, she stood with Goldwater. At 44. At 44, she stood for the crime bill. At 50 something, she stood for Libya. Can you stand Hillary? And that would have just been it. That would have been my hashtag Can you stand Hillary? And at the end of the day, and I would have won. But okay, so we're being joined by Daniel Smith. Can you introduce yourself to our viewers, Daniel?
Hey guys, thank you. I was looking forward to talking with Anoa. That'll be another time.
Yeah, she's not feeling well. Everybody out there, please send Anoa some good vibes. I'm sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
No, my name's Dan Smith. Daniel is on the ballot, but I go by Dan. I'm up in Seattle, Washington, and I'm running in the 9th Congressional District against a 20-year incumbent. He's the senior guy on the Defense Appropriations Committee for the House, and he's a big dude, I guess. But he's too much of a neoliberal for my taste. He's been at it for 20 years, and it's time for him to go.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome aboard. I guess we're gonna ask you some basic questions. What made you get involved in politics?
You know, I've just been a working man my whole adult life, politically minded always, but I woke up when Bernie started chatting about all this stuff, and I got on the Bernie train. I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't stop grinding my teeth when I was watching the candidates sign up in Washington State during sign-up week, and no real progressive was signing up in this district. So I decided, I looked in the mirror and said,
Washington State? Wow, that's crazy.
The guys that are running, I got to do it.
All right. You feel the call, you got to go. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I see in your bio that you're a vet.
Yeah, I was in the Air National Guard. I was never in the Navy. I was Air National Guard for 10 years and traveled all over the world. I was telecommunications installation, cable splicer and antenna maintenance. Moved into radar maintenance. Never did much radar work because our unit always installed cable. Everywhere we went, it was time to build another local area network or cable up on a base somewhere. I got out and I worked with Verizon for 5+ years. Was in the union at that time. I got the travel bug again and went back to work for a local Seattle company that builds weather stations, weather equipment on runways, and they got a contract with the U.S. Air Force. So I ended up contracting back again with the U.S. Air Force, traveling all around the world. Probably went to 70 or 80 bases with that company, building runway nav aids, landing systems. Then the downturn came, our Great Recession, they call it, 2007 and 2008. I could see the writing on the wall. My job was coming to an end, and once I got terminated there, along with several other people, I was on unemployment for a few months. I helped a neighbor build a garage for a few bucks. I did the kind of piecemeal thing, and I got a call out of the blue. It had been months since I had applied for this job in Afghanistan. With the company was ITT. They changed their name to some crazy word with an X. Excel.
I work for ITT in Kuwait, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I went over to Afghanistan for 22 months during the downturn. The Obama administration and all of us, we should have been doing a kind of a New Deal thing and spending our money here and putting people to work here. But
absolutely,
the way America does stuff is churn our economy with war. So I ended up in the war machine again. That's most of my adult life. I've been doing something with DOD.
Yeah, I understand. All right, so tell us something about your race. I mean, you told us a little bit about your opponent. So how do you feel about your chances in the race?
You know, the way I look at it right now, not having any inside view, I don't have Hillary's people turning ballots for me or anything, but there'll be the incumbent and there'll be the Bernie crack. That's my strong feeling. There is a Republican running in the district, but we're a pretty progressive district. I don't think that he'll pull through. There's an independent who is I'm not seeing him much. And then there's one African American gentleman who's been elected before, who was out of elected office for 15 years or so, and has come back into the fold. He was living on the East Coast, and he decided to come back. And I also haven't seen much of his campaigning. He puts Bernie Sanders' name in his ads, but he's not really rolling with the Bernie ideas as much as I am. I'm owning Bernie's ideas. That's my platform, straight out.
Okay, yeah, and that's important. It's easy to plug and put his name on your website, but are you out here living it? You know, are you walking the walk and not just talking the talk? That's very important. Okay, so what in your district, what kind of changes do you think you can make if given the opportunity?
Well, Congress is as much as it's local and you want to represent your people in your district, that's your primary goal, but Congress is a national animal. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about. I thought you were in the state Congress. My bad.
No, I'm running for U.S. Congress. So it's all the national stuff. People want to know how I think about guns. People want to know how I feel about our civil rights issues, our election, all the stuff that is going on in the world right now. That's the ideas that we've got to be talking about.
If I could break in for a second, you said you're running as an independent.
You're breaking up, Nick.
Okay.
All right, Dan. All right, so let's. I'm going to backtrack a little bit now that I screwed that up.
No worries.
So, what kind of impact do you think you can make in Washington? I mean, there's as you said, there's a lot of issues out there. There's gun control, police brutality. My two pet peeves: education and infrastructure. Talk to me. What are you gonna do?
I like it. My biggest pet peeve, and everything that's secondary to this pet peeve, all comes back and touches on this, and it's economic inequality. It's the division of wealth and how the incumbent Adam Smith, the guy I'm running against, he's a believer in small government. He's a believer in less regulation. We know how that works. The banks, they know what they're doing. Let's let them regulate themselves. It's a terrible idea, and that's the kind of stuff that he's been moving for. I want to put back in place regulations on big business, especially at the big level. I want to see Glass-Steagall put back in charge of the banks in charge, put back in so that we can regulate the banks and tell them who's in charge, who the boss is. Government should be of, by, and for the people, not of and by and for corporations, because that's what we've got right now is the lobbyists are basically suggesting, hey, here's a law that we would like you to put in place, and it'll create a whole bunch of jobs. Now, they used to be full-time jobs, but now they're part-time jobs with no benefits and everything, but we'll have increased profits and increased efficiency. I want to work for the people and get economic, it's not really socialism. To me, it's our money. They've been scraping our money away from us. The 1% takes our money away from us and hides it as profit. They ferret it away. I want to put it back in our pockets and save the middle class, the working poor. Nobody should be working 40 hours a week and living in poverty.
Okay. So, and I agree 100% with all that. So, here's my question. Here's a hypothetical. Well, not really hypothetical. What is your plan when you get to Congress? Because I'm going to say you're going to win, Dan. I believe in you. All right. When you get to Congress, what are you going to do differently than the other folks around there, quote unquote progressive caucus? How are you going to go in there and try to get them to move?
Well, for one, I'm going to state right away I'm united with Bernie Sanders, and we've got a united front in that way, so that we will have more power than just a bunch of individuals coming in. So there's that right away. It's the power of we and not just me. From an individual standpoint, I don't suffer fools. I probably will be a little more aggressive or unwilling to accept a lot of what the Republicans put up, a lot of what wrong-minded ideas come out of Congress. There's a need to address our waste, our bills that come through that are not helpful to the people. It's put forward in too many times. Bills are put forward as here's an advantageous bill that's good for everybody, but it was put together. Most of them are put together by the lobbyists from corporations, and the representatives go right along with it, with a little bit of wording that sugarcoats it and says it's good for the working people. It's generally a lie. It generally just protects the profits and shaves more and more away from us. And that's what I want to focus on. That'll be my number one focus on every bill that I address and that I am asked to look at. That will be my primary focus. Is it good for we, the people, the American people, or is this just another way to hide and get profits taken away from the working people. Maybe that's not specific. Maybe it's not specific enough for what you were asking, but it's
No. I mean, just the fact that you have a litmus test that says, okay, the bottom line is, will it help working people? I don't care what you propose to me. That's the key about being principled. It makes things a lot simpler, right? Is what you propose going to be good for the majority of people? That's the bottom line. If it's gonna take money out of their pocket, take food off their table, make their neighborhoods less safe, if it's gonna hurt their education for their kids, get it out of here, right? Sometimes things are a mixed bag, but I understand what you're saying. Principles and having a litmus test makes a whole lot of sense. Sorry, I muted myself. Okay. All right, Dan. I had one more question, and we'll let Brandon get in here and ask a few questions.
Sure.
So once you get in there and you let people know what your standard is, what your litmus test is, when it's time to re-up, and when it's time to to get your second term, how are you going to deal with those lobbyists when they come knocking on your door? What are you going to do then? To my mind, it's a hard question.
Yeah, that is a hard question. I welcome the chance to. I'm really curious about it, actually. I'm just looking at my opponent. I've gathered up about $5,000, hopefully a little bit more. If we make it through the general or through the primary into the general, I'm going to need a few thousand more bucks for just printed signs and a few website things here and there, maybe a commercial in the newspaper. But my opponent's got over $1 million, and it's literally is a war chest, because he's got more than 80% of his donors are big defense contractors, including in our region out in Seattle, but all across the country. I think he's bought. That's an opinion, I suppose, right now, because I don't have evidence other than some of the bills that he's voted for show that inclination to follow and push the defense industry. For me, it's that litmus test, like you said, the idea of, does any law that you want to push forward benefit the working people of America and make our citizens have a better life and increase and improve our dignity? I'm with Bernie for the health care as a right, education as a right. All these things sound expensive, but even education can be handled with just one single tax. 40 other countries do that tax, 0.2% to 0.5% tax on the trades that take place on Wall Street with the big hedge fund managers and all these derivatives and securities traders. They trade billions per day just to try to make, $1 million here, 10 million there on a trade, and they keep that money for themselves. They're never trading their money. They're trading our money. They're trading our 401ks, our pension funds. So that's one example where education can be paid for at least 2 years of college, probably 4, with just one single tax. And those hedge fund managers will cry about it, but they'll still do it, and they'll still be millionaires. Might slow them down a little bit.
One of the things I saw was like a 0.3% tax or 0.03% tax on the speculation. I mean, they get more than that when they're in fees. So I don't understand why they would be crying, but that's that's enough of talking to me. So Brandon, what do you got?
Just generally, there's a lot of information coming out around the DNC or around these leaks. What do you think of what's going on in the Democratic Party right now, and even the Republican Party? Like, what is your take on the modern politics at the national level? Like, do you see it as being just too toxic to be involved with right now, and we should be focused at the local level, or do you think there's some sort of way to salvage the larger party as a whole?
It's toxic, that's for sure. I hardly even want to touch the Republicans. That's quite a mess for sure. I have my own ideas, and I do understand, like I think all of us do understand a few things about the inability of a lot of Republicans to look in the mirror. The people who want to jump on the Republican bandwagon are people who are unwilling to take responsibility for themselves and what they may be able to do. That's my opinion of that. There's always, with Republicans especially, there is a, he did this to me, they did this to me, it's immigrants' fault, it's Mexicans' fault, it's somebody else's fault, and they're hurting me. It's all the us and them is hard for me, but in general terms, Republicans are the people who, when you open up the discussion about equality, they're coming from a place of privilege, so equality looks like oppression to them. If they've got to give up anything at all, it looks like oppression to them. But it's really only a mindset, because the vast majority of Republicans are working class people who would benefit the most from ideas like what Bernie Sanders and the progressive movement are proposing. That's always baffled me. Moving on to the Democratic Party, these days, presidentially, anyway, in the president race, it has been depressing is not strong enough of a word. I believe in the movement for Black Lives Matter, and I see press about it that denigrates it, tears it down, some that explains it or supports it. You know, there's a little bit of a spectrum of coverage on it. I believe in the idea, I believe in the message. What I also see is a strange, sad parallel from what Black Lives Matter is trying to do and elevate the awareness for everyone and bring up the dignity and power of the African American community and all people of color and put it to the forefront, especially among white folk. I see this parallel in the Democratic Party with Hillary and the DNC and all this lying and deceit and cheating that's been going on. And then my friends, Facebook friends, people I know well, people I don't know well, family members, parents actually, who are saying, Dan, you're a little too harsh, you know, with saying that Bernie Sanders and the delegates, when Hillary gets up to speak at the DNC, they should turn their backs or they should chant Bernie's name. Or I think it's okay that we should push harder. We should cause some anger and some rouse up the situation. But what I see that parallel, getting back to that parallel, the DNC with all their cheating and all their apologists. When you got a bunch of apologists that say, hey, look, it's not that bad, or they've never been convicted of anything. Hillary's not so bad. She's never been convicted of anything. I'm hearing this all over the place. And to me, it's pushing and refusing to look at a real problem. And I draw that parallel with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, and having friends of mine that want to say, well, all lives matter. That joke of a statement where, well, all lives matter. It's like all you want to do when you say that is not acknowledge the situation, not acknowledge the problem. I'm the 49-year-old tall, straight white guy with my own privileges and my own challenges and my own sense of who I am and what my struggles or lack thereof are in the world. So take that for what it is. That's just a thought process that's been going through my head lately.
No, I mean, I absolutely agree with that sort of position. I think that we need to not necessarily throw all lives matter out, but although we do need to throw out that movement, we definitely need to address the unique anxieties that are faced by people who we consider to be the most privileged. We do need to address what it's like to be a white male in our society. We do need to address what it's like to be middle class, you know, the middle class anxieties, because just because objectively they're doing the best or better does not mean that they're able to conceptualize that in their head. And I think, it's refreshing that you're so honest that, like, yeah, I'm a white dude, but I have my own problems and they mean a lot to me because they're mine. And I think that we all need to be able to meet people where they're at with that, but also conceptualize that there are people out there, regardless of where you are in America, there are people out there at just a global level who have it worse than we do just by nature of not being in America. I mean, I recognize that being black in America is hard, but it's not as hard as being, Muslim in Yemen right now. I mean, or just really just being in Yemen right now. And, it's about that perspective. And it's good that you have that perspective. So, I mean, do you have any closing statements? I know you're probably a very busy man. We can let you go soon.
I work all day today. I'm a working man. I'm on the road. I'm in a hotel room, and I worked 12 hours today, so I'm not busy anymore. I'm yours. I'm happy to have been put on with you guys. You guys are doing a good job. I enjoy checking out Anoa and Benjamin, and it's good to be here. Thank you guys for having me.
It's lovely having you. We'll have to have you back when Anoa's feeling better. Thank you for joining us. Just remind us where people can find you, what you're running for, what your name is. Just give us a quick summary of who you are.
You bet. Dan Smith for 9th Congressional District in Washington State. You can reach me on the web at votedansmith.com, and that'll link you right to the Facebook page, Twitter, all of the above, Instagram, all of that. We've got it all going on there. votedansmith.com. You guys have a good night. Thanks.
It was a pleasure. We just got some news, everybody, that we will be joined very soon by Benjamin Dixon, the person whose name this channel is a reflection of. Although, does anyone else ever think when we Benjamin Dixon Show, BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction? Because that's what I think every time I see it. Every time I see it. But I also have that problem with ATM, so it's just I have a big problem with acronyms. Okay.
Can I get a mic check? Can you guys hear me, or is it still messed up? Okay.
I'm speaking to them, and so everyone on the stream couldn't hear me. We can hear Nick, though. Yes, we can hear you. They should be able to hear you on YouTube, and we're good.
So you're now left with the Three Musketeers. I will be your D'Artagnan, and I am being joined by Nick and Mike. So, and under us, you can see the DNC live coverage, and we'll be joined very soon by Benjamin Dixon. So, talk to the people, guys. I mean, I can't just monologue while you two stare. Come on. What's going on? How you doing, Nick?
I'm doing good. I really was sad I kind of missed the tail end of the interview, and I came in, and you guys are talking about if Hillary Clinton loses, and I missed that portion of the conversation, too. It's unfortunate. I don't know if it's like the browser just has problems. If I have too many tabs open, I had like 160 tabs open. So I don't know if that messes with it somehow. But it seems like when I reset the number of tabs or just lower it, it seems to work better. I have about 61 tabs open now, and it seems to be not doing that.
Okay. All right. Let's run with that. All right. Something else just dropped into our back channel from Dr. Q. She struck again. Some recordings from WikiLeaks from DNC. Anybody hear anything about that?
Yes, apparently WikiLeaks released some of the voicemail recordings from the email attachments. So like they've gone through them and found some voicemails, and now they're very specifically bringing attention to those voicemails.
Yeah, see, they just came out today, so we haven't actually really had time to listen to them to see what their contents are. I'm interested in hearing what they have to say. But I think we had an interesting conversation last night when we said, hey, what would cause someone not to want to vote for Hillary Clinton? And so I went out of my way and I went and talked to my, not necessarily local, but my resident, the person I speak to all the time that's, hardcore Hillary. And I think we validated, the assumption that we had before. Nothing. I mean, literally.
I'm going to be very clear. And I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again. Hillary Clinton could eat a live human child on a Periscope, and people on MSNBC and the mainstream media would call it a bold feminist critique of a bold feminist critique of motherhood in America. And it's just about narrative. It's just about the frame, and but what they need to realize is that's not the way everyone is thinking. And when you just obscure and you refuse to take accountability, not only just refuse to take accountability, but refuse to acknowledge that people might expect you to, you just create more enemies. You just push people further away.
What I think is interesting about it is people have gotten into this mode where it's like a football team, or like it's just your team and you just root for your team no matter what they do because you just want to see your team win. And I think that team mentality has kind of detracted away from actually any kind of real accountability and actually looking at things objectively. Because even when you do corner them on an issue, I mean, particularly about corruption, they'll still acknowledge it, and then they'll say, but the Republicans are much worse. And it's just like that just cancels out any type of valid critique they had. And they just go back to the exact same way they were. And it's like they never even admitted anything. It's like they were close to acknowledging and internalizing, and then they said that line, and everything just resets back to back
I was going to say, it sounds like a system.
Nothing ever happened.
Sounds like a system reset. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a reset button. Just boop.
Republicans are worse. What were we talking about?
Yeah, see, that's what you're.
I don't have a lot of. Go ahead.
Okay, for those of you who are actually watching the speech under us, I don't know who that is, but she's right now. This speech is about Donald Trump. The speech before was about Donald Trump. The speech after it will be about Donald Trump. And now they're talking about how Donald Trump is going to expand war, increase torture.
Donald Trump is going to expand war.
Yeah, do all these things. But I don't know that Clinton will not. And I think that is that's the secret of this of this language game they're playing. We're just we're telling you what Donald Trump will do. We're not going to tell you that what Clinton will do, because if we did that, we would have to acknowledge that they're going to do the same thing, and that's they omit the fact that their actual prescriptions are not that different, but they want you to acknowledge that his are bad.
So the speaker is Kristen Kavanaugh, and she is a former Marine Corps captain, and a founder of an organization that just left the screen, so I can't read it.
Okay. Oh, good. Thank you, David. Okay. Oh, they heard you. Okay, good. All right. Hey, I went back to what Brandon was talking about. I think there's a lot of we accuse the conservatives of it all the time, but there was a lot of projection this cycle. There was this projection that we weren't thinking. We were just gonna do whatever Bernie says do, and all this other stuff. When all the evidence was to the contrary. Right, we were constantly hearing with Bernie or bust. You just want to do what Bernie says. It's Bernie or bust. If Bernie does if we're not gonna elect Bernie, we're done. No matter what Bernie says. I was never Bernie or bust. I guess I could have been living in Alabama, but I've never been Bernie or bust. Right, but people were saying the Bernie or bust thing was strictly about policy. Right, it was it's Bernie, and we would love Bernie to be the president. But it was about policy. It was about changing the direction of this country. And everybody knows that Hillary is the most status quo person in the whole cycle. And it was us that was causing the problems. The constant, you just following that old white man stuff. It was just ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. Forgetting Hillary's white as well, and twice as establishment as Bernie Sanders.
Hillary is not white. Hillary is a woman. You don't understand that you can't be an oppressor.
Now I get it.
Understand intersectionality right there, because she is not white. She's a woman, and that kind of counteracts the whiteness in a way. It's not, it's very complicated.
I'm with her now. I'm gone.
It's all very complicated. I think people misunderstood. Bernie or bust was never about Bernie. It was just plosive and alliterative. It's really just not Hillary. It's just not establishment, just not status quo. We want his policies. We want more than his policies, but we are also against her. And I think they expected everyone to to fall lockstep with Bernie because they think that we're sheep. But Bernie attracted independent-minded people, and now those independent-minded people are exercising their independent minds.
Yeah, if I could. Oh, I thought you were done because you paused. Go ahead. I'll come in after.
Yeah. This is not about Dem exit. They were never part of the Dems. This is about you not being entitled to the votes that he accumulated. But sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I've been meaning to bring this up, so I'm glad that you did. In my mind, so we said it a few moments ago. They're gonna blame Bernie and Bernie supporters, no matter what, if Hillary loses. Bernie's endorsement of Hillary or Bernie not endorsing Hillary, it's still gonna happen regardless. I don't know if Bernie thought otherwise or what happened behind the scenes, but that's that. But what they don't realize is that the people that are part of Bernie or bust, and I've never liked the term Bernie or bust, but from the majority of the primary, I decided I wasn't voting for Hillary, and I definitely wasn't voting for Trump. Most of the people, like you just said, would not have voted for Hillary. Before the primary started, I didn't know what I was going to do, but personally, just using myself as an example, I could not imagine myself voting for Hillary. So, this idea that if Bernie hadn't run, this would have gone so much smoother. If Bernie hadn't run, Hillary would be a shoo-in. There wouldn't be any talk about who we're voting for. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it is nonsense. It's like blaming Barack Obama because he's black, blaming him for all the backlash that he got. It's silly. For me, unlike David, I was Hillary or bust when it first started. Even with all her baggage, I thought she was inevitable. That's why I was with her. I'll be honest with you. I thought, I'm gonna get on the winning team. And I even with all his flaws, I did love me some Bill Clinton. Because he's I guess called a personality thing, right? But then when Bernie started speaking, I said, well, it's like he was waking up from a bad dream. I said, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? I guess because we didn't have a better choice. I guess that was the bottom line. Because Jim Webb was never a choice. Martin O'Malley was never a choice, right? And then here comes Bernie. I'm a progressive. I'm a progressive to my heart. And then here comes Bernie. We can do something better. We can do better. Let's roll. And that's how I ended up on the Bernie train. It was an easy decision once he opened his mouth and knowing his history the way I did. It was an easy call. I mean, I was one of the folks that was hoping Elizabeth Warren would run before that train crashed. But we're not going to talk about that. All right. I'm sorry. Anybody else?
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and add.
I made myself sad.
I was just going to go ahead and add. I remember when we found out he wasn't taking any corporate money. It was all small donations. I was like, okay, this is it. Like, if there is no other reason to vote for this man, if you complain about corruption in politics, but you don't want to fund your candidate and you don't want to stand behind and support your candidate, that makes absolutely no sense. We all know how it works, how the game works. If you let the wealthy finance the campaign, they're going to basically have good ROI, return on investment, for what they put in that campaign. So if he's not responsive to them, he can actually stand and say, no, I'm not going to vote for this trade deal. No, I'm not going to give you these tax cuts. No, I'm not going to subsidize this. No, I'm not going to get rid of these regulations. And I was like, okay, so even if he wasn't all the way there on every position, I'm far to the left of Bernie Sanders. But I was saying I felt like he was a good first step. Like, this would be the first step of like the beginning of some kind of substantive change in American politics if we can start having like people-funded, grassroots-funded candidates actually start winning elections and start trying to fight back the tide of corporate money.
Absolutely, in a real step forward, not some BS step forward where we guarantee each other like, okay, we're just going to start with the problems that the white middle class elites have designated as being most important, and then one day we can maybe move towards helping with poverty and race relations. But he was a real, like a large step forward. He dared us to dream of a better world, and they tore him apart. that they tore him apart because he was too nice. And I think that is like that's not his fault. That's their fault. You know, you can't be too nice. I misspoke. That's like they tore him apart because they can't. You know, like they could not handle the idea. And this comes from both the right and the left. The sort of fake left, the shallow left. They could not handle the idea. The McLiberals. They could not handle the idea that the world was deeper than them. That their definition of liberalism was not everyone's definition of liberalism, and this was about dominance. And in the end, I think he devalued himself. He didn't believe enough in himself and enough in us. And I think that was ultimately what led to his defeat. Like he could have pushed harder. He was polite to a fault, and it's not being impolite to point out someone's flaws. It's not being impolite to demand that someone account for why they were pro-segregation when they were almost 18, almost an adult. You should know better by then. You know, it's not impolite in general terms to demand someone explain why they think neoliberal, like toppling, sovereign states' governments is a good idea. Like that's not impoliteness. That's like you doing your due diligence, and I have to blame Bernie Sanders again because he did a disservice to the American people by not taking Hillary to task for all of her flaws. He did a disservice to us because we all deserve to hear the best case possible against her before we got this far along, and he did not present that. He presented the most reason, and I can understand why. He made his campaign about him. His campaign was first and foremost about him and his policy. But at a certain point, you do need to explain why this person who claims to be on the same side of you as you is not. Like, why is Hillary Clinton not a progressive? Otherwise, we're just choosing which one is more popular. He did not do well enough to distance himself away from her, and that was really a problem. And ultimately, he didn't sell us out because he didn't really, I don't think he sold us out. But I think that he could have tried a little harder. He could have played the game a little better.
Okay, so the only thing I would push back on that is that, number one, it is my firmest belief that he actually didn't lose. If you go by any kind of real count, he actually didn't lose. Yeah. It's very likely. That's a valid point. That's a valid point. It's very likely that he more than likely won, and they cheated him out of it. When you think about the amount of voter suppression, purging from the rolls, and then the electronic voting fraud, the electronic election fraud that's going on, and he only lost by 4%. Like, all of that combined is definitely a lot more than a 8-point gap between the two candidates. So it's likely that he did destroy her. So that's clear. Now, to your point about him being too nice, he was too nice, but I believe that he was really being, the inner workings of what was going on in there were really being pressured against him, and he just wasn't the type of person to just stand and be alone and stand against all of it by himself. He's just not that guy. I would have been that guy. I would have came to this convention and I would have burned that bad boy down. And I'd have basically pulled the curtains down on him and let all the sunlight come in, and everybody who's evil would have started melting. And I'd have like, see, look at him.
That's why neither one of y'all will be running for president in the near future.
No, they definitely wouldn't want me to do that.
I'm corrupt.
For me,
I'm easily
right. I agree. Yeah, see, there you go. Now, for me, I think I agree that Bernie didn't push hard enough. He should have punched harder, right? But we're also forgetting that Bernie's history of being a pain in the ass to the establishment is well documented, right? It's well documented, and I think if he would have hit just a little bit harder, and we know he's capable of it, we'd have been fine. But I think part of that was the pressure from all the gaslighting that went on. She's a woman. Keep treated with. You can't say that about her. She's a woman. My understanding of feminism is you get treated like an equal. If you're gonna be out here taking shots at me, I'm gonna take some shots at you.
Let's not get into that tonight. It's almost 9. I'm gonna start cursing soon. So you guys.
Speaking of 9, Joe Biden's coming out right now. I believe she's going to be introducing Vice President Biden. That would make sense. I don't know if there's going to be an introductory video in between or not, but do we want to listen in to Jill?
Yeah, let's listen into Joe Biden. I like Joe Biden.
I actually have some couple clips after these speeches, but
tonight is Obama's night, isn't it?
It is Vice President Biden's and then President Obama. Let's listen in to Jill. I'll turn the audio on.
Let me start by thanking you for allowing me to serve as Second Lady of the United States for the past 8 years. It's been an honor, and let me thank you for the love and support you have given our family. It has meant the world to us. Over the past 8 years, America has gotten to know the Joe Biden that I know and love. He's honest and strong, principled and compassionate. He was authentic long before it became a buzzword in politics. He understands that working people are the backbone of this nation. And he has tremendous empathy for those in need. He knows, as I do, that education is the great equalizer, and that community colleges are America's best-kept secret. And he believes, as I do, that we have a special obligation to our military and their families. He has a deep commitment to justice, and he has spent his whole career standing up to the abuse of power. He knows at its best, politics is always a matter of the heart. And he remains today, even after all he's been through, the most optimistic person I know. He loves his family. He loves this country. He's your Vice President and my husband, Joe Biden.
You know, my dad used to have an expression. He said, it's a lucky person gets up in the morning, puts both feet in the floor, knows what they're about to do, and thinks it still matters.
For over 40 years, Joe Biden has had the courage to speak out and lead on the toughest issues facing America.
When I wrote the Violence Against Women Act back in 1989, I think people, although they cared about it, thought maybe there's not much we can do about it.
But he saw an injustice too great to ignore. Violence against women was a moral stain on the conscience of a nation.
We created a civil cause of action to empower women who are abused in this country.
For millions of women, the Violence Against Women Act has provided protection, support, and the ability to rebuild their lives. Apartheid in South Africa offended everything we stood for as a nation, but America was slow to act.
I'm ashamed of the lack of moral backbone to this policy. These people are dying. You feel frustration, they're dying. They're being shot. They're lined up and they're shooting children. Our loyalty is not to South Africa, it's to South Africans.
Genocide in Bosnia challenged the world. Joe Biden spoke out.
What's going on is an atrocity. This guy's a thug, a war criminal. It's truly a shame what we're allowing to happen. We're acting collectively as the free world like cowards.
In the 1990s, the NRA threatened anyone who crossed them. Joe Biden took them on.
We will not step back from the commitment we have made to the American people to give them safe streets, safe homes, and safe schools. That's why we fought the gun lobby. and passed a ban on assault weapons.
It's the kind of courage we need today in Congress to stand up to the NRA. When the freedom to love who you choose was being denied by our own government, Joe Biden said, no more.
And what this is all about is a simple proposition. Who do you love? Who do you love? And will you be loyal to the person you love? And that's what people are finding out is what all marriages their root are about. Well, whether they're marriages of lesbians or gay men or heterosexuals.
It's over. The long constitutional debate on whether gay couples have a constitutional right to marry is over, and the answer is yes.
For Joe Biden, the one sacred obligation of a nation is to those who have served.
The veterans of America are not only the heart and soul, but you are the very spine of this nation, who have served and sacrificed for all of us.
And for those military families who have lost loved ones, who have sacrificed the most, he's offered hope.
There will come a day when the thought of your son or daughter, or your husband or wife, brings a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It will happen. My prayer for you is that day will come sooner or later. But the only thing I have more experience than you in is this. I'm telling you, it will come. I believe we need a moonshot in this country to cure cancer. It's personal. Like many of you, I've experienced in my family a dreaded C word. Every year around the world, 14 million people are diagnosed with cancer. We are going to fundamentally change the face of cancer.
And because he's gone to the mat for all of us on so many issues over the past 40 years, I'm putting Joe in charge of mission control.
In the last 22 years, violence against women has dropped 64%, and more people are reporting. But the one place it hasn't changed is on college campuses.
Today, he's leading a movement to end sex abuse on college campuses.
Unfortunately, 1 in 5 women will be the victim of a sexual assault while a student. And that's why we launched the It's On Us campaign. It says, 1, I promise to intervene when I see something. 2, I promise to create an environment where sexual assault is unacceptable. And 3, no consent means no.
A gut-wrenching story that has gone viral.
Vice President Joe Biden has written a heartfelt letter to the survivor.
I do not know your name, but your words are forever seared in my soul. Your words will help people you have never met. You've given them the strength they need to fight. I do not know your name, but I will never forget you. Let's change the culture so that no abused woman or man ever feel they have to ask themselves, what did I do? They did nothing wrong.
It was the great battles over civil rights and the Vietnam War that brought Joe Biden to public life. And he hasn't flinched or walked away from the great battles that have driven and defined this nation ever since. His has been a career defined by honesty, passion, and conviction. And throughout it all, when it mattered most, he's forced us all to look deep in our souls and ask, is this who we are as a nation? And perhaps more importantly, is this who we want to be?
I am more optimistic about America's chances today than I have been my entire life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, I stood on a stage in Denver, and I accepted your nomination to be Vice President of the United States. And every single day since then, it's been the honor of our lives for Jill and me. Every day, we've been grateful to Barack and Michelle for asking them to join us in this and join them in that incredible journey. A journey that can only happen in America. But we not only have worked together, as it becomes pretty obvious, we become friends. We're now family. We're family. Folks, you've all seen over the last 8 years what President Obama means to this country. He's the embodiment. He is the embodiment of honor, resolve, and character. One of the finest presidents we have ever had. That's right. This is a man of character. And he's become a brother to Jill and me. And Michelle, I don't know where you are, kid, but you're incredible. You are incredible. And I was talking to Barack today. It's no longer who's going to give the best speech. We already know who did that. You were incredible Monday night. To the Delaware delegation, as they say in Southern Delaware, Barack and I married way up. Way up. Folks, as I stand here tonight, I see so many friends and colleagues like my buddy Chris Dodd and the Connecticut delegation, so many people here. I see the faces of those who have placed their belief in Barack and me. So many faces, but one. This is kind of a bittersweet moment for Jill and me and our family. In 2008, when he was about to deploy to Iraq, and again in 2012, our son Beau introduced me to the country and placed my name in nomination. You got a glimpse. I know I sound like a dad, but you got a glimpse what an incredibly fine young man Beau was. Thank you. Thank you. His wife, Hallie, and his 2 kids are here tonight. But as Ernest Hemingway once wrote, the world breaks everyone, and afterwards, many are strong at the broken places. I've been made strong at the broken places by my love, Jill, by my heart, my son, Hunter, and the love of my life, my Ashley, and by all of you. And I mean this sincerely. Those of you who've been through this, you know I mean what I say. By all of you, your love, your prayers, your support.
For the people
But
in
you know
chat,
what?
do you
We
ever
talk
wonder I know they can. I'm going to talk over Joe Biden for a second because no one cares what Joe Biden has to say. So I'm just wondering, for the people in chat, and if you do care about Joe Biden, I'm sorry. Do you ever wonder, like, who these speeches actually, like, affect? This is just like folksy bullshit.
They put one foot in front of the other.
It's funny to me.
Going.
It's just like family.
Spirit of the people of
the
America.
war.
That's who
good
we
home
are.
values. It's full of platitudes. I'm just commenting. I'm sorry. You can go back to it.
That's who we are. Don't forget it. Like the people in the neighborhood that Jill and I grew up in. She in Willow Grove and my down in Wilmington and Claymont. The kid in Claymont with the most courage, who always jumped in when you were double teamed or your back was against the wall, who became a cop because he always wanted to help people. The middle daughter of 3 daughters, who always made her mother smile, who was a hero to her sisters, now a major in the United States Marine Corps because, Mr. President, I wanted to serve my country. The teachers who Jill knows and so many of you know, who take money out of their own pockets to buy pencils and notebooks for the students who can't afford them. Why? Why? Because being a teacher is not what they do, it's who they are. You know what I know, for real. These are the people who are the heart and soul of this country. It's the America that I know, the America that Hillary knows and Tim Kaine knows. You know, I've known Hillary for well over 30 years. Before she was First Lady of the United States, when she became First Lady, we served together in the United States Senate, and during her years as Secretary of State, once a week, we had breakfast in my home, the Vice President's residence. Everybody knows she's smart. Everybody knows she's tough. But I know what she's passionate about. I know
You heard it here,
Hillary.
folks. Joe Biden confirmed that Hillary Clinton does in fact eat food like normal humans do. Vote for Joe. Vote for Hillary. A vote for Hillary is a vote for humans.
It's about a lot more than getting a qualified student education. It's about saving the mom and the dad from the indignity of having to look at their talented child and say, "Sonny, honey, I'm so sorry. The bank wouldn't lend me the money. I can't help you to get to school." I know that about Hillary. Hillary understood that for years, millions of people went to bed staring at the ceiling, thinking, "Oh my God, what if I get breast cancer or he has a heart attack? I will lose everything. What will we do then?" I know about Hillary Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand what it will mean for our daughters and granddaughters when Hillary Clinton walks into the Oval Office as President of the United States of America. It will change their lives.
So I think it's becoming pretty obvious that, and I think most of us knew this before, but they're basically going to use President Obama and Vice President Biden and anyone else that has some respectability and likability to try to soften Hillary's image and get as many of those Bernie supporters that are bendable that way.
If you're taking care of an elderly parent, then there's only one person in this election who will help you. There's only one person in this race who will be there, who's always been there for you, and that's Hillary Clinton's life story. It's not just who she is, it's her life story. She's always there. She's always been there. And so has Tim Kaine. Ladies and gentlemen, to state the obvious, and I'm not trying to be a wise guy here, I really mean it. That's not Donald Trump's story. Just listen to me a second without booing or cheering. I mean this sincerely. We should really think about this. His cynicism is unbounded. His lack of empathy and compassion can be summed up in a phrase I suspect he's most proud of having made famous. You're fired. I mean, really, I'm not joking. Think about that. Think about that. Think about everything you learned as a child, no matter where you were raised. How can there be pleasure in saying you're fired? He's trying to tell us he cares about the middle class. Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey.
A bunch of malarkey. Yep. That's folksy. He's folksy.
Vote Hillary because Trump.
Whatever.
That's the mantra. Be afraid of Trump.
Whatever he thinks. Whatever he thinks. And I mean this in the bottom of my heart. I know I'm called Middle Class Joe. In Washington, that's not meant as a compliment. It means you're not sophisticated. But I know why we're strong. I know why we have held together. I know why we are united. It's because there's always been a growing middle class. This guy doesn't have a clue about the middle class. Not a clue. Because, folks, when the middle class does well, the rich do very well and the poor have hope. They have a way up. He has no clue about what makes America great. Actually, he has no clue, period. But folks, let me, you got it. Let me,
this is actually physically painful. This is physically painful. This is so boring.
let me,
I'm with Brandon. Can we
let me say,
turn down maybe talk over it?
let me say something that has
So far, no one in the chat's
nothing
minded
to
us
do with
talking,
politics.
so feel free, I guess.
Let me talk about
All right,
something
Nick, Brandon, y'all ready?
that I am deadly serious about.
They don't want to
This
play.
is a complicated and uncertain world we live in. The threats
Ben said something about are you guys ready for him? Did you see that,
times are
David?
too uncertain to elect Donald Trump as president.
Ben, he said
Let
it's
me
on a
finish.
speaker call. Are you guys ready for him?
No major party
Let's bring him
nominee
in
the
and
history
have
of
this
this
discussion over Joe.
has
Joe's
ever
about to
known
put me to sleep.
less or has been less prepared to deal
All
with
of
our
these
national
speeches have been
security.
terrible.
Okay, I'm done with Joe. I'm done with Joe
We
Biden. This is boring.
cannot elect a man
Ooh. Someone turn this
who
shit
Just
off.
keep
I'm
talking now. We
sorry.
keep talking.
of ISIS and other terrorists
I'm sorry for
who
cursing, guys.
have
This is
no
Suffers, Brandon.
plan whatsoever.
So we're gonna
to
shut
make us
this
safe.
down, or at least mute
A
it.
man who
Ben and
embraces
Benjamin Dixon is gonna be trying to join
tactics of our
us.
enemies.
Worse than
Let's
You all know.
let's go ahead and
All the Republicans know.
I'm joining now. And I see a house full of people. I see Nick.
hold on a
see-
second, Ben. Let me just put you on screen.
Okay.
Benjamin is joining us. Split screen.
All right, guys. So they're setting up the YouTube channel. We're going to join this conversation that's being hosted by members of the Progressive Army. And everyone, I'm actually broadcasting live on the internet radio show at the same time. So we're going to try to make this work.
Hey, go for it. You could talk while
That's pretty cool.
I size everything up for you.
All right, so let's do this. Who's running the show while I'm gone? Who do I answer to?
You know, it's your show. It's your show, man. We haven't seen you all week. Go for it.
All right, man. So really, let's do it like this, and I hope the audience can hear you guys. Okay, Spreaker, if you can't, I do apologize, but we're gonna just give it a go. I would love to answer whatever questions that you guys have, and then I do want to talk about. I want to talk about Harry Reid's article or his statement, basically saying that the DNC didn't give Bernie Sanders a fair shake. Like, no kidding. Like we didn't know that, right? And then, so anything else that you guys want to talk about? But then the other thing that I'm talking about on the show tonight is the division, right? The inside, the outside. Progressives this week, I could tell you what I see. We are completely and utterly on the outside of political power, and we're shouting at the wind. And we're shouting the right thing. We're doing the best that we can, but we're never going to be able to change that system unless we either have a party that's strong enough to be a contender or until we seize power. Otherwise, we're just shouting at the wind in a lot of regards. So that's what's on my mind. That's what I've been talking about with the audience. And then with that, I guess, Nick, I'm going to go in order from left to right on my screen. Nick, what do you think about that? And then I'll be glad to answer any questions you guys have about what's happening here on the ground in Philadelphia.
Well, I mean, I mostly agree with you. The only thing that I'm hoping that comes out of this convention is people realize that, this functioning democratic process inside of the Democratic Party, that's all a sham and it's a farce. And I just want that reality to be broken. So, the first step to solving any problem is realizing that you have a problem. And I think far too many people are just okay, get along, go along, with the thing, and they're not really understanding that when we have real issues, we can't even begin to solve them. And the mechanisms that will be employed to do that, they don't function. I mean, I completely agree with Chris Hedges when he said that they have corrupted the levers of power to the point where there is no such thing as a rational response. And it goes from issue to issue. There just hasn't been a rational response from the current political system. And I think that shock has to be acknowledged by people.
So let's take it in context of the DNC and all of their, the nicest way I could call it is shenanigans, right? But it's truly, utterly corruption that they use to undermine Bernie Sanders. So let's use it in that context, right? They have bent the rules. They have twisted the system. They say one thing in public and have done something totally different. And for me, this little piss poor, sorry ass apology from Donna Brazile, and y'all can quote me and tweet me on that, that's completely unacceptable. The type of actions that they took and at the level that they took it requires a top-down cleaning of everybody who participated. The entire system has to be gutted. That's the only way that you atone for something like that, right? But here we are as progressives on the outside, and we're in no position to actually affect that kind of demand on them. What do you think, I forgot which last name you go on air with, Mike. You go with Redwine. All right, Mike Redwine. What do you think about that, man?
All right, for me, I think we should be careful about how we go from here, right? We are on the outside. There's no question about that. But there are some good people on the inside, right? There are the Keith Ellisons of the world, the Bernie Sanders of the world, even though everybody's a little mad at him right now, right? Even with that in mind, it's hard. It's going to be hard to get things changed inside. But I think we need to be careful about us all being on the outside, because we got enough people abandoning the party, so we can't affect change within the party. Because it's going to be hard. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it's going to be hard to affect change on the inside. And I think we should be careful about saying we're all on the outside. But
in a lot of ways, though, we are, like, our numbers, our strength is on the outside. We have been jealous, but Ben Jealous had to acquiesce to power yesterday or 2 days ago. We have Nina Turner. They shut her out. We have Bernie Sanders. They did everything in their power to crush Bernie Sanders. So our numbers, though, are on the outside, and our loyalties are on the outside. So how do we, I get what you're saying, and I'm not knocking what you're saying at all, but I just feel like we're at a great disadvantage. And where do we go from here in order to even put ourselves in a position to actually affect change?
We're absolutely at a disadvantage. There's no question about that. Do I have all the answers? Absolutely not. But I think we need to start pushing ourselves and maybe swallowing our pride a little bit and head towards back to Dems, because we're gonna need pressure from the inside and the outside if we're gonna affect any change, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying everybody get a line up and vote for Hillary, saying that they're bridge too far for people, right? Even after all this, but I think, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say for now.
Yeah, and actually, so that's what I've been warring with this morning, Brandon. It's because, as long as we're on the outside, and it sounds obvious, but it's true. If we're on the outside, we're generally not on the inside, and if we're not on the inside, then we can't do and accomplish anything that we're protesting on the outside. And so, do you see any potential for people to walk both those lines, to be both inside the party system, inside the halls of power, and also be that true progressive grassroots, let's call it grassroots, and go after those types of things? Or do you think that they're naturally at odds with each other?
I think the most important lesson to take away from this cycle is that the DNC is corrupt to its core, and that we have to be okay as progressive to not be a part of that corruption. We have to have we have to have some dignity, some courage, some pride, and say, you know what, we'll build our own house, we'll build our own casino, we'll have, it'll be great, it'll be better, it'll be more democratic. And I think that's the power of the Democratic and Republican Party. They wield over us is this sort of gang mentality. Like they bring in Paul Simon, they bring in Usher, they bring in Boys to Men. Like, Jesus Christ, you couldn't get Jagged Edge? What's going on? And they make themselves seem so attractive, and like you want to be part of this, and that's all of the fanfare. You want to be part of this, but the cost for being a part of that is just too high, in my opinion. The cost of being and to address the Harry Reid thing, that's classic Democrat. Acknowledge the problem, don't fix it. That's what Elizabeth Warren did. Acknowledge the problem. System is rigged. Don't say who rigged it. Don't say what happened. Acknowledge it. Move on. Promise to do something about it later. And that's the problem with the lesser two evils mentality. Mentality is that it allows simply acknowledging the problem exists to be the lesser evil. To be the lesser evil even if you don't try to solve it, because the Republicans will never even acknowledge the problem exists. So you say we acknowledge.
Go ahead.
You say we acknowledge climate change, but we don't do anything about it. Right. We acknowledge racial relations is a problem. We don't do anything about it. But the Republicans don't even acknowledge it.
It's a hard place to be, right? We're in a really screwed up place where we have to deal with people who won't even acknowledge scientific evidence and climate change versus people who will acknowledge it but still support fracking all over the world. You know what I mean? So it's what the hell are we supposed to do? Now, you said to build our own house. Now, I have given the Green Party probably the most hell out of any progressive, as far left as I am, right? Because I'm probably on some issues further left than the Green Party. Yet I don't give them the time of day because I really hate their organization, their organizing capacity rather. However, I said about a month ago that the Green Party needed a disruptive technology, or what a disruptive technology is for the technology sector for Silicon Valley. That's what the Green Party needs for politics. Last night, I don't know if you guys saw the videos that I got, but Jill Stein came through in the middle of 3 different protests that were going on, and she seized the day. She seized the moment, and she took control as a leader of a progressive movement that was all but leaderless at that point yesterday. And when I tell you I was thoroughly impressed, I can't say enough good things about her grasp of the issues in the heat of the moment and on the drop of a dime. I was impressed with her as an individual, but I was also impressed with the tenacity and the chutzpah. I'll call it that, right? Because we have women listening. I was impressed with her nerve to come out there in front of the DNC, crash the DNC, and say, here are the real progressives. So I want to know, did you guys see that? What did you think about that too? And do you honestly believe that the Green Party is a solution to this particular problem?
I'll jump in there real quick just to let you know, Ben. We did stream you. We I think there were 2, if not 3, of the couple of segments that you did with Jill.
Mhm.
So you were on there along. I think we jumped to Michael Salomon's feed or Alexander the Mess feed. But yeah, we did have you up there, and it was a pretty cool experience. I'm gonna let Nick go
Yeah.
back in. I just wanted to let you know you were up there.
Okay, thanks, man. Now, yeah. So, do we feel like that's an actual answer to our problem?
I think that it's a definite step in the right direction. And by why that, I'm sorry. No, Nick, go ahead first. Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, regardless of how you see movement politics, you have to have an electoral arm. And I believe for this instance, the Green Party could be that electoral arm, because we've already seen the DNC can no longer proceed forward with our support. Our mission should be to change it or destroy it. We have to be that serious, because there's a saying, the squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Yeah.
If you're just gonna go along, get along, you're never gonna get any
attention.
So when you start speaking and threatening, systemic collapse, that's when you're gonna get some attention. They're gonna be forced to either move, but you can't do that without leverage.
Absolutely.
And that's where I think the Green Party really comes in, because if they see we have somewhere to go, now they have to face a choice.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, we're losing support. We can no longer win elections solely by being this way. We have to change. And if they don't, they'll fade, fade into the wind, like dust in the wind, and be blown away. That's fine. But that should be our goal. And I think a long time ago, someone said, I'm with you on these issues, but I'm not willing to burn down the house in order to get them done. I'm like, if you're not willing to burn down the house, you're not ready.
You're not with me.
You're not ready to win. You're not playing to win. You're scared to lose.
And Nick, I have to say, Nick,
that all the time.
I have to say, Nick, I'm a little bit closer to where you are today, because of the willingness of the DNC to just ignore, or to do exactly what you said, Brandon. Acknowledge the problem, but do absolutely nothing to fix the problem, particularly especially with what they've done with Bernie Sanders. All right, fellas. So I am a guest in someone's home. They are here with pizzas, so I'm going to sign off. But we're also, as soon as we're done eating pizzas, we're going back down to the convention center because there are some scheduled protests, and we're going to bring you some live coverage. So I'm signing off from here. And I'm also signing off from Spreaker, so you guys carry on over there. Anyone listening on Spreaker, I want you to go to YouTube, go to dnclive.net, and join the conversation. They've been broadcasting all day, and as you can see, we have a pretty powerful panel over there. All right, so guys, I'll speak with you soon.
All right.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
All right.
So I'm just going to address the question he asked, because, he asked the question, I want to address it. Insofar that I think two things happened with Jill Stein. The first is that, we should not be surprised that Jill Stein is a leader, and because she is the leader of a party, of a real political party. And I think that what we should learn in this situation, what we should take to heart, is that just because you're not popular within our electoral system does not mean you're not a good politician. It does not mean you don't have doesn't mean you're not informed. It doesn't mean that you're not a good orator. It doesn't mean you don't have natural leadership skills. A lot of the times it is just a rigged system. And I think that we've, sort of embodied them subconsciously, felt that, the Green Party, Jill Stein is just not a good leader. That's why she's not there, even if we don't admit it. And we have said that, Hillary Clinton, she must be a good leader because it's a tautological, it's a cycle where we said that since they're the leader of this party, they must be a good leader, even if, they basically been given the seat. Clinton is not a good leader. Jill Stein is. That's how she got to her position. And it's time that we recognize that the Green Party, if there is the first step to breaking apart the two-party system, which is the most important thing right now. Not letting, and the way we do that is we do not let the Democratic Party sweep this under the rug. We cannot let them pretend this leak did not happen. We have to use it to break it apart. We have to use it to get people to leave and form a new party. And we do that by showing them that the party right now is corrupted to the core and that this is a big deal and they won't even acknowledge it in any meaningful way. And I think that... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No.
I was going to jump in on the very last point that you made right there, where just because we haven't seen Jill Stein doesn't mean she hasn't been doing stuff. I've known about her since 2007, 2008, I believe, when she was on Democracy Now. So I've been well aware, and I've noticed the Green Party making movements over here in Houston and I've seen them doing other actions elsewhere. So this idea that, that they just came out of nowhere and now all of a sudden, no, they've been having the same message. The only difference between when they were giving the same message they're giving now and then is the circumstances and the people that are receiving it. Your mind has changed. Your mind has opened. Now you're seeing their message in a new light, and you're saying, well, this might be a viable alternative. It's not anything with them. They've been cheated and kept out of the process, but that doesn't mean that the people that are in the process are necessarily better. That's really like a meritocratic argument. It's negating all the external factors that are arrayed against them, and it just makes it a situation where you can come up with like a thoughtless conclusion without even knowing it.
And that's such an important point there, Nick. That one of the most important things that we have to do, not just in politics, but in our entire society, is remove this false narrative, this false perception that we live in a meritocracy, that people are where they are now because they deserve it and because they've worked hard, and that there is no aspect of persecution, no aspect of prejudice involved in the social and power dynamics of society. Because once you do that, people can really start engaging with the structures that be, the structures of inequality that exist. And part of that is engaging with, why is Jill Stein, a great leader, has all the right answers, not allowed to participate in this election based on some random rules that are, basically made to make sure that it's like, it's like the fake meritocratic standard. It's meant to give the illusion of meritocracy, but really it's just meant to put your finger on the scale, so that when you don't qualify, it's because you seem like you don't deserve it.
Okay. All right. Let me. I'm still going to talk about Jill Stein a little bit, from my standpoint. Like I've heard the name Jill Stein. Like, you see her I saw her every once in a while. I've seen her on Democracy Now! And I saw her waiting in the wings, waiting for Bernie to slip up, more or less. Waiting to scoop up all the bodies, which was a smart strategy. And offering Bernie a chance to come to the Green Party. And I saw all that, but you guys know my stance. I think we need some internal pressure inside the Democratic Party, regardless of how things go from here. But I've been through a bit of a transition, and starting over the last week, I guess, I've been through a bit of a transition when it comes to Jill Stein. At first I was like, okay, she seems cool, but I never really gave her a good hearing. Then I started seeing her, especially this week, in each one of these. Every time I see her in a press conference, like Ben was saying, she was sharp. She was on top of her game. I've seen a few speeches by her, and she's, again, sharp, on top of her game. But my question always is, what do you do in combat? What do you do when you're in this case, verbal warfare? How do you carry yourself? Are you going to be demure? Are you gonna go right back at people? Today I got my answer. On Democracy Now! She was in a debate with Ben Jealous, and she handed him his ass. I mean, she went at him. She went at him, and I mean, everything was cool. She said something that got under Ben Jealous's skin, and he's trying to bite back, and she went right back at his ass. I was like, wow, that's what I'm talking about.
I think at a certain point, and this is what I'm worried about in the Trump-Clinton debates, at a certain point, it does not matter how well you are able to articulate your argument. If you are just wrong, and the person can pinpoint why, even if they're less articulate, you will still lose in the majority of cases, because that's just the way reality works. This is not, this is not debate club. This is not high school debate club where it's more important to demonstrate your logic. This is the real world where people are swayed by, bombast and confidence and occasionally just being bluntly honest. And I think that the Democrats have done, again, a disservice by not being honest about what happened, because all doesn't allow Trump to basically come out and just be honest and say, you know what, they're cheaters. And that is, he again gives voice to this mentality that's going around that Democrats refuse to acknowledge. And
all he has to say is, "I won fair and square." That's all he's got to say. I won fair and square. That's all he got to say, and he's right.
Yeah,
and he's right.
Yeah, crooked Hillary.
Oh,
what?
Huh? You all right, David?
Did Brandon just say that Hillary could claim the same thing about winning fair and square?
I said crooked Hillary.
Oh, crooked Hillary. Thought you said so can Hillary, and I was like, no.
No, hell no. We gotta bounce him out of here.
The best she can say is that it would not have mattered. That's going to be her argument. That's been the argument since the beginning. It wouldn't have mattered anyway.
That's the wrong argument to make. If you make that argument, everybody's going to look at you and they're going to say, if it wouldn't have mattered, why did you do it?
Yes,
why did you go with Patriots?
Well, no, people that think are going to say that, or people that don't like her are going to say that.
If I were debating her, that would be the first thing out of my mouth. If it didn't matter, why did you do it? You can't tell me you did it for no reason. You just wasted all that time covering it up.
Why did you think it was necessary?
You just did it because you need to do it. It wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Well, the claim from the Clinton camp's gonna, in that situation, it's always play dumb. It's always ignorance. So, what did I do?
And that's when you hit them with the line. So you mean to tell me people are colluding with your campaign to create crafted message points to get out to the media, and you have nothing to do with any of that?
I thought
they do the same thing with the president. Obama didn't know about the IRS's programs. Obama didn't know this. The man in charge of the federal government didn't know about these things. Well, that's
the Tom Brady. That's the Tom Brady argument. The plead incompetence, use incompetence as your shield, and that is not a good argument to make when you're running for president. Pleading that you were too dumb to realize it, that it was going on under your nose, is not a good argument for a leader to make. And I mean, if I were Trump, and I wanted to be a huge troll, I would refuse to debate. I would just refuse to debate Hillary Clinton because she didn't win fair and square. Why am I going up there?
That's dirty.
It's just why would I?
He
won't do that because he wants to debate because he's a narcissist. But I would refuse to debate her. Why? She didn't win. She cheated. And I'm not going to validate her I'm not going to validate her cheating ways by debating her because I'm the bigger man and I won fair and square. People can say they don't like me. People can say they don't like me. People can say that I'm all these things, but I won fair and square, and she did not, so I'm not going to debate her.
Absolutely.
I was going to say that saying Obama didn't know about the IRS program is one thing, but to say you don't know what your own campaign that you actively run and manage, somebody else actually manages the day-to-day operations of the IRS. Hillary Clinton actually manages the day-to-day operations of her campaign.
Does she?
So yes.
Does she?
Yes, the Clintons have a very hands-on. They've already,
they've already micromanaged.
The Clintons are very involved and they micromanage a lot. That's clear.
Well, it's known, but from their perspective, I didn't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That's all.
And look, all I'm saying is, if you go down that rabbit hole, I've got a knockout punch waiting for you at every step of the way.
Yeah, but this is that kind of contradictory argumentation that has been happening this entire electoral cycle. Look at Hillary Clinton's experience. Don't look at what happened. It's just just accept that she was there in these places, and that that's experience. This is the town arsonist should be the fire chief because he's at every fire. He has the most experience in fire. That's the argument that Hillary Clinton is putting forward, and this is another one. I'm so hands-on, except I didn't notice this thing happening, and you really can't have it both ways. You can't. For smart people.
Absolutely defensible.
You can't have it both ways.
You're talking about the progressive moderate, or the progressive that likes to get things done. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, nothing we want her to get done.
What things does she get done? I can honestly ask, what piece of progressive legislation has passed in the United States since the Civil Rights Act?
Silence.
I can honestly tell you.
The moderates will tell you Obamacare. That's what the moderates will say. Obamacare. That's what they'll say.
And I would be like, from the Heritage Foundation. Yeah, that's not progressive. That's the answer.
The truth is we've been.
That's what they're saying.
The truth is we've been on a slow. Even when you talk about things like the Civil Rights Act, Roe versus Wade, the Voting Rights Act, all of those things, all those really progressive, world-changing legislation that came out of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, since their inception, they've been whittled away slowly and surely. People have found loopholes to whittle them away. and we've allowed that to happen. With Roe v. Wade, with the Voting Rights Act, which got completely thrown away, and everyone forgot about it because the day after they gave LGBTQ people rights. Which, I mean, you don't have to do one or the other. You can do both. You can have Voting Rights Act and gay marriage, but one kind of obscured the other happening in the popular culture because good story. But at the end of the day, Hillary Clinton doesn't even have a platform. He's not running on anything. The Democratic platform is so empty. It's like we might get you a $15 minimum wage and not Trump. It could have been one page long.
That is the platform, not Trump.
Yeah, no Trump. Not Trump. That's it. That's it. And the problem, and sadly, that fits what they want to do, right? Because they don't want to. Especially now that
they want to maintain the status quo.
The convention is over. Yeah, they want to maintain the status quo, and they don't want to be caught trying to say something progressive, right? So they're going to stay in these silly arguments for as long as they can without talking about substance, which is fine with Trump, and they're going to get eaten alive.
But see, that's the problem. The problem is they're so willing to be, they're so desperate to be center right, and but the whole world has left them behind. It's like the whole world has left the American establishment behind when it comes down to social issues, economic issues, and I'm grouping the Democratic and Republican establishment together. Like the whole world has left them behind. Both America, Europe, the globe has said, you know what? The things you're in favor of, neoliberalism, neoconservatism, reckless wars, perpetual war. Like we're not in favor of that. We're not in favor of those things. But they live in this bubble that it seems like everyone there is, and they can't even look at the statistics and say, you know what, we're dinosaurs, and the only reason we are still in control is because of all the money we have. But we're dinosaurs.
Well, yeah, and they hold one half the levers of power, right? That's the other part of it. Go ahead, Blake. I'm sorry.
It seems more like if you look at revolution, like some of the common factors is that people begin to realize that the old way just doesn't work, and then the establishment can no longer rule in the old way. They can't sustain it. They can't sustain it under pressure from below. They cannot sustain the old way any longer, and that's usually what happens across every revolution. And absolutely. I know this one's political in nature, but it's the same thing. Neoliberalism has been a failure. Let's repeat that. Neoliberalism has been a failure. Those policies that we've been dealing with since the 80s, those policies have been proven to be a failure in the 80s.
Yeah, Reaganism failed, but you know what? It didn't fail. It did exactly what it was intended to do. It didn't fail. What you are considering a byproduct was the intention of the bill all along. It was intended to shift the burden of society onto the poorest people and to funnel wealth up to 1%. Not only the 1% of any individual country, but the 1% of countries that have the most wealth, and then up from that, it was all a Ponzi scheme. Reaganism is a Ponzi scheme.
And we've been in a downward spiral ever since.
And it's spiraled out of control, and it's become not only an economic strategy, it's become a personal social strategy people engage in. We're not only neoliberal in economic strategy, we're neoliberal in thought process. It makes like you said yesterday, Nick. It makes sense to people that we run the government like a business. It makes sense to people that we allow the head of Facebook to determine school policies. That shit doesn't make any sense. Not if you think about it. Not if you really think about it. That makes no sense at all. But we have internalized neoliberal mindset. The idea that the private industry is God, and that simply having money makes you moral and makes you smart, and not just incredibly lucky.
Yeah. I think something I've noticed. I have a friend of mine, and he watches CNN, and I've known him for since at least 2006. And I have seen how CNN has slowly brainwashed him. I've watched that documentary, how Fox News brainwashed my father. And I've watched one of my good friends be brainwashed by CNN. And I'm like, how did this happen? How did this happen to you? That he was arguing to me that the VA is horrible, because it just wastes all of its money, and that we should just privatize it or roll them into Medicare. And I made the 5-minute Google search. I look up the VA. I find out that the VA is, a fraction of the cost of Medicare, which is a fraction of the cost of standard for-profit health insurance, right? And when I brought this to him, he was like, "Yeah, but they're horrible." I was like, "Well, it probably has something to do with the Republicans trying to defund it so it can't do what it's supposed to do. They make the government horrible." And he goes, "Well, no, that's intrinsic to government, though." And I was like, "Well, not really." He was like, "Well, how much money should they have?" And I'm like, "Well, look, I don't work for the VA. I'm not a person who actually looks at the VA's numbers, understands what they have to do, and understands how much money they need to do it, and then can come back and tell you, well, you need exactly $7 billion more to do exactly what we need to do. I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you is they are saying they need more money. And I'm willing to agree that the experts in that field understand that, and that we should probably give them some more money and see what they can do, and just kind of play it by ear with empirical evidence.
Absolutely.
I can speak to that a little bit because I deal with the VA pretty regularly. I'm a disabled veteran, right? So one of the things there's several things at play, right? Number one, you have well, not number one, but one of the important issues is Republicans always trying to undermine the VA, right? Because it's an example of socialized medicine working, right? Right. That's number one. That's the first thing I'm talking about. The second thing is we have to remember that the flood of veterans that from these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Because a lot of these guys, if this was Vietnam, they wouldn't have made it, right? So the VA is trying to keep up with their system, trying to keep up with all these people coming in that would not have been here, if this was a war 30, 40 years ago. So they've got and these are much more catastrophic injuries, right? So the VA is trying to deal with that influx. At the same time, the Republicans are trying to undermine it and defund it. So of course it's going to look like it's doing horribly, right? Even though it is doing okay, right? It's doing much better than it should be based on those things, right? But here we are in 2016, still fighting these same battles. Same thing happened with the post office, right? All this legislation to undermine it, all these activities to undermine it and defund it, or at least cut into its funds. And then you say it doesn't work. This is the modus operandi for these conservatives, and in a lot of ways, neoliberals and the liberals in office allow them to do it, and that's a big part of the problem.
Well, let me finish my point. My last point before you come in. I was going to say, the point is, we don't deal with billions upon billions of dollars every day. So this number being so many billions of dollars, that doesn't mean they have enough money. It just means that's what they spend. We don't know. Yeah. Like, it just looks big because we're not a government. We're a person, and 74 or $76 billion, if that's their budget, it just seems like this large amount of money. But let me not give the Democrats a pass either. When Republicans do this kind of stuff, let's say a Democrat comes in, they don't fix it. They just leave it. They just say, okay, well, they did that. That was their fault. Let's keep on trucking. Well, are you going to fix it? No. We're not going to fix it, because then we'd have to raise taxes or do something. We just have to learn how to do more with less. It's like, well, first off, you can't do more. You can't do more with less. You do less with less. That's why they call it less.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. And that's what I have a similar story to yours. But it just indicates that neoliberalism manifests on the macro level, but also on the personal level. I was on a first date with a girl a few months ago, and we were on a train back to her place, and she said something to me about the VA. Yeah, that got you a look. She doesn't bother me about the VA. She was just like, "Oh, my friend of mine, he's a soldier. He just, he talks about all the bureaucracy and red tape." And I was like, "What do you even mean by bureaucracy and red tape?" Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by cutting the red tape? I mean, what do you mean by that? Like, it's like why do you bureaucracy is just that. It's like I'm not interested in big or small government. I'm interested in effective government. The government needs as much money as it needs. And at a certain point, we become neoliberal fundamentalists. And we're so against the specter of socialism. But for most countries, for most of America, the most effective American policies are socialist, at least in manifestation and origin. Like, they have some sort of socialist tinge to them. But real countries, and I say real countries being derogatory to America, real countries understand that you have to balance ideology with what actually works. You can't have this like, ideological stance that capitalism is so great while people starve in the streets. And at a certain point, you stop calling it socialism. And you start calling it, well, this is what a healthy society has. This is not about socialism or capitalism. This is about a healthy society, and this is just what a healthy society has. And a healthy society has, clean water. A healthy society has roads. A healthy society has jobs. It has universal health care. Education. Certain people in our government have demanded that poor people, people of color, Native people, become martyrs for neoliberalism. They have demanded that other people who are not in power become martyrs for their cause, martyrs for their ideology, and that's just simply not right. And I can't express it any other way. It's just like we are all being martyred for neoliberalism, even though we have proven it does not work for everybody. It works for the very few.
Mm-hmm. And the people who are not at the very bottom, they see the plight of the very bottom, and it keeps them in fear. And instead of focusing on getting something better for themselves or doing what's right for everybody, they're just concerned with keeping what they have and not disrupting the system because they don't want to end up like the people that are being sacrificed. When in actuality, if they continue where they're going to end up just like them. It's going to just be the feudal lords and everybody else.
So I'm going to jump in there.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to, not to change the topic too much, but we're getting some news from Philly. Apparently, there may be some cell blockage, or they may be cutting access to the, I don't know about the internet, but definitely the cell towers. Adair Schmidt was trying to continue streaming, and he's saying that more than one of the delegations are unable to stream, to use their cells. So
maybe president.
It could be related to that as well. What I did want to do, though, is play two clips that were found after we ended the stream. In the next hour, they're going to be showing Tim Kaine, which obviously I don't think we really need to hear. And then President Obama, I think, is following him. It might be the other way around, but I believe it's not. But two clips that I wanted to show, these were actually taking place while Bill Clinton was speaking last night. Outside, Black Lives Matter and a delegation, or actually multiple delegates, were holding a protest while Bill Clinton was speaking, so I thought I'd just share it with everyone. We weren't the only ones not necessarily watching Bill Clinton's speech. That's there's two of these clips. I'm going to play the first one now.
Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check!
We're choosing to be here.
We're choosing to be here.
Rather than in the convention.
Rather than in the convention.
Listening to Bill Clinton.
Listening to Bill Clinton.
Who has caused so many lives.
Who has caused so many lives.
To be ruined.
To be ruined.
By 3 strikes.
By 3 strikes.
By minimum sentences.
By minimum sentences.
By gutting welfare.
By gutting welfare.
And so we're here.
And so we're here.
And after.
And after.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Right now.
Right now.
People are trying to figure out.
People are trying to figure out.
Where Nina Turner is.
Where Nina Turner is.
Where Jill Stein is.
Where Jill Stein is.
Where Bernie Sanders is.
Where Bernie Sanders is.
But right now. There are over 55 Bernie delegates on these steps.
People are trying to figure out
where the leaders of this movement are tonight. There are 55 leaders on this step.
There's
about 2 dozen of them on the sidewalk.
Out of the Democratic Convention.
We walked out of the Democratic Convention
to have a People's Convention. In the birthplace of American democracy.
going on to the second one here.
All right.
My name is Khalid.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
My name is Khalid.
My name is Khalid.
I am a Bernie delegate.
I am a Bernie delegate.
From Atlanta, Georgia.
From Atlanta, Georgia.
I am also
a member
of the Atlanta chapter of Black Lives Matter. Do not be fooled. By the show. You saw on television tonight. Black Lives Matter. Does not endorse. Any political party. Or any political candidate. We do not endorse the Democrats. We do not endorse the Republicans. We do not endorse the two-party system. We do not endorse Hillary Clinton. We do not endorse Donald Trump. We have been waiting. And are still waiting. To see who endorses us.
Now, so we're gonna go back to our panel for a couple minutes. I'm gonna pull up a stream from Periscope from Adair Schmidt from earlier. There apparently was some chanting, and I'm not sure if there was a scuffle, but there was some chanting and then lights being shut off to try to silence some delegates inside the convention. I'm going to try to find that, but back to the panel for the meantime.
You heard it here first, folks. They turned all the lights off on the delegates as though they were children in kindergarten. Because
that's what I'm saying, kindergarten, boy.
Or canaries to be put to sleep.
What were we talking about before I had something to say? What were we talking about before?
Before I rudely interrupted you.
What are you, smart young man? What were we, somebody with a functioning memory? What were we talking about?
Probably my love life. Still poor.
No, I don't want to talk about your love life, man.
It's a short story.
Oh, man. I didn't eat any fish today.
Man.
Well, while we're unsure about what we were talking about, some shameless plugs. As you guys can see on the left side, if you're just joining us, this is dnclive.net, hosted on the Benjamin Dixon channel. Brought to you by Benjamin Dixon, Project Sanity, The Way with Anoa, Louisa Project 2027, and Podcast Revolution. I am such not a host. Michael Redwine on the right side is the host of Louisa 2027. And Brandon Sutton on the left side is a contributor, co-host Brandon, to Project Sanity.
I don't know what I do here.
More like a leader. Nick, why don't you take a moment, since your logo is not up there and we're creating you, to tell some of the people that may not have yet heard what you got cooking.
Well, on Monday would be our first show for the Takedown. I'm going to be doing a show the first Monday of every month, and we're going to try to, we're just going to try to bring out some interesting insights on things that we see every day, and of course political analysis, but also maybe introduce some new ideas and start taking down some stuff that kind of leads us to be where we are today. Like, it all starts with the way we think about things, right? So I'm gonna be trying to introduce some of that, and then bring light on things that I find interesting throughout the month, and I'll bring them all in that time. But the show is called The Takedown. We'll be up 7 o'clock Central, first Monday of every month. First show coming up August 1st.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I have something to say. Okay. So like the American establishment, the Democrats and Republicans, they exist. Their main political strategy is to keep people on a precipice of fear, and to tell them if they don't, vote for their party, they will fall off that cliff. And like that's the problem, because when you are put in a seemingly life or death scenario, you become stupid. You know, you become stupid. You make all your decisions that's the whole idea behind a flash sale. Like, you mark everything down 50%, you tell them they have 24 hours, and you sell more because people don't have time to think about how stupid, it is to buy a 60-inch TV when they can barely afford food. It's that is the entire Democratic and Republican platform. Crisis, crisis, crisis. Oh my God, you gotta vote now. Please vote, vote for me, because if you don't vote for me, the world will end. And that's just it's not working anymore. People you can only keep people afraid for so long before fear becomes the new normal, before it turns people off.
That's the art, and that's what the DNC are finding. That DNC are finding that now, no matter what brave face they put up, what's going on with the Bernie delegation, that's half of their vote walking out the door. That has got to dig into your soul to see that half your vote, no matter what you do, half your vote is walking away unless you acquiesce. Right?
Speaking of that
is
finish the thought, and I just want to, and then I'll come in. But on that topic,
I had another thought really quick. Let me get this in. All right, we were talking about economics a minute ago, and I was discussing one of my many conservative sparring partners at work. He came to me. We were talking about. He wanted to talk about crime, right? I said, you know how to fix crime, right? Jobs and education. He said, that's BS. I said, a person with a job and education is less likely to rob you. It's really that simple. You know what I mean? So okay, never mind. Go ahead. That's it, Dave.
So on the topic of the walkout and ongoing protests, I do have the video that Adair Schmidt had streamed about, I think it was roughly an hour ago now. But before I go there is some news on the same topic. So while Senator Tim Kaine is making his speech, Adair Schmidt has reported to us that if they've been warned that if they protest at all anymore, it seems, they will be kicked out and stripped of their credentials. So
First Amendment, huh?
Yep, the private party, private organization, Democrats trying to Democrats trying to put the hammer down there, and apparently they're not getting it. But before we go to the panel and hear on that, let's look at this last. I don't know if it's an altercation. I heard that there may have been, but definitely chants and the shutting down of the delegation chanting.
I'm back right now. We've got the lights turned off. Over here, if you can see.
Yeah, that audio is horrendous.
It's not just you guys. The audio is low. See if it gets louder before we stop showing it, unless you guys want to see it without the audio. But let me see what I can do.
There's a chant of lights going.